A solitary figure, accompanied by a coffin, traverses the realm of ninjas. Guan Ren, burdened with a pitch-black coffin, embarks on a quest that spans 2 decades, consumed by the enigma that shrouds it, yet making no discernible progress. The advent of a chat group stirs the coffin for the first time, unveiling secrets long buried. Join Guan Ren as he shoulders his burden and delves into the mysteries that lie ahead. Chapter 001: The Coffin Shop. In the illustrious village of Konoha, it is well known that, never mind the picturesque scenery of Konoha, for it is but a tapestry of gentle breezes and azure skies, a truth familiar to all discerning readers. Konoha, indeed, boasts a vibrant and bustling atmosphere, yet our novice author, in a fit of rebellion, opts to eschew its lively charm. Now, let's turn our gaze to the scene. As we approach the grand gates of Konoha, with the northern horizon before us, one would find at the end of the main thoroughfare the iconic Hokage Tower. Behind it, a sheer cliff stands sentinel, adorned with the visages of past Hokages. Though many tales have unfolded here, particularly those involving the third Hokage and Danzo, our rebellious novice has no desire to dwell on the trivial squabbles of two old men. Instead, let us seek our protagonist, retracing our steps to the eastern quadrant, past a series of residential districts, arriving at the very edge of the village. Here flows the Nanga River, coursing through Konoha, with a prominent residential area situated approximately 2 kilometers to the southeast. Yet, despite its grandeur, this expansive neighborhood is eerily silent, devoid of life. Indeed, it is the famed Uchiha clan's territory, now long extinguished, rendering it a ghost town that you suppose our protagonist resides within. Alas, that is not the case. To the north of the Nanga River, across from the Uchiha estate, lies a sprawling manor, occupying no less than 500 square meters. From above, it gazes across the river at the Uchiha lands, yet one would be hard-pressed to catch a glimpse of anything that is it a mere coincidence that Konoha bears its name? The area is dominated by towering trees, their canopies obscuring any view, while the undulating terrain conceals all beneath its verdant embrace. Returning to the manor, it is indeed spacious, yet it mirrors the desolation of the Uchiha estate, exuding an aura of deathly stillness. Surrounded by majestic trees, their lush foliage casts the courtyard into shadow. At the entrance, a massive stone bears the inscription Konoha Coffin Shop in bold characters. Upon entering the courtyard, to the left near the entrance stands a storage area, meticulously arranged with large logs in the center of the yard. Wood shavings litter the ground, with several planks haphazardly strewn about. On a workbench lies an incomplete coffin, awaiting assembly. To the right, an open shed reveals an array of polished coffins, gleaming under the light, numbering at least 100. At the entrance of the shed, a stout wooden stump, thick enough for several adults to embrace, rises, upon which perches an unusually large crow, seemingly at rest. Its abnormal size, tenfold that of a typical crow, draws attention as one traverses the courtyard. Directly opposite the entrance stands a row of wooden houses far from the opulence one might envision. They are decidedly simple. It is merely a series of single-story wooden structures, the largest among them flanked by smaller ones, from which wisps of smoke arise. This is evidently the kitchen, and through the wide-open door, a figure can be seen bustling amidst the swirling smoke. With a sudden rustle, a figure appears in the courtyard, startling the resting crow, which lazily peeks out from its wing, its crimson eyes briefly assessing the newcomer before. Returning to slumber, the visitor, clad in the green vest of a leaf jonin, wears a black mask with a forehead protector askew, obscuring the left side of his face, leaving only a small portion of his right eye visible. With his unconventional silver hair, the identity of this individual becomes clear. It is none other than the famed and miserly ninja, Kakashi Hatake. Renowned for mastering an array of jutsu, he is a man who can hold his own against anyone that he glances skyward, catching a glimpse of the blue heavens through the rustling leaves, yet the chill in the air is palpable. Kakashi, momentarily dispelling his languid demeanor, finds himself unable to acclimate to this peculiar place, regardless of how many times he has visited. Ren, he calls into the kitchen, but the figure within continues their work, oblivious to his presence. Kakashi, accustomed to the silence, remains patient, standing at the kitchen door for about 10 minutes. Take what you need and serve yourself, With a gravelly voice, the figure emerges from the smoky kitchen. Standing at approximately 6 feet tall, he is draped in black, save for his pale face and the hands holding a dish and a bowl of rice. His features are sharp and well-defined, exuding an undeniable handsomeness. Yet certain aloofness lingers. His half-closed eyes, nearly devoid of white, are deeply shadowed, instilling a sense of unease, even in the familiar presence of Kakashi, who dares not gaze into them for more. Then 3 seconds at, "I am not here to order a coffin. That if you have something to say, then speak if you wish to eat. Fetch your own bowl." With a dismissive glance, Kakashi proceeds to the wooden round table not far ahead. Simultaneously, the already unremarkable tone of the figure seems to diminish further. "I have already eaten. I have come to request your presence as the chief examiner for the Chunin exams, as instructed by the third Hokage." Kakashi, seemingly accustomed to the dismissive attitude, follows the figure to the table. "That I refuse." The third Hokage also mentioned that should you agree, all who perish during the exam, regardless of their village, will have their coffins ordered here. "Deal. Good. Do not forget. 3 days from now, at 9 in the morning, meet Ibiki at the ninja school." Upon receiving the agreement, Kakashi's expression beneath the mask betrays a hint of complexity. This individual, clearly formidable, has chosen to forsake his ninja identity since that fateful event years ago, dedicating himself entirely to the coffin business. Kakashi's visit was merely a precaution, requesting his presence to oversee the proceedings. The specifics of the exam had long been orchestrated by Ibiki and others. "I have also registered Naruto for this Chunin exam. Now, I take my leave." Only after Kakashi's departure does Guan Ren's meal pause momentarily. Time indeed flies. Naruto is participating in the Chunin exam. In the blink of an eye, I have been in this world for 2 decades. Chapter 002, A Chat Group of Golden Finger. With thoughts gathered, Guan Ren hastily finishes his meal, tidies up, and proceeds to the coffin shed. He must select a coffin befitting the third Hokage. Had Kakashi not reminded him, he might have forgotten that Naruto and the others were participating in the Chunin exam, and the third Hokage was nearing his end. Since this is for the third Hokage, I should choose a quality coffin. Murmuring to himself, a wave of dark energy envelopes his eyes, consuming the whites until even the pupils vanish from sight. Gazing at the hundreds of coffins within the shed, Guan Ren perceived each one as unique, imbued with distinct energies. The essence of these coffins, referred to as coffin energy, could be interpreted as the aura of death, the chill of the afterlife, or the ethereal spirit of the netherworld. The term coffin energy was merely a preference of his, as he found other terminologies too closely associated with the realm of the dead. Thus, he adopted this nomenclature. Only the coffins he crafted possessed such extraordinary properties, with the energy they emitted being distinctly termed as coffin energy, a notion he found quite amusing. Each coffin, due to the circumstances of its creation and the artisan's skill, harbored varying degrees of this energy. After a meticulous selection, he chose the one that contained the most coffin energy, effortlessly lifting it overhead as he made his way to the wooden cabin. Upon arriving at the center of the cabin, he waved his hand, and an invisible force swung the door wide open. Despite the daylight outside, the interior of this cabin resembled the depths of night, the floor adorned with a layer of frost that attested to the frigid temperature within. To Guan Ren's eyes, the room was devoid of anything but an enigmatic coffin, dark as pitch, whose presence exuded an ominous aura. The pervasive black mist emanating from this coffin was accompanied by intricate, arcane designs etched upon its surface, interwoven with mysterious patterns of complexity. Additionally, a dark iron chain encircled the coffin, upon which Guan Ren had been unable to leave even the faintest mark, despite numerous attempts. Placing the chosen coffin in a random spot, Guan Ren approached the black coffin, tracing his fingers delicately along its surface, his expression a tapestry of emotions. It was this very coffin that had transported him here, body and soul. In his previous life, he had been a coffin maker, a tradition passed down through generations, and one that was held in high regard within his family. After losing his father at a tender age, he scarcely recalled his mother, as neither his father nor grandfather ever spoke of her. Hence, from a young age, he had been compelled to learn the intricacies of this craft under his grandfather's guidance, leading to a life that felt constricted compared to his peers. Moreover, The stigma of his profession cast a shadow over his childhood, as he grew up under the scrutiny of others' disdainful gazes. Throughout his schooling, he had no friends. Everyone believed his family to be cursed. This situation only improved when he went to university, choosing to study far from home to escape the judgmental eyes of his hometown. True to his desires, despite being ostracized for so long and lacking social skills, he experienced a semblance of new life during his university years. However, this bliss was short-lived. Shortly after his graduation, his grandfather, worn down by age and years of labor, passed away. Thus, Guan Ren was thrust back into the life of a coffin maker. Years later, on the day of his 30th birthday, after treating himself to a sumptuous meal and indulging in a bit of liquor, he fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself in this unfamiliar world. According to the tales of the one who rescued him, he had collided with an object while using the flying thunder god technique, resulting in his abrupt ejection from the void. Alongside him had emerged the black coffin, and as the rescuer inspected it, a child, appearing no older than 7 or 8, emerged from within. Naturally, this child was Guan Ren. Subsequently, a chain materialized from the coffin, binding itself to Guan Ren's back, refusing to be removed by any means employed by his rescuer. Since the incident occurred in Konoha, Guan Ren awoke with no understanding of his situation. The rescuer believed that his actions were responsible for this occurrence, and feeling guilty, adopted Guan Ren as his younger brother at that time. The rescuer was in the throes of a passionate relationship and was not yet married, making the sudden addition of a child unexpected. Unbeknownst to them, Guan Ren struggled to comprehend the language spoken around him. However, upon seeing the Hokage rock, he grasped the nature of this world and dedicated a year to mastering its language. During this tumultuous period, amidst the ongoing Third Great Ninja War, the Ninja Academy had ceased operations, and students were dispatched to the battlefield, leaving the rescuer exceedingly busy. With nothing to occupy his time, Guan Ren returned to his original vocation, supported by Kushina, and opened a coffin shop. The business flourished within merely half a month. Guan Ren sensed something extraordinary. His physical prowess had significantly improved, and chakra that his adoptive brother and Kushina had struggled to teach him began to manifest spontaneously. After thorough investigation, he concluded that the source of this transformation lay within the coffins he crafted. Those buried within them seemed to gradually transfer their abilities to him. This revelation filled him with elation, motivating him to dedicate himself even more fervently to his craft. With Kushina's connections, selling coffins became a worry of the past. The more coffins he sold, the faster his strength grew. As he became more powerful, the black coffin began to undergo changes as well. The IT began to absorb his chakra, seemingly transforming it before returning it to him. Guan Ren discerned that the energy after this transformation was no longer mere chakra. Imprinted in his mind was the character for burial, along with various methods for crafting coffins. Unlike the techniques passed down through his family, these new methods produced coffins with unique properties. Moreover, burying individuals in these exceptional coffins yielded greater and swifter returns of power to Guan Ren. Abilities that were previously unattainable, such as unique physiques and bloodline limits, became accessible to him. Since then, his curiosity regarding the black coffin intensified as he yearned to unravel its secrets. Yet, even now, all he understood was that this coffin had been a pendant around his neck in his previous life. He had inquired with his grandfather, who claimed it was a found object, instructing him never to part with it, even during bathing, emphasizing that it must remain around his neck. This coffin had stayed on Guan Ren's back since his arrival in this world, only being set down a year ago. Remarkably, if he ventured beyond 100 meters from it, it would automatically reappear on his back. It was a wondrous phenomenon, its size adjusted in accordance with Guan Ren's height, always maintaining a harmonious appearance. What exactly are you? Even after 20 years, I cannot budge your lid. Not even a fraction. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind, accompanied by a shimmering screen visible only to him. Ding. Congratulations, you have been selected by the Multiverse chat group. Would you like to join the chat group of all realms? Yes, no, as Guan Ren caressed the black coffin. Pondering this unexpected turn of events, he was taken aback. What is happening? A chat group? A golden finger? But my golden finger should be this coffin that has accompanied me through 2 lifetimes. 003. The black coffin finally responded. leaving Guan Ren utterly bewildered. In 2 lifetimes, the black coffin had been his constant companion, particularly in this life. Despite its silence, its assistance had been invaluable. It was only after acquiring the unique knowledge of coffin-making bestowed by the black coffin that Guan Ren realized his ability to harness the powers of the deceased was entirely due to it. The coffins he crafted with his ancestral skills lacked such capabilities. The character for burial in his mind had been enhancing his physique and strengthening his soul each night. Initially, he had not noticed this improvement, attributing it to the souls of those interred. However, after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi War, Guan Ren found his physical condition continued to improve, even without any deceased to bury. As his physique strengthened, his connection with the character deepened, which clarified his understanding of this phenomenon. At first, he was uncertain about the nature of souls, only aware that he awoke each day with a clearer mind and heightened perception. It wasn't until Naruto's birth, on the night when Minato utilized the Reaper Death Seal, that he truly comprehended the existence of souls and recognized the formidable strength of his own. If the character for burial enhanced his physique and elevated his soul, then the black coffin itself granted him an endless supply of magical energy, akin to a reservoir of blue chakra. It continuously interacted with the energy within him, augmenting both quantity and quality with every exchange. Over the span of 20 years, with countless exchanges, Guan Ren lost track of the energy residing within him. In the years following Minato's death, he had only acted twice, without exerting his full strength. In fact, during his last action, he had not even utilized his second layer of power. In recent years, he had ceased to pursue strength, retreating into a hermit-like existence after leaving the ninja life, venturing out only on rare occasions. His involvement in the coffin trade was a matter of familial tradition that he could not abandon. Naturally, he did not actively seek out business. In Konoha, it was customary for those who passed away to order coffins from him. As for the meager strength he acquired from burying the deceased, it felt trivial, like a drop in the ocean. Truth be told, Guan Ren had little regard for such power now. Over the years, he had acquired many renowned abilities within the ninja world, and he had little interest in anything beyond that. For instance, he had quietly replaced the coffin of the first Hokage one night, only to discover, to his surprise, that it actually worked. He replicated this with other notable figures in Konoha, generously providing them with new coffins. Among them were the first and second Hokage, Uzumaki Mido, Konoha's White Fang, and even the tragic Uchiha Shursui, who had leapt from a cliff years prior. Guan Ren had discreetly buried that poor child. He had gained would release and the so-called sage body of the Uzumaki clan. As for the Sharingan, nearly the entire Uchiha clan, barring those pilfered by certain individuals, had utilized his coffins. He also had no shortage of Byakugan, having retrieved Hinata Hisashi's body after it was taken by Kimogakure. Moreover, all the Hyuga clan members who had perished for various reasons had ordered coffins from him. So what more could he possibly lack? Everything he possessed was a gift from the black coffin, solidifying his conviction that it was indeed his greatest, most intimate ally. Though it lacked consciousness and could not communicate, it was undoubtedly the most suitable companion, having remained by his side in both lifetimes. The significance of the black coffin to Guan Ren transcended mere utility. It embodied the emotions and memories of his 2 existences. Now, faced with the sudden emergence of this chat group, Guan Ren found himself conflicted about whether to join. In his previous life, he had often immersed himself in novels, having spent 30 lonely years without companions or friends, relying solely on stories and games to alleviate his solitude. He had never even had a girlfriend. The profession of a coffin maker was hardly conducive to finding one, as it carried its own taboos. In fact, he had never seen his mother or grandmother, not even a photograph. He sometimes wondered if his so-called father was truly his biological grandfather, suspecting that he might have been adopted. Despite these doubts, he cherished the familial bond he shared with them, which was why he still remembered his grandfather's ancestral teachings in this new world. Buzz! The black coffin suddenly trembled, emitting a resonant hum that caused the ground to quake slightly. The iron chains on the coffin swayed and rattled in midair. A chill coursed through Guan Ren's mind, pulling him away from his tangled thoughts and directing his focus solely on the black coffin. In this life, spanning 20 years, and in the previous one, 30, this was the first time the coffin had responded while he was conscious. Black coffin, do you wish for me to join this chat group? The coffin hummed again. And this time, Guan Ren received a series of fragmented signals in his mind. The general message was, sell coffins across the worlds. There were no sounds or written words, yet the meaning materialized distinctly in his mind. This revelation thrilled him, not because of the chat group itself, but because the black coffin was capable of communication. Admittedly, the fragmented nature of its signals suggested a challenge, yet Guan Ren believed that one day, their communication would become smoother. This might be related to his own strength or perhaps the secrets of the black coffin itself. Regardless of which it was, he was confident that as long as he continued to grow stronger and persist on his journey, the answers to all mysteries would eventually unveil themselves. Selling coffins across the myriad realms? I understand now. It must be significant to you. Otherwise, you would not have reacted so strongly. I shall join this chat group and follow your guidance. Old friend, I eagerly anticipate the day I uncover all your secrets. Murmuring to himself, Guan Ren saw that the black coffin had fallen silent once more and, without hesitation, he willed himself to agree. Ding, welcome the long-legged exorcist to the chat group. Ding, welcome the professional burial expert to the chat group. Ding, welcome the girl from under the locust tree to the chat group. Ding, welcome the tomb raiding girl to the chat group. Ding, welcome the coffin bearer to the chat group. Group leader, Su Xiao, welcome newcomers. Please read the announcements first. Feel free to ask me anything you do not comprehend. Su Yuan Jinzi, welcome to the new friends. Ing Zheng, welcome newcomers. Su Xiao, group leader. Are there any immortals among this batch of newcomers? I'm on the verge of dying here. Lin Fengjiao, welcome newcomers. Xiao Long, welcome newcomers. Du Dao Yazi, welcome newcomers. Huang Rong, welcome newcomers. Zhang Sanfeng, wow, I just emerged from seclusion, and we have new members already. Welcome, welcome. Guan Ren gazed at the multitude of newcomers, internally sighing. Indeed, this chat group is not my golden finger. He chose not to speak, intending to observe the dynamics of the group before engaging, particularly regarding the group leader. The others were seasoned regulars, Wanjie Shengshi Jiu Shu, the novice guy Zhang Daolong, the quirky Huang Rong, the pure-hearted Xiao Long, and the legendary ancestor of Huaxia, Ing Zheng. He wondered which version of Ing Zheng this was, but they were all familiar faces. The remaining two appeared to be characters from the second dimension, essential members of the chat group's harem. Judging by the name, the group leader seemed to be female. 004. All new members are grounded in the underworld. Given the current members, Guan Ren genuinely questioned what purpose the black coffin had in prompting him to sell coffins to them. Even if he could transcend realms to acquire their abilities, these seemingly weak members were unlikely to provide him any significant advantage at this stage. Moreover, Guan Ren harbored deep skepticism regarding the possibility of receiving feedback on another's abilities across such vast worlds. Nonetheless, even if there were no personal benefits to be gleaned, he would still comply, solely because it was the request of the black coffin, which had made its first proactive demand. What did it matter if he remained ignorant of the secrets? Judging by the black coffin's reaction, it must be advantageous to it. As for the secrets, the truth would eventually come to light. Acquainted with the existing members, Guan Ren began to peruse the group announcements and functionalities. The announcements were rather mundane, merely outlining the primary features of the chat group and informing newcomers that its members hailed from various worlds. Additionally, the group leader possessed knowledge of each member's destiny trajectory and welcomed inquiries regarding this, as well as questions concerning the group's functions. The announcements were limited, and the functionalities were quite routine, encompassing chatting, red envelopes, live streaming, a marketplace, and check-ins. Nothing particularly novel thus far. Guan Ren also noticed a special section in the upper right corner, the supplementary anime area. Upon clicking, he found it was indeed as he had surmised, containing videos pertinent to each individual, all publicly accessible. After opening the section, Guan Ren discovered that he had indeed watched all of them. Though the individuals depicted did not resemble the actors he remembered, their appearances and demeanor, however, aligned closely with the original descriptions. Naturally, the animated characters had undergone no transformations, merely being rendered into a more realistic form. This chat group possessed intriguing elements, with both a one-click viewing option and an immersive experience mode. Guan Ren managed to consume all the content in mere seconds. He was certain that this was the handiwork of the chat group. Otherwise, the group leader would have featured familiar actors. Although it was possible that he and the group leader had not originated from the same world prior to their traversals, the essentials of parallel worlds were typically consistent. As Guan Ren pondered these matters, in a peculiar world undergoing a strange revival, The group leader Su Xiaoxiao was diligently reviewing the information of the new members. Indeed, this chat group was as Guan Ren had remarked. It held remarkable capabilities. It could directly link to the network of Su Xiaoxiao's previous world and filter potential candidates along with corresponding videos or textual materials based on the initial nicknames of the new members. Furthermore, since the members had already joined the group, the chat group could glean information about their respective worlds and conduct certain predictions. As for the predictions, they pertained to entities related to the members that were still in embryonic or tadpole stages. It was undeniable that this was impressive. It was akin to having a full-time caretaker for the group leader. After all, how could a young girl possibly be so well-informed, even if she had seen some things? Chat group, what about that coffin bearer? Why is there no information on him? Su Xiaoxiao wondered, communicating with the chat group, which had exhibited a situation previously unheard of. No data available. There is no relevant information, nor can we access his world, and we lack clarity on his appearance. Could he be a superpower house? It's a possibility. Host, you should refrain from offending this individual lightly. Relax. I never intended to deceive everyone with this. Our group is one of peace, friendship, and mutual assistance. Moreover, I adhered to your advice and have temporarily restricted the traversal function. If a truly nefarious individual arises, we can simply expel them. Indeed, I must acknowledge that your initial decision to engage sincerely with the group members was wise. This person, whether or not a superpower house, undoubtedly harbors secrets. Perhaps they possess some kind of artifact. If not a superpower house, they might be a traveler like you, with their abilities acting as a barrier to me. Host, regardless of the situation, you must cultivate a good relationship with this individual. Their abilities may surpass even mine. Chat group, should we not just expel him? You make it sound rather perilous. Inappropriate. Expelling him now may provoke animosity, and we are unaware of his capabilities. Let us observe for a while. If he truly is a malevolent being, we shall take the risk to expel him. Well, that seems excessive, but chat group, the individuals you've brought in this time are rather peculiar, aren't they? Everyone is. Host, everything is random. If it's not coincidence, it could be due to the other party's influence. What? The chat group's explanation made Su Xiaoxiao quite restless. Could it be that receiving an invitation could impact other members joining the group? Host, do not overthink. The probability of that is exceedingly low. You frighten me. Enough of that. I shall see if I can extract some information from him. At that moment, within the chat group, not only Su Xiaoxiao but other members also discerned the distinctiveness of this new batch of members. Lin Fengjiao remarked, exorcism, burial, locust trees, ancient tombs. Coffin bearers. This new cohort seems somewhat supernatural. Professional burier. Hey, burial? Miss, if you have someone to bury, come to me. I'm a professional. Prices are negotiable. Just give me the address. Ingzheng, miss? If I'm not mistaken, Lin Fengjiao is addressing you as Taoist Lin? In the zombie world, the venerable Jiu Shu, who had been stroking his beard while contemplating the identities of the newcomers, turned pale upon reading the messages and nearly pulled out his own beard. Especially after Ingzheng added fuel to the fire, darkening his expression further. Lin Fengjiao, professional burier, I'm a man. Jiu Shu's authoritative face, professional burier. Oh. It doesn't matter whether you're a man. Do you need someone buried? Just give me the address. We cater to all as long as there's business. Lin Fengjiao, speechless. I have no one to bury. Group leader, Su Xiaoxiao, professional burier. Dear, please refrain from teasing Jiu Shu and change your nickname to your actual name. Feng Bao, how do you know my name? Su Xiaoxiao. Dear, you haven't read the group announcement, have you? Feng Bao, I haven't. I dislike reading announcements. Su Xiaoxiao. Hee, that's all right. If you don't like reading, then don't. It's not important. Su Xiaoxiao, the long-legged exorcist Ma Xiaoling. The girl beneath the locust tree Nie Xiaoqian, the ancient tomb girl Zilong Nu, and the coffin bearer. Would you all care to join the conversation? 005. Delivering a coffin to the first emperor. Ma Xiaoling. Group leader, you truly know each of us. Those videos in the group are authentic, and the myriad worlds indeed exist. Su Xiaoxiao, of course it's real. If you still doubt, take a look in the marketplace. Specialties from various worlds are available. Ma Xiaoling, I've seen it. There's nothing particularly perplexing about it, right? Su Xiaoxiao. Exclusive red envelope. This is something you certainly want to find in your era. Claim it, and you'll see. Ma Xiaoling. Image, what is this thing you sent? Su Xiaoxiao. Frustrated. How did you manage to send an image? Ma Xiaoling, is that not allowed? Su Xiao Xiao, blushing, that is something girls use during their time of the month. Ma Xiaoling, oh, you doozy. Blushing, Nia Xiaoqian, group leader, you know me too? Su Xiao Xiao, of course, Lanrua Temple, tree demon grandmother. Nia Xiaoqian, I wish to know my fate. I don't know what I must offer. I am but a little ghost, with nothing of value to present. Su Xiao Xiao, no need. This is a benefit available to all members. I will send it now, and I'll also share the information of the other members. You can choose whether to make it public. Ding. Su Xiao Xiao has uploaded the video file The Pitiful Ghost restricted by the little box. Ding. Su Xiao Xiao has uploaded the video file When the Exorcist Falls in Love with a Zombie. Ding. Su Xiao Xiao has uploaded the video file The Tomb Raider and Her Disciple. Unspoken Tales. Ding. Su Xiao Xiao has uploaded the video file The Beautiful Yet Wild Girl, a series of clever experiences of Sister Bauer in society. Feng Bao Bao, hey, there's something of mine too. The title of this video is spot on. I, Sister Bauer, am indeed clever to the core. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I'll bury them for you. Su Xiao Xiao. Hee hee. Thank you, Sister Bauer. Huang Rong. Wow, we can watch episodes again. Du Dao Yazi, Sister Ronger. I haven't decided whether to go public yet. Feng Bao Bao. If you want to watch, just do it. There is nothing to worry about. Ma Xiaoling. Since everyone else has chosen to go public, I'll do the same. Nia Xiaoqian. I've gone public too, but is that really my future? Su Xiao Xiao. That is merely the trajectory of your fate before you joined the chat group. Now that you're part of it, everything can change. Nia Xiaoqian. Can it really? But I'm just a little ghost. Su Xiao Xiao. Don't fret. Powerful figures will certainly join the group in the future. When the time comes, just ask for their help, and your grandmother and the Black Mountain Demon 1T stand a chance. Nia Xiaoqian. I hope so. Lin Fengjiao Sai. If it weren't for my insufficient cultivation, I wouldn't mind going to exorcise demons. Zhang Sanfeng. I've watched the video, and it seems my methods are ineffective against that type of demon. Ma Xiaoling. I can't be of help for now. Sister Bauer, what are you all talking about? If there is something you can't solve, just come to me. My awakened 18 styles are quite formidable. Su Xiao Xiao, Sister Bauer. We're discussing the demon controlling Sister Xiaoqian. She is quite troublesome. Feng Bao Bao, a demon? Is it powerful? Su Xiao Xiao, Sister Bauer. You'll understand once you watch the video. Feng Bao Bao. Oh, I'll wait. Lin Fengjiao. I've just finished watching all the videos. It seems Sister Bauer might indeed be able to deal with the tree demon grandmother, but the Black Mountain Demon is another matter. Su Xiao Xiao. That is too risky. Let us wait a bit. Sister Xiaoqian hasn't even encountered Ning Kaichen yet. It's still early. Lin Fengjiao. True. Caution is the mother of safety. Even if someone can handle it, we can't cross into that world. Su Xiao Xiao. No need to worry about that. There should be cross-dimensional functions in the future that allow us to go to where the members are. Lin Fengjiao. Then we can only wait. Ma Xiaoling. Su Xiao Xiao. Wasn't there another person who joined the group with us? What about his video? And Xialongnu. Why have you been so quiet? Xialongnu. Su Xiao Xiao. I don't have any information about that person either. Xialongnu. Don't be scared. Everyone here is quite friendly. Ingzheng. Is there someone in the group that you don't know about? Su Xiao Xiao. I've mentioned it before. I'm just an ordinary person. How could I know everything? I'm merely a fortunate little fairy who stumbled upon this chat group. I do know some information about everyone, but it's not very detailed. That is just the group's capability. Ma Xiaoling. So, you mean the chat group doesn't know each other's information? Su Xiao Xiao. That is correct. Ingzheng. Great Immortal, please save me. My death date is approaching. The coffin bearer. Su Xiao Xiao. Great Emperor, didn't we discuss this? If you stop taking those poisonous pills and exercise diligently, you should be able to extend your lifespan. At this moment, Ma Xiaoling and Jiu Shu from the zombie world are somewhat puzzled. The coffin bearer, judging by the name alone, is not much different from the ancient profession they are familiar with. However, if it is as understood, why is it so mysterious that even the group leader cannot see through it? This group leader is quite interesting. After lurking for so long, Guan Ren has figured it out. This leader isn't the type to pretend to be a great immortal, which saves a lot of trouble. Moreover, he has learned an important piece of information. Just as he suspected, this chat group can know the information of its members. Yet, it seems unable to acquire information about himself. Guan Ren questions himself. He has nothing special about him. The only reason could be the Black Coffin. The Black Coffin is blocking the chat group's investigation. A group capable of connecting countless worlds can be obstructed. The origins of the black coffin are more significant than he imagined. Furthermore, this first emperor seems to have sought help twice. It appears he is genuinely nearing his death date, frightened at heart. There is indeed a coffin that can solve his problem, and it is most suitable for him. But should he give it to him? Guan Ren ponders. No, while I indeed need to fulfill the black coffin's demands, regardless of its purpose, I believe I will ultimately benefit. However, giving it away for free would make me appear too cheap, even if the recipient is the first emperor. Being in the same group, giving it to him while denying others would be unreasonable. If this continues, I would become nothing more than a mere worker. The way of the Tao cannot be easily passed on. Although my coffin isn't a method of cultivation, it could provide the most direct assistance. In a certain sense, my coffin is a rare treasure, which is scarce in any world. Therefore, there must be a price. At most, it can be a little cheaper. With a decision made, Guan Ren no longer lurks in silence and quickly types a line in the chat group. Guan Ren, selling coffins, with all functions available, crafted by a Tao-level coffin maker. The most ordinary can guarantee a corpse remains uncorrupted for a millennium. Custom orders accepted, special function coffins for the living. Interested parties, please message privately. 006. The resting coffin of beings. Upon this message being sent, everyone in the chat group was utterly flabbergasted. Everyone is living just fine. And the first thing you say upon joining is to recommend buying a coffin? The group fell silent for a few seconds, and after a moment, it was Jioshu who reacted first. After all, coffins are something he has encountered frequently and are not particularly rare. It's just that this member is somewhat unconventional. In the zombie world, Jioshu observes Guan Ren's message through the chat group, but the scant lines of information reveal little. A strong sense of curiosity fills his eyes. This new member is truly mysterious. First, he is the coffin bearer, and now claims to be a coffin maker. And at the Tao level, what kind of ranking is that? Is it a classification in their realm? Moreover, if the functions he mentioned are true and customizable, perhaps being at the Tao level is not an exaggeration. I wonder what other specific functions exist beyond what he mentioned. If there's a chance, it might be worth a try. In the eerie revival world, where Su Xiaoxiao, the group leader, resides, she looks at Guan Ren's statement with a somewhat pale complexion. It's not out of fear of the coffin. Having come to such a world, she has long since grown accustomed to these things, even if she is reluctant. Yet, recalling the chat group's warnings alongside his words, she begins to overthink. After all, in her impression, those who deal with coffins all day tend to be rather difficult to get along with very peculiar personalities. Su Xiaoxiao worries that if Guan Ren turns out to be an evil mastermind. Chat group, shall we kick this guy out? Host, unless absolutely necessary. I would not recommend doing so. But, host, whether the coffin bearer or the coffin maker, in any world, these are professions that accumulate dark merit. While their personalities may indeed be a bit eccentric, they are certainly not as you imagine. Is that so? That's good. I feel much more at ease. Hey, chat group, do you mean to say that what he said is likely true? Very likely, host. Don't forget his uniqueness. If he uploads a product and it truly has special functions, you can buy it to try. Understood, I'm not foolish. If it's true, I wouldn't miss out. As Su Xiaoxiao continued to engage in the chat group, Yingzheng had already struck up a conversation with Guan Ren. Yingzheng, immortal. May I inquire if customization is indeed possible? Is there a coffin that can resolve my current predicament? By the way, you must have seen my story, right? Guan Ren, I have. I have uploaded it to the marketplace for you to peruse. Ding. Guan Ren has listed a special coffin, earning 2,000 points. In the world of the Qin dynasty, upon hearing the notification sound, Yingzheng promptly set aside the memorial he was reviewing and hurriedly opened the marketplace interface. Dragon Vein Coffin, also known as the resting coffin of living beings, personally crafted by Guan Ren. Though made from ordinary wood, due to unique crafting techniques and runes, it transcends the mundane to become a top-tier spiritual artifact. Function can be placed anywhere. It connects to the earth's ley lines, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the coffin, nourishing and repairing the user's physique and spirit, accelerating cultivation speed, improving constitution, and prolonging life. Note, the effects are doubled for those who inherently possess dragon qi. However, it cannot be used by the undead. Incredibly, it was true. Gazing at the newly available coffin in the marketplace, which was enveloped in a deep black hue, adorned with intricate runes and encircled by a black dragon, Yingzheng felt a thrill in his heart. Despite its somewhat eerie appearance, The benefits it promised made his heart race with fervor, his eyes gleaming as if he wished to consume the coffin itself. Having been in the group for a while, he was well aware that the group's appraisal function was reliable. It was worth noting that the most expensive item in the group was Zhang Sanfeng's 9-yang divine skill, valued at merely 500 points. Too expensive. 2,000 points was beyond Ing Zheng's reach. In pursuit of longevity, his treasury was already in dire straits. Were it not for joining the chat group and temporarily halting several grand projects at the suggestion of the members, his qin might be even poorer. Ing Zheng racked his brain, pondering if there was any way to gather enough points. He had to secure the dragon vein coffin. Otherwise, he had no assurance that another life-saving member would appear in time. Even if one did, how could such a precious item be inexpensive? This much, Ing Zheng understood clearly. Ing Zheng, immortal, I currently lack the points to acquire such an item. Is there anything you require that I might assist you with in exchange? Guan Ren, if you can procure some meteorite iron, it should suffice as a trade. Additionally, as the first customer to join the group, I can offer you a discount. If you provide me with 500 points, the dragon vein coffin is yours. Ing Zheng, thank you, immortal. Are you interested in meteorite iron? I will arrange for it to be delivered to you immediately. Guan Ren, no need. This item should yield a substantial amount of points. I only need it for crafting the coffin. Given your financial constraints, keep it for yourself. Otherwise, you won't be able to afford many of the fine coffins I have. Ing Zheng, thank you, immortal. Guan Ren, it's merely business. Remember to message me privately next time. As Ing Zheng read the reply, a bitter pang settled in his heart. Was he, the first emperor, truly the first to be deemed poor? This individual was rather forthright. Yet, despite their bluntness, they were quite generous, offering to sell the dragon vein coffin worth 2,000 points for just 500. This kindness, though seemingly inconsequential to the other party, was something Ing Zheng would not forget. He promptly transferred the 500 points, finally acquiring the life-saving item. Eagerly accepting the red envelope sent by Guan Ren, he wasted no time in lying down inside the coffin. He was unconcerned about the surroundings. It was the dead of night in the Qin, and no one dared disturb him in his resting place within the Zhangtai Palace. As for the fright of others, it was not Ing Zheng's concern. He simply longed to restore his body. Ah, blissful comfort. As he settled into the coffin and closed the lid, a delightful tingling sensation coursed through his body. He felt something continuously burrowing into him, and in mere moments, an unprecedented sense of relaxation enveloped him. After approximately 10 minutes of this experience, Ing Zheng emerged from the coffin. The fatigue he had previously felt returned with a clarity that was 100-fold stronger than before. However, he understood that this was not a sign of deteriorating health. Rather, it was his body instinctively yearning to return to the sanctuary of the coffin. He sensed that he possessed slightly more strength than before. His spirit was notably improved, and the persistent headaches that had plagued him were significantly alleviated. Most importantly, that sensation of lightness made him feel as if he had returned to his youthful state. Convinced of its efficacy, Ing Zheng ceased his work and quickly returned to the coffin, feeling elated as he shared a message in the group. Ing Zheng, everyone. The immortal's coffin is truly remarkable. I have personally tested it, and after just 10 minutes, I can distinctly feel the changes in my body. I am saved. And so is the Qin 007, ready for a large-scale listing. It is genuinely effective. This coffin must be acquired, despite its unsettling nature. It may enable me to rapidly enhance my strength and survive in this terrifying world. Host, are you questioning the capabilities of this chat group? Come on. The abilities of your chat group are hardly practical. After being bound to you for so long, I am still a weakling. Su Xiaoxiao's sarcasm left the chat group momentarily bewildered. It was a legitimate chat group, not a frivolous gathering. The all-world chat group was precisely that, a platform for mutual exchange and benefit among members. Instead, you brought forth a plethora of irrelevant items, including Pangu's essence, Panga Jade Marrow, and Panga Heart's Blood. The chat group had no desire to engage in such discussions. Had Pangu offended your father, that you would not spare him? Moreover, if that were the case, everyone would simply seek to earn points in order to exchange for treasures, leaving no time for actual conversation. What use is a chat group that does not facilitate discussion? And those oblivious hosts do not realize that the chat group is acutely aware. Anyone engaging in such behavior, whether it be the sovereign or the chat group, cannot be trusted. While the hosts may feel they are gaining, those individuals are certainly not at a loss. The host is merely a chosen laborer in an era rife with various insincere auxiliary tools, A chat group like this, which maintains its original intent, is increasingly rare. Moved by its own sentiments, Su Xiaoxiao's chat group automatically filtered out the grievances from Su Xiaoxiao. Assistance is possible, but the journey of cultivation must be undertaken by oneself, and resources must be earned independently. The platform provides opportunities if one cannot grow stronger. Is that the fault of the chat group? No, this is a well-founded chat group with principles and steadfastness. As certified by the newbies, it is too unjust. Why should the group leader only receive a 50% discount? Host, if the other members were to hear that, you would likely face dire consequences. Isn't it true? What good is a 50% discount if it still costs 500 points more than those without special privileges? Apologies. The appraisal price is based on market value across the myriad realms. As for how much someone wishes to sell for, that is the seller's prerogative. The inept group leader continues to throw a tantrum. Thanks to Ying Zheng's promotion, inquiries about Guan Ren have begun to surface in the chat. Lin Fengjiao, esteemed friend. Do you have other types of coffins available? Guan Ren. Indeed, I have coffins specifically designed for spirits, zombies, and all manner of malevolent entities. Are you looking to trap or cultivate? Lin Fengjiao. I desire both. Uncle Nine had not anticipated that the functionalities of the coffins would be so comprehensive and targeted. Cultivating spirits and corpses was not a taboo for their lineage, yet they were uncertain if they could afford them. Ma Xiaoling, I also wish to obtain one, but I lack points. Is there any other way to earn points besides signing in and listing items? Huang Rong, trading gold. 100 taels of gold equals 1 point. Huang Rong, Senior Guan, may I ask if your coffins are useful for the deceased as well? Huang Rong had been secretly observing, and, upon witnessing the exchange between Jiu Shu and Guan Ren, a sudden inspiration struck her. Could this information prove beneficial for her mother? She had heard Guan Ren inquire whether to kill or nurture, and prior to that, they had clearly discussed ghosts and corpses. Although Huang Rong understood that they were most likely referring to zombies, her familiarity with the situation on Jiu Shu's side was substantial. However, what if this knowledge about zombies could also apply to corpses? Feeling a mix of apprehension and hope, Huang Rong decided to send a message, testing the waters. Guan Ren replied, "It is useful, provided that the true spirit has not completely dissipated. If the true spirit has already scattered, even if you manage to awaken her, she will most likely not resemble the person you remember." It was indeed beneficial, and he seemed to have a clear intention. Did the true spirit remain intact? Huang Rong felt a surge of anxiety. She truly had no clarity on this matter. Guan Ren added, "If I could visit your side, I would know at a glance. Currently, I cannot, but you should seek out Lin Fengjiao. She is an expert and surely has a solution." Huang Rong pleaded, "Jiu Shu, I beg you. Can you assist me?" Noticing this form of address, Guan Ren realized that although he was unaware of how long the others had been in the group, they appeared to be quite familiar with one another. Lin Fengjiao responded, "No problem. Red envelope. The incense inside, when lit in the tomb, will reveal whether your mother's true spirit is still present by the way the smoke gathers." Huang Rong expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Jiu Shu. How many points for the incense? I will find a way to gather them for you." Lin Fengjiao reassured her. "No need, this is something I crafted myself. It's not a rare item in our circle." Nie Xiaoqian interjected. "May I inquire if there are any coffins available for my use?" Guan Ren replied with an image. "The soul-nurturing coffin is the most effective for your kind of spirit, and as long as you remain inside, the ashes cannot affect you." Nie Xiaoqian protested. "But without an urn, I cannot reincarnate." Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Really? We are already in a chat group, and with such a significant opportunity, Sister Xiaoqian. You're not considering cultivating into a ghost immortal, but instead want to reincarnate?" Nie Xiaoqian lamented. "Ghost immortal? How is that possible? I am merely an ordinary little ghost, lacking even the freedom to roam." Feng Baobao chimed in. "Wait, your coffin can even accommodate yourself? Though I never use coffins for burial, it sounds rather entertaining." Beep. Guan Ren has listed various functional coffins, accumulating a total of 444 points. Guan Ren announced, "The coffins are now available. Choose as you wish, but I advise careful reading of the descriptions before purchasing, as I bear no responsibility for any mistakes." He continued, "For those who buy my coffins, regardless of quality, there is a 50 discount on your next purchase for every 10 coffins bought. Accumulate 100 and enjoy a permanent 50 discount." With these two messages, it was evident that while Guan Ren was not giving away items for free, the discounts were indeed substantial. Ingzheng declared, buy? We must buy. The special function coffins may be too costly, but the regular coffins are only 50 points each, which is affordable. I must aim to purchase 100. To be frank, 50 points was not trivial, as it required 100 taels of gold for a single point. However, this pricing was set by the chat group, not Guan Ren. So he was indifferent. The discounts were generously offered. The enticing prospect of 50 off attracted every member of the group. With such a variety of coffins, each with unique functions, everyone was captivated. There were those for body refining, soul nurturing, accelerating cultivation, enhancing comprehension, and more, for both humans and spirits. Aside from the standard coffins, the special ones were limited to just one each, as they were crafted by Guan Ren during his practice. Having successfully created them, he ceased to make duplicates. After listing the coffins, Guan Ren turned his attention away from the chat group. Although he hadn't finished listing all the standard coffins, he still needed to create more. With the CHNIN exams approaching, who knew how many would perish in Konoha? The original text did not provide precise figures. But with war erupting, it was certain many would die. Thus, it was prudent to prepare adequately, even if they remained unsold. He could always list them in the chat group without fear of them not selling. Meanwhile, the group members, stirred by the prospect of his coffins, began to take action. Huang Rong was the first to move. After claiming Jiushu's red envelope, she swiftly sought out Huang Loxi to relay the details regarding the coffins discussed in the group. Huang Yaoshi was equally excited upon hearing this. The pair promptly entered the tomb to verify whether Feng Heng still possessed a true spirit. Uncertain if it was due to the years they spent together, but after conducting the test, as per Jiushu's instructions, they confirmed that Feng Heng's true spirit remained intact. Both father and daughter were elated. Ronger, how many points do we need for that special coffin? 2,000 points. That is undeniably expensive, Huang Yaoshi remarked, fully aware of the value of points. Huang Rong had not concealed this from him since her first day in the group. They had previously listed several items, but the points earned were meager. Ronger, let's list everything we can from Peach Blossom Island. If it falls short, I will leave the island. Even if I must resort to theft, I will gather those points. All right, father, let's do it together. The father and daughter duo were determined to act, previously holding back due to the lack of enticing items in the chat group. However, now, not only was there a coffin that could aid Feng Heng in regaining consciousness, but also various coffins to assist in cultivation. In the world of martial arts, who would not be tempted by a clear path to progress? In that instant, both felt that perhaps their Peach Blossom Island was rather impoverished. While Huang Rong and her father took action, others were also busy. In this bizarre world of revival, the group leader Su Xiaoxiao shed her usual timid demeanor. Producing talismans from Jiushu, she ventured forth to hunt strange creatures. These items could also be listed, as Su Xiaoxiao had previously experimented with them. However, being a delicate young girl, she naturally harbored an innate fear of such entities. With the chat group at her disposal, she believed that as long as she persevered, her time would come. Now was the moment to take a risk, at the very least. She needed to acquire a coffin to assist in her cultivation before continuing to lay low. Once her skills were fully developed, what strange creature could stand in her way? Under the blood-red moonlight, Su Xiaoxiao cautiously clung to the corner, her crystalline lips curving into a slight smile as she drifted into a beautiful dream. Host. A ghostly entity approaches. If you keep dreaming, you may not even begin before it's too late. What? Where are my points? The chat group observed, witnessing this dazed host, and for a fleeting moment, they felt an urge to seek a new host. Unfortunately, once bound, unless Su Xiaoxiao perished, there was no way to find another. Though somewhat simple-minded, she was genuinely kind, which was why the group did not plot against her as they had with the previous host. To your left, at the corner, blocked by that vehicle, you would be wise to change your position. No way. I'm charging in. It's all about the points. What if it escapes? Indeed, Su Xiaoxiao was quite naive, not considering whether she could handle the approaching entity. Armed with talismans, she charged forward. Fortunately, Jiushu's talismans were effective, and the entity she encountered was weak, merely a vengeful spirit, easily subdued by Su Xiaoxiao. In her world, the hierarchy of the strange was classified as follows: wandering spirits, vengeful spirits, malevolent ghosts, fierce ghosts, red-clad spirits, generals, commanders, kings, lords, and ultimately, the legendary immortal level. Vengeful spirits were not particularly powerful. They merely possessed some offensive capabilities. easily dealt with by anyone with even a modicum of skill. With 10 points secured, she proclaimed, as the group leader, "I enjoy the privilege of purchasing all goods at half price. 1,000 points equal 100 spirits. Let us keep going." Despite summoning her courage to step out, it was evident that Su Xiaoxiao remained remarkably cautious. With the assistance of the chat group, her prudence was commendable. One could not help but acknowledge her determination to secure a worthy coffin for herself. The other members, including Jiu Shu, Ma Shaoling, Sigu Jianzi, and Poison Island Siko, were all diligently striving to earn points. Their world was fraught with unease, haunted by the existence of strange entities, and they yearned for a coffin capable of restraining these forces. Jiu Shu sought to acquire more, desiring to cultivate and utilize what he could. Thus he actively ventured out to capture ghosts and subdue corpses. The remaining members, like the little dragon girl and Nie Xiaoqian, were intrigued, yet found themselves lacking valuable items to offer. After reviewing videos pertinent to her, the little dragon girl even managed to obtain a fragment of the Ninein manual, along with various secret techniques from the ancient tomb sect, but it still fell significantly short. The only item she could still sell was the cold jade bed, a treasured artifact of her sect, which she could not part with. As for Sister Bauer, after selling her away 18 styles and old farmer skills, she merely purchased an ordinary coffin for personal amusement and ceased further activity. Although she had some remaining points, they were insufficient to acquire those with special functions, and her interest in such items was minimal. For Bauer, the allure of the ordinary coffin far outweighed that of the extraordinary. Meanwhile, Ing Zheng, whose points had dwindled to nothing, found himself in a world devoid of unique resources. He could only intensify his search for other valuable items, such as celestial iron or the fabled elixir of immortality. Alternatively, he could target the noble families of the Six Kingdoms, plundering their wealth for worthwhile acquisitions. All members of the group were laboring for the sake of the coffin, with Guan Ren particularly engrossed in crafting a new one. 2 days passed, and Guan Ren had just placed a newly crafted coffin into the now sparsely populated coffin shed when he heard Naruto's voice at the gate. "Uncle, are you making coffins again?" "Yes, I'm saving up for your bride's dowry." "What brings you here today?" Guan Ren's words stirred a pang of guilt within Naruto, prompting him to question whether he had been remiss in not visiting his uncle for such a long time. Although the surroundings were somewhat eerie, they were not altogether unfamiliar, and he should have grown accustomed to them by now. His uncle was often alone, much like himself, yet he had abandoned him to flee this place. As Naruto pondered, he suddenly felt a twinge of inhumanity. "Uncle, I am already a ninja. I can prepare for those things myself now. You should not exhaust yourself so. You ought to venture out more. I'll be able to support you in the future." Naruto's unexpected declaration made Guan Ren glance up at him, momentarily skeptical that the boy might have sustained an injury during a mission. 009. A recollection of Naruto regarding Guan Ren. Due to the Watergate couple's dying wish, Naruto had been raised by Guan Ren since childhood. The good news was that despite his few words, Guan Ren had taken excellent care of Naruto, ensuring his health. The bad news, however, was that the rumors of Naruto being the reincarnation of the Nine-Tails Fox had spread among those with ulterior motives. Initially, there was strong opposition to Guan Ren's guardianship of Naruto, but out of fear of Guan Ren's formidable presence, they had remained silent until a few years later. As Naruto approached 6 years old and the time for school drew near, perhaps they believed enough time had passed, or they had forgotten Guan Ren's imposing might on the night of the Nine-Tails incident, prompting them to enact their schemes. Naruto distinctly remembered that fateful day. He had been joyfully playing with his friends when suddenly, a group of older children surrounded him. Without hesitation, they began to strike him, and when his friends attempted to intervene, they were also beaten. Following the incident, those who had once been his companions spread the rumor that he was the reincarnation of the Nine-Tails Fox, the cause of the calamity that befell Konoha. Among Naruto's friends were those who had lost family that night, and their eyes now bore a deep-seated hatred towards him. The memory of that day remained etched in Naruto's mind. He shouted that he was not what they claimed, but his protests fell on deaf ears. Ultimately, his former friends even joined in tormenting him. That day, he was left bloodied and battered, eventually making his way back to the coffin shop, the place he had called home for 6 years. Guan Ren's first words were simple. "Uncle, they all say I am the reincarnation of the Nine-Tails Fox, the one responsible for nearly destroying Konoha. Am I truly a demon fox?" Naruto wept, not from physical pain, but from the anguish of losing everything in that moment. He feared that Guan Ren might share the same view as those friends and would abandon him, perhaps even harboring hatred for him. Guan Ren remained silent, tending to Naruto's wounds without healing him. He then led him out of the shop. On their way, a silver-haired figure wearing a mask approached, handing Guan Ren a stack of papers filled with names and pertinent information. Without uttering a word, he accepted the papers and, following the details, apprehended those named, bringing them to kneel beside the Hokage rock. The Hokage emerged to inquire about the situation, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Naruto remembered that his uncle did not even spare a glance at the others. Among those kneeling were some familiar faces, including the very children who had tormented him earlier. After completing this task, Guan Ren finally addressed the third Hokage, who had been silently observing. "Fetch Danzo, or shall I go myself?" "Ren, do you truly wish to proceed with this? Trust me, I will see to it that he is punished. I will also take care of Naruto's situation. Can you please return home?" The third Hokage, having gleaned no answers from Guan Ren, set out to investigate. Once he understood the full scope of events, he found himself cursing Danzo internally, but still sought to protect him. "I will go. I shall personally summon him." Naruto sensed that the revered Hokage seemed genuinely apprehensive of his uncle. After the third Hokage departed, Guan Ren turned to the white-haired masked ninja and said, "Gather everyone from Konoha. I want all who can walk to be present." The white-haired ninja merely cast a deep glance at Guan Ren before departing. Before the third Hokage's return, people began to gather, the crowd swelling as they encircled the area. Observing the peculiar scene, murmurs arose among the onlookers. Eventually, the third Hokage returned with Danzo, who appeared utterly discontent. Upon witnessing the throng, his expression darkened. Just as he turned to leave, a large hand seized his throat, lifting him as if he were a mere chicken, bringing him before the kneeling crowd. With a swift motion, Guan Ren executed a powerful kick. The action flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation. A resounding crack echoed as Danzo fell before the statue of Minato, the ground cracking beneath him. It was only at that moment that Guan Ren emerged from the shock of having swiftly subdued Danzo. His face contorted with murderous intent as he prepared to reprimand Guan Ren. "Show mercy." Bang! The black coffin that had mysteriously appeared in Guan Ren's hands was cradled as he disregarded the pleas directed at the third Hokage, forcefully striking down upon Danzo. The deafening impact sent Danzo flying, his internal organs seemingly displaced, rendering him unable to voice his agony. As he danced through the air, a mouthful of blood spewed forth, and Guan Ren's figure flickered, reappearing before Danzo before he could even touch the ground. Bang! Another ominous black coffin came crashing down, sending Danzo reeling back to his original kneeling position. This demonstrated the remarkable precision with which Guan Ren controlled his strength. Lying on the ground, blood gushed from his mouth in a relentless stream. Guan Ren leisurely adjusted the black coffin on his back and then approached Danzo step by step. Observing this scene, the third Hokage, who had been on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Guan Ren stood before Danzo, disregarding his injuries, and with a wave of his hand, he struck Danzo, summoning a swirl of black runes that sealed away all of Danzo's abilities. He then hoisted him up, forcing him to kneel, before turning his gaze to the crowd surrounding them. "I called you here to witness this spectacle and to announce something important. He, Naruto Uzumaki, is the child of my brother, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Should I hear any more slander or ill intent directed towards him, I assure you, you will not even have the chance to repent on your knees like they are now. To you, Old Man Third, this is the first and last warning. If you cannot manage this, remember that I have even less patience to deal with it." With that, he grasped the bewildered Naruto and began to depart. The crowd parting to make way, none daring to obstruct their passage. This man had not only nearly beaten the notorious Elder Danzo to death, but had also brazenly threatened the Hokage. Who would dare stand in his way? Ren, Danzo. As the two figures faded into the distance, the third Hokage could no longer restrain himself. 10 days of repentance, and the seal will be lifted, otherwise, carry that burden for a lifetime. Guan Ren's uniquely raspy voice resonated, echoing until he and Naruto vanished from sight. At that moment, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of inquiries directed at the third Hokage, seeking to confirm the truth of Guan Ren's claims. They had heard the rumors about Naruto during the day, but never anticipated such a swift and intense revelation. Indeed, everything he said is true. Naruto is indeed the child of the fourth Hokage. I had hoped to keep this a secret to allow him a peaceful life. However, given these events. I too wish to hear no more disparaging words about him. The 4th family are all heroes of Konoha. They sacrificed their lives to save our village. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, the 3rd Hokage could not afford to lie, nor would he dare. Though Guan Ren's threat left him feeling humiliated as Hokage, what could he do? He did not wish for that man to lose his temper. Should he truly be angered, he would undoubtedly follow through on his words. After all, the only family he had ever felt any emotional connection to was the Namikaze family. Since the death of Minato and his wife, he had immediately resigned from his ninja duties, retreating into obscurity, spending his days in the coffin shop. The 3rd Hokage's fear stemmed not only from Guan Ren's formidable strength, but also from the knowledge of certain secrets about him. These secrets were the reason he felt compelled to comply with Guan Ren's wishes. Meanwhile, the villagers, having received the Hokage's affirmation, harbored intense disdain for those still kneeling on the ground. They believed that if it were not for those individuals, they would never have harbored such negative feelings towards Naruto. All was irrelevant. From that moment on, Naruto had truly ascended to the status of the rightful heir in Konoha. Within the coffin shop, Naruto stared at Guan Ren. "Uncle, why didn't you tell me about my heritage in the past years? What would telling you have accomplished? Some truths are not meant for you to know just yet. Remember, you are much more than just the Hokage's son to Konoha. To gain your guardianship, I had to agree to certain conditions imposed by others. Your parents entrusted you to me, and I could not bear to let anyone else raise you. You've seen for yourself that not everyone in Konoha possesses noble intentions. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, regardless of your identity." This moment marked the first time Guan Ren had spoken so extensively to Naruto in one sitting. In the following days, Naruto moved out of the coffin shop. He felt a sense of grievance towards Guan Ren for withholding his identity for so long. Additionally, just like that brief moment of disdain he had felt, it seemed that Guan Ren was always the one who bore the brunt of others' contempt. Though Guan Ren rarely appeared in Konoha, the village was always aware of his presence. His earlier appearance had reignited discussions about him. Whispers of the ominous figure who carried a coffin and was regarded as an outcast circulated, and well-meaning individuals advised Naruto to keep his distance from Guan Ren, the son of the Hokage. As a mere 6-year-old child, Naruto was influenced by the rumors, and with his emotions already in turmoil, he naturally chose to leave the coffin shop. However, not long after, he came to realize that the one who truly cared for him was the man everyone spoke ill of, having grown up without parents. It was this man who had taken on the dual role of both father and mother. In spite of his reserved nature, Guan Ren had become the most significant person in Naruto's heart, regardless of others' opinions. Though he understood this, out of respect for his own pride, Naruto stubbornly refrained from moving back, even as he frequently returned to the coffin shop. To this day, the man before him had never uttered a word of complaint. Since he had moved out, monthly allowances would consistently appear at his residence. Occasionally, the disheveled state of his home would be tidied up, and delicious meals awaited him upon his return from school. He knew all these things were orchestrated by the man before him, yet he had never witnessed it firsthand. This man, though not verbose, had never diminished his affection. Remarkably, he was already preparing dowry money for a future bride, despite not even having a wife himself. How absurd, considering he was still so young. "Uncle, what's the matter?" "Nothing of consequence." "Huh, damn it. I finally managed to say something so embarrassing. And he still responds like that? Can being a ninja sustain both you and me? It's been 3 months. Excluding what I've given you. Calculate how much you've saved. Besides, the Hyuga clan is affluent. If you wish to marry Hinata, she is not just any girl, and we cannot be stingy. When will you ever have enough money to support yourself and me?" Ridiculous. Naruto fell silent under the weight of Guan Ren's words. Upon reflection, it seemed that even considering his earnings from the past 3 months of missions, it was insufficient for his own needs. "Well, I'm currently a low-ranking ninja. But once I advance to Chunin or Jonin, my mission rewards will surely increase. Oh, and tomorrow is the Chunin exam. I'll soon be promoted," Naruto stated, his cheeks reddening with pride. "Not enough. What you mentioned will barely cover our basic needs. I've said it before, if you wish to marry Hinata, it's still insufficient, unless you plan to join her clan." Having spoken, Guan Ren dismissed any further argument, turning to retrieve tools to tidy the heap of wood shavings in the yard. "Uncle, when did I ever say I wanted to marry Hinata? It's been 6 years. Why do you keep insisting that I will marry her?" Naruto pondered. Surely, not marrying Hinata would resolve everything. He could support both himself and his uncle with his earnings. Wait, he was still young, so it didn't matter, but his uncle was of an age where it was time to consider marriage. If you dare to court another girl, I will throw you out. I only acknowledge Hinata. Hinata, what is so special about her? Naruto mumbled quietly, genuinely perplexed. Over the years, whenever this topic arose, his uncle would invariably bring up Hinata. Now, it has come to the point where one utters such words as to leave if Hinata is not married, which is truly astonishing. It is often remarked by someone that Naruto has indeed surreptitiously observed the other. However, curiously enough, every time Naruto attempts to observe discreetly, the other inexplicably faints. How is it that this observer manages to faint at all times? Thus, after 6 years, Naruto has yet to discern the reason behind Hinata earning such recognition from his uncle. Uncle, I wish to move back. Naruto, having grown accustomed to this over the years, is too apathetic to get entangled in it. With a touch of nervousness, he expresses his desire to return home. Your room has not been touched. Moreover, do not expect me to assist you in moving. His uncle's movements falter slightly, and his tone finally loses some of its previous indifference, although tinged with anger. What can one do when it is their own beloved child? All right, I shall move. As evening descended, Naruto's visit would likely extend late into the night once he is occupied. Initially, his uncle had no intention of having dinner, but after tidying up the yard, he turned towards the kitchen. While he could forego a meal, that foolish boy is in a growing phase and possesses an insatiable appetite. Once his uncle prepared a feast, he sat in the courtyard awaiting Naruto's return. He opened the chat group he had neglected for 2 days, which had been incessantly buzzing while he was cooking. His uncle realized that someone was evidently seeking him out. Otherwise, the group chat would not have elicited such attention, as he had muted it. However, he had been too preoccupied to pay it any mind, assuming it was not of great importance. After all, he shares little camaraderie with the others. If it were something significant, who would be so fervently seeking him? It was likely merely someone bored and wanting to engage him since he had been inactive for 2 days. Seizing the moment, he opened the chat, only to find private messages from the group leader. Su Xiaoxiao, Guan Ren, are you there? Su Xiaoxiao, can I ask you a question? Su Xiaoxiao, Guan Ren, please reply. With 20 or 30 messages filled with trivial chatter, she had yet to pose the actual question she claimed to have. Guan Ren, what is it? Su Xiaoxiao, oh my. You finally decided to respond. Su Xiaoxiao, the odd changes and the constant state of things. Guan Ren, speak plainly. Su Xiaoxiao, the king covers the land. The chick's feet are like dust, the royal jade liquor, spring sleep is unaware of dawn, the bizarre resurgence of the world. Observing the unresponsive private chat interface, Su Xiaoxiao began to harbor doubts. These codes, theoretically, should be decipherable by any traveler. Even if not all could be understood, 1 or 2 should suffice. Yet the other showed no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that the person was not a traveler? If not a traveler, then they must be a formidable figure, which is quite perilous. Su Xiaoxiao had been entangled in her thoughts for 2 days about whether to inquire if Guan Ren was indeed a traveler. Unfortunately, although Guan Ren's words in the chat group were few, some of his style raised her suspicions. For instance, the nonchalant air he exuded while conversing with the first emperor, and the haughty demeanor he displayed while promoting COFFIN'S, evoked a familiar, yet deeply loathed merchant quality from her past life. His brief utterances further fueled her skepticism, compounded by similar speculations within the chat group. Therefore, she had initially intended to observe what Guan Ren would say next, hoping to find something familiar. However, this fellow suddenly vanished for 2 days without a single message. Even the elusive little dragon girl would occasionally speak up, unable to wait for Guan Ren to speak again. Su Xiaoxiao, after much internal conflict, decided to reach out privately to test the waters. To her dismay, after sending numerous messages, he did not respond at all. When he finally did reply, he disregarded her coded messages, and crucially, he spoke a couple of lines before falling silent again, driving her nearly to madness. Truly, she had never found conversing so arduous. Ding! Just as Su Xiaoxiao wrestled with her indecision on whether to ask the final question directly, a message arrived. She quickly checked, and in an instant, a wave of relief washed over her. A charming smile involuntarily graced her face simply because Guan Ren had replied, I suggest you, have you been scammed? After a moment of levity, a sudden wave of grievance and disappointment engulfed her. After all, she was a stunning beauty. Why was this fellow so indifferent? One could only say, such is the plight of women. In the world of Naruto, the coffin shop, Guan Ren was well aware of Su Xiaoxiao's intentions behind her messages. It turned out that her inquiry revolved around this very matter. However, Guan Ren pondered that Su Xiaoxiao had previously mentioned her knowledge of group members' information due to the chat group, indicating that she did not recall such details. This implied that the chat group could not detect his information, nor could it ascertain which world he inhabited. Without a doubt, it was due to the black coffin. Nevertheless, this realization brought him considerable relief regarding both the chat group and any future members. Regaining his focus, he glanced at the messages, only to find another barrage of codes from the other party. Guan Ren began to suspect that Su Xiaoxiao's intellect might not be particularly sharp. After careful consideration, he decided to respond. Since the black coffin was above the chat group, there was no need to worry about exposing his identity as a traveler. His decision to reply was primarily a genuine concern for this somewhat naive group leader. After all, if she were to be eliminated one day, would he not have an opportunity to become the group leader himself? He promptly halted any sinister thoughts that emerged. After all, she was merely a girl, and her mental faculties seemed lacking. If he were to act on such thoughts, it would be rather unethical, considering they were both from the same region. Su Xiaoxiao. Frustrated, why didn't you respond to the codes initially? Guan Ren, I was thinking. Su Xiaoxiao. Could you not say a bit more? You always reply so little. We are practically fellow townsfolk. Guan Ren, it's a professional habit. We are not that familiar. Su Xiaoxiao. Must you be so cutting? I just mentioned we are from the same place. I roll. Su Xiaoxiao. Where have you traveled to? Is it dangerous? Su Xiaoxiao. You have no idea. I have been so unlucky, arriving in a bizarre world of resurgence, filled with ghosts, all sorts of them, terrifying and perilous. Su Xiaoxiao. If I hadn't pulled in Jiushu as one of the first group members, I would have likely perished long ago. Guan Ren, your chat group isn't of much use. Su Xiaoxiao. Speechless. I just wanted to vent. You don't need to be so harsh. Su Xiaoxiao, by the way, you still haven't told me where you've traveled to. Guan Ren, why should I tell you? Su Xiaoxiao. Slams table. I just shared my situation. How can you be like this? Guan Ren, how do I know you're not trying to extract my information? Su Xiaoxiao. I'm tired. Let us end this. Trust between people is so fragile. Su Xiaoxiao. Actually, I want to say, can we drop the heavy guard between us? Guan Ren, do you think that being worlds apart means no one can harm you? Guan Ren, be more vigilant, especially since your world is in turmoil. I truly wonder how someone like you survives. Guan Ren, I have matters to attend to. I'm logging off. I'm in Naruto. Guan Ren sent several messages in quick succession, informing her of the world he was in. Initially, he only intended to tease her a bit, having observed this group leader since joining. His initial assessment remained unchanged. She was a bit foolish. Of course, Guan Ren did not deny the possibility that the chat group had means to ensure her safety. However, if even the black coffin could not guarantee that she would not encounter someone stronger, then who could? A gentle reminder, Guan Ren has also closed the chat group, for he just heard Naruto calling him from afar, indicating that the young lad has returned. Since childhood, I have grown up near coffins. And now that Rascal has appeared in the world of Naruto, there must be an abundance of treasures, especially those jutsu. They should prove useful against malevolent beings, right? I wonder what it would take for him to part with some of them. Upon seeing Guan Ren's message, Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts raced as she contemplated how to procure valuable items from him. She never considered whether Guan Ren was adept in ninjutsu. Indeed, Naruto had returned, and he was not alone. Accompanying him were his two teammates, each laden with heavy backpacks. Naruto and Sasuke were both adorned with various items, while several of Naruto's shadow clones trailed behind, carrying larger goods. Naruto, you could easily handle this with shadow clones, Sasuke remarked. But since we're here, Sakura, let's not dwell on it. My uncle is inside. Let's show some respect. Is that esteemed gentleman present? Sasuke's demeanor remained calm, his eyes flickering slightly at the mention of Guan Ren, seemingly recalling something, yet maintaining an air of indifference. Sakura was different. She vividly remembered the time she and her parents were summoned to Hokage Rock. Guan Ren's formidable presence and icy demeanor intimidated her. He was a man who dared threaten the Hokage. Rest assured, my uncle may be reticent, but he is genuinely kind and gentle, Naruto insisted. Kind and gentle? Sakura thought, yearning to pry into Naruto's mind to understand how he arrived at such a conclusion. Kindness could be excused, given the past, but what of gentleness? How could Naruto use such a word to describe that frosty figure? Fortunately, Naruto did not leave her in suspense for long. Noticing Sasuke shared a similar look of confusion, he began to explain, I lived here before starting school. As you know, my parents were involved in an incident the night I was born. For all these years, my uncle has played both parental roles, raising me. Do you think if he weren't gentle, I would have developed my current personality? Upon hearing Naruto's words, both nodded in agreement, particularly Sasuke, who understood the profound impact of family on an individual. After all, Naruto had been raised by Guan Ren since childhood. It could be said that Naruto bore many traits reflecting his uncle. Children instinctively emulate those closest to them. Let's go? Uncle, I'm back, along with my teammates. They are helping me move. Naruto called out as he kicked open the gate and stepped inside. We'll put down our things and eat first. Then we can tidy up. All right, he urged. Sasuke, Sakura, hurry up. Good day. Sakura greeted Guan Ren as she entered the courtyard, while Sasuke merely nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go to my room to drop off our things, and then come out for a meal. I must tell you, my uncle's cooking is exquisite. I wouldn't he have invited you otherwise? Wouldn't he have invited us? Who was it that sent out a dozen shadow clones to guard the door and called out for us incessantly? Sasuke retorted, half amused. However, there was a glimmer of anticipation regarding Naruto's cooking, as they had tasted it before and found it delightful. Now it became clear from whom Naruto had learned his culinary skills. Naruto, are you unwell? What? You have such a spacious house. Yet you chose to rent that decrepit room for years? That's not right. Plus, this room feels incredibly comfortable. How do you maintain such a delightful aroma and coolness? Sakura noted, immediately sensing the room's unique ambience. Oh, that scent. It's merely the fragrance of the wood. My uncle conjured this timber using ninjutsu, which carries this aroma. As for the coolness, just follow me and you'll see. Naruto said, a hint of mystery in his voice. Actually, it's not just my room that's cool. The entire courtyard is refreshing. The closer you are to this room, the cooler it gets. This room is my uncle's room. With a creak, Naruto opened the door, leading them in through the back entrance. He knew he could not hide things from his uncle, but for the moment, feigning ignorance was easier. Since his uncle did not object, it was permissible. This is that coffin. Indeed, it is the very coffin you both saw back then. The one that has been the subject of much discussion over the years. The reason you feel cool is entirely due to it. This coffin is undoubtedly a treasure. It has never left my uncle's side since my memories began. It was always strapped to his back. He carried it everywhere until a year ago when he finally set it down. Yet, he cannot stray too far from it, for it would automatically return to him. I have tried countless methods, but could never leave a mark on it. Moreover, if I hadn't brought you here, you wouldn't even be able to come near it. Is it truly so miraculous? Yes, I played on top of it as a child. My uncle would carry it, and sometimes I would even fall asleep on it. Sasuke and Sakura were left speechless by Naruto's words. Entering to see so many coffins in the courtyard was bewildering enough, and Sakura felt a twinge of fear. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had grown up frolicking atop coffins, spoke with an odd fondness. Naruto, you claimed this was an adult's room. Yet where is the bed? Thud, thud, thud. My uncle has always slept on top of this. Though it seems hard, it is incredibly comfortable. If my uncle were not against it, I would wish to sleep here indefinitely. Naruto knocked on the black coffin, revealing his desire for it. Let me share a little secret, but don't tell anyone. My uncle's coffins can make a person stronger. My abilities stem from this. However, none of the others are as potent. If it weren't for the fact that it only recognizes my uncle, I would have begged him to gift it to me. What? Are you pulling my leg? Naruto's hushed words ignited a fierce reaction from Sasuke, who grasped Naruto's hand, his expression grave. Why would I joke? Since childhood, my uncle has often let me sleep in coffins. At first, I was reluctant and cried for him to let me out, but he was unyielding. Occasionally, he would even make me sleep in the black coffin for a night. This has continued for years, even after moving out for school. I still return to sleep in it. You know my physical prowess. It all comes from sleeping in coffins without any formal training. Naruto's confession ignited a fierce desire in Sasuke, who glared at the black coffin, wishing to be bound to it forever. Sakura felt a mix of longing, but the idea of sleeping in a coffin was hard to accept. Sasuke, you should abandon that thought. The black coffin is beyond anyone's endurance except my uncle's. Hey, you little rascal, come for dinner. The food will get cold. All right, I'm coming. Let's eat first. And later I'll try to gauge if my uncle might gift you a set. Uncle, could you make a coffin for Sasuke? Regardless, thank you. Let us go? It's rare for you to be so polite. Naruto waved his hand and walked outside, with Sasuke following closely behind, anxious that Naruto might forget this matter. Naruto's strength was undoubtedly far superior to their peers, If he were serious, Sasuke would be unable to withstand even a single move. This revelation came on the day of their graduation assessment when Naruto had a match with Kakashi, and only they were aware of it. Throughout 6 years at the Ninja Academy, Naruto had only displayed slightly more strength than others. It was only after that match that they realized he had been concealing his true power. With each subsequent mission, their understanding of Naruto was repeatedly challenged. He was formidable. Disturbingly so. Although he had limited techniques, each was powerful enough to inspire a sense of despair. For 6 years, Sasuke had been overshadowed by him. Initially believing that the gap was not insurmountable, but since the assessment, doubt had plagued him. Now that Naruto had revealed the secret to his newfound strength, Sasuke was utterly convinced. After all, he had tracked Naruto and discovered that, contrary to expectations, Naruto truly despised training, scarcely ever engaging in it. At first, Sasuke thought Naruto was merely putting on a show due to his surveillance. However, since first grade, he had been following Naruto in various ways each month. The longer he observed, the more he realized Naruto genuinely did not train much. Occasionally, he would practice, but only to refine his technique for forming his signature ramen. As for chakra and taijutsu, he had never witnessed Naruto training, yet those were his strongest attributes. Wasn't it infuriating? It felt as if those who practiced diligently became weaker, while those who did not became absurdly powerful. This contradiction had nearly become Sasuke's psychological burden. Despite his tireless efforts, Naruto seemed to lounge idly. Now, he finally understood that Naruto was willing to help him, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. I said to put it aside and eat first. Why is it taking so long? They had discussed a few matters without organizing them. Well, let us eat. Sasuke and Sakura glanced at the 4 sets of chopsticks on the table, beginning to believe Naruto's earlier words. Their senior truly seemed less cold than he appeared, showing a hint of warmth. When they entered, only 2 sets of chopsticks were present, but now there were 4. Thank you for your hospitality, senior. Thank you, senior. No need to be so polite. Uncle doesn't tea like that. Just dig in. Seeing them so reserved, Naruto casually remarked before lifting his bowl and starting to eat. The two watched as Guan Ren remained still, unsure of how to proceed. Go ahead, feel free. All right, Uncle, we have the Chunin exams tomorrow. I know. Uncle, the Chunin exams are tomorrow. I know. Uncle, I said the Chunin exams are tomorrow. You're impressive. I just wanted to ask if you would be attending? While Naruto ate, his eyes subtly darted towards Guan Ren, clearly hoping he would attend. I am the chief examiner. What? You are the chief examiner? You mean you are the chief examiner for this Chunin exam? Naruto looked at Guan Ren, standing up not out of surprise at Guan Ren's position, but rather at the fact that he was willing to leave the shop. Really? Indeed. Uncle, how could you bear to leave our shop? The third Hokage asked Kakashi to act as a mediator. We have some connections, so it was hard to refuse. Kakashi-sensei, you actually know him? He was your father's disciple. You could say we are acquainted. Oh, I see. In that case, my father must not have been that impressive after all. It's surprising how many villagers speak so highly of him. Naruto's words left Guan Ren staring at him, puzzled by how he had reached such a conclusion. Uncle, don't look at me like that. I'm just stating facts. I have fought Kakashi before. I'm 12 years old, which means my father has been dead for 12 years, and Kakashi is still a Nin. 12 years ago. Just think about how weak he must have been. Isn't that what my father taught? Naruto reasoned, believing that under his uncle's guidance, he could compete with Kakashi by the age of 12. Kakashi must be in his 20s now, right? More than half a decade older than me, yet his strength is comparable to mine. It's evident who is stronger. Although Kakashi was his father, Naruto felt a closer bond with Guan Ren. Kakashi is not weak. He didn't fight seriously when he faced you. He didn't take it seriously even when using his Sharingan? No. Kakashi graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and a Nin at 12. Moreover, he earned those ranks through actual combat experience. Do you really think it's that simple? This lazy Kakashi is actually that impressive? My goodness. He graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6. He is indeed a genius? Naruto was astounded. They had been woefully unaware of Kakashi's true capabilities. Hearing Guan Ren speak, the three of them began to reconsider the perpetually late, book-reading Kakashi-sensei, who might have had such a remarkable past. Senior, what is Kakashi-sensei's true strength? Could he have already reached the level of a Kage? No, he is still an elite Nin. But uncle, didn't you say he was a Nin at 12? It's been over a decade, and he is still not a Kage? The Sharingan has held him back. You should know that he lacks Uchiha blood. I know a bit. Sasuke nodded, choosing not to elaborate. Although he is an elite J-nin, he may not necessarily lose against a Kage. If you want to learn practical combat experience, no one in Konoha is more suitable than him, not even the third Hokage. What about you, uncle? Aren't you suitable? I have indeed been to the battlefield, but I haven't engaged in much combat. I understand. Naruto nodded, realizing the implication. It seemed that Guan Ren had little actual combat experience, merely relying on sheer force to eliminate enemies. Uncle, since you are the chief examiner, could you reveal what the exam will entail tomorrow? Why are you all looking at me like that? Don't you want to know? We don't want to. Sasuke and Sakura shook their heads in unison, indicating their disinterest. TCH fine. Uncle, may I ask you for a favor? Say it. Didn't you previously mention that the coffin you made for my physical training was ineffective and that you would create a new one for me? Could you also make one for Sasuke? If that is not feasible, it's fine to give him the one I used before. I sold it. What about the others? Like those that enhance chakra, are they all sold too? Are you kidding, uncle? How could you bear to sell such excellent items? Naruto felt a bit overwhelmed. He had just promised Sasuke, originally thinking he could easily whip up a new one from the variety available, yet it turned out they had all been sold. As Naruto observed Sasuke's disappointed expression, he felt quite unsettled. Having never promised anything before, it was particularly frustrating to see it turn out this way. Uncle, as far as I know, you haven't disclosed the abilities of those coffins, so how could anyone have bought them? Because I did not sell them to the people of this world. Uncle, are you feeling all right? This sounds rather confusing. If you don't believe it, then forget it. So, uncle, how long would it take to make that type of coffin? For you, I haven't gathered enough materials yet. The previous one will be ready for pickup after the exams in a few days. Uncle, you truly don't have a single one left? I do. Really? Can I have it? I have one in my room. If you can, go take it. Forget it. Let us just get through the exam. He shot Sasuke a glance, indicating that there was truly no way to obtain it at the moment. Sasuke's mood, however, had taken a turn for the better. Initially believing there was nothing left, he was pleasantly surprised that the other party was willing to assist him. After the exam, it will be ready for collection, so it's not too late. Uncle, I will see them off. After finishing their meal, Sakura helped Naruto tidy up the room once more before departing. Upon reaching the doorway, Naruto called out to Guan Ren, and the three of them made their way out of the coffin shop. Sasuke, let's escort Sakura home first. I remember your house isn't far from here, and we can return together later. All right. I'm sorry. I had no idea my uncle sold those coffins. It's fine anyway. We'll have them in just a few days. Thank you. Naruto, do you think it's credible that the seniors sold the coffins to people from other worlds? Sakura suddenly posed this question, feeling that such a senior would not jest about such matters. Moreover, judging by Guan Ren's demeanor, she did not believe he was the type to joke around. Since my uncle said so, it must be true. He seems to have never told a lie and has no disdain for honesty. To be honest, I don't even know how strong he is. I sometimes think that if my father had found him earlier, perhaps he and my mother would still be alive. Naruto, was the senior found by the fourth Hokage? Yes. My uncle told me that when my parents died, his strength was insufficient. If it had been 2 or 3 years later, no one would have been harmed. So, you're saying the senior could solve problems that even the fourth Hokage couldn't handle 2 or 3 years after his incident, when we were 3 years old. I apologize. Naruto. Sakura initially expressed her astonishment, but quickly realized her words might have been inappropriate and hurried to apologize. It's okay. I never thought my father was particularly remarkable. If my uncle hadn't constantly told me they loved me, I might not have wanted to acknowledge them. Naruto, I believe the senior didn't deceive you. The fourth Hokage was beloved by the villagers and must have been a truly good person. Well, I know that, which is why I find myself disliking the Hokage. The two observed Naruto, who appeared carefree, yet there lingered an underlying sadness. Let's not discuss this anymore. What do you think about the other worlds? What can we think? They are too distant from us. I just want my uncle to take me with him if he ever leaves. It wouldn't matter where we go. For some reason, every time the topic of other worlds arose, Naruto felt as though his uncle would inevitably depart from the Shinobi world. For now, I just need to grow stronger. Indeed, we must continuously strive to improve. Sasuke wholeheartedly agreed with Naruto's sentiment, believing that with sufficient strength, no challenge would be insurmountable. I've arrived. You two should head back early to avoid being late tomorrow. All right. When Naruto returned to the coffin shop, Guan Ren was already lying atop the black coffin in his room. He peered out the window for a moment before quietly returning to his own quarters. Today, Guan Ren had once again granted his request. He said nothing, as there was no need to speak. Once a promise was made, it was to be fulfilled. This was the principle Guan Ren had imparted to him. It was as if he had rediscovered a sense of peace, and that night, Naruto slept more soundly than ever before. The next day, awakening with a long stretch, Naruto realized it had been 6 years since he had moved out of the coffin shop, and he had not slept so comfortably since. After washing up, he entered the kitchen and beamed at the warm breakfast prepared for him. He knew that Guan Ren had already left the coffin shop. As an examiner, he would certainly need to arrive earlier than the candidates to make preparations. Devouring his breakfast, Naruto changed his clothes and stepped outside. Before long, at a crossroads, he found Sasuke casually leaning against a tree. Waiting for me? Yeah, you're too slow. I was worried you'd be late. Haha, don't worry. I was just teasing Kakashi. He is always late. Let us go. Sakura has probably already arrived at the Ninja Academy. Why go so early? We would just be waiting anyway. Naruto couldn't comprehend why Sakura seemed to prepare so thoroughly for everything. Really, having lived a carefree life with Guan Ren, I believe it's much better to approach life lightly. Happiness and joy are what truly matter. If striving for strength makes one unhappy, then it's better to pause, have some fun for a couple of days, and then return to training. This exam should be a breeze for you, right? Not necessarily. I have no idea what the exam format is like. If it's a series of one-on-one battles, I might not win against anyone. Who? Was there really someone among the candidates who could pose a challenge to Naruto? Did this imply another peer capable of pressing him? There is a guy who only practices taijutsu, a year ahead of us. He is quite strong. His teacher has a good relationship with my uncle, and since he only practices taijutsu, my uncle gifted him a coffin specifically designed for physical training. His teacher treats him well. I've sparred with him a few times, and his taijutsu is incredibly formidable. Your taijutsu is impressive too, isn't it? It's different. My moves are learned from his teacher. I mostly rely on my own physical advantages. Every move they make has been honed through rigorous training for an unknown period. Let us go. We need to hurry a bit. If we have time, I'll introduce you. Naruto quickened his pace, recalling that watermelon-headed boy he hadn't seen in a while. As the candidates hurried toward the exam site, the examiners had already arrived early. The test materials were prepared, along with other necessary arrangements. This time, it was even more complicated, as a chief examiner had been parachuted in. Chief Examiner 015, are you worried that I look unappealing? Sir, please review this and let me know if any modifications are needed. In the temporary examiner's office at the Ninja Academy, Ibiki respectfully presented the exam process for Guan Ren's review. No need. Just follow what you've planned. Don't mind me. Understood, sir. Guan Ren was not particularly interested in these matters. He was merely here to go through the motions. While seated, he was actually keeping an eye on the chat group, observing the members' discussions. In recent days, many members had brought out their hidden treasures for Guan Ren's special coffins. This delighted Su Xiaoxiao, for had Guan Ren not arrived, these individuals would have been reluctant to part with their prized possessions. Guan Ren, you wouldn't believe it. I had to plead with them before, but they were unwilling to showcase their true skills. Now, for your coffins, they seem eager to part with their abilities. You still had to plead? Humph, Guan Ren. You're truly insufferable. Just wait. If I catch 2 more ghosts, I can gather enough points to purchase the remaining dragon vein coffin. At that time, my cultivation will surely skyrocket. My personal suggestion is to buy the soul-requiting coffin. Why? Su Xiaoxiao was puzzled, as the soul-requiting coffin did not enhance one's cultivation, and everyone was striving for functional coffins. Can you think a bit more? Tell me quickly. With your current level of cultivation, you're relying entirely on Uncle Gio's talismans for survival. The soul-requiting coffin can protect you while also allowing you to catch ghosts and sell them, eliminating the need for you to spend points on talismans. Which do you think is more cost-effective? But those coffins that assist with cultivation are also quite appealing. What if they sell out? Those coffins are indeed good, but they won't grant you the strength for self-preservation. The soul-requiting coffin can. Once you have it, your safety is ensured, and you can continuously earn points. Acquiring the cultivation-assisting coffins won't take long. They will never sell out, and I can always create new ones. Guan Ren, you're the greatest merchant, effortlessly earning points without doing anything. Don't think I don't know. Your identity as the group leader gives you quite a discount when purchasing items. I haven't prohibited you from using your discount here. Su Xiaoxiao is not entirely foolish and hopeless. At least she has not disclosed the privileges of her group leader to anyone. It is likely that she fears being eliminated by a certain group member. Not to mention, Jioshu certainly possesses the capability to eliminate her. If he were to place a formidable ghost within a red envelope and send it her way, upon its opening, it would spell certain doom for her. Guan Ren. Furthermore, with such a comprehensive chat group, the cross-functional features must have been unlocked by now, yet you have yet to activate them. You're not entirely foolish after all. Su Xiaoxiao. Oh my, how do you know all this? Are you monitoring me? Guan Ren. Fool. Su Xiaoxiao. Is it because of your golden finger? This is merely her speculation, for that is something the chat group cannot detect. Guan Ren. If you say so. Guan Ren himself is uncertain. He was merely teasing Su Xiaoxiao and did not expect it to be so effortless. Su Xiaoxiao. Guan Ren. You wouldn't do anything to me, would you? Guan Ren. What do you wish I would do? Su Xiaoxiao. I mean, you wouldn't harm me, right? Guan Ren. Who knows? Perhaps you'll buy my coffin. And I might just control it to bury you completely. Su Xiaoxiao. Honestly, she has always harbored such concerns. The coffins sold by Guan Ren are indeed exceptional, with features that could be deemed extraordinary. Yet the question remains, can Guan Ren truly control these coffins? After all, she has never heard of functional coffins before. Su Xiaoxiao speculates that Guan Ren's golden finger is likely related to these coffins. Nevertheless, she desires them, for they are the most expedient means for her to enhance her strength, more direct than her chat group. The dilemma of whether to take this risk lingers in her mind. Despite her conversation with Guan Ren, Su Xiaoxiao has formed a general judgment. However, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. She is uncertain if Guan Ren is deliberately presenting himself in a certain manner to her. Su Xiaoxiao. Guan Ren, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? Su Xiaoxiao. I've researched a bit about your line of work, and if I say I wouldn't mind and would be willing to be your girlfriend, what would you think? Guan Ren, spare me. We don't even know what we look like to each other. You're only after your own survival and seeking benefits from me. Guan Ren is not easily fooled. This Na'vi girl thinks to seduce him? If he truly sought companionship, with his prowess, he could find someone in the ninja realm. There are indeed rumors surrounding his ever-present coffin, but truth be told, this chaotic world is far better than the last. After all, death is a frequent occurrence here. Once war breaks out, there will be thousands of casualties. And the taboos in this regard do not carry the same weight as in his past life. What people say most about Guan Ren is that he carries the dead in his black coffin. It is naturally unacceptable to bear a corpse day in and day out. Various versions of tales have emerged, all stemming from Kakashi. Su Xiaoxiao, I'm being serious. I have no family here, and returning to Earth is highly improbable. Knowing you are also a traveler, don't you ever feel a sense of familiarity, akin to encountering a family member? Su Xiaoxiao, to be honest, arriving in such a world, I have contemplated that perhaps dying would be preferable. Su Xiaoxiao, although you can be quite infuriating, I don't think you are inherently bad. You give me a sense of security that I haven't experienced since coming here. Su Xiaoxiao, as long as you're not too unattractive and not too much older than me, I could genuinely accept it. This foolish girl, could she genuinely be contemplating romance? Or rather, an online romance? They haven't even met. Just because you can accept it doesn't mean I can. I'm still worried you might be a dinosaur. Moreover, if I truly sought companionship, wouldn't it be more enticing to pursue the little dragon girl? Others might care, but she definitely wouldn't, being a girl who spends all her time in ancient tombs, so innocent. Guan Ren, don't think too much, I'm not your type. Those without resilience will not have favorable outcomes with me. Guan Ren's words are not to be taken lightly. Why are those in his line of work often solitary? Sometimes, one cannot blame others for their deep-seated prejudices. Some matters cannot be explained, especially after encountering cultivation, knowing that the supernatural indeed exists. Guan Ren's thoughts in this regard have grown even more indifferent. Primarily, he possesses a black coffin. Its mysteries. Who knows what entanglements lie behind it? In any case, Guan Ren feels that being alone is not necessarily a bad thing. Once he raises Naruto and helps him settle down, he will have fulfilled his obligations to Minato and Kushina. At that point, whether he departs or not, he will have no lingering attachments. Su Xiaoxiao, are you worried that I'm unattractive? Su Xiaoxiao is still unwilling to yield, but alas, Guan Ren has ceased paying attention to the chat messages. The candidates have gathered, and the first round has commenced. He must go supervise the examination. 016. Kakashi's memories in the examination hall for the first round. Naruto stared blankly at the paper in his hands. He cast a resentful glance at Sasuke and Sakura. If it weren't for them, he could have asked for the answers in advance. Damn it, he doesn't know a single answer. If he fails the first round, it would be utterly humiliating. As if sensing his distress, when Naruto turned to look at them, they coincidentally raised their heads and met his forlorn gaze. They too were somewhat speechless. Who knew there would be a written exam? This guy, Naruto, has relied on his strength for years and hardly attended cultural classes. Even when he did, he would simply fall asleep, and it was only thanks to Shikamaru that he managed to scrape through critical exams. For ordinary quizzes, the two of them would submit blank papers. One could say that in the past 6 years, Naruto has probably not completed even a handful of questions. It's over. The thought flashed simultaneously in both their minds. If Naruto fails, they have no hope of passing either. Their minds raced, pondering how they could assist him. The exam questions. Not to mention Naruto. Even Sasuke felt bewildered. Are these questions even answerable? Just then, Ibiki announced a crucial rule. Cheating is allowed. Sakura instantly seized upon this information. Glancing at Ino, understanding her best friend, she knew Ino would use that secret technique to contact her. Upon realizing this, Sakura immediately gave Sasuke a reassuring look and kept her gaze fixed on Naruto. When he stealthily turned back again, she also offered him a comforting glance. Naruto instantly understood. With Sakura's assurance, passing the first round was absolutely guaranteed. Although he was uncertain how Sakura would facilitate his passage, aside from Shikamaru, she was the one who could instill confidence in him regarding answering questions. Guan Ren observed the subtle interactions among Naruto and his friends, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while inwardly finding amusement. Relying on Ino's secret technique? Perhaps he should lend a hand. Otherwise, that girl might faint from fear of the Nine Tails. With him around, if Naruto were to submit a blank paper, it would clearly reflect his failure in teaching. Such a thing is absolutely unacceptable. Even though he wouldn't be able to answer any of the bizarre questions set by Ibiki, Naruto must succeed. He must, regardless. Minato's chakra body has been watching over Naruto all along. Even if Naruto's ineptitude is undoubtedly due to Kushina's genes, one cannot predict how Minato might perceive it. In any case, Guan Ren cannot allow such a significant oversight in his guidance. With the rules declared, the first round of the Chunin exam officially commenced. In an effort to avoid arousing the examiner's suspicions, Naruto slumped directly onto the desk. Meanwhile, Sakura, at the very moment the exam began, was fervently solving problems. The sooner she finishes, the sooner she can strategize. Sasuke kept a close watch on Sakura's progress, observing her writing while subtly activating his Sharingan. By analyzing her handwriting, he could deduce the answers, just as Sakura anticipated after glancing at the exam paper. Ino promptly gave up and decided to slack off. Stealing a glance at Sakura, who was diligently scribbling away, I felt a surge of reassurance. Truly, she is my sister. Her intellect is remarkable. She remained calm, knowing it was just the beginning, and sat comfortably, planning to unleash her skills once Sakura had finished. Each candidate had their own strategies. Yet this year's leading jonin from Konoha, Kakashi, Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai, were far from composed. The three gathered and ordered a pot of sake, unable to contain their unease. While Asuma and Kurenai had limited knowledge of the situation, they were well aware of Ibiki. That fellow was a complete enigma, causing them to fret over whether their students could withstand the pressure. Kakashi, are you not concerned? What? Kakashi, clearly distracted, set his cup down upon hearing his name. Are you not worried about your students? Kurenai reiterated, questioning whether a seasoned jonin could afford such nonchalance. Why should I be concerned? Kakashi countered. If they were referring to Ibiki's psychological torment, it wouldn't significantly impact his 3 students. Sakura and Sasuke would have no issues with the written exam. The pressure was minimal. As for Naruto, having grown up amidst coffins, his heart was undoubtedly stronger than anyone else's. Rather than fret about that, he should be more concerned whether the foolish lad would know to adapt and perhaps copy an answer. That was Kakashi's sole worry, for he was keenly aware of Naruto's academic prowess, or lack thereof. It was genuinely non-existent. Kakashi also pondered how Guren taught. Their combat relied entirely on brute force, haphazardly unleashing jutsus without care, as their chakra reserves seemed inexhaustible. Recollecting his battle with Naruto still gave him a headache. During the past 3 months, he had attempted to alter Naruto's fighting style, but alas, it was Naruto who remained unchanged, while Kakashi found himself influenced, losing the calm demeanor he once had during combat. Previously, he meticulously calculated his chakra usage with every technique, but ever since he took on Naruto's class, he had fainted multiple times from chakra exhaustion. Kakashi, I recall that your relationship with Guren is rather amicable, yes? Do share something about him. Asuma's comment instantly captured Kurenai's attention. She was intrigued by the topic. She had heard much about this individual, yet had hardly seen him over the years. There's not much to say, aside from crafting coffins. He has no other hobbies. Come on, start from the beginning, from when you first met him, urged Kurenai. Yes, indeed, do share, Kakashi. It's rather dull just sitting here. Seeing their curiosity, Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. It was easier when Guren was absent, though curious. Everyone was not this intensely so. Curiosity kills the cat, he thought, unwilling for Asuma and Kurenai to provoke Guren with their inquiries. Thus he chose to reveal only a little. Guren is quite mysterious. The manner in which he appeared in Konoha was shrouded in secrecy. Kakashi recounted how Guren arrived in Konoha, and upon concluding, both Asuma and Kurenai became even more engaged. His strength is formidable. A few years ago, I could estimate it. But now, I am uncertain of his exact level. Yet, you all know the third Hokage's attitude toward him. You should remember the events of the Night of the Nine Tails, right? Kakashi inquired. What do you mean by that? Kurenai asked, puzzled, as they had only been in a state of panic that night, unable to assist much. With details learned later. That night, you and I were originally assigned to evacuate and protect the villagers. I remember. My father insisted on it. And you slipped away in secret, she replied. However, I have inquired many times about what transpired afterward, but he refuses to speak of it. Kurenai nodded, recalling Kakashi's words clearly, as it was her father's final battle, after which he was rendered unable to continue as a ninja. Had it not been for Guren that night, I, Senior Kurenai, and many others would have perished. He saved us, and it was also the first time I witnessed him wielding the power of that black coffin. After parting ways with you, I rushed to the front lines to join Senior Kurenai and the others in battle. Although they were furious, it was too late to call me back. The Nine Tails rampaged, causing countless casualties. Our teacher was nowhere to be found, and the third Hokage had not yet arrived. To minimize casualties, Senior Kurenai led me and several jonin against it. Yet, the Nine Tails was too powerful. Our attacks couldn't harm it, and we could only defensively resist, striving to hold it back. One misstep, and lives were lost. After suffering nearly half our casualties, Senior Kurenai was crippled while saving others. We finally provoked the Nine Tails, which unleashed a tailed beast bomb upon us. And just when we were on the brink of death, Guren arrived. He came bearing a coffin, then turned to face us, using it to shield us from the tailed beast bomb. We all presumed he would perish with us, yet the tailed beast bomb was consumed. The black coffin merely revealed a slight crack before devouring the entire attack. Following that, Guren wielded chains, controlling the black coffin, single-handedly engaging the Nine Tails until our teacher and the third Hokage arrived. Goodness, he had already attained a level of strength akin to a Kage at that time? Asuma and Kurenai were astonished. Indeed, how young were they then? It was terrifying. They initially thought Kakashi was the only anomaly of their generation, only to discover that an even more formidable individual had simply remained hidden. Especially after Naruto's incident, everyone instinctively ceased to regard him as a peer. Kakashi, what happened next? Since Guren could restrain the Nine Tails, it should have been manageable with the third and fourth Hokages. But why did the fourth die? Kurenai probed again, as Kakashi's account painted a picture of a favorable situation. However, the fourth Hokage's demise raised questions. Was Guren too exhausted to continue fighting? It was precisely as you surmised. At that time, Guren's strength had not yet reached the level of a Kage. His battle against the Nine Tails was perilous. Had it not been for the unparalleled defense of the Black Coffin, he would have perished countless times. Nevertheless, he bore the brunt of the Nine Tails' assault, suffering immense physical toll. By the time our teacher and the others arrived, Guren was already gravely injured, and upon seeing them, he finally collapsed. Truly, that was the first time I witnessed him fight so desperately. Previously, he seemed indifferent to life and death. I later learned that it was due to the plea of our sensei's wife. She, the host of the Nine Tails at the time, felt immense guilt for the devastation caused by the beast escaping her. Guren had spent more time with her than even our teacher, and she was well aware of his strength, which is why he appeared on the night of the Nine Tails. Your sensei's wife, Kushina, must have treated Guren well, right? Kurenai, being a woman, felt sensitive to such topics and pondered deeply. The fact that Guren fought so fiercely at her behest indicated his care for them. Indeed, Obito and Rin were all envious. She was lovely, albeit with a temper. She often enjoyed hitting people, and we all faced her wrath, even Rin. Kakashi paused for a moment, reminiscing about the beautiful times they had shared. It was genuinely delightful. Yet, it seemed Guren was treated like a beloved younger brother by their sensei's wife, while their teacher would scold anyone who dared to speak ill of him. One could say that Guren's ability to thrive in Konoha stemmed not from their teacher, but from her kindness. Kurenai and Asuma nodded, both aware of that period. During the Third Great Ninja War, all of them were thrust onto the battlefield. As one of Konoha's elite, the fourth Hokage could hardly afford to remain in the village. Simultaneously, the two came to understand why Guan Ren had been so furious back then, even resorting to directly threatening the third Hokage. After all, Naruto was the child of his beloved sister, and it was only natural for him to be enraged over such profound injustices. What transpired subsequently? Indeed, the third Hokage and his mentor managed to subdue the Nine Tails entirely. However, as Kakashi recounted this, a spark of fury ignited in his eyes, piquing the curiosity of Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma about what exactly had occurred. The Nine Tails was the village's secret weapon, and when the teacher sought to exterminate it completely, Danzo and two other elders intervened to stop him. Could it be that so many lives lost were deemed less significant than a mere beast? Kurenai couldn't comprehend this logic. Merely an animal, yet it was shielded even after causing such devastation. What rationale was behind this? Kakashi stood on moral high ground, asserting that the blame for all this lay with the teacher and his wife. With unwavering conviction, he demanded that the teacher reseal the Nine Tails. Yet, once a tailed beast escapes its seal, the Jinchuriki is doomed. The teacher's wife could only endure for so long, thanks to her Uzumaki lineage and robust vitality. The notion of resealing the Nine Tails within her was utterly impossible, as Danzo and the others would never allow it, fully aware that she would soon perish. They would not permit the Nine Tails to perish alongside her. The teacher, perhaps influenced by the imminent death of his wife, consented. Subsequently, he brought forth the newly born Naruto and inscribed the sealing technique. Given Naruto's tender age, he could not withstand the full power of the Nine Tails. Thus, the teacher resolved to utilize a mutually destructive technique to divide the beast, sealing one half within his own soul and the other within Naruto. Just as the teacher was about to be consumed by that entity, Guan Ren arrived, shouting defiantly. He fervently poured his blood onto the black coffin. Witnessing this, the teacher smiled, halting Guan Ren and uttering words that left everyone present, save for the third Hokage, in shock. Guan Ren, it's too late. From now on, I entrust Naruto to you. Even the Grim Reaper fears you. You will surely protect him. Guan Ren was driven to madness. He could not heed the teacher's words and continued to fuel the black coffin, which erupted in a crimson and ebony glow, casting a shadow over the heavens. The oppressive force nearly crushed everyone present. In that moment, I had never felt such terror. It seemed as though that coffin sought to devour everything, even the sky itself. Ultimately, it was the teacher's wife who, summoning her last vestiges of strength, approached Guan Ren to restrain him. She entrusted Naruto to Guan Ren and then sacrificed herself alongside the teacher. This was the root of Guan Ren's deep-seated hatred for Danzo. Had it not been for his wife's intervention, Danzo would have perished that night. Why the restraint? Asuma was perplexed. Simply hearing Kakashi's account made him feel Danzo deserved death. Kushina, it seemed, merely wished for Guan Ren to lead a peaceful life in Konoha. Killing Danzo would ensure that he could no longer remain in the village. Kakashi remained silent, but Kurenai articulated the reason, understanding as a woman the thoughts that must have occupied Kushina's mind at that time. This is why I despise that old man, so rigid and indecisive. Danzo's current power is largely a result of his indulgence. Asuma's expression darkened. Kurenai's words resonated with him, shedding light on why Kushina had acted as she did. After all, Guan Ren had not yet attained the level of a Hokage and was gravely injured. Kakashi, was that all? Of course not. Danzo was too invested in the Nine Tails to merely relent. You can surmise what happened next. Danzo attempted to use his authority to seize Naruto, but Guan Ren would not yield. Danzo, citing his supposed command, continued to apply pressure. He dared not push too hard, however, as the fear Guan Ren had instilled in everyone still lingered. He maintained possession of the black coffin, standing resolutely before Naruto. He publicly announced his resignation from the ninja ranks and warned Danzo that if he dared to lay a hand on Naruto, he would disregard his wife's wishes. Guan Ren took Naruto and departed, and though Danzo was unwilling, he did not dare to obstruct them. Ultimately, the third Hokage decreed that Guan Ren would care for Naruto, imposing a gag order on subsequent events. This was the reason why the esteemed Hinata had remained silent all along. Asuma's countenance darkened further, realizing that his father had likely issued the gag order to protect Danzo. Indeed, he had long found Danzo's arrogant demeanor intolerable. Later, when he learned of Danzo's comeuppance at Guan Ren's hands while in the Land of Fire, Asuma felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. The two understood each other without needing to ask why Kakashi disregarded the third Hokage's gag order. They would not speak of it, knowing it would bring trouble to Kakashi. After that fateful night, Guan Ren had almost entirely withdrawn from public life. Until later, when another incident left everyone astonished by his might. What? The exam has concluded. We shall discuss this matter another time. As the two expressed their curiosity, Kakashi heard the bell ring from the school and then witnessed a scene where Enko burst violently into the examination room. Kakashi, if you do not speak today, I shall lose sleep tonight. Do you believe I will come after you? Go speak to the third Hokage. This matter has also been placed under a gag order. And not just in Konoha. A gag order? This old man loves to impose them, yet he never silences himself. Day after day, is he not quite loquacious? Asuma, filled with agitation, unleashed his frustration upon his father. Kakashi remained resolute in his silence, unable to divulge anything, especially since the gag order had been invoked. It was immensely frustrating. Clearly, it was an excuse. Had there not been a previous gag order on that matter? Why did he feel unrestrained in his words now? Well, are you not concerned for your students? Just keep an eye on them. As long as they have not yet emerged, it indicates they have passed the first round. Await Enko to lead them out. All right, when you are finally ready to discuss that incident, do remember to inform me. I had no idea such momentous events transpired while I was away from Konoha. Asuma temporarily relinquished his pursuit, but did not forget to remind Kakashi not to forget him when he was ready to speak. Kurenai fell silent, reflecting on the events in Konoha over the years, realizing that apart from the incident 6 years ago, there was likely nothing else of such significance. She had an inkling of when it might have occurred, yet the truth remained elusive, shrouded in secrecy. She was genuinely curious to uncover the reality of what had transpired. What had Guan Ren done to evoke Kakashi's astonishment at his strength? Kakashi noticed her expression, recognizing that she was recalling a specific time. However, this was merely an acknowledgement of timing. The particulars were known only to those who had lived through it. Today, he had no intention of revealing more, fearing they might provoke the subject. He believed they would not dare to do so. The three, each lost in thought, gazed toward the direction of the ninja school, oblivious to the fact that they appeared to be merely concerned for their disciples. Initially, this was indeed the case, but as their worries deepened, they found themselves captivated by Kakashi's narrative. Meanwhile, their object of concern, Naruto, was still under Guan Ren's protection. Sakura completed the test paper at her utmost speed, anxiously waiting for Ino to arrive. As the deadline for submission approached, her anxiety heightened. Just when she was contemplating drastic measures, Ino finally entered her body. Hey Ino, can I borrow your answers? Why did it take you so long to arrive? As expected from my dear best friend. You were waiting for me to copy your answers. So reliable. Ino, hurry up and help me out. I'm copying now. Just tell me what to do. Use your secret technique to control Naruto and have him complete the test. Huh. So that was your plan all along, Sakura? Yes, I knew you'd come. You're aware of Naruto's situation. It would be strange if he could manage it alone. That's a bit tricky, Sakura. Are you copying or not? If not, you can leave my body. I could copy Shikamaru's instead. I'll treat you to a meal. The location is on me. All right, be quick. Time is running out. Don't worry. I promise to complete the task. You're still my good sister. Plastic sisters is more like it. All right, bye. Sakura, I'm off to help Naruto. Guan Ren, who had been quietly observing Ino and Sakura, finally felt relieved. He had been waiting for this moment. Ino had been inactive for a while, and had Guan Ren not known that her test paper was still blank, he might have thought she was not going to take action. Just before Ino moved, Guan Ren gently unfastened the chains around him. Although his movements were slight, the sound of the chains clinking caught everyone's attention. After all, even the people of Konoha were extremely curious about the individual who carried a coffin on his back, not to mention those from other villages who had never seen such a sight. Continue. I'm tired of carrying this. Guan Ren remained unfazed as he placed the black coffin on the table before him and leaned over it, pretending to be asleep, as if genuinely exhausted. Seeing Guan Ren lying down, Ino felt reassured and, Recalling Sakura's instructions, she hurriedly formed a hand seal and activated her secret technique towards Naruto. Mind transfer technique, success. Huh, where am I? Ino found herself in a dark, damp sewer, water dripping incessantly, feeling quite perplexed. The gloomy and narrow environment made her uneasy, but recalling Sakura's instructions, she pressed on. Naruto, where are you? Ino called out, growing anxious as she walked. Suddenly, she appeared to see a light at the end of the tunnel. As she approached, she discovered it was a massive iron gate adorned with seals. Come here, tear down the seal. The enticing voices echoed in Ino's ears, rendering her expression vacant as she walked towards the iron door. Just as she was about to reach it and extend her hand, her movements abruptly halted. Her expression shifted from blankness to intense struggle. Come here, why aren't you coming closer? Just tear down the seal. Seeing Ino struggle, the voice became frantic, unable to accept her resistance. In that moment, Ino fully regained her senses and immediately spotted the blood-red eyes behind the iron gate. You get lost. The figure with the crimson eyes appeared furious and was about to speak when a cold voice interrupted. Again with you, what do you want? Cooperate with Naruto, and I won't harm you. In your dreams. There's no way I would do that, especially for that brat, Minato. Ninetales, are you seeking death? As soon as the Ninetales was mentioned, Guan Ren ceased hiding and directly appeared before Ino. He held the black coffin upright, coldly staring at the Ninetales. You're insane. I've already given that kid enough leeway by not causing trouble all these years. Do not push your luck. The Ninetales was on the verge of exploding. We can discuss this later. For now, return. She has a purpose for coming in. I advise you not to meddle. After delivering his harsh words, the Ninetales' chilling and violent aura receded like a tide. The scene transformed in an instant. The sewer vanished, replaced by a landscape bursting with birdsong and floral fragrance. Yet, in the midst of the blossoms lay a black coffin, with Naruto sprawled atop it, drooling. Guan Ren couldn't help but feel a jolt of annoyance at this sight. I've been working myself to the bone for you, and you're here sound asleep? With a forced smile, he turned to Ino. You must be Ino, right? You can go wake Naruto. He's over there. Just give him a kick. Oh, got it. Ino replied, and Guan Ren's figure vanished in an instant, leaving her to collect her thoughts. Wow, that guy is so handsome. I can't believe I encountered him here. It's amazing. She set off to find Naruto, determined to wake him and share her joy with her friends. Bang. Ouch, who is it? Shoo, Naruto, it's me. You lazy bum. You didn't even touch your test and still managed to sleep? Wait, just because you changed the subject doesn't mean I'm letting this go, Ino. Explain yourself. Your uncle told me to kick you, what? Are you going to argue? Enough of this. Time is of the essence. Don't resist, let me control your body. Sakura sent me to help you with the test. What do you mean kicking me for no reason? Naruto grumbled, but upon hearing Ino's following words, he wisely refrained from resisting, allowing her to take control of his body. Sakura is so reliable. Why didn't I think of this sooner? But are these questions truly that simple? As Naruto watched Ino swiftly write down answers without glancing at the questions, he felt an odd sense of confidence, as if he could have done it himself. All done. I'm leaving now, Naruto. I heard you moved back home. Yeah, I moved back last night. I'm about to become a chunin, so it's time I take on the responsibility of looking after my uncle. He has been alone all these years taking care of me, without even finding a wife for himself. I'm planning to help him with that soon, Ino. If you know any suitable seniors, please let me know. I wouldn't mind being your aunt. Ino thought excitedly, but, despite her bold feelings, hesitated to voice them. Let us hang out at your house after the exam. We haven't been there yet. No problem. Let us invite everyone, too. I think Red Sensei is really gentle. Perfect to be my aunt. You're impossible. I have to get back to submit my paper. Ino genuinely wondered if Naruto was blind. Could he not see the beautiful girl right in front of him? But then she recalled Guan Ren and thought, indeed, mature, aloof older men possess a certain charm. In the examination room, Ibiki had already announced the existence of the final question. The absurdly unreasonable rules left most candidates dissatisfied. However, Ibiki simply stated that if they wanted to complain, they could blame their bad luck for encountering him as their first examiner. Let those who are uncertain and unable to accept the challenges return next year, only to be thwarted again. This was precisely the concern that Asuma and his companions had from the outset. The individual known as Ibiki was continuously applying mental pressure on the candidates in subtle, yet insistent ways. Additionally, he had arranged for the presence of actors. Without someone to lead, those who left early would be scorned, but once someone took the initiative, The psychological burden lessened significantly. This time, a considerable number did indeed depart, largely due to the absence of Naruto's impassioned speeches. After all, he appeared remarkably composed, having witnessed the dynamic duo of Sakura and Ino, and now held more confidence than even Sakura herself. When Sakura absorbed the rules, she felt a surge of anxiety. Yet upon glancing at Naruto, she was taken aback by his extraordinary calmness, his arms crossed, sitting still as if he had not heard Ibiki's words at all. Naruto's demeanor left her utterly bewildered. In the entire assembly, only Kurenai understood her child's thoughts. Despite Ibiki's relentless pressure, Naruto remained unfazed. This occurrence somehow instilled an inexplicable confidence in Sakura, who was previously trembling with fear. Eventually, after observing that the number of remaining participants had dwindled considerably, Ibiki announced that all those remaining had successfully passed the first round. There was no 10th question, and he elucidated the reasons behind this assessment. What is the point of nodding? Others may be oblivious, but I am not. Kurenai watched as Naruto earnestly nodded in agreement with Ibiki, wearing an expression that suggested he had seen through his tricks long ago. Internally, she couldn't help but scoff. This trait was undoubtedly inherited from his sister. She possessed none of it and could never cultivate such qualities. It is genetic. Absolutely genetic. Boom. Suddenly, the woman known as Akamichi Karui made her entrance. Adorned with a banner, she broke property upon her arrival, leaving Kurenai bewildered by Konoha's peculiar style. Greetings, esteemed Chief Examiner. I am the main examiner for the second round. Please leave everything in my capable hands. All right, go ahead and do your thing. If trouble arises, I will take responsibility. Kurenai was taken aback. She hadn't expected this boisterous woman to greet her. After a moment's pause, she replied, the legendary Orochimaru will be joining us in the second round. So based on your words, I will assist you in handling Orochimaru. Kurenai thought to herself that regardless of the situation, Orochimaru's target was Naruto and his companions. There was no escaping it. While some individuals in Konoha were indeed quite off-putting, there were also those who were simply delightful. They genuinely cared for the village and were willing to go to great lengths. Minato, the present Karui, and many others, such as Kurenai's father from the older generation. Yes. Thank you, esteemed Chief Examiner. With Kurenai's words, Karui appeared even more excited. She had initially worried that this sudden Chief Examiner would interfere with her arrangements. To her surprise, having a Chief Examiner who was so unperturbed was quite refreshing. Ibiki, you still have an excessive number of participants, don't you? Ibiki. There are only about 60 left. How is that excessive? After one round of testing, numerous candidates from various villages have been eliminated, and you still think it's too many? Ibiki was flabbergasted, while Karui did not give him the chance to respond. She turned to the candidates and declared, follow me, for the second round. I intend to eliminate at least half of those remaining. In her mind, Karui was contemplating whether to revert to the original rules for the second round, particularly since Kurenai was a person who was not easily intimidated. The rules for the second round had undergone multiple revisions before arriving at the current version, which she was not entirely satisfied with. However, the higher-ups had disagreed, leaving her with no choice. Now, however, she sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. Perhaps you should restrict Karui's actions. Ibiki observed as Karui exited the classroom, her demeanor unusually subdued, and her pace notably slow. This was not characteristic of her. A bold guess formed in Ibiki's mind, given that he was aware of Karui's original thoughts regarding the second round. However, he also reasoned that she could not possibly violate orders, right? Out of caution, he decided to give Kurenai a heads up. After all, if Karui caused a mishap, it would undoubtedly lead to disputes. No worries. Kurenai replied calmly, signaling that there was no cause for concern. She was indifferent to how Karui would conduct the proceedings or how intense they might become. It certainly could not be more brutal than actual warfare. This is bad. Outside the school, under a large tree, Kakashi and his companions stood, observing as their students followed Karui, feeling a sense of relief. What's wrong? However, a sudden exclamation from Kurenai caused their hearts to race once more. Karui is about to go off the rails. Kakashi, you must find Kurenai immediately and stop Karui, or else these candidates may very well perish in the second round. Kurenai urged Kakashi, her urgency palpable. Please, explain further. Kakashi scrutinized Kurenai's expression, sensing that she was not joking, and inquired about the situation. He knew a bit about Karui. She was indeed a somewhat eccentric individual. Kakashi, Karui has complained to me multiple times about her assessment plans being repeatedly rejected, feeling that the higher-ups have been too lenient. She has shared some of her ideas with me, and I assure you, they are truly ruthless. For this cohort of children, even if they manage to survive by sheer luck, many may be left with psychological scars. Are you certain? Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. If what Kurenai said were true, then the situation was indeed quite serious. I am certain. I just saw Karui send a few individuals out, which was not part of the original assessment plan. Moreover, her demeanor is decidedly off. I know her too well. The more excited she becomes, the calmer she is. You should observe closely. She is far from her usual self right now. Upon hearing this, both turned to look at Karui, and it was evident that, under normal circumstances, she would never be so leisurely if something were amiss. Her tongue was occasionally flicking across her lips at an unusually high frequency. Kakashi deduced that Kurenai was correct. She was undeniably in an intensely excited state. Furthermore, the glimmers of light that occasionally flickered in her eyes sent an inexplicable chill down Kakashi, a seasoned elite jonin. Kakashi, hurry, Kurenai urged again, her concern genuine. This was her first time as a teacher, and she cared deeply for her students. All right, I'll go inquire. Asuma, let us move. If Kakashi cannot handle it, we will halt the exam for Inuzuka and the others and resume another time. Seeing Kakashi depart, Kurenai still felt uneasy, calling out to Asuma as she followed the candidates. She would prefer that they forego the assessment rather than risk their lives. 020, hellish level second round. So, you came to find me for this. Kurenai gazed at Kakashi before her, puzzled. This was not the Kakashi she knew. The Kakashi she was familiar with was calm, clear-headed, and adept at analyzing intelligence. Yet now, was this minor issue truly worthy of his visit? With a little analysis, he could have simply stayed away. From the look on Kurenai's face, she seems quite serious. Yes, I understand. I have allowed Karui to proceed as she wishes. Kurenai says that it is highly likely all these candidates will not survive. Kakashi was internally perplexed. How was it possible that it was you who had allowed Karui to take such liberties? Do you truly not care at all? What about Naruto? Kakashi, do you think such a thing would happen while I am watching? Are you aware of the rules for Karui's second round? I know the original ones, but I am unclear about the revised version. I am quite curious to see how she intends to conduct this second round. Having heard your words, my anticipation has only grown. But what if something genuinely goes wrong? Kakashi, have you forgotten? This is the ninja world. If you are truly concerned, just follow along discreetly. Be discreet. I would rather not squander my breath in explanation. Let us proceed to observe what precisely has caused such concern regarding the second round. With Guan Ren having spoken, Kakashi found it inappropriate to say more. He comprehended the underlying message in Guan Ren's words, which simply suggested that he had undergone a transformation. Kakashi himself had noticed this change, yet he had no intention of reverting to his former self. Having endured a particular way of life for an extended period, he found the current phase, though brief, rather enjoyable. Perhaps he could not exhibit the same level of care and concern for each of his students as Hong. Yet he possessed his own unique approach. Not everyone needs to be identical, nor should one remain unchanging. Through the brief span of 3 months, Kakashi had come to grasp this truth and had reconciled with certain matters. Observing Guan Ren, who walked ahead, he was uncertain about the latter's true desires. Since the passing of his mentors, Kakashi had struggled to understand him. In the past, communication had been even more challenging, though he could decipher certain emotions. For instance, he had always harbored a strong aversion to Obito, while his feelings towards Rin were more complicated, less a dislike and more a rejection of any romantic inclination. It seemed he had long held a resistance to such matters, a sentiment that appeared unchanged even now. Although rare, Kakashi had once witnessed him smile, albeit only in the presence of his mentor's wife. Yet, years had elapsed without another glimpse of such joy. Previously, he had cared for Naruto. But now that Naruto was maturing into adulthood, Kakashi pondered what he might wish to pursue in the future. As he contemplated, the two had unknowingly arrived at the assembly point for the second round. Much like the first, Guan Ren took his seat at the head, uttering not a word and taking no action, simply observing in silence. I apologize, esteemed Chief Examiner, for the sudden change of plans. I require a bit more time to prepare. No trouble at all. I eagerly await your new ideas. Ah, not new ideas. This was my original assessment plan, which had simply not been approved until now. Indeed, I have been informed of that. So, you will not hinder me, esteemed Chief Examiner? Why would I? I am keen to understand the rules you have devised. Since I have already granted you the liberty to proceed, I shall accept whatever form you choose for this second round. If any village objects, they may simply depart. Haha, my esteemed chief examiner. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. We shall see after the fact. I am solely interested in your assessment rules. Direct and forthright, this man was remarkably distinct. He bore no resemblance to others, who often dithered and hesitated. This was the essence of true manhood. Red Bean licked her lips, choosing not to say more as she turned to depart. She intended to prod the others along. Their progress was far too slow for her liking. Kakashi, how did it go? Upon his return, Kurenai could not help but inquire. Kakashi merely shook his head gently, offering no further comment. No need to ask. Look at Red Bean. Asuma interjected upon noticing Kurenai's inclination to press for more information. Following his gaze, they observed Red Bean approaching the two ninjas assigned to assist her, exchanging a few words before they departed swiftly. Immediately after, Red Bean made her way toward the assembled candidates, a cruel smile adorning her face. Indeed, 3 days prior, upon hearing that a chief examiner would be parachuted in, she had prepared 2 alternative plans. One was her original proposal, which had not received approval, while the other was a compliant version. Her initial greeting to Guan Ren was merely a test of his resolve. Recognizing the black coffin that signified Guan Ren was indeed the one who had once chastised Danzo. Her conviction regarding her internal plan solidified. Now, it was merely a matter of finalizing her decision. She was aware that any deviation from the norm on her part would prompt others to relay the situation to Guan Ren. Hence, she reiterated her claim of needing more time to prepare due to a sudden change of heart. This served as her final confirmation. Would Guan Ren continue to support her once he realized her intentions for a significant upheaval? Red Bean was quite satisfied with the outcome. After notifying everyone of which plan would be executed, she swiftly set her actions in motion. Silence. Due to the last-minute alterations to the second round, the previously established plan was rendered void. To compensate you all, I now offer a final opportunity for you to choose. Will you participate in the second round of assessments? May I inquire about the original assessment and the changes made? Someone asked. Having endured the unpleasantness of the first round, they were reluctant to encounter a similar experience again. Of course, here is the original assessment plan. The requirements dictate that you will be divided into groups, each receiving either a heaven or earth scroll. And then you will enter the training ground number 44 behind me for a 5-day survival test. During the assessment, gathering both scrolls and reaching the central tower of the training ground will signify success. Failing to gather the required scrolls or arriving late will result in disqualification. By the way, training ground number 44 is also known as the Forest of Death in Konoha. Now, I find this assessment to be too simplistic, thus I have made some alterations. Listen closely, for these are the rules for your second round of assessment. The Chunin exam's second round will be a life or death escape. The location remains the Forest of Death. The requirement is still to gather both heaven and earth scrolls. However, this time, I will only provide you with the earth scrolls, while the heaven scrolls will be in the possession of 5 times your number of death row inmates scattered throughout the forest, awaiting your arrival. Should you gather both scrolls and reach the central tower, you will pass the assessment. I have promised these inmates that if they can collect the scrolls and reach the tower, their crimes will be absolved, and they shall be released on the spot. I must inform you, with utmost responsibility, that you will be confronting 5 times the number of ruthless death row inmates who will stop at nothing to survive and gain their freedom. Moreover, having been confined for so long, they are quite lonely, so the female participants should exercise caution. I almost forgot to mention, the number of heaven and earth scrolls is identical, meaning that for every team you have, those inmates possess only a handful of heaven scrolls. Lastly, consider this a benevolent warning. The Forest of Death is aptly named, as it is home to numerous ferocious beasts. One misstep could render you their next meal. To escape, you will need to wait for them to relieve themselves or perform a cesarean section. Those are the rules. Now, please inform me of your choice. Will you continue to participate, or will you choose to forfeit? Given the high mortality risk, those who wish to partake must first sign a death waiver, acknowledging that your demise is entirely voluntary and bears no relation to Konoha, lest your villages cause a ruckus later on. Due to the dangerous nature of this event and its potential repercussions, the leading jonin from each village may confer with their respective candidates. Those in agreement, please come forward to sign the waiver. Those who decline may leave and be eliminated. Konoha may not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it. Should anyone attempt to stir conflict after signing the waiver, well, the timer begins now. You have 10 minutes to deliberate. After hearing the rules announced by Red Bean, Guan Ren cast Kakashi a significant glance. The meaning was abundantly clear. Look, even Red Bean, despite her wildness, maintains a sense of propriety. After all, she is a special jonin of Konoha. Do you not trust your comrades? It must be acknowledged that this assessment is indeed perilous. However, the choice has been bestowed upon you, and participation is not obligatory. Should you wish to partake, prepare yourself for the possibility of death. If you lack such courage, then perhaps you should wait for the next opportunity. To mitigate the impact of potential fatalities, Akane has even mandated that the leading jonin from each village sign a waiver of liability concerning death. After all, a few chunin cannot alter the course of events. What if they refuse to take responsibility later? The jonin leading the team, in contrast, are regarded as the elite within their respective villages, with their signatures. Any attempts at unrest would be seen as a deliberate provocation. Guan Ren finds this assessment quite intriguing, at the very least. It is far more engaging than the previous iterations. However, how many will dare to participate in the end? Yet, with Akane's approach, the third Hokage's preliminary rounds are likely to be rendered obsolete. It is no wonder that this plan had faced prior disapproval. The third Hokage had hoped to showcase Konoha's strength through this Chunin exam, akin to the other villages. Akane's tactics may very well result in the complete absence of contestants by the second round, leaving no finals to showcase their prowess. Furthermore, Konoha cannot afford such losses. Others might not realize, but Guan Ren is nearly certain that Akane has additional contingencies in place. However, those strategies are not meant for the contestants' ears. He is convinced that by the time they are revealed, many will have already been eliminated. Based on Akane's series of actions and preparations, Guan Ren is almost certain of this. As previously stated, she is after all Konoha's special jonin. The fates of the other villages are of no concern to her. Yet, she would not recklessly endanger her own village's people for the sake of an assessment. After hearing all the rules, Akane's expression is somewhat complex. Her dear friend has ultimately chosen this path. After so many years, what if it were she in the same position? Shaking her head, she reminds herself that this is Akane's decision. However, the most pressing matter now is to prevent her three disciples from continuing with the assessment. Each person is aware of their own circumstances. Akane understands that although she has led these children into battle before, this situation is vastly different from their previous skirmishes. Her greatest concern is for Hinata. The girl is far too kind-hearted and gentle. Faced with those adversaries, she would lack the courage to even strike back. Akane knows the harshness of Akane's words is not exaggerated. She cannot bear to imagine what would happen if Hinata encountered those individuals. Without even greeting Kakashi and Asuma, she rushes to her three disciples. Yamato, Shino, Hinata. Teacher Akane. Yes, for this assessment, we shall withdraw. Trust me, if you train diligently with me for a while longer, next time, you will all become Chunin. You are still young. There is no need to rush, understand? Teacher Akane, Yamato hesitates, not wanting to give up despite knowing that even if he participates, success is not guaranteed. Yet, he is eager to take a chance. But what about Hinata? They are a team, and both he and Shino are well aware of Hinata's gentle nature. In truth, Hinata's personality is quite endearing, and he and Shino, despite their tendency to put on airs, have always looked out for her. Yamato questions whether, in this perilous situation, he and Shino can adequately protect Hinata without Akane. He wishes to participate and not to give up. If it were only himself, he would not hesitate. Even if it meant risking death, he would be willing to fight. However, he cannot gamble with his teammates' lives. When their squad was formed, he took on the role of captain, and he must be responsible for his team and not act selfishly. Hinata, Shino, as captain, I agree with Teacher Akane's suggestion. Please share your thoughts. Akane observes Yamato, noting every change in his expression. When he finally articulates his decision, she feels a deep satisfaction. Yamato has grown. Even though they have chosen not to participate in the assessment, who says they cannot gain something from this experience? To Akane, Yamato's transformation is far more significant than the risk of participating in the assessment. I agree. Shino glances at the still-torn Hinata before quickly expressing his choice. He understands that showing any hesitation could influence Hinata. She is the girl they all protect within their team, and his father taught him that boys should treat girls with utmost care. Hinata, what about you? Akane is truly an excellent teacher, though she had already made up her mind internally. When she expresses her thoughts, she frames them as suggestions rather than making direct decisions for them. Even now, despite Yamato and Shino's agreement, she still seeks Hinata's opinion. This teacher is genuinely patient and dedicated, especially towards a student like Hinata, to whom she has extended boundless patience. I. Hinata looks up, meeting Akane's encouraging gaze, and finally musters the courage to voice her thoughts. Teacher Akane, I want to continue. Very well, then we shall allow Hinata to proceed. What do you say, continue? Hinata's voice is soft, and given her usual demeanor, Akane is unsure if she heard correctly. Yamato's determination to continue is evident, but Hinata, please tell me your thoughts. You must understand. This time is not a jest. Teacher, there's no need to worry, be brave. Yamato and Shino are listening. Why don't you share your thoughts first? And then we can discuss? Teacher Akane, I want to change myself. I don't want to be the way I was before. Hinata seems to exert all her strength to utter these two sentences, meeting the gazes of Akane, Yamato, and Shino. Akane falls silent. Had it been any other time, she would have wholeheartedly supported Hinata's rare expression of her opinions. Even if Hinata's choice were misguided, she would be willing to grant her the time to make mistakes, knowing she would be there to catch her. But this time, she cannot accompany them. They are about to face a challenge unlike any other. Akane, follow me. Seeing Akane's indecision, Kakashi calls her over and walks aside. They are not far apart, and he has also heard Hinata's last words. These children were once classmates, and naturally they have gathered together here. Kakashi, did you call me over for something in particular? If they wish to go, then let them. Kakashi, under normal circumstances, I would be thrilled that Hinata has the courage to express her unique views, and I would undoubtedly agree. However, this time, while I am indeed pleased, understanding that if I do not acquiesce, who knows how long it will take for her to muster the courage to speak again. However, her safety is of paramount importance to me. If she truly desires to change, as long as she remains my disciple, I will accompany her on her journey of transformation. Listen to me first. I spoke with Guan Ren earlier, and he mentioned that we could secretly follow them, but we must be discreet. After all, there are many eyes watching from the other villages. Moreover, while Akane may seem reckless, truly consider this. Is she the kind of person who would sacrifice these children to achieve her goals? You know her better than I do. You have more authority on this matter. No, Akane is not that kind of person. Then that settles it. Since she dares to make such arrangements, she must have additional plans in place, so we need not worry excessively. If you are still concerned, let them gather immediately after entering. I'll also speak to Guy about this. Then we can follow discreetly. If they encounter a danger they cannot withstand, we will intervene directly. Are you certain this will work? Certainly. I have prepared all the props. All right. I will go inform Hinata and the others. Hinata, the teacher has agreed for you to continue participating. But you must also promise the teacher to show no mercy to the enemies. This time is different. They are all death row inmates. There are no good people among them. Yes. Never trust anything they say. If you see a chance to escape, take it. If you can't run, be decisive and strike. Yes. Also, listen more to Niji and Shino. They usually protect you and accommodate you, so you must not act stubbornly at this moment. Yes. Hinata nodded continuously, but her face flushed as she thought, could the teacher not say such things in front of all her friends? However, Hinata, being Hinata, could not voice such thoughts aloud and could only ponder them silently. Well, since you all have chosen to participate, Kakashi has also arrived. Looking at the 12 before him, he spoke solemnly. You are all from Konoha. I hope you can unite. Upon entering, your first priority is to find a way to regroup. Naruto, you are the strongest. Make sure to protect everyone, understood? Kakashi addressed Naruto as everyone, yet his gaze repeatedly drifted toward Hinata. This left the more astute individuals somewhat speechless. We need protection too. Don't worry. With me here, I will ensure everyone has safety. However, that guy with the thick eyebrows is no weaker than me. He might even be stronger. Naruto patted his chest confidently, but his gaze was fixed on Lee, completely oblivious to Kakashi's hints. Seeing his foolishness, Kakashi internally gave up. This idiot, Guan Ren, is beyond help. I cannot fulfill your request. Indeed, Kakashi was persuaded by Yuhi Kurenai, who was informed by Guan Ren that he guaranteed Hinata would be safe. Hinata was the one he had chosen for Naruto, and if anything happened to Naruto, she would not be in danger. He also urged Kakashi to ensure Naruto protects Hinata. It was too good an opportunity to waste. All right, Naruto, I appreciate your confidence. It has been a while, We can compete again this time. Naturally, Lee and the others had also received instructions from Guy to remember to regroup with Naruto and his team, and Guy had emphasized that they, being a year ahead, should protect their younger peers. Lee had no objections. He had long wanted to challenge Naruto again. All right, when the time comes, those willing to continue, come over here to sign the agreement. The voice of Akane resonated, urging everyone to come forward. To her surprise, no one chose to withdraw, which truly astonished her. Especially Yuhi Kurenai. Just as Kurenai understood her, Akane similarly grasped her sister's character. Ever since she became a leading jonin, she had lost count of how many times she had spoken about her students in just 3 months. They had never discussed such matters when they were together before. From Kurenai's mouth, Akane also had a general impression of her disciples. As for others, why hadn't that Hinata clan princess withdrawn? And what was Kurenai thinking? Wasn't she supposed to come find her and announce her studentess withdrawal from the examination? Given their relationship, Kurenai would not make such a declaration at this crucial moment, but it was unexpected. Akane was genuinely puzzled. She scanned the crowd, her gaze sweeping over the candidates and their supervising teachers, ultimately landing on Kurenai. She cast a fleeting glance at Hinata and then spoke. I will give you one more chance. Once the contract is signed, it will be too late to turn back. So if anyone wishes to withdraw, now is your opportunity. Though her words were directed at everyone, Akane knew she was primarily addressing Kurenai. If anything were to happen to that Hinata heiress, her dear friend would be in a predicament. Akane hoped Kurenai would refrain from placing her students in harm's way. She was well aware of the type of prisoners they were dealing with. Despite having arranged some contingencies, those were not babysitters. Otherwise, this examination would hold no significance. Kurenai, hurry up and say it, withdraw. Chief Examiner, aren't we supposed to sign? It's been so long, and no one has withdrawn. One more chance to do so would yield no results. Quickly bring forth the contract so we can sign it and proceed. I am quite looking forward to it. Akane still harbored hopes for Kurenai to withdraw, yet the start of the exam was delayed further. However, Kurenai simply responded with a resolute glance. While these two sisters engaged in their silent tug-of-war, Naruto stepped forward and inquired of Akane, Chief Examiner, how long must we wait? Sasuke echoed the question. Among this group, the least concerned about danger were from 2 teams, Kakashi's Team 7 and Guy's Team 3. One team had Naruto, an individual whose true strength remained a mystery even during school days. Sasuke was no slouch either. They ranked first and second in combat prowess among their cohort. Even Sakura, currently still a novice, felt little fear. As for Team 3, Neji was already renowned as a genius, while Lee, under Guy's mentorship, exhibited immense enthusiasm for martial arts after graduation. After observing Lee's indomitable spirit, Guy began formally training him, providing various medicinal supplements and exercise equipment, even sharing the specially crafted coffin from Guan Ren. This propelled Lee's strength to unprecedented heights within a year, enabling him to spar with Naruto, who had undergone unique training since childhood. This development was undeniably linked to Lee's diligence. Had Naruto exerted as much effort as Lee, his strength now would be unparalleled. Yet, Guan Ren never pressured Naruto. Aside from the necessary coffin training in his youth, he never imposed strict demands on Naruto. In Guan Ren's view, Naruto's current strength was commendable. If he were to exert himself like Lee, he would lose his childhood, which was not Guan Ren's desire. Even if Lee caught up to Naruto in just a year, Guan Ren remained unconcerned. Conversely, Naruto, influenced by Lee's presence, had found himself putting in more effort than before. Thus, despite Akane's ominous words, they truly had little to fear. In contrast, Shikamaru and his 2 companions were reluctant to participate. Yet Asuma persistently assured them of a grand feast post-examination. It was evident that with Shikamaru's intellect, while danger did exist if he remained focused, it wouldn't be insurmountable. He was merely lazy, and Asuma would never agree. It could be said that these not-so-formidable death row inmates were indeed suitable for someone like Shikamaru, who thrived on strategy. Returning to the matter at hand, Naruto and Sasuke were anxious simply because they had not anticipated the examination would proceed continuously. They had thought they could return home midway to retrieve the promised coffin from Guan Ren for Sasuke. Consequently, they realized it would take at least 5 more days to obtain it, leaving them both feeling impatient, eager to complete this Chunin exam as swiftly as possible. Those determined to participate should sign the death waiver over there. Then come to me to collect your scrolls and draw your entry order and passwords. With their urging, Akane could no longer delay, contemplating sending more personnel to monitor Kurenai's team. She hoped nothing would go awry. Everything progressed swiftly thereafter. Candidates departed in groups, entering the forest of death through various entrances. As the last group of candidates left, Akane approached Kurenai. "Kurenai, what on earth is going on? I have previously mentioned the perilous nature of this examination. How could you still permit them to participate? They made the choice themselves, and I respect their decision. Are you genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance? Is this truly what I meant? Have you ever considered how you would feel if something were to happen to Lady Hinata? You haven't thought about it. Hinata desperately seeks affirmation from others. If I do not support her, she may never change. She has been working diligently, and as for you, I am aware that you have plans in place. They are not as dangerous as you have suggested. Yet you, when you ask what I should do, have you considered what you will do after this event, regardless of whether your plan succeeds or fails?" Yuhi Kurenai regarded Akamichi RD with a complex expression. This time, whether her plan succeeded or not, it would be difficult to explain. She hadn't considered it before. Now, the chief examiner has instructed me to proceed this way. Is there an issue with that? If there is a problem, direct your concerns to him. RD waved it off nonchalantly, signaling Kurenai not to worry about her. Are you out of your mind? RD, I warn you, it is better to provide an explanation to the third Hokage than to provoke that man, Guan Ren. You have no idea how terrifying he is. Upon hearing RD's words, Kurenai immediately lost her composure. What is happening today? The disciples are stubbornly insisting on participating in an examination with a high mortality rate. The one who usually disobeys is suddenly taking responsibility and being obedient, while the one who is typically the most compliant is now defiant. After much effort convincing herself to allow them to participate, her heart remains uneasy. And now her good friend is causing further complications. She felt as though her entire lifetime of anxiety was being spent on these troublesome individuals in just one day. Calm down. I know he is terrifying, but precisely because of that, he will not concern himself with such matters. RD spoke again. Despite having interacted with Guan Ren for less than an hour, she could discern that this man fears nothing. What is there to fear? Besides herself, there is only RD, and even if something were to happen to her, it would not affect Hinata. If she misses this opportunity, she may never have another. Guan Ren's presence could help her bear the primary pressure, and the outcome may not be as dire as initially anticipated. RD, promise me. Do not speak of this matter. It is too late now anyway. I need to pursue my objectives and have no time to monitor your disciples. You may quietly follow along. I have made the necessary arrangements. Just be cautious not to be discovered. The other examiners will turn a blind eye. I must take my leave. Regardless of the outcome, I have cherished the years spent with you as a friend. RD embraced Kurenai tightly, whispering those words in her ear before departing with grace, swiftly disappearing from Kurenai's sight. Everything will be fine, RD. As for the deadly forest, upon entering, Naruto surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Sakura, which direction should we head?" They had agreed on a meeting point prior to entering, and at that time, Naruto had confidently assured everyone that he would quickly locate them. Now, merely 2 minutes in, he was utterly lost. This wretched place looked identical in every direction. These trees are larger than those outside, obscuring my view. Otherwise, I could discern the right path. Without Naruto's prompting, Sakura had already been diligently observing. In response to Naruto's inquiry, Sasuke cast him a disdainful glance, making Naruto blush slightly. The bravado from outside still echoed in his ears. But now that they were inside, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head, quickly concocting a flimsy excuse. It's all the tree's fault. They grow too well. Hearing this pitiful justification, Sasuke chose to ignore Naruto and turned his attention to Sakura. Only at this moment did Sakura reveal her true potential within the team. This way, Naruto. Understood. Sakura swiftly determined the correct direction. Observing her pointed direction, Sasuke exchanged a knowing glance with Naruto. This unspoken understanding was not something they had cultivated in just 3 months. Throughout their 6 years in the Ninja Academy, they had often clashed, yet it was precisely this friction that deepened their understanding of one another. This camaraderie was something Sakura, as a teammate, still struggled to penetrate. After nodding, Naruto immediately formed hand seals, creating 9 shadow clones that assumed the appearance of Team 7. One group followed Sakura's indicated path, another ventured left ahead, while the remaining group proceeded to the right. Thus, they explored in a fan-like formation. And only after 3 minutes did the trio set off. This was a lesson imparted by Kakashi. Never become careless due to Naruto's formidable strength. Remaining vigilant was essential for the safety of their comrades, and in this situation, their strategy could also gather intelligence. Unfortunately, their team lacked a sensory-type ninja, but fortunately, Naruto's shadow clone technique was exceptionally adept. This jutsu, originally devised by Senju Tobarama for information gathering, was now serving its intended purpose. Moreover, they were tasked with seizing the Heaven Scroll from the death row inmates. With this approach, regardless of which group encountered enemies, the central team could swiftly come to their aid. After only a few minutes, the left front decoy encountered an adversary. "We have a situation here. Hurry up." Naruto surged ahead, racing toward that direction, with Sasuke and Sakura closely following suit. Approximately 5 minutes later, the trio arrived at the scene, where Naruto could not help but question his clone. "Why did you kill them all? Hey, how do you expect me to respond to that? Are you challenging me?" The clone resembling Naruto shot back, immediately irked by his original's tone. "Seriously, why do you always pop up at the worst moments? I don't have time to deal with you now, otherwise you'll find out what it feels like to have my fist the size of a sandbag land on you." Upon hearing this tone and observing the other's nonchalant demeanor, Naruto instantly recognized this clone. "What I meant was, we haven't even obtained the Heaven Scroll yet, and keeping them alive could provide us with valuable information. They're all death row inmates. They must have some knowledge about the others, right? This isn't our fault." "Exactly. Didn't the chief examiner say these death row inmates are quite formidable? We just exerted a little force, and look what happened." Sakura and Sasuke's clones each offered their explanations for the outcome. Gazing at the scattered remains, Naruto felt exasperated. With too much chakra, his clones were too powerful. How could he resolve this? Forget it. Where's the scroll? Does this group have the scroll? I don't know. What? You don't know? Didn't you disrupt the battlefield and search the bodies? Isn't that usually your job? We thought you'd arrive quickly, so we left it for you. Hurry up. You go on ahead while we continue our search. If we encounter more enemies, we'll try to leave one alive. We're off. The original will handle it." The three clones bickered among themselves, leaving Naruto bewildered and Sasuke and Sakura's mouths twitching in disbelief. This was not their first encounter with such absurdity, yet they still struggled to adapt. The personalities of Naruto's shadow clones were simply too distinct, especially with some of the more eccentric ones. If luck were to turn against them and those clones appeared, it was impossible to predict what would transpire. Fortunately, the likelihood of such an event was relatively low. However, that clone who immediately wanted to engage in a brawl with its original self seemed oddly familiar, as if they had crossed paths before. How fortunate this creature is. They were unaware of the principle behind Naruto's technique. These clones, once created and later reabsorbed, astonishingly retained their previous memories. The two had never heard of such a feature associated with shadow clones. Regarding Naruto's multiple shadow clones, which are classified as forbidden techniques, they were not well versed in this matter, although they had inquired with Kakashi, who had denied any knowledge of it. "Sasuke, why are you in a daze? Come help." It was truly perplexing. One could hardly tell whether he was the original or a mere clone. This was a recurring scenario. Sasuke, though visibly displeased and voicing his complaints, nevertheless stepped forward to assist. As for Sakura, although she had adapted over the past few months, her complexion still appeared pale. After all, Naruto had not summoned her. "Hey, how many people has your uncle actually made you kill?" Sasuke inquired while sifting through a gruesomely dismembered piece of flesh, directing his question at Naruto. This inquiry piqued not only his own interest but also captured Sakura's attention, who leaned in to listen for Naruto's response. The two were simply too curious about this matter. They both vividly recalled the first mission Kakashi had taken them on to eliminate bandits. Even the usually stoic Sasuke, after his first kill, had managed to suppress his urge to vomit, yet he felt an upheaval in his stomach and his face turned ashen. As for Sakura, it was needless to say that she was paralyzed by fear. Had it not been for Kakashi's coercion, she would have preferred not to partake in that team at all. The outcome was predictable. She had only managed to kill one person before she was rendered completely weak and nauseous. Among the three, only Naruto displayed no signs of discomfort throughout the ordeal. In fact, he seemed to revel in it. Indeed, it was excitement. Sasuke was certain he was not mistaken. After years of battling alongside Naruto, he had come to understand the nuances of his expressions and what they conveyed about his emotions. How could he not be exhilarated while killing so wildly? Had Kakashi not intervened, Naruto would have single-handedly vanquished all their foes while Sasuke and Sakura remained in a state of shock. Killing? No, my uncle hardly ever leaves the coffin shop. How could he possibly take me to kill anyone? It's impossible. I've never killed anyone. How could you have reacted that way the first time? Sasuke challenged. Your reaction was certainly not that of a novice. Sakura, tell him what the first time should feel like. Sasuke's skepticism towards Naruto was evident. He recalled his own feelings from that day with startling clarity. Every sensation, every discomfort was etched into his memory. The first time was excruciatingly painful. Had Kakashi not compelled him, he would never have wished to experience such anguish again. Even now, nearly 3 months later, the recollection of that day made him weak and his soul trembled at the thought. Despite appearing somewhat acclimated now, it was all due to Naruto's overwhelming force. Sasuke reassured himself that his initial experience was not as significant as he had once believed. Sakura's face grew even paler as she reminisced. She had made countless attempts to forget that feeling, yet such a memory is not easily cast aside. It clings to one like a first love, forever etched in memory. No matter how many years may pass. I'm serious. Why don't you believe Sakura? I thought that even if Sasuke didn't, you would understand better? Forgive me. But based on your reactions every time, it's quite difficult to believe that was your first, Sasuke retorted. That coffin, it truly is a coffin. I told you. My uncle can create coffins with various functions, one of which possesses illusionary capabilities. Since I was 10, he has required me to lie in it every 3 months. Though it only lasts a night, it feels like an eternity. Within that illusion, you can die, but you will be resurrected immediately, only to continue the slaughter. If you ever get the chance, you should try it. Compared to that illusion, what we faced outside is mere child's play. Naruto explained, recalling how, upon awakening from his first experience in the coffin, he had felt nauseous for several days despite knowing it was an illusion. Guan Ren had even granted him leave to recover before returning to school. Your uncle is truly remarkable. What more could Sasuke say? His anticipation for Guan Ren's coffins had only grown. Come on, Naruto, hurry up and finish the assessment. I've already searched everything. You are the only one left to complete your part. Are you urging me, or should you be urging yourself, Sasuke? You weirdo. Sasuke felt a bit flustered. Despite their conversation, Naruto continued to methodically sift through the remains without losing pace. Nevertheless, Sasuke hastened his own efforts. The more he came to understand Naruto, the more he realized the vast difference between them. He needed to catch up quickly. 024. Guan Ren has breached the defenses. They swiftly cleaned the battlefield. But luck was not on their side. They did not obtain the heavenly scroll. The trio remained undeterred. They had only just entered and still had plenty of time. Let us move. The longer we linger, the greater the danger. They gathered their slightly disappointed spirits and continued on their path, hoping to acquire a scroll. After all, once they regrouped, they would need to act collectively to gather resources. Being together would naturally enhance their safety, albeit at the cost of efficiency. Of course, Naruto and the others would not deliberately delay their gathering time. Having spent 6 years in the same class, their bond was quite strong. Lee and his group had little connection with the rest. Since they were here to assist, Naruto and his friends had no reason to act otherwise. Not to mention, there was the accountability to their own superior who led them. In another direction, Team 8 proceeded cautiously towards their designated rendezvous point. Unlike Naruto's team, the 3 members were all sensory types. Hinata with her Byakugan, Shino with his insects, and Kiba with his keen sense of smell. Upon entering the Forest of Death, Shino immediately released some of his insects, which, though lacking in combat capability, were excellent for gathering information about their surroundings. Hinata activated her Byakugan, while Kiba and Akamaru sniffed the air for unfamiliar scents. The trio and their canine companion navigated carefully, having encountered enemies along the way but successfully avoiding them. Although the adversaries they spotted appeared weak, there were 3 groups lying in ambush nearby. Typically, Kiba might have taken a risk to confront them, but now, fully aware of the dangers associated with this assessment, he recalled Tsum's instructions: never engage another team before reuniting with his own. Not to mention, the layout suggested that this was likely a carefully arranged trap by the opposing team. Even when Kiba and his team encountered a lone prisoner, he refrained from attacking, choosing instead to remain discreet. Kiba gently patted Akamaru, signaling him to memorize the enemy's scent, before leading Hinata and Shino stealthily around them, continuing towards their agreed destination. I can't believe he is actually managing to hold back. The scenes of Team 8 were closely observed by Guan Ren, who followed them stealthily. He was aware that some must have given them some guidance before their entry, but given his recollections of Kiba during this period, he felt uneasy and decided to keep an eye on them. As for Naruto, Guan Ren felt little concern. Unless faced with Orochimaru, the prisoners posed no real threat to him. His motivation for following was purely precautionary. Moreover, he had already arranged for crows to shadow Naruto, ensuring he could respond swiftly in case of any emergencies. In contrast, Guan Ren was most worried about Hinata. Although Shino, dubbed Konoha's undefeated war god, was present, Hinata herself was still too weak at this stage. While Shino could defend himself, he might be delayed by others. Furthermore, Kiba's impulsive nature made Guan Ren particularly anxious. As he had stated, Hinata was the niece-in-law he had chosen, and he simply could not allow anything to happen to her. Naruto, that foolish boy, has truly consumed my heart with worry. However, this time, Kiba's performance has indeed opened my eyes. It is evident that he yearns to fight, as his gaze betrays his true feelings. Yet, in moments like these, he often casts fleeting glances towards Hinata and Shino, suppressing his restless heart. He is the captain, and while there is nothing wrong with wanting to fight and relishing the thrill of battle, he must never place his comrades in peril. There will be opportunities, once they regroup, with others to safeguard Hinata. He can unleash his desire to battle without reservation. Both he and the often taciturn yet sharp-tongued Shino hold a fondness for Hinata. They have never deemed her to be useless. Akin to Yugao, they consistently encourage her, nurturing her confidence and resilience. As Hinata's teammates, Kiba and Shino are acutely aware that her strength is not to be underestimated. It is merely her tendency to retreat in the face of adversity that stifles her courage. Otherwise, they recall their practice sessions in school. If not for Hinata's fear of hurting her classmates, she would not have held back her power during critical moments. If only she could summon a modicum of self-assurance, there are not many in their cohort who could rival her. Indeed, beyond the 12 ninja, the atmosphere in Team 8 is undoubtedly the most harmonious among many graduating teams, even as Ino and Shikamaru bicker incessantly. What a troublesome lad. Has he truly become so cowardly? How has his character shifted so drastically that he refrains from engaging? Kiba, once again, leads Hinata and Shino away from a significantly weaker foe, and I can no longer contain my frustration. I am certain this opponent is isolated, with no other teams nearby. I trust the three have realized this, especially since even Hinata cautiously suggested they could attempt an engagement. Yet Kiba insists on caution, guiding them to circumvent the threat. My understanding of Kiba leads me to this vexation. His sudden transformation feels like a severe deviation from his character. Is this truly Kiba? Perhaps it is best to let this boy be. If Naruto faces trouble, they shall remain unharmed. I shall move towards Naruto's location, as Kakashi and Yugao are also accompanying that team, ensuring their safety. I mutter to myself, slipping away quietly, worried that if I continue observing, I might be compelled to confront Kiba and confine him in a specially crafted coffin for a while. His behavior is infuriating. I clearly perceive that the solitary figure possesses a scroll. How such a weakling acquired it remains a mystery. Perhaps it was an arrangement by Anko. Regardless, the pressing concern is Kiba's unwillingness to engage, even in the face of Hinata's character. As long as Kiba refrains from fighting, what issues could possibly arise for their team? With Hinata's Byakugan, the diminutive yet omnipresent insects, and Kiba and Akamaru's keen sense of smell, they are well equipped. In that moment of my frustration, I nearly caught Shino's attention. Kakashi and Yugao, maintaining their distance, clearly recognize the prowess of this group. They are all adept at reconnaissance, and with such caution, it is evident they have resolved not to engage unless the entire team is assembled. Trouble seems unlikely. That troublesome boy Kiba has gone to great lengths to avoid conflict. Yugao, do you truly worry for them? Although Kakashi and Yugao trail behind and cannot hear Kiba's exchanges, they are capable of accurately assessing the situation. The scenes unfolding along the way lead Kakashi to question if Yugao is simply deceiving him. Given their tendency to avoid confrontation, he is convinced that should any team encounter trouble, this one will certainly reach the final stages unscathed. The reason Kakashi agreed to accompany Yugao is twofold. He has confidence in Naruto's abilities and is also attentive to Guren's claim that Hinata is destined to be Naruto's partner. He is uncertain if Guren will personally watch over Hinata. After all, Naruto is also the child of his own teacher, and Kakashi is naturally concerned for him. Thus, when Yugao extended the invitation, Kakashi readily joined, considering Asuma needed to oversee Shikamaru and the others, confident in Naruto's prowess. Yet, Amidst this journey, what danger could they possibly face? They are undoubtedly the safest of all. Ahem, Kiba's typical demeanor is not like this. Otherwise, I would not be so anxious. Yugao feels embarrassed. She never anticipated such a situation. Kiba, in his usual self, would often insist on engaging, even when he suggested retreat. This inconsistency is precisely what troubles her. Congratulations, it appears your pupil has matured significantly. Overcoming such character flaws is no simple task. Indeed, I too did not foresee that Kiba would be the first to change. Kakashi observes the smile on Yugao's face, reflecting on how their former teacher must have often worried over them. If only he had displayed some of Kiba's growth back then, perhaps the outcomes would have differed. Kakashi. Yes? What occupies your thoughts? We should catch up. Nothing much. He will be an excellent captain, Kakashi remarks earnestly, focusing on the departing trio. Meanwhile, Guren, using her crows to ascertain their location, approaches Team 7's rear, discovering that these individuals have secured a heavenly scroll. The scene before her reveals clear signs of a recent battle. Her arrival is indeed timely. Guren glances ahead, in the direction of Naruto and the others, spotting a familiar sinister presence amidst the branches of a great tree. It is unmistakable. Orochimaru has arrived. 5 minutes prior, Naruto and his companions were hastening their journey when the scouting team ahead encountered yet another complication. Sasuke, did you forget to wipe after using the restroom today? Sasuke's face darkens as he casts a death glare at Naruto. Truly, if it weren't for the pressing matters requiring his assistance, he would swear he would confront Naruto, even if it meant facing death. That expression suggests it's not your fault. Sakura, did you step in dog excrement on your way out today? Naruto, if you wish for death, you need only say so. I can accommodate that. If you cannot defeat me, I could always resort to poison. Sakura is equally flustered. As a girl, how could Naruto utter such repulsive words? The mere thought is intolerable. Not you either? But that does not make sense. We encountered 5 teams so far, and none possessed a scroll. Now we face the 6th wave. This can only be attributed to you. Have you never considered that it might be your fault? Sasuke and Sakura interject simultaneously, rolling their eyes at Naruto. Speaking of which, you were the first to charge in when trouble arose previously. Why are you asking such trivial questions now? Sakura questions Naruto, puzzled by this sudden shift in his typically combative nature. Once again, that pesky shadow clone. This adversary seems formidable. Let him face some hardship first. Naruto, what are you even saying? Are you calculating against your own clone now? Let us go. If we hesitate, we might find ourselves missing out on yet another opportunity. Sasuke is right. With our luck being this poor, we cannot afford to overlook any chances. Well then, let us move. But there's no need to rush. I can stall a little longer. Seeing that both have decided to advance now, Naruto nods in agreement, but still wishes to delay a bit longer. Hurry up. Have you forgotten, we also need to regroup? Indeed, behold me, utterly exasperated by that wretched clone. Let us proceed swiftly to resolve this. After a reminder, Naruto finally reacted, accelerating his pace. He could not afford to be delayed by the clones when pressing matters awaited. A few minutes later, the trio arrived at the battlefield. And upon assessing the situation, they realized why the clones were struggling. The enemy outnumbered them significantly, with at least a dozen foes present, including 2 elite ch-nin. Although these 2 ch-nin were of little consequence, the sheer number of adversaries hindered Naruto's 3 clones from making any headway. After all, they were merely clones, not Naruto's true self. Despite the considerable chakra expended in their creation, excessive attacks would deplete their energy, leading to their inevitable disappearance. Before Naruto and his companions arrived, their task had been to merely hold off these adversaries. LLLL leader. Rasengan. Boom. Cough, cough, splutter. What do you want to say? LLL leader. Be careful. The leader, one of the elite ch-nin, nearly choked upon hearing his subordinates' stammered warning. Careful? What good is that now? He could feel his insides rupturing, every movement sending waves of agony through him. Knowing escape was futile, he bellowed a command for his subordinates to flee. As soon as Naruto made his move, he understood that this was far beyond what they could handle. Observing the 3 newcomers who resembled the previous trio, he realized that they had merely been dealing with clones. The fact that mere clones could contend with so many of them without sustaining serious injuries was alarming, now that the original had arrived. It took only a single strike to incapacitate him. If they did not flee now, all would meet their end here. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Escape? Let me see one of you try. Everyone, together, let us end this swiftly. The prisoners, initially prepared to scatter under their leader's shout, found themselves encircled by a multitude of Narutos. Instantly, their faces turned ashen. Before they could utter pleas for mercy, they heard Naruto's command to his clones. Everyone, give it your all. With no path to survival, what was there to plead for? They were all death row inmates, each bearing the weight of lives lost. In such dire moments, the spirit to fight was in abundance. After all, if their adversaries were not inclined to grant them the opportunity to speak, a desperate struggle might still allow for escape. However, in the face of overwhelming strength and numbers, their hope for survival was naive. Once Naruto commanded the assault, within less than a minute, all the prisoners lay defeated, with only 3 or 5 still standing. Among them was another Nin. As for the prisoner leader, he had already succumbed to the chaos, his breath extinguished amidst the battle's aftermath. Sasuke Sakura, sweep the battlefield and finish off the survivors. Naruto spoke decisively, showing no hesitation or mercy. Over the past 2 years, he had perished countless times due to his own compassion. Now that he was certain of their enemy status, the only course was to eliminate them entirely to ensure true safety. This was a lesson learned through countless deaths. Understood. Sakura and Sasuke responded in unison. Having faced such circumstances before, they felt no discomfort. The battlefield was not excessively gruesome, and Sakura found it bearable, with both of them joining in. It would not take long to conclude the conflict. Naruto, this one possesses a scroll. How splendid. Sakura had discovered the individual who was the former leader, possessing a scroll of heaven. Huh, I told you our luck could not be perpetually dismal. Sakura's words brought a moment of joy to Naruto and Sasuke, even sparing the remaining 3 unclaimed individuals for the moment as they turned to Sakura. After so many encounters, they finally found a scroll. Clap, clap, clap. Who? Suddenly alert. Naruto shifted into a defensive stance. An extraordinary battle. You were truly impressive. Especially you, child of the 4th Hokage. Your reputation is well-deserved. From not far ahead, a figure adorned with the headband of the grass village emerged, presumably one of the candidates for this examination. Yet, how could such an individual exist within the grass village? They had observed Naruto's battle so closely that had he not spoken, Naruto would not have sensed any anomaly. How could this be? Based on what his uncle had described, such prowess was not typical for an ordinary shinobi. You are not from the grass village. Who are you? And what is your objective? Naruto remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intensely on the newcomer, unwilling to relax for a moment. Sasuke and Sakura, witnessing Naruto's demeanor for the first time, immediately understood that this individual was formidable, causing Naruto to exercise caution. Otherwise, given Naruto's nature, he would not waste words and would have charged into battle. Even if their strengths were comparable, he would not hesitate, as long as he could engage the adversary, preventing them from targeting his companions. Much like the initial encounter with Zabuza Momochi, Naruto's physical capabilities meant that even those slightly stronger than him had little chance against him. However, this time, Sasuke and Sakura realized the situation was serious. They quickly huddled close, remaining alert, seeking no other aim than to avoid hindering Naruto. Haha, there's no need to be so tense. I harbor no ill intent. I merely came to present you with a gift. Naruto, you and Sasuke shall both receive one. Orochimaru, you are Orochimaru. Naruto observed the individual's gestures and demeanor, especially the unsettling habit of licking his lips, which revealed a long and agile tongue. Instantly, Naruto's vigilance surged anew. 026. Come, bestow another curse mark upon me. Haha, in this state, you still recognize me? How did Cameron speak of me to you? Orochimaru expressed curiosity in his current condition. He believed even the 3rd Hokage would struggle to identify him. Yet, this young boy, having merely glanced at him for a brief moment, had confidently recognized him. He was certain Naruto had never seen him before. It must have been the initial encounter with the man when he was merely a child. Why you are Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, now a notorious rogue ninja. Upon Orochimaru's acknowledgement, Sakura stammered, her words faltering. She had excelled academically and had memorized details about Orochimaru from her studies. She could not fathom how they had merely come to participate in a Nin exam, only to encounter such a formidable figure. Moreover, how had a rogue ninja infiltrated Konoha so effortlessly without detection? Sasuke Sakura, be extremely cautious. This individual is far more terrifying than you realize. He is the most notorious human trafficker in the shinobi world, adept at manipulating others with his words. Who knows how many children he has deceived into serving him. Thus, it was imperative to remember that no matter what this man said, they must not trust him in the slightest. Naruto's gaze remained steadfast on Orochimaru, though his voice bore a grave weight, resonating in Sasuke's and Sakura's ears. The two exchanged bewildered looks, momentarily dazed. So, Naruto's solemnity was not merely due to the adversary's formidable strength? Could it be that Naruto was capable of fighting back? A glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes as they exchanged glances. Haha, is this how Guan Ren described me to you, Naruto? Orochimaru displayed no signs of anger, conversing with Naruto and the others as if engaged in casual chatter. Despite Naruto's constant vigilance, Orochimaru seemed unperturbed, his voice remaining steady and magnetic. And, you have yet to explain how you recognized me. Young ones should not be so impolite. Humph. My uncle once said that when I encounter someone who boasts about the agility of their long tongue, often licking their lips with a peculiar grin, regardless of gender, there's an 80 chance it's Orochimaru. Naruto scoffed, casting a knowing glance at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what do you mean I boast about my tongue's agility? It is long, true, but I have never flaunted it. Sasuke, that description is quite vivid. How many times has this guy licked his lips since he appeared? Sakura, regardless of gender? Sakura furtively glanced at Orochimaru, scrutinizing for a while before concluding that this was indeed a woman. Yet, all records labeled Orochimaru as male. This world is utterly insane. Sakura felt that everything she experienced today, regardless of what may come, had entirely upended her worldview. It turns out that sometimes, gender need not be so rigidly defined. Orochimaru, what is your purpose for seeking us? If it's to fight, I admit I am not your match. But do not force me. If I unleash the power of the Nine Tails, you will not fare well. Do not attempt to use the 5-element seal on me. It is futile. My uncle has modified the seals on me precisely to prevent such circumstances. Of course, if you truly came bearing gifts without ulterior motives, we would be quite cooperative. Oh, Naruto, would you accept my gift? Orochimaru regarded Naruto, momentarily uncertain whether to present him with the prepared offering. After all, that peculiar fellow Guan Ren. Naturally, my uncle mentioned that your gift is a fine item, unless it's some cursed seal. If not, then I shall say nothing. My uncle indicated that this is the only thing of relative value you possess. I find myself reluctant to offer it to you now. Orochimaru observed Naruto's eager expression, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes, his lips curling slightly. Not for me. Then how about giving it to Sasuke or Sakura? Naruto, do not pretend to be so naive. Your wariness of me has never waned. I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. Guan Ren could appear at any moment, and I would rather not encounter him. Isn't that right, Guan Ren? Naruto was baffled by Orochimaru's nonsensical ramblings. Does he think my uncle can hear him? Is he out of his mind? Likewise, I do not wish to see you. Uncle, what are you doing here? You've always... Slap. Move aside. Naruto, who was touched by Guan Ren's sudden arrival, was abruptly pushed to Sasuke and the others. But you still came, didn't you? Guan Ren, it was you who approached Orochimaru. This is not the village of sound. Indeed, it must be due to Guan Ren's crow, right? What do you think? Wait, what are they talking about? Why do I recognize every word they say, yet cannot comprehend their meaning? Listening to their dialogue, Naruto's head buzzed. He immediately perked up his ears. The past of Guan Ren was of utmost interest to him. He enjoyed hearing anyone recount it. Yet, as he listened, Naruto felt utterly isolated in his understanding. Haha, will Guan Ren stop me? Why should I care? I have another purpose for coming here, to present Sasuke with a gift. Go ahead, and while you're at it, give Naruto and her one too. Guan Ren, are you sure you're not joking? It could be deadly. You said the same when you first gave it to me. Did I die? Orochimaru gazed at Guan Ren, falling silent. When he first developed the cursed seal, Guan Ren was the individual he most wished to implant it upon. However, Orochimaru understood that it was nearly impossible to do so. Who would have thought that when he decided to take the risk, Guan Ren showed no resistance, seemingly even looking forward to it. And then, nothing happened. The cursed seal, which brought death to others, had no effect on him whatsoever. Moreover, the lingering mental imprint was swiftly eradicated. Could Guan Ren assist them in removing it? Why remove it? What trouble would that cause me? Hurry. Once you're done, help me with another. I want to see how you've improved this over the years. Leave your imprint behind. It won't benefit you, trust me. My goodness. Orochimaru thought to himself, questioning whether Guan Ren was purposely waiting for him. The dreaded heavenly curse seal, and he was eager to receive it, even offering a few for himself. Orochimaru felt something was amiss. Yet Guan Ren had just stated he would not interfere with what he was about to do. Although he spoke in such a tone, he had to maintain his composure. Fine, if he desires it, let him have it. After all, the main objective of this trip has been achieved. Guan Renjun's intention in providing Sasuke with this item is, I know, but you cannot obtain it this way. If you trust me, I will provide you with one that truly belongs to you in the future. Orochimaru looked at Guan Ren. Could he genuinely procure it? And one that truly belongs to him. How would that work? It must be said that despite his skepticism, he felt a sense of anticipation. 027. Do you wish to die? Ultimately, Orochimaru bestowed the heavenly cursed seal upon the group, even Sakura, whom he deemed unworthy. Orochimaru watched as the seal, which could torment a person to death, was placed upon them. Just as they felt their bodies igniting, Guan Ren swiftly intervened, rendering them entirely unaffected. Orochimaru watched, enraptured. He understood that it was the influence of Guan Ren's mysterious energy, not a removal of his seal. Guan Renjun's research on this cursed seal rivals my own. After all these years, there must be some gains. Guan Ren remarked nonchalantly. Although he initially could not extract chakra, it did not mean he lacked understanding of various ninjutsu. It was merely the absence of energy required to perform them. Otherwise, Kushina would not have taught him various sealing techniques. However, after discovering that the coffin could grant him those techniques, he devoted little time to further research. More often, it was Orochimaru's work, which he could not access even with a coffin, that piqued his interest. Guan Ren was indifferent, yet this was the result of his long-standing professional habit. He simply did not easily accept anyone, not out of a desire to reject interaction. He acknowledged he was not a good person, but he would not go so far as to kill someone for a technique and then bury them. Guan Renjun, how about you grant me a cursed seal infused with your energy? Do you wish to die? Orochimaru, just seeking a cursed seal containing that energy. And this fellow wishes to end his life? After training Naruto for so many years, if possible, I would have given it to him myself. Do you think you can endure it? Ahem, that was a misunderstanding. Let us hold off for now. Orochimaru cast a deep glance at the black coffin Guan Ren carried on his back, the wariness and fear evident in his eyes. He was one of the few who understood the origins of the energy within Guan Ren. Guan Renjun, if you have time, you are always welcome to visit the Village of Sound. Orochimaru's words bore no semblance of falsehood. Indeed, he harbored a certain trepidation towards Guan Ren, yet was profoundly intrigued by all that the latter embodied. It was akin to the display of prowess Guan Ren exhibited moments ago, should he choose to assist. Orochimaru could swiftly cultivate a cohort of minions endowed with the heavenly curse seal, if fate permits. As for the matter I promised you earlier, I shall reach out to you in due time. There is no rush. Take your time to prepare, Guan Ren. It is time for me to depart, so farewell. Guan Ren, your disciple is quite fascinating. Red Bean, was it? Orochimaru murmured, glancing at Guan Ren before his form slackened, transforming into a slender serpent that slithered into the underbrush. Goodness, this fellow truly lives up to what my uncle said. His ability to preserve his life is unparalleled in the ninja world. Naruto could not help but mutter as he observed the scene, taken aback by the revelation that the Orochimaru before him was merely a shadow clone. When had this occurred? Where was his true self? Thus, as long as one lives, hope remains. You performed admirably just now. I only recalled what you mentioned, uncle. Unless absolutely necessary, one should avoid conflict with Orochimaru. Naruto chuckled foolishly, beginning to understand why. Despite his considerable strength, his uncle had always advised him against revealing it indiscriminately. In this world, sheer power does not equate to everything. I must take my leave. Remember to bring that curse seal home after this battle. I merely sealed it temporarily. Once refined, it will be devoid of side effects and truly belong to you. Understood. However, uncle, what exactly is this thing? It is the key to mastering Sage Mode. Sage Mode? Did you not say I was not yet ready to learn? With this, you can grasp it ahead of time, and you will still be able to learn it later. Off I go. Naruto, why does your uncle seem somewhat different from last night? Sakura and Sasuke approached after Guan Ren had departed. It was unavoidable. Although Guan Ren had not exuded any overt pressure, the aura he emanated was too formidable. You'll become accustomed to it. My uncle exhibits two different personas, relaxed at home due to familiarity, but when outside, he adopts this demeanor. But what do you think Orochimaru truly intends? Naruto pondered the earlier conversation, casting a curious glance at Sasuke. It seemed Orochimaru had come specifically for him. Why are you looking at me? Did you not comprehend? I was merely incidental, Sasuke replied, exasperated. Naruto's mind seemed to only function properly in the heat of battle, even when standing in front of the legendary Orochimaru. His presence was oddly reassuring. Is that so? Fool. He clearly has a scheme. His primary aim is less about meeting us than about using you to draw out Lord Guan Ren. You heard it. He fears that Lord Guan Ren will thwart his plans. You dolt. Sasuke, speak plainly. Are you trying to practice your rhetoric? Yet he stated he did not wish to see my uncle. How do we explain that? I'm tired. Sakura, you handle it. Sasuke, growing weary of the conversation, refrained from continuing, knowing he might lose his temper. Naruto. Lord Guan Ren also said he did not wish to see him, yet he still appeared. Some matters cannot be dictated by mere desire. Like how I did not wish to take a life, yet ultimately did. Lord Guan Ren may not wish to meet Orochimaru, but Orochimaru, through you, threatens that if he doesn't appear, you may be in danger, thus he came. Impossible. That is utterly inconceivable. If that were the case, my uncle would never engage in conversation with that wretch. He would have long since confronted him with a black coffin. No one may doubt my uncle's love for me. Ah, you fool. Sasuke, despite his scornful words, felt a twinge of envy. He once had someone in his life who cared for him in such a manner. Yet that was no longer the case. Naruto, that is because Lord Guan Ren instructed him regarding that cursed seal. Though I am unaware of what sage mode entails. Your earlier state and Orochimaru's reluctance indicate something significant. Do you recall Lord Guan Ren's caution that his consciousness must not linger within the seal? And regarding Sasuke's troubles. Despite our ignorance of Orochimaru's intentions, Lord Guan Ren effortlessly resolved it with a single word. I surmise this is also due to his reluctance to eliminate Orochimaru, Sakura conjectured. Having listened intently to their conversation, despite her earlier reticence. It is also possible, my uncle mentioned that Orochimaru is notoriously difficult to kill. His true self did not even appear. Eliminating a mere shadow clone is futile. We must remain vigilant should we encounter him again. Naruto nodded in agreement. Sakura's concerns were irrelevant. All he cared about was that Guan Ren was still mindful of him. To Naruto, his uncle, serving as the chief examiner, had disregarded the rules to remain at his side. Such devotion was truly heartwarming. Let us proceed. We must gather. Naruto declared, brimming with enthusiasm, unaware that his beloved uncle had not been following him from the beginning, only arriving after ensuring Hinata posed no threat. Otherwise, they might have faced genuine peril. It was not merely about fighting Orochimaru. The heavenly curse seal was no trivial matter to endure. 028. Kindred spirits in adversity with Orochimaru's departure. The subsequent trials posed no real threat to Naruto and his companions. The first to encounter them were Team 7 and Team 8. Upon seeing Naruto, Kiba's nervous demeanor began to ease slightly. With Naruto around, no matter the situation, I can unleash my full potential. The two teams continued towards their designated location, managing to gather all members before nightfall. Team 3 and Team 10 joined them, having approached from another direction. Once assembled, the first order of business was to exchange information. Currently, it is only Naruto and Lee who have successfully gathered the Earth and Sky Scrolls. We still require 2 more of the Sky Scrolls. Let us share our findings. Did anyone note any information on the prisoners during their journey here? We discovered 3 locations with a considerable number of individuals, albeit a bit distant from our current position. If we head there now, we cannot be certain whether they have relocated. After exchanging information, Shikamaru analyzed the situation, though it seemed there was little to analyze. Having witnessed the strength of the opposing team, he felt as if Team 10 resembled mere novices in comparison. Regardless of experience, strength, or battlefield handling, they were indeed seasoned veterans who had graduated a year prior. Especially the combat prowess exhibited by Lee and Niji, which was far beyond that of mere underlings. Shikamaru found himself questioning internally, what exactly does Asuma sense in us? Against such formidable individuals, let them ascend to Ch-Nin first, then we will see. Particularly with the displays from Lee and Naruto, one could hardly imagine a single one of them, let alone their entire team, standing a chance against them. With these 2 powerhouses present, the rest of the team simply needed to relay information and await developments. Thus, Shikamaru refrained from devising any strategies. instead compiling the information and determining the closest target. He would then instruct Lee and Naruto to charge forth. Allow me to take the lead. Kiba stepped forward, articulating the details of the enemy's ambush positions and numbers with remarkable clarity. The group was astonished, wondering if this was indeed Yara. When did he take on the role of gathering intelligence? Such detailed information, how was it achieved? Faced with the curious gazes of the others, Shino and Hinata quickly averted their eyes. Honestly, Hinata understood that the choices made along the way were meant to protect her. Yet it was truly difficult to voice her thoughts. Even she felt that in some of the situations they encountered, it was safe enough to proceed. But Yara was excessively cautious. Clearing his throat, Yara sensed the disapproval emanating from his two companions, feeling somewhat awkward. What do you wish to say? Shikamaru observed the peculiar behavior of Team 3 and Yara's embarrassment, opting not to delve deeper. He turned to Yara, inquiring if he had any further thoughts. I merely wish to suggest that I take the lead in the upcoming battle. If I falter, then Naruto and the others can step in. Yara felt helpless. The journey had nearly suffocated him, and he feared that without encountering Naruto and the others soon, he might lose his sanity. Sigh. I have sacrificed so much for Team 8. Alas, who could blame me for being the captain? Teacher Kurenai has placed such trust in me, and I have not disappointed her, successfully completing the tasks she entrusted to me. Had Shino and Hinata known Yara's thoughts at that moment, they would undoubtedly nod in agreement, acknowledging that he had indeed lived up to expectations. Truly, it was perfect. I have no objections. Neither do we. There have been far too many battles along the way. All right, Yara, then we leave the upcoming fights in your capable hands. Upon hearing Team 3 and Team 7 express their agreement, Shikamaru turned towards Yara. Yosh, finally, we can fight. Yara exclaimed joyfully, bouncing on the spot as if releasing pent-up energy. What about you, Naruto? Do you have any useful information? We have none here. In response to Naruto's reply, Shikamaru nodded slightly, understanding. He had heard some remarks from Sakura and Ino regarding Naruto's performance during the mission, and he had a rough idea of the situation. They had dealt with all the enemies encountered thus far. In that case, Yara, let us first sweep through the enemies you discovered. Shikamaru marveled at Team 8's prowess and intelligence, noting their formidable capabilities. As for the 12 young ninjas, there was little more to discuss, given the solid information provided by Team 8. Throughout the journey, Yara held himself with unwavering confidence. No matter the number or strength of the enemies, he charged ahead without hesitation. Naruto and Lee would always be the first to act, treating this as a competition between themselves. Their strikes were swift and merciless, often resulting in one-hit kills. After gathering the scrolls, both felt somewhat unsatisfied, yet were halted by Shikamaru's intervention. There's no need for that. Shikamaru, are we just going to let those prisoners go? Naruto queried, puzzled. In his view, they were all prisoners, lacking any redeeming qualities, and deserved to be eliminated outright. There's no point. They cannot escape. Even if someone gathers the scrolls, that person will inevitably face the wrath of the other prisoners. Why is that? Think about it, Naruto. For those prisoners, would they prefer to kill the talented individuals from various villages or eliminate their fellow inmates? Is there really a difference? Naruto retorted, believing that acquiring the scrolls made killing anyone irrelevant. Naruto, they are not like you. Killing the talented individuals from other villages means, even if they manage to gather the scrolls, the examiners would indeed set them free. Conversely, if they eliminate fellow prisoners, they will not have to worry about being pursued. Sakura elaborated, clarifying her point to Naruto. How brilliant. Is everyone from this generation as clever as Tintin and Niji? I never would have thought of that, Lee whispered, turning to praise his two companions. However, Tintin and Niji quickly averted their gazes, exchanging glances filled with mutual understanding among Sakura and Sasuke, acknowledging the presence of a muscle-brained individual in every generation. Sakura, are you implying that even if they gather the scrolls, the village may not grant them freedom? Ino gazed at her dear friend, suddenly perceiving a significant change in her. Sakura, once innocent, now seemed to harbor a more somber outlook. What could have caused such a transformation? Perhaps I am overthinking it. Sakura did not respond directly. She preferred not to view the world through such a dark lens. Yet, spending too much time around certain individuals had its effect. Kakashi, who had long operated in the shadows, engaged in assassination missions. Sasuke, burdened with the weight of his clan's tragic past, lived solely for revenge. And Naruto, though outwardly cheerful, transformed entirely in battle. Sakura's reflections were largely influenced by Naruto. His teachings had imparted wisdom, urging her to ponder the deeper implications behind certain matters. However, it seemed that while he had absorbed these lessons, he inadvertently taught others instead. Shikamaru regarded Sakura, his thoughts mirroring hers. Though he possessed a heightened sensitivity towards the political intricacies of Konoha, which he kept to himself. That's not going to happen. What do you mean at 1T? Naruto suddenly asserted with firm conviction, leaving everyone bewildered by his sudden intensity. Those individuals, even if they are prisoners, if they can truly gather the scrolls, they will certainly be set free. That's why I proposed we eliminate them all. Naruto, what makes you so certain? Sakura, having a deeper understanding of Naruto, recognized the stubbornness that had enveloped him. At this moment, no amount of argument would sway his opinion. Because the chief examiner is my uncle. I don't know the plans of the other examiners or Konoha, but since my uncle has accepted the role, he has also accepted these rules. Therefore, if a prisoner truly manages to gather the scrolls, he will certainly be released. No one can prevent that. I believe you all understand this. Then why does Senior Guan Ren insist on this? Ino's large, curious eyes sparkled with intrigue, particularly regarding matters related to Guan Ren. Shikamaru sighed inwardly, aware of the trouble this fascination could bring. That individual is not someone you can easily approach, Ino. Shikamaru wished to offer further advice, but with so many present, he found it difficult to speak. Along the way, Ino had been recounting her encounter with Guan Ren in Naruto's mind space to him and Choji, detailing how charming, charismatic, and manly he was. My uncle places great importance on credibility. He always teaches me that without trust, one cannot stand firm. Sasuke, do you know why I was so confident yesterday in helping you with that matter? It's precisely for this reason. Since childhood, he has never broken a promise to me. Even though he didn't make a personal commitment to you, I assured you. My uncle would go to great lengths to fulfill that promise for you. When I was younger, I didn't understand many things, agreeing to some rather unreasonable requests. Yet my uncle always took me along to fulfill them. As I gradually grew older, I became cautious about making promises to others. For if I were to make a commitment and subsequently fail to fulfill it, it would only burden my uncle to resolve the situation. Despite my uncle's certain viewpoints with which I do not entirely agree, particularly regarding the current matter involving those individuals who are, without a doubt, condemned criminals, he insists on adhering to principles. Consequently, I contemplated eliminating them all. Nevertheless, I resigned myself to the situation, knowing that my uncle would not mind. Naruto initially intended to voice his thoughts, but ultimately chose to remain silent. In truth, he is neither a cold-blooded killer nor a misanthrope seeking to rid the world of evil. His desire to eradicate those individuals stemmed from a deep-seated concern. Should they escape and continue their malevolent deeds, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon his uncle, who had released them, leading to various rumors and attacks against him. Naruto wished to avert such a day. Such a character, Naruto, does your uncle have a partner? No, he doesn't. Ino, what are you suggesting? Do you wish to introduce someone to my uncle? Yes. I have an incredibly suitable candidate in mind for him. Is that so, Ino? That would be splendid. Once we are outside, do not forget to follow through. After that, I will agree to one request of yours, no matter how difficult. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a surge of joy. He had been contemplating such an idea, but lacked the means until now that Ino presented a suitable option. Shikamaru interjected, "No, Naruto, you remain too naive. Ino merely wishes to become your aunt. If it comes to fruition, it will not be as simple as fulfilling one request. Leave it to me. However, Naruto, I must first get to know your uncle better, so I can converse with him appropriately." "Understood. Just tell me what you need me to do. There is no need for anything elaborate. After we go out, I would like to visit your home personally." "That's no problem. You are welcome at any time." Naruto thought it would be a daunting task, but he declared that as long as it leads to success, the doors of the coffin shop would always be open for her. Sasuke observed Naruto and felt a sense of foreboding. If he continued like this, he would surely incur the wrath of that senior. While Naruto pondered his plans for Guan Ren, on his way back, unexpectedly encountered the frail and helpless Xianglin. After a moment of silence, he decisively intervened to rescue her. Guan Ren contemplated the future children of Hinata and Naruto, envisioning the lovely sunflower and perhaps having another option in Xianglin as well. If not, he would take them all, producing a pure vortex lineage to ultimately confront that brat. "You will live here from now on. Choose a room for yourself." Guan Ren brought Xianglin directly to the coffin shop. indifferent to her plight, knowing Naruto would return in a few days, allowing them to communicate amongst their peers later. This adult. I am from the Grass Ninja Village, a mere waste. Speak one more word, and you shall be eradicated. But members of the Vortex clan cannot reside in Konoha. My mother told me before she passed. Here, it has nothing to do with Konoha. No more nonsense. If I say you can stay, then stay. Guan Ren chose not to engage further with the girl, leaving her trembling and at a loss, gazing around the coffin-filled yard. 030. The battle of master and apprentice. It must be said that at times, this uncle and nephew duo could indeed think along the same lines. Even though Guan Ren often found Naruto's intellect lacking, it was precisely this trait, inherited from his sister, that made him feel a sense of familiarity. Without further ado, as these two cared for one another, a harrowing criminal incident was unfolding in the forest of death. Enough, this is a violation of the rules. At that moment, Akane, a jonin, found herself encircled by 3 examiners, standing over a man who was being devoured piece by the snakes she had summoned. The assault of dozens of serpents had persisted for over 10 minutes, rendering him incapable of uttering any pleas for mercy. He could only groan weakly, hoping Akane would grant him a swift end. Rules? It was precisely due to these so-called rules that I witnessed this man torturing my brother to death for a mere jutsu, while he was imprisoned. All these years. He has lived well, but what of my brother? He died fulfilling his duties for Konoha, and this scoundrel received such a trivial punishment? Akane's eyes reddened, her expression nearly frenzied. Do not speak to me of rules. I have not harmed any of the examinees, only executed a death row inmate. If Konoha wishes to punish me afterwards, I accept all consequences. In the name of justice, I merely ask you not to impede my actions. If you must report, follow the proper procedures. I am indifferent. Akane, enough. We are leaving. The leader, a middle-aged ninja known as Daikan, forcefully prevented any further protests from his companions, ushering them away. Before departing, he cast a glance at Akane, sighing, "Make haste, and do not disturb anyone else." He was the one who had captured the man beneath Akane's feet years ago. Now, witnessing her tormenting him, he questioned whether his past actions were right or wrong. The little girl from back then had grown up and endured suffering for many years. "Thank you, Captain Daikan." Watching their retreating figures, Akane murmured softly. She bore no ill will towards the captain. Had it not been for him, that man might have escaped all those years ago, potentially dying outside. And she would not have had the opportunity to exact her revenge. "You, beast, it is time for you to depart." Shadow Snake Hand. "Brother, I have avenged you by personally slaying this beast. Are you well?" Akane had initially planned to prolong the torment, but she did not wish to embroil Captain Daikan in trouble, as he was responsible for guarding this man, and the report would be challenging to write now. "So this is the reason you have remained resolute. Akane, my dear disciple. Orochimaru, you scoundrel, come out. Just moments ago sorrowful." Akane now erupted in anger upon hearing the sudden voice, scanning her surroundings. "Oh, come now, do not be so agitated, Akane. You bastard, I will kill you. Hee. Come then, let me see how much you have progressed over the years." Orochimaru revealed himself, standing not far from Akane. Upon seeing his unfamiliar appearance, she momentarily froze. Yet the unmistakable aura was one she could never forget. Realizing it was indeed Orochimaru, she surged forward. In an instant, she closed the distance. But just as her kunai was about to pierce him, boom, Akane was suddenly sent flying, crashing through several trees. "I remember, I did not teach you this way, Akane. If you remain this weak, then perish." Orochimaru wasted no time, unleashing a multitude of enormous snakes that advanced towards her, their scale far surpassing those she had summoned earlier. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Akane remained composed. If Orochimaru were so easily defeated, it would be highly abnormal. Rising swiftly, she formed seals, exclaiming, "Fire release, dragon fire technique." A dragon of flames erupted from her mouth, colliding with the giant snakes in midair, creating a tremendous explosion of fire and smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Akane's figure flickered amidst the flames. Nonetheless, Orochimaru did not retreat even an inch. A smirk crept across his lips as he rapidly formed seals. "Akane, behold the true application of the gift I once bestowed upon you." Curse mark stage 1. Orochimaru issued a low growl, and in an instant, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. His skin became rugged and tough, his eyes igniting with a fiery crimson hue, as if ablaze with an inner fire. His speed surged. creating a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Hongdo. Surprised, she briefly pondered whether he was teaching her, but quickly regained her composure, knowing well that given Orochimaru's nature, if she did not exert herself fully, she would surely perish, even if he were merely instructing her. Taking a deep breath, Hongdo's fingers danced as she swiftly formed hand seals, summoning the twin serpents to clash. With a powerful shout, two enormous serpent shadows erupted from her hands, hurtling towards Orochimaru. The serpents intertwined mid-air, weaving into a colossal net that ensnared him tightly. Not bad, he remarked, yet his expression remained devoid of alarm. But still insufficient, far from it. Hongdo. He chuckled softly, his body quaking violently, causing the serpent net to shatter instantly. As he executed the technique of the 10,000 snakes formation with a speed surpassing hers, countless giant serpents erupted from the ground, overwhelming Hongdo in an instant. Amidst the writhing mass of serpents, Hongdo displayed no sign of panic. Instead, she closed her eyes to attune herself to her surroundings. "Shadow of the many serpents," she exclaimed, opening her eyes to reveal countless small snakes swirling around her, rapidly dispersing to engage in battle with the colossal serpents of the 10,000 snakes formation. "My ninjutsu is indeed well learned, yet still too feeble." Orochimaru observed her deft maneuvers amidst the serpents with a flicker of satisfaction, then declared, "Hongdo, you remain too weak. After all these years, you have not progressed. This is why I did not take you with me. You cannot wield what I have given you. Experience its true power." This cruel man, upon finishing his words, unhesitatingly launched an assault on his own disciple. Hongdo sensed the imminent danger. The overwhelming aura threatened her life. She wished to evade, yet found herself entangled by the masses of serpents. "Is this where it ends?" she wondered. "Until we meet again, I hope you can surprise me once more, little Hongdo. Do not squander what has been bestowed upon you." As she succumbed to unconsciousness, still tormented by the new curse mark, Orochimaru murmured before vanishing into the earth. "Is Hongdo all right? What exactly transpired?" Guan Ren, upon being summoned to Konoha Hospital, found himself surrounded by familiar jonin, including the third Hokage, Kakashi, and Asuma. "Ren, you've arrived." The third Hokage greeted him first. Hongdo had been discovered unconscious in the Forest of Death, alongside a deceased convict. The signs of battle unmistakably pointed to Orochimaru's involvement. "Did you encounter him?" "Indeed. We exchanged a few words," Guan Ren replied, his expression stoic as he regarded Hongdo, particularly the curse mark on her neck. Clearly an upgraded version. "I knew it. Orochimaru likely sought her out because of my statement. Does he have a specific aim?" "Uchiha Sasuke." "What?" "Ren, Orochimaru's target is Sasuke. What could he intend?" The third Hokage fell silent, while Kakashi grew visibly anxious, concerned for his student. "Sharingan. Perhaps you could offer him your own. That might deter him from pursuing Sasuke further." "Ren, stop joking." Kakashi's serious demeanor reflected his genuine concern. "Are Naruto, Sakura, and the others safe?" He had not anticipated that his three students would encounter Orochimaru. "Rest assured, like her, they have merely been afflicted with a curse mark." Guan Ren glanced skeptically at Kakashi, questioning his intelligence, given his incessant inquiries. What further questions could there be? "I suspect Kakashi is underestimating me." "Oh, if it's nothing, then, Ren. Being cursed and calling it nothing? Just look at Hongdo's current state. The doctor says she must endure. If she survives, she lives. If not, I must find Naruto and bring them back," Kakashi declared as he prepared to activate his body flicker technique. Guan Ren shot him a disdainful glance, too weary to continue the exchange. "Kakashi, remain calm." "Indeed, Kakashi. Since Ren has appeared, they are undoubtedly fine. Otherwise, he would have rescued them already." The third Hokage grasped Kakashi's arm, halting his impulsive action. "You seem particularly foolish today." Guan Ren's remark left Kakashi embarrassed, his face flushing, though concealed by his mask. He silently appreciated the mask's ability to save him from such awkward moments, ignoring the gazes of others. "Cough, cough. Ren, do you possess a means to resolve this curse mark?" The third Hokage cleared his throat, attempting to ease the tension, aware of Kakashi's palpable embarrassment. Looking at Guan Ren, the third Hokage was filled with anticipation, knowing that Ren had once been afflicted by Orochimaru's curse mark. Minato had sought numerous methods to dispel it, ultimately resorting to sealing. However, with Ren's growth, it was uncertain what the current status of the mark was. Ren had never exhibited discomfort, unlike Hongdo, who occasionally suffered excruciating episodes. "Senior, do you have a solution? I beseech you, Please save Hongdo. Guan Ren remained silent, approaching the bedside and, as before, gently placing his hand on the curse mark on Hongdo's neck. Instantaneously, her agonized expression eased, gradually calming. Thank you, Senior. The third Hokage was taken aback, witnessing the ease with which the issue was resolved, while Asuma expressed his gratitude repeatedly. She could have endured, Guan Ren remarked, stating the truth. If Orochimaru had truly wished for her death, he would not have gone to the trouble of placing a curse mark upon her. Moreover, after years of enduring the mark's effects, Hongdo's body had developed a certain resistance to its energy. It is worth noting that her curse mark was the original version created by Orochimaru, highly unstable, unlike the more refined experimental subjects that followed. Even so, she had managed to endure the relentless torment of repeated outbreaks. Orochimaru must have recognized this during their confrontation, thus granting her the heavenly curse mark as an upgrade. Once you awaken, make sure to visit my shop. Senior, is there still an issue with the curse mark? Asuma expressed renewed concern, having believed the matter resolved. Only a sealing. To truly resolve it, other methods are required. Guan Ren clarified, explaining that removing the curse mark was not particularly challenging and could be accomplished now. However, he intended to help her fully master the power of the heavenly curse mark. Ultimately, Hongdo would genuinely ascend to the level of Jonin, rather than merely being a special Jonin, merely bearing the title without the substance. If she can develop properly later on, attaining the level of a shadow is not beyond possibility. One must admit, Orochimaru is truly a treasure. The cursed seal he created can, with just a slight modification by Guan Ren, be effortlessly mass-produced to achieve shadow level. Is it true that you cannot completely remove it directly, Senior? Yui Kurenai still held on to a glimmer of hope, for she had witnessed the immense suffering that the cursed seal inflicted upon Hongdo. The third Hokage had just mentioned that this seal was far more potent than its predecessors. Kurenai could scarcely imagine the torment Hongdo would endure if the seal were to activate again in the future. Complete removal is within my capabilities. However, Senior, you must understand that I have promised to bear any cost on behalf of Hongdo. If she is unable to handle it, I will share her burden. This cursed seal could elevate her to the shadow level. Are you certain you wish for me to assist her in its complete removal? Shadow level? Kurenai was taken aback, unable to fathom that the seal possessed such formidable power, having only brought Hongdo endless torment and anguish before. The prospect of aiding Hongdo in reaching the shadow level was a decision she could not make. She could not impose such a decision on Hongdo, regardless of the strength of their bond. After all, that was the realm of shadows, an echelon she could only dream of. As the second round concluded, the debtors arrived. Shadow level? Ren, are you truly certain? Not only Kurenai, but even the third Hokage was unsettled. After all, this was the shadow level. Currently, Konoha visibly had only one such figure, while Danzo and Guan Ren remained unknown to the common folk. Jiraiya and Tsunade had long since left the village, and many of the younger generation were unaware of their existence. Thus, Konoha now seemed rather desolate. Claiming to be the foremost ninja village in the world, yet unable to muster a respectable fighting force. The third Hokage was acutely aware that with each passing year, he felt increasingly outmatched. If no new shadows emerged, Konoha would indeed face decline. Danzo's overly dark disposition and extreme methods ensured the third Hokage would never entrust the village to him. As for Guan Ren, if he were willing, the third Hokage would be open to it, for Guan Ren could be considered genuinely rooted in Konoha. Although not a native, he had been taken in and taught by Minato upon his arrival. He had participated in the Third Great Ninja War, contributing to Konoha's efforts, and over the years, had not committed any acts detrimental to the village. The possibility of Danzo referring to spies from other villages could be entirely dismissed, given Guan Ren's strength. If he truly wished to harm Konoha, the third Hokage knew that no one could stop him. Yet, he understood that Guan Ren held little affection for Konoha. Rather, he bore some resentment, even hatred. The one he cared for was no longer present, and had it not been for Naruto, he might have left long ago. Therefore, Guan Ren would never take over Konoha. The third Hokage was already content with the status quo. He did not mind Guan Ren's actions from the previous day, including the threats directed at him. This was a positive development, ensuring that everyone in Konoha was aware of the presence of such a formidable individual. Should other villages entertain any ill intentions, they would surely think twice. I have borne this cursed seal for so many years, old man. What do you think? Just moments ago, I even had Orochimaru reapply a similar one, but it no longer affects me at all. Ren, have you completely deciphered the principles of this cursed seal? Can you utilize it yourself? The third Hokage was somewhat agitated, contemplating this possibility. If it were truly feasible, he would do anything to see Konoha, Sir, once more. After all these years, the aging Hokage had many regrets and had let go of much. Stop thinking about it. You know the energy within me. If you wish me to handle it, do you want them dead? Is there no other way? If there were another way, I would have already used it on Naruto. Why would I need to consult Orochimaru? Without waiting for another word from the third Hokage, Guan Ren turned and departed. The main examiner of the second round had already been incapacitated. As the chief examiner, should he not keep an eye on things? 5 days later, the second round of the exam was successfully completed, and Guan Ren confirmed a significant truth. The so-called World Correction Force did not exist at all. Apart from Konoha's 12 elite, only the Sand Village's 3 siblings had made it through, while the original Sound Ninja team had survived, though their luck had run out, preventing them from seizing the Heavenly Scroll. They were thus eliminated from the finals. Yao Shido had a chance to advance, but whether by design or oversight, his 2 teammates, under his covert manipulation, repeatedly made foolish errors, causing them to lose the scroll they had nearly secured. On this side, the number of successful candidates was few, and the same was true for the death row inmates. Only 3 individuals managed to gather the Earth and Sky Scrolls. Each bore visible wounds from their battles. One severely injured, having even lost an arm. It was evident at a glance that these 3 had emerged from fierce combat. Upon submitting the scrolls, you may leave. Sir, where should we go? One bloodied inmate cautiously inquired, a question that even Sakura and the others could have anticipated. How could these death row inmates not think of it? However, even with a slim chance, they would not give up. They would fight and strive for it. What if, according to the agreement, upon leaving Konoha, they could go wherever they pleased? Do you wish to return to prison? I could accommodate that. No, sir, we shall leave at once. Truly, it was happening. This individual was genuinely going to release them. Overwhelmed with excitement, they dropped the scrolls and dashed toward the village's exit with all their might. Sir, shall we? One examiner whispered, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. No need. The opportunity was earned through their struggle. If they fail to cherish it, they may find themselves executed outright. Yes, the examiner quickly acquiesced. He dared not question this esteemed individual's decision further. The prior suggestions had only been made under the watchful eyes of the 2 elders. To question further would be tantamount to courting disaster. Hadn't he seen that the Hokage had no objections? Third Hokage, do you have any further arrangements? The third round shall commence a month from now, at which time many esteemed individuals and the daimyo will be present. Fine, as you wish. You handle the arrangements. I shall return. Guan Ren did not elaborate. He was well aware of the old man's plans. Originally, there was supposed to be a preliminary round, but given the current numbers, conducting one would result in the finals having too few matches. Why would he go to such lengths to invite the daimyo to witness that? As Guan Ren departed, the third Hokage began his little speech, an opportunity that Guan Ren had deliberately afforded him. Otherwise, the chief examiner would have announced it directly, and the old man would have remained silent. Guan Ren thought that, in any case, the old man would be leaving a month from now. If he wished to speak, he could have his final 2 rounds. Though he appeared indifferent toward the third Hokage, were it not for Minato's dying wish, he would have taken action against those old fellows long ago. He could refrain from striking at the old man, but he would not intervene if others did. Orochimaru had arranged a fitting demise for the third Hokage, allowing him to depart in glory, having died for Konoha, a fitting end indeed. Uncle, I am back. Hey, who are you, and how did you enter my home? It was only an hour after Guan Ren's return that Naruto arrived, accompanied by Sasuke and Sakura, eager to collect their debts. What brings you children of the Yamashiro clan here? Are you here to play with Naruto? Guan Ren was crafting coffins, yet he possessed an intimate understanding of the situation around him. Naruto observed Xianglin, who was tidying up the courtyard, her expression one of utter confusion. It was peculiar for an outsider to enter this coffin shop, especially since it was evident that the visitor was not here for business. Where had his uncle found her? Hello, I am Xianglin, saved by the esteemed sir. I have been living here for the past few days, she timidly greeted, offering an explanation to Naruto. Anxiety had gripped her heart, particularly now that the second assessment had concluded. If the people from the Grass Ninja Village were to seek her out, they would surely arrive soon. Over the past few days, she had transitioned from fear to gradual adaptation, eventually finding solace in the tranquility of the coffin shop. No one bullied her, nor did anyone seek to drain her blood and chakra for healing. Although the esteemed gentleman remained silent, he had never imposed any demands upon her. Tidying up was merely a way for her to pass the time. The atmosphere was serene. During her stay, not a single soul had visited. Such peace was unprecedented in her life, and she truly wished to remain in this haven. Ah, greetings. I am Naruto Uzumaki, of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki? What does that mean? Xianglin inquired. I bear my mother's surname. My uncle told me that my mother was from the Whirlpool village, he replied. It's a pity that the village no longer exists. Otherwise, I would have loved to see it. My uncle said the Uzumaki clan is formidable. Formidable? Xianglin echoed, nodding slightly. She remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. Her mother had not shared much about the Uzumaki clan, as their lives had been filled with suffering since her earliest memories. Only before her mother passed did she learn a few details, cautioning her to conceal her identity as an Uzumaki to avoid peril. If the clan was indeed so powerful, how had they been annihilated? Forcing her mother to wander in such despair? Xianglin, they are my teammates. This is my friend. Please introduce yourselves. Hello, Xianglin. I am Sakura Haruno, but you can call me Sakura. My friends do. Hello, Sakura. I am Ino Yamanaka. Just call me Ino. From now on, we are sisters. If you need anything, just call on me. In Konoha, there's nothing I can't handle, Ino declared confidently. Hello, Ino. Greetings, I am Sasuke Uchiha. Hello. Xianglin, stop cleaning. The courtyard is already quite tidy. Come, join us, Naruto said kindly, or rather, protectively. In merely 2 minutes, both Sasuke and Sakura noted this change. Despite having just met, they refrained from questioning the reason behind it, assuming they would eventually discover it. Uncle, we're back. Where's the coffin? Right back to the coffin? Let us prepare a meal first. With so many of us, I can't manage alone. Uncle, why not dine out? It would be a celebration for passing the first 2 assessments. Not happening. Why not? With your elite Jonin level of strength, celebrating passing the assessments with a group of genin seems unwarranted. But I'm still a genin, Naruto said, feeling a bit downcast. As he had anticipated a feast of grilled meat with his friends, he thought his uncle would not refuse such a request, yet he was mistaken. If Xianglin can't go, then I'll cook. Uncle, have you bought the ingredients? Naruto did not inquire why Xianglin was unable to join. It was evident it was not due to his uncle. With his uncle present, there was no place in Konoha that was off-limits. Thus, it must be Xianglin's own reasons, possibly tied to some secret. Regarding Xianglin, Naruto had surmised she was indeed of the Uzumaki clan. The vibrant red hair and the comforting essence of her presence, along with her reaction when Uzumaki was mentioned, confirmed his suspicions. He was certain this girl shared a lineage with his mother. If she could not go, then so be it. Naruto, the esteemed sir has returned with a wild boar. He said we will have grilled meat for dinner. Grilled meat? Splendid. Xianglin, lead me there. I shall handle it, and let you savor my culinary skills. I have inherited my uncle's secret grilling techniques. Sasuke, come help. Sakura and Ino, please fetch the grilling equipment and start the fire. Same as always, is that all right? Absolutely. Sakura agreed without hesitation. Naruto's grilling was genuinely commendable, rivaling that of any restaurant. I'm in too, Sakura, let us go? Ino was also eager, having missed such an opportunity since their graduation 3 months prior. Unbeknownst to her, this was a delightful chance to work together. Sasuke remained silent, but the slight motion of his throat betrayed his eagerness. Following Naruto and guided by Xianglin, they proceeded towards the area where Guan Ren had placed the wild boar. Guan Ren observed as the group busied themselves and then retreated to his room. The previously dim and empty chamber was now filled with coffins, a testament to his recent labors. Apart from the one prepared for the 3rd Hokage, each coffin possessed unique functions, amounting to no less than 10. As Guan Ren's prowess grew, so too did his ability to craft these special coffins with remarkable speed. Initially, it would take him 2 to 3 months to complete one, but now he could create them with ease. For ordinary coffins, he could fabricate no fewer than 20 in a single day, drawing from decades of experience. Each coffin required the infusion of a specific energy to embody its functions. As he assessed the energy within the coffins, he determined it was sufficiently abundant. A delicate carving knife appeared in his hand, and he approached each coffin to perform the final step. He needed to activate the pre-carved formations, a task that was not particularly challenging, as he had intentionally left the final strokes uncarved. Completing these final touches would connect the formations, allowing the energy accumulated from the black coffin to surge forth and activate the array. Once activated, the coffins would autonomously absorb energy thereafter. Although he could have etched the formations in their entirety during the crafting process, Naruto's impatience necessitated a more complicated approach. Allowing the coffins to activate the formations on their own would require at least half a month. Therefore, he positioned them near the black coffin, enabling them to absorb its energy more rapidly. This method prevented him from fully completing the formations at once. Otherwise, the dominant energy of the black coffin would seize control of the formations. The wood he had crafted could not withstand the overwhelming energy, leading to catastrophic results. By placing the coffins here without completing the formations, the black coffin's energy would nourish the coffins themselves, mitigating any potential disasters. As Guan Ren worked, he could control which coffin's energy would activate the formations. Though the black coffin was formidable, as long as Guan Ren was present, it remained obedient. The entire process was completed in little time, as he gazed upon the intricate patterns radiating various hues, floating above each coffin's surface. With a swift hand seal, Guan Ren summoned a series of formations that gracefully descended, merging seamlessly with the engravings on the coffin's surface. Gradually, the brilliance faded, signifying that these uniquely functional coffins were now fully realized. As Guan Ren felt a sense of urgency to venture out, he lightly leaped onto the black coffin and reclined, listening to the lively sounds emanating from the courtyard. Ah, black coffin, it seems we've never had such merriment here before. Regret washed over Guan Ren as he recalled his earlier decisions. Uncle, we are ready to begin. He was lost in his own world, oblivious to the passage of time, until Naruto's voice called out from outside. Upon exiting the dwelling, he found that night had completely fallen, with moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. In one corner of the yard, near the kitchen, Naruto and his companions had built a roaring bonfire. Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Asuma had arrived with their respective students at some point, and upon seeing Guan Ren, everyone except Sakura, Sasuke, and Ino, whom Naruto had briefed beforehand, seemed a bit reserved. Guan Ren glanced towards the barbecue station beside the bonfire, where a mountain of ingredients lay piled high, predominantly meats. He was certain that the wild boar he had hunted could not possibly yield such a bounty. He speculated that Kakashi and the others must have ventured into the forest of death to gather these provisions after arriving, as his location was closer to it than any inhabited area in Konoha. Senior, Akamichi or Ka has awakened and asked me to convey her gratitude. But it seems we have interrupted your gathering, Kurenai initiated, quickly fabricating a plausible excuse. Ahem, I came to fetch Ino to reward them for their efforts, Asuma awkwardly added, feeling the weight of his uninvited presence, as Kakashi was already familiar with Guan Ren. It's quite all right. Since you're here, let us all enjoy the evening together. Ino has been busy all afternoon. She wouldn't want to leave just yet, Guan Ren replied, addressing Kurenai, and then turning to Asuma. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances and subtly nodded, realizing that, just as Naruto had mentioned, this senior was an entirely different person at home than in public. Indeed, Asuma-sensei, it's been said that Brother Guan is quite amiable. You're simply overthinking it. Ino chimed in. The moment she uttered Brother Guan, everyone was taken aback, including Asuma, who momentarily forgot to reprimand her. Ino, are you taking advantage of me? If you call me brother or uncle, what should I call you? The group was left bewildered, while Naruto pondered this curious dilemma. Ino, stop being silly. Even Kurenai-sensei addresses him as senior. Asuma finally regained his composure, casting a stern glance at Ino, who was notoriously rebellious and often a source of frustration. If one were to tally the troublesome students in each class, Ino would undoubtedly be at the forefront of Team 10's list. I refuse. Brother Guan looks so youthful and handsome. I want to call him uncle like Naruto. Then you may call him senior. Asuma was on the verge of tears, exasperated by Ino's infatuation. Calling him senior feels too distant. Ino countered once more, as in Konoha. Anyone older and a ninja was generally addressed as senior. If you don't wish to call him senior, then uncle it shall be. You're far too young, and I indeed qualify as your uncle. Guan Ren interjected, addressing Ino. He recognized her spirited nature and her tendency to defy convention. Today, he had finally witnessed it firsthand. Ah, Brother Guan. Kakashi, what brings you here? Finally, Guan Ren turned his gaze towards Kakashi, who instantly understood Guan Ren's intent. Both of them had reasons for their presence. But what about him? Am I not allowed to come? Kakashi retorted, rolling his eyes in response. Rather, I simply assumed you should be at the hospital receiving treatment. Coughing. Kurenai could not contain her laughter at Guan Ren's unexpected jest. She had never anticipated that he, usually so stoic, would make such a remark. Others may have been unaware, but she had been present when Guan Ren had jokingly criticized Kakashi for his foolishness that day. His current quip implied that he believed Kakashi should be in the hospital for his mental faculties. Asuma struggled to suppress his own laughter, although he was careful not to provoke Kakashi with his gaze. To his surprise, Kakashi was taken aback by Kurenai's inability to contain herself. He had intended to issue a warning before the moment transpired. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, are you feeling unwell? None of your concern. Focus on grilling the meat. There are many waiting." Naruto shot back, aware that Kurenai's laughter hinted at some underlying mischief involving Kakashi. "Such a lively gathering. Guan, my dear friend, it appears this is the first time you've hosted so many guests. You've finally learned to open your heart." Guan Ren shot a skeptical glance at Kakashi, suspicious of his involvement. "It wasn't me, I assure you. I find this situation quite bothersome," Kakashi replied, distancing himself from responsibility, though he had not informed Might Guy of their gathering. "How embarrassing." Niji and Tintin lamented, wishing they had not come. They felt utterly humiliated. Indeed, as expected, Guy-sensei and this esteemed figure share a bond that is as touching as he described. Lee exclaimed, filled with admiration. "Ahem, Guy, you've arrived. Come have a seat." Naruto. "Hurry up. On it, coming right away." What is going on, senior?" Sasuke and Sakura, who had been observing from the sidelines, were intrigued by Guan Ren's sudden change in demeanor and quietly approached Naruto to inquire. "Shoo, Uncle here fears only one person in Konoha, Might Guy? He once confided in me that his greatest regret in life was gifting Guy a coffin. Is this Might Guy truly formidable?" "Formidable? Absolutely. More so than any of us." "Is he stronger than you?" "I'm not certain. However, he likely doesn't surpass Uncle. Lee has mentioned that Guy's lifelong aspiration is to surpass Uncle. My fear of him isn't due to his strength, but rather his exuberant personality. You saw how he acted. Just imagine being persistently nagged by someone like him. Terrifying." The two shuddered at the thought, recalling Might Guy's exuberance. "Well, that has settled. Sasuke, quickly deliver this to Guy-sensei. I assure you, if you can manage to appease him, Uncle will undoubtedly come to your aid whenever you find yourself in a bind." "I'll do my best." Sasuke accepted the large platter of grilled meat from Naruto, wearing a serious expression. He sensed that winning over Might Guy would be no easy feat, given the way Naruto reacted. Yet, he found trust in Naruto's words. Having observed Guan Ren's unusual demeanor, taking a deep breath, Sasuke approached Guy with the grilled meat in hand, each step heavy with purpose. Reminiscent of a hero embarking on a perilous journey, Naruto quietly observed the scene, cheering softly as he resumed his busy tasks. In the hidden grass village, he wondered about the quality of the surroundings. "Kakashi-sensei, come, try the grilled meat that Naruto just prepared. It tastes delightful." "Oh, is it Naruto's? That sounds promising," Kakashi replied. "Could you please come over here? It's a bit noisy, and I have some questions regarding taijutsu that I would like to ask you. I've heard that you are the most formidable master of taijutsu in Konoha and even the entire ninja world, so I would greatly appreciate your guidance." Sasuke gritted his teeth, determined to push through, thinking to himself, what does it matter about pride? To become stronger, I am willing to forsake everything. Although he found the person before him a bit eccentric, he recognized that this was someone highly esteemed by Naruto, undoubtedly a master of taijutsu. If he were to offer even a few words of advice, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Suppressing his disgust, Sasuke forced himself to display an expression of eager expectation, mingled with a hint of vulnerability as he gazed at Might Guy. "All right, young man, I can see your dedication and passion for taijutsu. Come, let me share some fundamental knowledge with you today, and feel free to seek me out anytime in the future." Might Guy, of course, recognized Sasuke, the last scion of the Uchiha clan and Kakashi's dear student. He was more than willing to offer guidance, considering his friend Kakashi's shortcomings in taijutsu. Moreover, Sasuke's words pleased him. It seemed that in Naruto's heart, he believed his taijutsu was superior to Kakashi's, which was significant. "Wow, Sakura, Sasuke is quite impressive. I didn't expect him to possess such skills." Indeed, I was surprised as well. The two had been closely watching Sasuke, and his sudden expression had left them both astonished. Not only them, but even Kakashi was taken aback. Wasn't this kid usually aloof? "Don't look at me. This isn't something I taught him," Kakashi thought to himself. "Not bad. Sasuke, you've got good insight, and importantly, you truly have a way." Kakashi mused, fully aware that this was undoubtedly Naruto's strategy. However, if Sasuke could successfully divert Guy's attention from himself, that was an impressive feat. Kakashi contemplated that in the future, he might offer Sasuke some assistance, as he was genuinely willing to take the initiative with Guy. In critical moments, this could resolve significant troubles for him. Naruto, why don't you try summoning your culinary shadow clone? I'm exhausted, Sakura suggested, eyeing him. After Sasuke left, all the work fell to her alone, and she had already split into 3 clones to assist. However, her chakra reserves were not meant for such excessive expenditure, especially considering how voracious those people were. CHG was one thing, but what was up with Hinata? She used to not have to lift a finger. And Sakura had not realized until now that she was on the verge of collapse. Are you sure? Naruto asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. It wasn't that he was unwilling to use his shadow clones, but rather, he was apprehensive about how to phrase it. Absolutely, Naruto. Let's approach it from a different angle. If you release it and it's not a culinary clone, we can just dismiss it automatically. That's true. To be honest, I'm a bit tired too. I'll give it a try, Naruto declared, promptly forming the hand seals to release his clones. Whoa, my main body. After such a large endeavor, were you planning not to let me out if I hadn't sensed the aroma? Yes, culinary clone. Splendid. It worked on the first try? Sakura immediately recognized the tone, confirming that the culinary clone was a name given by a group of companions who knew Naruto's passion for culinary arts. While its combat prowess was lacking, its culinary skills surpassed even Naruto's, making it the most beloved of his clones. Well then, Sakura, you've worked hard. Allow me to take over from here. Main body, create a few more clones to assist me. Just avoid the troublemakers and keep it normal. Okay. Naruto hadn't anticipated that the culinary clone would emerge on its own. Still somewhat dazed, he quickly began to gather more clones. He was careful to observe. Should anything seem amiss, he would dissolve them immediately, lest the evening's feast be jeopardized. Fortunately, it seemed that Naruto's luck was quite favorable this time. The clones he produced were all relatively normal and capable of aiding the culinary clone effectively. Consequently, Naruto and Sakura were entirely liberated, joining the festivities around the campfire. As they joined, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and CHG and Hinata, witnessing the culinary clone in action, saw their appetites soar. Everyone consumed more than usual, engaging in conversation and savoring the grilled meat. Naruto even brought out several jars of the liquor he had brewed and buried in the cellar. The teachers and Kakashi indulged in strong spirits while the younger crowd enjoyed fruit wine, reveling in the merriment. However, this act infuriated Kakashi internally, deeming Naruto a spendthrift. He'll deplete my hidden treasures with his antics. How on earth does he know where I buried them? Kakashi was certain he had buried them when Naruto wasn't around. Hey, Ren, are you there? Can I come in? I have something to ask you. As the group enjoyed their conversation, the third Hokage suddenly arrived at the entrance of the coffin shop with a crowd of people. Upon seeing them, Rin's face turned pale, and she trembled. Naruto noticed this and glanced at the individuals beside the third Hokage, realizing they were not from Konoha, which made the situation easier to handle. This old man is quite the buzzkill, Asuma remarked, seeing the third Hokage accompanied by those individuals, clearly sensing there was a serious matter at hand. Lord Hokage, it's her. We said she was here. There can be no mistake. One of the leaders among the 5 or 6 people stepped forward, pointing at Rin amidst the crowd. The third Hokage followed his finger and immediately spotted Rin. Oh no, today, they cannot take her away. Upon noticing the color of her hair, he instantly recognized her as a member of the Uzumaki clan, likely reminding him of Kushina. Lord Hokage, the girl is right here. Why are you silent? Immediately have them bring our person out. We must take her away. Isn't Konoha known for its reasonableness and valuing peace? Why does it appear so ungracious today? While the third Hokage contemplated how to resolve the situation, the individuals seemed increasingly impatient, eager to take Rin away, their words growing more impolite. My people here cannot be decided by you. Ren's calm voice resonated, but this composed tone only aggravated several of the grass ninjas further. Huh, kid. Who do you think you are? This is Konoha. Does the Hokage not have a say? Let me tell you, that girl is from our hidden grass village. Hand her over immediately, or else. Or else what? What a load of nonsense. I've never even heard of you. Lord Hokage, is this truly Konoha's stance? You must think carefully, if word of today's event spreads. Ren's tone remained unchanged, yet the words were laced with derision. Naruto, go and take them all down. The grass ninjas, realizing they were unable to counter Ren's arguments, shifted their gaze to the third Hokage, beginning to threaten him verbally. Do you genuinely not understand the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan? To harbor our ally in secret is a grave offense. If I find out you have done anything harmful to her. The third Hokage quickly formulated a plan in his mind. Since these individuals were seeking their demise, he could not be held accountable. However, as Ren had stated, what audacity did a mere grass village possess to threaten Konoha and its Hokage? Words? The third Hokage remained silent, not because he was at a loss for words, but because he had no intention of backing down. A jest. Could a ninja of considerable renown be outmatched verbally by a lesser-known ninja? Certainly not. The third Hokage, even when left to engage in a battle of wits against the leaders of various ninja villages, would navigate the discourse with ease. The reason for his silence earlier was his immediate assessment of the situation, contemplating the most effective way to resolve the conflict. However, just as he was formulating a solution, the grass village conveniently presented him with a plausible justification for discord. A disturbance, you say? Very well, but even if Konoha were to annihilate the grass village, it must be under a reasonable, legitimate pretext grounded in righteousness. As he spoke, the third Hokage keenly observed the shifting expressions of the grass ninjas. Their pale faces under his threat made it clear that the girl from the Uzumaki clan was undoubtedly enduring great hardship. Do not blame Konoha for its lack of courtesy. We are not aware of your so-called Uzumaki clan. You claim she belongs to it. Does that make it so? Karen, how much longer will you hide? Step forward and declare whether you belong to the Uzumaki clan or which village you hail from. Hurry, speak and return with us. The sudden and harsh command startled Karen, prompting her to stand reflexively. Trembling, she grappled with the dilemma of whether to approach them and return to the grass village, resuming her previous life in that hellish place. Although she had initially feared this somewhat eerie courtyard, she gradually discovered a tranquility she had never known before. Oh, how she longed to stay, to sweep the floor daily, to engage in simple tasks, and perhaps even tend to flowers in the future. Karen had recently found it curious that such a vast courtyard bore little flora. Yet, was she being too greedy? Having enjoyed this period of tranquility, which was already rare, was it wise to remain? Her presence here could trouble the adults and Naruto. She was, after all, a burden. Indeed, she was a source of trouble. She had already caused the death of her beloved mother. Would she now drag them down as well? It was time to depart from this place that did not belong to her and return to her original life. Farewell, perhaps forever, to the stern yet warm Lord Kanren, Naruto, and her newfound friends. Karen, what are you hesitating for? You know the consequences. Another loud shout crushed her resistance, and she cast a final glance at the coffin shop, stealing a look at Kanren and Naruto. I will go. Enough noise. Naruto, eliminate them all. I'll leave one alive to return to the grass village for their morale. I intend to see which individuals and villages in this ninja world dare to come to my coffin shop and demand lives. Just as Karen was about to step forward, Kanren's gravelly voice resonated once more, but this time, it bore an icy edge. Ren, Kakashi, trust Ren. He has his reasons. Kakashi, upon hearing Kanren's decision, opened his mouth to protest, but was restrained by Guy, who believed in Ren's motives. This was his dear friend, Mike Guy, who would not commit murder without justification. Understood. Uncle, I have endured you annoying pests long enough. Prepare to meet your end. With a promise, Naruto, who had been seated, vanished in an instant. Rasengan. Damn it. Naruto, you little brat. Do you intend to kill me, your Hokage, in the process? The third Hokage, witnessing Naruto's immediate assault with the Rasengan, instinctively leapt away, cursing inwardly. Do not forget to leave one alive. Kanren's voice echoed again, prompting Naruto to recall the instruction, though it seemed slightly too late. Acting swiftly, he formed a hand seal, summoning a multitude of shadow clones that swiftly subdued one of the assailants, pinning him to the ground. Boom. Get the real one. You bastard. The clones, still bewildered, were swiftly dispatched, and the one at the bottom, mid-curse, was silenced by the assault. Do not die on me. I have sacrificed a great deal to keep you alive. Naruto rushed to the pit to check on the assailant he had saved with his clones. If this individual were to perish, he would be in dire straits, having offended an entire group of clones. Thank goodness, he still breathes. Third Hokage, hurry and take him to the hospital. Otherwise, he truly will die. No need. He shall survive. Before the third Hokage could reach, Kanren appeared beside Naruto, a gray energy swirling around his hand, rapidly enveloping the nearly lifeless grass ninja. Is that a chakra scalpel? A lethal version of it? Kakashi and the others had arrived, observing Kanrin's technique with apprehension. Are you certain this is a healing method? They watched as the bleeding ceased, yet the flesh around the wound visibly began to decay. Sir, are you sure you are saving him? Isn't it obvious? My medical ninjutsu surpasses all but Tsunade. Very well then. All right, third Hokage, please escort him outside the village and ensure he is safely accompanied. I do not wish for him to die en route to the grass village. Kanrin's cold voice sent shivers through everyone present. Ren, I believe this may be a bit excessive. Excessive? I did not say I would exterminate them, merely that if they seek death, they shall have no one to blame but themselves. Karen, come here. Seeing the confusion among the crowd, especially Naruto, who appeared somewhat puzzled, Kanrin beckoned Karen forward. He lifted her sleeve in full view, revealing her arms marred with horrific bite marks. Do you believe they care for Karen? Look at this. This is the reason. Karen's mother met her demise in such a manner. Damn, I will obliterate that wretched grass village. Sasuke, Sakura, come with me. Witnessing this scene, coupled with Kanrin's calm words, those with even a modicum of knowledge about the Uzumaki clan understood the gravity of the situation. They fell silent. Once a formidable clan renowned throughout the ninja world, the Uzumaki had now fallen to such depths? Naruto was consumed by rage. Seizing the grass ninja Kanrin had just healed. Rallying Sasuke and Sakura, he declared his intent to annihilate the grass village. Upon witnessing the tremors of Karen, he had suspected she had suffered greatly. But he never anticipated the extent of her plight. Those people had been draining her life force, and his uncle had stated that her mother had perished in a similar fashion. Fury. How could he not be furious? Although Naruto had not openly acknowledged his Uzumaki lineage, he believed that since he bore his mother's surname, he was indeed a part of the Uzumaki clan. Kanrin had spoken of how proud his mother was of her heritage. Yet now, that pride and dignity were being trampled by these wretched individuals. How could Naruto remain calm? Initially, Kanrin had urged him to eliminate these foes, and inwardly, he shared Kakashi's sentiments. He believed that a single lesson was sufficient, yet due to Guan Ren's insistence, he remained silent and swiftly executed a decisive move to finish off his opponent. Now, he found himself filled with regret. He should have tormented these individuals further before allowing them to meet their end. His anger remained unquenched, prompting him to summon Sasuke and Sakura. Even in the dead of night, he was unwilling to wait. All right, let's return this individual. It's merely the grass ninja village. We'll pass by again someday. It's just a matter of a coffin. What? Uncle, are you truly going to let them go like this? Naruto exclaimed, his agitation palpable. He could not comprehend his uncle's temperament, which had never been one to wait patiently. Whenever there was an issue, it was always addressed immediately. You go and avenge Karen. And then what? Doesn't she wish to personally avenge her mother? It's just the grass ninja village. It won't stir much trouble. If you simply take Sasuke and Sakura and annihilate the village, have you considered the consequences? What about Sasuke and Sakura? I've told you countless times. You must think critically when taking action. You criticize me, yet when you act, you hardly use your brain, merely smashing with the black coffin. What are you mumbling about, Naruto? Guan Ren's piercing gaze startled Naruto, who quickly shook his head. However, he no longer harbored the desire to obliterate the grass ninja village immediately. This was largely due to Guan Ren's words. He felt he should first consider Karen's perspective. Old man, take your people and leave. Naruto, hand that individual over to him, but don't kill him. I worked hard to save him. Oh, Hokage, here you go. That Ren, do you think Karen can? Don't even think about it. If I weren't a ninja right now, she wouldn't want to stay with me. Even if she were to die, the Vortex clan had a strict instruction. Under no circumstances should they seek assistance from Konoha, nor could they live there. The reasons behind this, old man, you should understand clearly. Over the years, not a single member of the Wandering Vortex clan has come to Konoha, nor has Konoha ever sent anyone to search for them. Why do you need to bother now? Guan Ren had never shown much respect to the third Hokage. This old man was far too indecisive. Though his intentions were good, always thinking for Konoha's sake, he pondered too much without making any real decisions. Sighing, the third Hokage left with the grass ninja, his figure appearing quite desolate. He had come to understand many things and felt regretful. However, many events had already transpired, and no amount of regret could reverse them. Meanwhile, the others present, upon hearing Guan Ren's revelations, exchanged glances of disbelief. Records indicated that the Vortex clan and Konoha had maintained a harmonious relationship over generations. Yet why had such a decision been made in the face of their clan's annihilation? It was evident to all present that there must be some hidden secrets behind this. Sakura lowered her head, her expression reflecting a realization. She had witnessed the complex emotions on the third Hokage's face as he departed. Indeed, the books had warned against taking everything at face value. Naruto, that foolish boy, despite Guan Ren's teachings, learned nothing at all. What a waste. Conspiracy. This world was rife with schemes, and many matters required deeper contemplation to uncover the illogical facets. Otherwise, one would remain blind to the truth. Karen had such a background. Naruto was taken aback. It was his first time hearing this news. But what about his mother? In his uncle's words, she was so. Don't think too much, Naruto. My sister is unaware of the Vortex clan's matters. She was sent to Konoha shortly before the clan perished. Her status prevents her from leaving Konoha, and there are certain things Konoha does not wish for her to know. If she were to learn, even after such events, she would undoubtedly search for surviving members of the Vortex clan. Uncle, what truly happened back then? Naruto's emotions were a tumultuous mix. His fists clenched tightly as he looked to Guan Ren, yearning for more insight. There are some matters I do not wish to discuss. Speaking of them now holds no significance. Remember, the Vortex clan's friendship was never with Konoha, but with the Senju clan. With the Senju's demise, the Vortex clan followed suit. The Vortex clan and Konoha never had a true connection. Your mother originally resided in the Senju clan's territory upon her arrival in Konoha. You need not overthink it. You are the son of the fourth Hokage, destined to be unable to sever ties with Konoha. If you dislike the present situation, then strive to change it and mold Konoha into the image you desire. But my surname is Vortex. I am not Namake's Naruto. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto remained perplexed. Deep down, he held certain suspicions, which only added to his distress. Does it make a difference? When the events concerning the Vortex clan unfolded, your parents were still young. They were not only unaware, but unqualified to know. Even if they had known, what could they have done? Your father eventually learned of it. He sought to change Konoha. Thus, he became Hokage, yet his tenure was tragically short. He could have transformed Konoha. Your mother also hoped for that change. If you can, inherit their legacy and alter everything. Instead of dwelling on unrealistic notions here. Do you wish to avenge the Vortex clan, and then what? They cannot be revived. Konoha has been sick for too long. Soon, it will undergo its first treatment, but it will not be thorough enough. This time, the doctor is inadequate. Naruto, you possess the power to change everything. I have always believed in that. Once Guan Ren finished speaking, he returned to his courtyard, leaving Naruto and the others in contemplative silence. 038. Asuma's filial piety. Guan Ren's words were merely intended to provide Naruto with a goal. Sooner or later, he would depart. The secret of the black coffin needed unveiling. Naruto was growing up and required his own life. Although Guan Ren did not wish for him to remain overly naive, he had cultivated him into the person he was now. Yet, he did not want Naruto to become a mere machine of destruction. Naruto needed to learn to think critically, to solve problems independently, and to forge friendships and a life of his own. Only then could Guan Ren leave with peace of mind. He had contemplated taking Naruto along, but he was uncertain of what might occur upon his departure. Compared to the myriad worlds, the ninja world was significantly safer. Despite the existence of the Otsutsuki, Guan Ren believed that with a few more years, he could cultivate Naruto to a level where he would not fear those beings. Ever since the chat group emerged and the black coffin responded, Guan Ren felt an ominous sense of anticipation, as if it were gathering strength for a journey yet to come. Where would the next destination be? He had no knowledge of that, nor could he ascertain whether he would be able to return. Under such circumstances, he could only strive to cultivate Naruto to be even more exceptional. Little did Guan Ren know that his parting words had ignited a flurry of thoughts among those outside, each pondering what might transpire and what he truly knew. Kakashi, I have a feeling that something is about to happen. Asuma broke the silence, gazing at Kakashi. Among their generation, Kakashi possessed the sharpest mind and a strong sense of the bigger picture, so Asuma sought his insights. Especially since, for some reason, he felt that Guan Ren's gaze toward his father had been peculiar. Based on this gut feeling, he speculated that something might happen to his father. Asuma, your intuition is correct. Ren does not speak without reason. Whenever he does so, something always occurs. Since I have known him, excluding this instance, there have been 2 other occasions. Once, I lost 2 of my teammates, and another time. Kakashi's gaze shifted to Naruto, and everyone comprehended his implication. It was undoubtedly the Night of the Nine Tails, the death of the 4th Hokage and his wife. Regrettably, at that time, we paid little attention, believing our preparations were sufficiently thorough, attributing Ren's demeanor merely to overwhelming pressure. It has since become evident that each of his utterances bore a peculiar significance. Thus, this upcoming Chunin exam is undoubtedly poised for calamity. There will be fatalities. After Kakashi spoke, a foreboding thought surged within everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, Asuma's intuition intensified. He couldn't shake the feeling that the one destined to perish was none other than his own father. Truly, although he harbored a dislike for his father, the notion of his impending demise evoked a profound disquiet. Kakashi, I suddenly feel that my father is going to die, Asuma exclaimed, eliciting peculiar glances from his companions. What an audacious claim. Surely, Asuma would not conjure such a sentiment without cause. From the very moment he spoke, something felt amiss. What is it that you sense? Why? I cannot articulate it, but I perceive a strange look in his eyes when he gazes at my father. It resembles a farewell to one on the brink of death. This is indeed a grave matter. Naruto, think back. Has your uncle exhibited any odd behavior of late? Regardless of others' beliefs, Kakashi trusted Asuma's intuition. He recalled that day when he informed Guan Ren about registering Naruto and the others for the Chinese examination, noticing a momentary daze in Guan Ren. Furthermore, Guan Ren appeared more agreeable than usual. He had readily accepted the role of chief examiner with minimal persuasion. Although conditions were attached, Guan Ren's coffins were never in shortage. Unless he anticipated numerous deaths to profit handsomely or to fulfill the 3rd Hokage's final wish. Odd behavior? None. I felt nothing amiss with my uncle. Naruto pondered deeply but could not identify any differences in Guan Ren's demeanor. Xianglin, have you noticed anything? Upon Xianglin's inquiry, everyone suddenly realized the implications. Indeed, Naruto had been in the Forest of Death recently, while Xianglin had remained at the coffin shop. Perhaps she had insights. Xianglin, do not fear, everyone is well. No one will mistreat you. I think I heard an adult speaking to a coffin. It seemed he said, it's almost time. For this coffin, the 3rd Hokage invested considerable effort, better than the ones prepared for Watergate's siblings. You may depart in peace. I believed I had misheard. Xianglin endeavored to mimic Guan Ren's tone, her delivery quite convincing. This revelation solidified their suspicions. By the way, Orochimaru. Naruto, you encountered Orochimaru, right? Recall the circumstances. Kakashi suddenly remembered Guan Ren mentioning an encounter with Orochimaru in the hospital. There was nothing significant. That fellow didn't dare to act. Ultimately forced by my uncle to leave us each a gift before departing. What do you mean nothing significant? That's hardly an insignificant encounter. Naruto's response left Sasuke and Sakura speechless, rolling their eyes at him. His memory was surely inferior to that of a fish. Sakura, you elaborate. All right, let us address the crucial point. Sasuke, do you recall when Orochimaru asked the elder whether he would intervene? I do. The elder's retort was, what business is it of mine? Sasuke nodded, recalling the scenario vividly. Only Naruto, the oblivious one, perceived it as normal. To thwart Orochimaru? Does that imply he harbors ulterior motives? Isn't his primary target Sasuke? Me? I merely happened to be involved. Sasuke chuckled ruefully, understanding that Orochimaru's primary focus was certainly not on him. Otherwise, he would have acted immediately. Only a fool would delay. Indeed, both Sasuke and I believe that Orochimaru's aim has consistently been Guan Ren. Initially unclear, it now dawned on them that Orochimaru had likely come to ascertain whether Guan Ren would obstruct his plans. Is it truly that convoluted? I don't share such sentiments. Naruto questioned Sasuke and Sakura's deductions, uncertain if they were discussing the same incident. Be quiet. In your view, what appears abnormal? They retorted in unison, displeased with Naruto's interjection. The emergence of Guan Ren, effortlessly resolving matters for you, is certainly normal. However, for us, we were nearly terrified to death, unlike you, who recognized Orochimaru. You were able to negotiate despite your anxiety. Both refused to engage Naruto further, adamantly denying their envy of his composed demeanor. Oh, then it can be reasonably concluded that Orochimaru harbors intentions against Konoha, and the 3rd Hokage may perish in his endeavors. However, Kakashi questioned, even if the elder refrained from action, given his age and strength, would it truly be so simple for Orochimaru to eliminate him? Furthermore, based on deductions. He intended to act within Konoha. Wasn't that an absurdity? Did he truly believe the ninjas of Konoha would be so easily dispatched? Red, you misunderstand. Orochimaru's most terrifying aspect lies not in his inherent strength. I must depart to alert the third Hokage, enabling him to prepare in advance. Why not allow Guan Ren to intervene? If Orochimaru seeks him out beforehand, he must indeed respect his strength. That would be futile, Red. It is clear to me that Guan Ren harbors no affection for the elder, possibly explaining his reluctance to intervene. Otherwise, how could Danzo have survived all these years? Stirring up trouble in the shadows. Without requiring Kakashi to respond, Asuma interjected. Truly, I do not harbor fondness for my father. Yet this situation is undeniably different. Kakashi, let us depart together. Indeed. Kakashi agreed, swiftly departing with Asuma, while Red and Guy exchanged glances, following suit. Shall we return to our meal? CHG lamented. Still unsatisfied, as events unfolded so abruptly. Eat, eat, eat. You only think of eating. Return to tidy up and promptly report this news home, allowing them to prepare. Ino shot a weary glance at CHG, feeling utterly exhausted. Even with her carefree nature, she recognized the gravity of the situation. CHG, however, seemed oblivious. You all go ahead. We will stay here to assist Naruto. We have no notifications to relay. Sakura addressed the group, acknowledging her lack of family ties. While Sasuke too was alone, with nothing to report. Indeed, everyone, I will remain to help them. You should go. Even Guy-sensei has left, indicating the seriousness of the matter. Lee echoed, encouraging the others to depart, as they all understood the inevitable chaos that would ensue. Better to prepare early. Very well, we shall take our leave. Shikamaru nodded, leading Ino and CHG away, followed by the others. Only Team 7, Lee, and Xianglin remained. Let us tidy up. We cannot intervene in such matters. Trust that Kakashi and the others will handle it appropriately. Indeed, let us move swiftly. I must collect the payment from my uncle for the promised coffin. Is that so? There is no need for any preparations, for since Guan Ren has already arranged a coffin for me, sending me on my final journey is sufficient. As for Orochimaru, if he wishes to come, let him come. It has indeed been quite a while since we last met, my disciple and I, in the Hokage's office. After listening to Kakashi and the others recount the situation, the third Hokage appeared remarkably calm. There was no shift in his expression or emotions. It seemed he had long since come to terms with life and death. Old man, haha, Asuma, you too should grow up. There is no need to be sorrowful. For this is my path. Guan Ren understands, and my disciple Orochimaru understands even more. He is here to personally see me off as a teacher. Such an ending is quite satisfactory for me. After I depart, remember to thank Guan Ren for granting me a dignified death. As for Orochimaru, I shall personally express my gratitude to him. I will take him with me. The third smiled gently, comprehending both Guan Ren's intentions and Orochimaru's motives. Indeed, dying in battle for the sake of Konoha is an unparalleled conclusion. It must be said that due to Guan Ren's presence, the course of significant events may not have changed much, nor did he desire to alter them. However, on a smaller scale, for the third Hokage, many of his thoughts had become akin to those he had during the Fourth Great Ninja War when he was resurrected. It was as if, having faced death once, he could now comprehend and let go of many previously troubling matters. As the years passed, the third became increasingly contemplative, reflecting upon his life. And he truly felt it was enough. He had made many mistakes, and he pondered why he had been so foolish back then. His character had determined all of this. He could blame no one else. As for you all, in this final period, I will seek a suitable candidate to inherit the position of the fifth Hokage. Konoha will still require your support to thrive. Third Hokage, Kakashi, you need not say more. At this juncture, I have come to understand many things. Your father's situation was not wrong. It was my folly, and I owe you an apology, as well as to Zayun. Zayun, known as Hatake Sakumo, Kakashi's father. At this moment, the third finally mustered the courage to express his regret to Kakashi. In my remaining time, I shall clear his name. As Hokage, I have truly served long enough, haha. One last point regarding the candidate for the fifth Hokage. I wish to entrust it to Tsunade. Kakashi, you are indeed suitable, but your strength still falls short. Jiraiya, with his personality, cannot assume the role. Only Tsunade is fit. You all must assist her well. Her temperament is not as lenient as mine. Hokage-sama, Guan Ren senpai. Haha, I understand your intentions. Guan Ren is an extraordinary individual, appearing mysteriously and exhibiting remarkable abilities. If he wished, I would have long since passed the position of Hokage to him, but regrettably, he does not desire it. I always feel that one day he will leave Konoha just as mysteriously as he appeared, perhaps not due to Naruto's words. He may have already departed. His decisiveness and strength undoubtedly qualify him for the role of Hokage. This is something I am not oblivious to, yet I have disappointed him. Konoha has also let him down. You all may leave. Before I pass, I will do my utmost to bring Tsunade back. If I fail to do so, I will rely on you. With Guan Ren around, Konoha will not encounter any issues, rest assured. The third dismissed Kakashi and the others, sitting alone throughout the night, gazing at the portraits of past Hokages in the office, pondering much. After tidying up the courtyard, Naruto promptly sought out Guan Ren. Uncle, what do you think of this coffin? Naruto rubbed his hands together, a greedy expression on his face, seemingly having forgotten all earlier displeasures. Follow me. Guan Ren glanced at him, thinking this brat had no idea how much effort he had expended over the past few days. Crafting these was not particularly labor-intensive. It was merely a matter of ensuring the wood was well cured, which required some thought. Come on, Sasuke. I told you Uncle must have it ready. They all followed Guan Ren to his room, where they beheld an array of coffins, reacting differently to the sight. Lee and Sasuke were ablaze with enthusiasm. Naruto remained composed. Sakura exhibited a mix of fear and anticipation, while Ino was merely curious. She wondered why everyone seemed so eager for these coffins. Despite having witnessed Guan Ren painstakingly create them over the past few days, they felt different. Yet, she could hardly fathom that a mere coffin could possess any extraordinary capabilities. The first row was for physical training, the second row enhanced combat experience, and the third row refined mental strength. Cultivation begins with the body. The capacity of a bucket to hold water depends on its size and sturdiness. The body is a person's greatest treasure if one's physique is strong. Even without mastering any ninjutsu, one can unleash cataclysmic power. This is something you should glean from Lee. Thus, I suggest that physical training is paramount. The rest is for you to deliberate. I believe each option carries its significance, which need not be overly explained. No need. But uncle, why don't you introduce the last row? Naruto waved his hand, familiar with the functions he had already utilized and easily grasped. Afterward, if Sasuke and the others had any questions, he would gladly assist. What piqued his interest was indeed the final row of coffins. The designs were similar. Only the patterns atop them were unfamiliar to Naruto. Although he lacked understanding, his extensive use had made him somewhat acquainted with the various functions represented by those patterns. The last row is not for human use. Do not entertain any foolish ideas. The consequences could be severe. Not for human use. Upon hearing Guan Ren's words, Sakura felt a chill run down her spine, her hair standing on end. Indeed, Guan Ren Senpai has revealed the truth. I suspected this world must hold some supernatural elements. Senpai, can I choose as well? Lee looked at Guan Ren, not contemplating as deeply as Sakura. He merely caught wind of Guan Ren suggesting that they could all select. Well, the one meant for Guy might be a bit too much for you. Using this for training will help you adapt to his. It is quite sufficient. Aside from the pain, there is little else to it. I merely feel guilty for continually troubling my teacher, as it has delayed his own training. Lee understood what Guan Ren meant by too much, a sentiment that only he could truly comprehend. For now, train with this, although it is merely made of wood. It differs from what Naruto used before. I have upgraded it in all aspects. This version will allow you to train up to your teacher's current physical standards. If you can gather enough special metal materials later, I can promise to craft one tailored for you, akin to your teacher's. Oh, thank you, Senpai. Upon hearing this, Lee's eyes ignited with fervor, whether it was about the level he could attain with this coffin or Guan Ren's promise for the future. He vowed to gather as much metal as possible. Only Lee understood the horror of his teacher's coffin. After a year of training, he could still only utilize the simplest mode. Initially, he could barely endure for a minute, yet now he could manage half an hour. Any further, Lee estimated he would need another breakthrough in his physical capabilities. He recalled that his teacher, Kai, once remarked that, even with his physical prowess, he could only endure the mid-tier mode for 3 hours. And then there was the challenging mode. Recently, he heard that Senior Guan had upgraded Kai's equipment, introducing an even more formidable hell mode. Shaoli could scarcely imagine how strong he would become if he were to possess such a coffin, fully adapting to all modes. Senior, Could I possibly have one of each? Sasuke observed Xiao Li's excitement and understood that Naruto's earlier words were far from exaggerated. In fact, Naruto had likely not fully harnessed these features. Sasuke discerned that some individuals do not appreciate what they possess. Naruto, having everything from the start, might deem the functions of these coffins trivial, but looking at Xiao Li, it was clear that such enthusiasm was the normal reaction. Naruto? What does he know about the significance of a coffin? Thus, despite knowing it was rather impolite, Sasuke was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. If possible, he would unhesitatingly accept any conditions Guan proposed. Sasuke understood well. The physical training was essential, and Guan's earlier words left a profound imprint on his heart. Regarding mental fortitude, Sasuke was aware that it not only enhanced his immunity to Genjutsu, but also held the potential to unlock his Sharingan. Since he laid eyes on that coffin, his Sharingan had activated, revealing an intense yearning. Sasuke was resolute. He could forego the experiential combat training, but must obtain both the physical and mental enhancements. Certainly, that was what I promised to do for you. Facing Sasuke's eager gaze, Guan nodded lightly, appreciating his assertive nature, albeit slightly awkward. Thank you, senior. Sasuke bowed deeply, refraining from uttering any irresponsible words. Some debts of gratitude are best remembered. Uncle, why didn't you expedite the chakra extraction rate this time? With a strong body in mind, wouldn't chakra be an issue? Or do you intend to tire me out in such a short time? Guan was at a loss for words, given the brief duration. He had been contemplating how best to assist Sasuke since Naruto mentioned it. Ultimately, he chose a combination that would be beneficial to everyone, avoiding the need for custom arrangements. Then why did you still have time to complete that last row? Naruto, clearly skeptical, pointed at the final row of coffins, fully confident in his uncle's craftsmanship. Those were custom orders. The money has been spent. How could I refuse? Truthfully, if he hadn't raised Naruto, Guan would have been tempted to swat this ungrateful child. Lacking any sense of empathy, what kind of person would order such bizarre coffins? Bang. What do you care about others' orders? I earn money for you, don't I? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Uncle, can't you be a bit gentler? Bang. I told you to be gentle. Hurry up and choose. If you can't finish today, you can move them tomorrow. I have a headache. Once you're done, leave quickly. I need to rest. With that, Guan exited the room, wishing not to see Naruto, the unfortunate child, any longer. Naruto, really, don't be too hard on the senior. He is quite nice. Sakura felt a pang of sympathy for Guan. Truly, what family wouldn't he find a child like Naruto troublesome? 041. Humiliation, physical training is essential. Sakura, let us not worry about him. We should choose our coffins quickly so that the senior can rest. Hehe, if you're in a hurry. You can move them to the courtyard first and carry them back one by one. Huh, Naruto, do you mean we should choose them all? Of course, does that even need saying? Except for Xiao Li, who only cares for physical training. The three of you should each get one of everything for comprehensive enhancement. Naturally, the singular effects wouldn't be as pronounced as Xiao Li's focused approach, but investing a little more time would still yield excellent results. I'll stick with the physical and mental enhancement ones. As for combat experience, I can improve gradually. Sakura felt it prudent not to be overly greedy. Having those two coffins was already immensely satisfying. Of course, she also considered that accommodating two coffins in her room was her limit. Well, it's up to you. How about you, Ino? Can I have one too? Of course. Which room is yours? I'll move it over for you. No need to choose. We'll get you a full set. I live in the room next to the kitchen. All right, got it. You all need to hurry. After saying this, Naruto hoisted a coffin and dashed toward Ino's room. Sasuke also sprang into action, but when he attempted to lift the physical training coffin, he found it utterly immovable with just his physical strength. Looking over at Xiao Li, who effortlessly carried his coffin like Naruto, Sasuke felt a twinge of embarrassment. Could their physical capabilities truly differ this much? Sakura, seeing Sasuke struggle, felt even less inclined to try. It would only be self-deprecating. So she waited for Naruto to assist her. Sakura, do you need help? Oh, yes, please, Xiao Li. I need one for physical training and one for mental enhancement. Could you help me move them to the courtyard? No problem. Without hesitation, Xiao Li lifted them and walked off, leaving Sasuke feeling even more awkward. You all make it look so easy. This physical aspect must be trained immediately, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Sasuke activated his chakra, barely managing to move the coffin. Struggling toward the exit. Hey, Sasuke, your physique is really weak. Just leave it. I'll help you after I assist Ino. Naruto had already returned, observing Sasuke's plight, genuinely. He meant no mockery. Sasuke understood that, yet he still felt humiliated. No, I can do it myself. Just stand aside. Sigh, stubborn man. Naruto sighed, stepping aside to clear Sasuke's path. Shaoli had already placed Sakura's coffin in the courtyard and recalled how Kai had talked to him for a long time at the beginning of tonight's gathering. Sasuke, if you want to strengthen your body quickly, you should keep the physical training coffin on you for at least 20 hours. Considering you'll need to train in other areas, you should at least wear it during the day. How can I keep it on me all the time, Shaoli? Sasuke pondered, but how could he possibly keep a coffin on him? Just like the senior, I plan to do so regardless. Let me share a secret. These coffins don't only work while lying inside them. If you carry them on your back, the effect, while not as potent as lying inside, is still quite beneficial. Shaoli smiled, revealing his bright white teeth, deeply earnest about physical training and hoping Sasuke would adopt the same mindset. I understand. Thank you, Shaoli. Sasuke expressed his gratitude sincerely. Had it not been for Shaoli's suggestion, he would never have thought of this, even though he had seen Guan do this. Naruto mentioned it was due to the unique properties of that black coffin. It's a trivial matter. Were it not for my frequent use of Teacher Kai's coffins, I would carry it like the seniors do. This little tip was shared with me by Teacher Kai. Yes, I will carry it. Sasuke nodded. Even a master of physical arts like Teacher Kai needed to do this. As a novice, how could he afford to be lazy? Sasuke was resolute. Henceforth, regardless of where he went, the physical training coffin must accompany him. All right, Sasuke, with such determination, I believe you shall catch up swiftly. Ahem, sorry, Sasuke. I didn't mean to. Lee was quite embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated that a mere excited tap on Sasuke's shoulder would cause him to collapse to the ground along with the coffin. Indeed, he thought. Rigorous physical training was imperative, and it needed to commence that very night. Sasuke had initially intended to lie within the coffin, focusing on refining his spiritual energy, as it significantly enhanced the activity of his Sharingan. However, after a series of relentless setbacks, he found it increasingly difficult to endure such humiliation. Fortunately, it was once again Lee and Naruto who lent their assistance, swiftly helping Sasuke and Sakura transport the coffins to the courtyard. Guan Ren reappeared, feeling somewhat flustered by Naruto's earlier irritation, as he had forgotten to relay certain instructions. Upon returning, each coffin required a drop of blood at its designated spot. This way, you could independently adjust the level of difficulty. Remember, this is crucial. Do not enter before the blood is dropped, lest I fear you might perish on the spot. Yes. Uncle, why didn't you mention this before? Lee asked. What you used previously was merely my practice version. My abilities have significantly advanced since then. The array's power has grown considerably, though the materials are somewhat lacking, and I haven't had the time to gather better ones. What? So I've been utilizing only subpar products all along. Naruto grimaced, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He resolved that he too must carry 3 coffins to his room soon. If you seek the finest, you may go directly to the black coffin. After all, who told you to be so weak? Naruto found himself speechless. Had it been anyone else, he would have certainly retaliated. However, these words came from his uncle, who had to suppress the ominous aura emanating from the black coffin each time Naruto sought to use it. Of course, as long as he didn't attempt to harness its power for enhancement, he could freely engage with it. I'll assist them in carrying it back. Sakura said. Your home is farther away, so Lee and I will help you first. Wait, Naruto. Lee exclaimed. Senior, could you spare a chain from the coffin shed? I wish to carry it. Lee felt somewhat guilty, glancing at Guan Ren. Even he, oblivious as he could be, realized he had already taken too much advantage that night. Yet, he had no choice. If he wanted a chain upon returning, he would have to order one from the blacksmith, which would consume considerable time. Senior, I also need a piece. Sasuke hurriedly interjected. Though he didn't understand the necessity of the chain, he figured that if Lee was asking, it must be right. Help yourselves to what you need. Guan Ren replied dismissively. A few chains held no special power. They were merely crafted for occasions when numerous coffins needed to be bound together swiftly. Thank you, Senior. Lee exclaimed, hastening over to select a chain of suitable length. Sasuke followed suit, choosing one as well. Sakura remained conflicted. She had overheard Lee's comments to Sasuke, but had yet to reach a decision herself. Just then, Xianglin approached, dragging a chain toward her room. Moments later, she emerged, already bound to a coffin. Xianglin, isn't it heavy? Sasuke marveled at how effortlessly this young girl managed. It's not heavy. After the blood is applied, it seems to become lighter, and if one wishes to increase the weight, that can be adjusted too, Xianglin explained. Finding the experience rather fascinating, her initial trepidation had transformed into enjoyment. Before Sasuke could respond, Li eagerly said about dripping blood and binding the coffins. So that's how it works. Let us make it a bit heavier, even more so. Careful, if you continue to increase the weight and damage the courtyard. Do you believe my uncle won't reclaim your coffin? Naruto warned as he observed Li's relentless weight increments, cracks forming in the stone floor beneath them. Apologies. I got a bit too excited. Li chuckled. Naruto, let's help them carry it back first. All right. Sasuke and Sakura accepted their friend's kindness, but before departing, Sakura took a chain, not immediately binding it to herself like Li and Sasuke. Yet, they all understood the significance of the moment. Just 5 days prior, Sakura had declared she wouldn't need any coffins. However, to avoid an additional trip, she ultimately claimed one for herself. Li strapped one to his back, hoisting another on his shoulder. Naruto secured a chain, binding one coffin to his back and balancing another on his shoulder, resembling Li's pose. Sasuke and Sakura each carried their own coffins, and thus, this peculiar quartet ventured toward the center of Konoha. Along the way, Sasuke took the opportunity to ask Li for advice on physical training techniques, deliberately taking a longer route to ensure they could drop Sakura off at her home first. Sakura quietly listened to their conversation, yearning to grow stronger herself. After 3 months of consecutive missions, she felt her contributions to the team were nearly negligible. Who would wish to remain in such a position? The following day, the villagers of Konoha witnessed an odd spectacle. Several young individuals parading through the streets, each bearing a coffin, their spirits high as they rushed toward a singular direction. From that day forth, the atmosphere in Konoha began to take on an increasingly peculiar tone. Kakashi had initially considered providing his 3 disciples with intensive training. However, upon witnessing this scene, he sought out the trio, imparting Chidori to Sasuke. Offering Sakura some medical ninjutsu training materials and a few water-style techniques before departing, indifferent to whether they would succeed, he felt entirely relieved. However, Asuma and Kurenai soon found themselves in a state of disquiet. They were aware of the coffins, crafted by Guan Ren, yet the specifics of their efficacy remained unclear. Nevertheless, they devised a plan, inviting Kakashi and Might Guy out for drinks. In a drunken stupor, Guy inadvertently revealed that his rapid progress had begun after acquiring Guan Ren's coffins. This revelation was significant. While the underlying mechanics remained unknown, it was evident that Guan Ren's coffins could indeed bolster one's strength. This was undeniably confirmed by Kakashi's composed demeanor, suggesting he had long been aware of this fact. It was no wonder he had chosen not to intervene after observing Sasuke and Sakura's actions, adopting a rather carefree attitude. Yet, while Kakashi could afford to be relaxed, Asuma and Kurenai could not. The finals would pit them against formidable opponents beyond the 3 from the Sand Village. While encountering Naruto and Li might be chalked up to bad luck, facing others necessitated a serious effort, even if they were to lose. They wouldn't wish to appear too disgraceful. Thus, another week passed, and the 12 young ninjas all bore their coffins. They traversed through Konoha, ignoring the whispers and stares of others. Kurenai and Asuma recognized that enlisting Guan Ren's aid was virtually impossible given their limited rapport with him. The families backing those children would also hold little sway. Consequently, in a bid to protect their beloved disciples, both made significant sacrifices in their dealings with Kakashi and Guy. Meanwhile, the families of the 12 young ninjas remained silent regarding their children's actions, fully aware of Guan Ren's prowess, unlike those oblivious to it. Unable to reach Guan Ren, they expressed their gratitude to Kurenai and Asuma for securing these advantages for their offspring. Indeed, had the two been willing, they could have easily profited from the gratitude expressed by these families. Even the most modest efforts can yield benefits that far exceed one's input. However, those involved are quite discerning. Their contributions to their disciples are made willingly, and if they seek a return on their investment, what value does that hold? The chaotic world outside bears no relevance to Guan Ren, who continues his daily routine of crafting coffins. Recently, he has taken on an additional responsibility, instructing Xianglin in sealing techniques. Yet, on this particular day, after guiding Xianglin through the morning lessons, Guan Ren deviated from his customary task and gazed toward the courtyard. After observing for some time, he called out, "Are you not coming in for a visit?" "Haha, indeed. You noticed me long ago." Following his laughter, a middle-aged man with flowing white hair down to his waist, adorned with an oil-character forehead protector, red markings beneath his eyes. Dressed in a red outer robe over a brown tunic, wooden clogs on his feet, and ninja gear on his hands, appeared none other than Jiraiya. He approached Guan Ren with a hearty laugh as he entered the coffin shop. "When did you return?" Guan Ren inquired. "I just got back. I haven't even had the chance to see the old man yet. I came to check on you first," Jiraiya replied. "Did he send you back?" "Yes. He sent me a letter with instructions about his affairs, suggesting that if I didn't want to return, I should persuade Tsunade to come back and take up the mantle of Hokage." "So, Guan, what has transpired?" Jiraiya asked, his gaze fixed on Guan Ren. Although he had been away from Konoha, his information on the village had never ceased. While he may not have known the specifics of Guan Ren's strength, he believed that as long as Guan Ren was present, nothing untoward would transpire. Even though Guan Ren had resigned from his ninja status, Jiraiya was confident that he would not remain indifferent to Konoha's plight. After all, he was the child raised by his most cherished disciple. "I won't interfere in your master-disciple matters, nor do I wish to," Jiraiya noted, "but he did come to seek me out regarding this matter." "Orochimaru?" "Yes. What on earth is he thinking?" The old man is quite concerned. "Perhaps this is why they often claim you are foolish." Guan Ren teased. "Hey, you little rascal," Jiraiya retorted, feeling slightly embarrassed. Guan Ren's words brought back many unpleasant memories for him. Isn't it true? The third Hokage understood his intentions, and he intended to cooperate. Given that the letter directed by the third Hokage contained such instructions, it was clear he had also sought out Tsunade, who simply refused to return. If that is the case, Tsunade must know this as well. So why do you think she won't come back? At least not at this moment. Which the third Hokage surely understands. The four of you, three of them share an unspoken understanding, yet it seems you have always remained an outsider, Jiraiya observed. "Uncle Jiraiya, if you claim you aren't foolish, what does that make you?" "Hey, Guan Ren, why are you calling me uncle?" Jiraiya, concerned about his image, seemed to disregard Guan Ren's jest about his foolishness, an amusing contradiction indeed. 043, "I'm busy, preparing for the third Hokage's coffin," Guan Ren replied, casting a glance at Jiraiya without further comment. "After all, you are already of an age that warrants respect. Do you perhaps harbor some misunderstanding about your own age? So, are you suggesting that I shouldn't return right now?" Jiraiya pressed. "Hey, Guan, why have you fallen silent? Honestly, after all these years, your demeanor has hardly changed." Without needing a response from Guan Ren, Jiraiya realized that the time to return was indeed appropriate. It would serve as a final farewell. "You've lost your sense of humor, you little rascal." With that, Jiraiya departed, and Guan Ren made no effort to retain him, as if his visit had merely been a fleeting glance. Familiar faces in Konoha seemed to dwindle with each passing day, and upon his sudden return, apart from Guan Ren, he found little else to occupy him, save for the bathhouse. Time continued its relentless march, and Konoha grew increasingly lively as the day of the finals approached. Since Jiraiya's departure, he had not returned, and Guan Ren heard whispers that Jiraiya spent his days in the Hokage's office, plotting to seize the third Hokage's legacy, a coveted crystal ball. The pair had not broached the subject of the letter, engaging in light-hearted banter as if time had reverted to days gone by. At last, the day of the finals arrived. "Old man, do you think he has arrived?" Jiraiya asked, peering out the window of the Hokage's office. "Ah, he must have. He isn't as foolish as you. He will certainly be well prepared," the third Hokage replied with a smile. "Indeed, everyone says I am foolish. For so long, it seems I have been the dimmest among us, tirelessly chasing after the two of them. At times, it can be quite exhausting. Old man, should I intervene during the match? I want to see if I've finally caught up." "You've already caught up long ago. No need to intervene. I am still spry enough to teach him one last lesson. You, on the other hand, should remain incognito. After I depart, he will escort me. Once I am gone, it will be your turn to bid farewell. That will suffice. Alas, Tsunade still hasn't returned. How wonderful it would be to pass the Hokage title to her in person." "Old man, then I shall not show myself. Where have you hidden the crystal ball? Hand it over. I wish to witness your final grandeur." "That you shall not have. I've already placed it in the coffin that Ren prepared for me. If you truly desire it, you may unearth it after I close my eyes. A lifetime has passed, and I feel I've left little behind. I shall take only that one item with me. I do this for your sake. I worry you may soon join me. Old man, I have begged you for half a month. On the final day, you truly won't grant me this?" Jiraiya, upon hearing this, lost his composure and looked at the third Hokage with utmost seriousness. No. If Tsunade discovers, she will obliterate you. Then I would gladly accept that fate. But I do not wish to see you so soon. Time is nearly up. Jiraiya, do not forget my instructions. The third Hokage donned the Hokage hat with solemnity, casting a final glance at the 3 photographs hanging on the wall before stepping out of the Hokage building. Meanwhile, at the coffin shop, "Uncle, I am leaving now. Do not linger too long," Naruto exclaimed, having hastily finished breakfast as he waved goodbye to Guan Ren still inside. What was Guan Ren occupied with? He was preparing the third Hokage's coffin, which he would soon need to carry over, thus avoiding a second trip later. While he busied himself, the chat group, silent for nearly a month, suddenly buzzed with activity. Someone had sought him out again, none other than Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao, Guan Ren, it's been a month. Why haven't you checked in? What are you up to? Su Xiaoxiao, Guan Ren, you need to stock some special coffins. I finally have enough points again. Your ordinary coffins have all been sold out. Ingzheng has lost his mind and bought them all. Su Xiaoxiao, Guan Ren, reply quickly. Guan Ren, I'm busy. I'll talk in a few days. I might not even have enough stock for my needs. Su Xiaoxiao, what on earth are you busy with? How can your stock be insufficient? What significant event is unfolding? Guan Ren, I'm preparing to deliver the coffin for the third Hokage. He asked, nearing his end. Su Xiaoxiao, the Chunin exams? Have they begun? If you're there, please stream it live. Guan Ren, not yet. I'm preparing to head to the venue. I'll consider a live stream. Su Xiaoxiao, please just do it. We want to watch you if you're uncomfortable, but we want to see the event. The duel between Orochimaru and the third Hokage will be quite spectacular. Su Xiaoxiao, by the way, what is your status in Konoha? Can you capture a first-person perspective? Guan Ren, I don't hold any status. Su Xiaoxiao, really? What a pity. Guan Ren, I must go, otherwise, I will be late. Su Xiaoxiao, late? Guan Ren, are you still just a child, preparing to participate in the public examination? Su Xiaoxiao, we must go live, absolutely. In the world where spiritual energy has revived, Su Xiaoxiao, just back from exorcising ghosts, glanced at the chat records, and her heart, which had been troubled for a month, was slightly eased. If Guan Ren is still a child, it is understandable that he previously showed no interest in her. After all, children have yet to fully develop and cannot comprehend an elder's generosity. However, she was even more eager for Guan Ren to go live, as the members of the group were overwhelmingly curious about him, except for Sister Bauer. If everyone discovered that the highly anticipated Guan Ren was merely a child, what expressions would grace their faces? With this thought, a smile curved Su Xiaoxiao's lips, forming a delightful arc. Nevertheless, to reach the finals, even if he is a child, Guan Ren's capabilities must not be underestimated. Yet, would this younger brother actually initiate a live stream? At the venue of the Nin exam finals, the third Hokage had been delivering a speech for an hour. It was not his intention to speak for so long. He was merely stalling as the appointed chief examiner and judge for the finals had not yet arrived. The audience had begun to grow impatient, but the fourth Kazekage seated on the high platform appeared unconcerned, as if aware of what the third Hokage was waiting for. Just as the third Hokage was running out of things to say, Guan Ren finally appeared in his line of sight. This child is quite considerate. It seems he was delayed in preparing a coffin for me. The third Hokage could see that the coffin Guan Ren carried was already adorned with red and white items, and he felt a twinge of gratitude. Now I announce, the third round of the Nin exam finals officially begins. With Guan Ren's arrival, the third Hokage no longer needed to delay further and declared it right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Ren's figure appeared in the center of the arena, his peculiar entrance style instantly attracting countless gazes. 044, the fight has commenced. What use is etiquette? The atmosphere in Konoha was undeniably bizarre. All competitors, without exception, wore coffins on their backs. And the individual who had just arrived was even more outrageous. One on his back, and one he was carrying. What? Is there a coffin trend in Konoha this year? A merchant couldn't help but wonder. Guan Ren stood silently on the stage, leaving the audience utterly perplexed. What was this eccentric doing? Those familiar with him felt a hint of concern. What is wrong with Uncle? Is he intimidated by such a grand scene? Unsure of what to say? Come on, Naruto. Veterans of the battlefield wouldn't be scared by this kind of scene. You're joking, right? So what's up with Uncle? Is he trying to act cool like Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi, I don't want this disciple anymore. Let him perish. Sasuke, this teammate is insufferable. Guan Ren, please do him in. No one knew that Guan Ren was merely annoyed by the incessant beeping sounds in his mind, as Su Xiaoxiao kept urging him to go live. And he was pondering this very question. Ultimately, Guan Ren opened the chat group and started the live stream. He thought to himself, it was inevitable that he would have to interact with these people in the future, so familiarizing himself through a live stream would be beneficial. After all, he was the only one in the group whose true appearance remained unknown. Ding, Su Xiaoxiao has entered the live stream. Ding, Yingzheng has entered the live stream. Ding, Feng Baobao has entered the live stream. As soon as the live stream opened, a series of notification sounds rang out, prompting all members, regardless of their previous activities, to drop everything and enter the live stream. The curiosity about Guan Ren was overwhelming. Aside from the first day they joined the group, he had never spoken again, and no one knew anything about him. This sudden live stream took everyone by surprise, including Su Xiaoxiao, who had been urging him but was unsure if Guan Ren would actually go live. Figures appeared on the arena, yet aside from Guan Ren, the multitude present could not see anyone else. He nodded slightly to greet them, as he was not in a position to speak at the moment. Is this the immortal? His attire is indeed distinctive, Yingzheng thought, momentarily taken aback by Guan Ren's acknowledgement. Wait, is this really Guan Ren? He is not a child? Su Xiaoxiao gazed at Guan Ren, his long, glossy black hair cascading down to his waist, and his stern visage struck a chord deep within her. Even his earlier action of carrying a coffin seemed rather dashing. Indeed, he was the cold-faced god of beauty, especially with those eyes that seemed to draw one in. What a cold man, and so handsome, was Ma Xiaoling's first impression of Guan Ren. Others, too, were captivated by Guan Ren. As if he were the center of the universe, the surrounding commotion did not distract them in the slightest. Guan Ren ignored the peculiar gazes and walked to the side of the arena, gently placing the coffin down. Returning to the center of the stage, he surveyed the crowd. His low, husky voice, though soft, resonated throughout the arena, as if someone were whispering in one's ear. I am the chief examiner of this COFFIN'S exam, Guan Ren. I am also the judge for the third round finals. Now, let the first match of the finals begin. As Guan Ren's words fell, the large screen above the platform flickered rapidly before settling on two names. It was indeed different. Looking at the list for the first match, Guan Ren silently mused before announcing, COFFIN'S exam third round finals. First match, Kenjio Lang versus Uzumaki Naruto. Both competitors, you have 10 seconds to take the stage, or you will be disqualified. The rules were not meant to be this way, but Guan Ren could not be bothered to wait for these youngsters to dawdle. 10 seconds was hardly enough time if one were merely stalling. As the chief examiner, he set the rules. Chief examiner and judge. It seems the immortal holds significant status. Yingzheng had already noticed that most around him were merely ordinary individuals, yet he continued to refer to Guan Ren as the immortal. To him, Guan Ren was capable of resolving his troubles, thus deserving of such respect, a feat no other group member could achieve. Is he truly the chief examiner? And the first match is Naruto against Kenjio Lang. Everything has changed with Guan Ren's appearance. So, Su Xiaoxiao murmured, her gaze shifting to the Kazekage and the third Hokage above. Will the third Hokage still perish in their duel? Group leader, you speak as if you understand this world? Ma Xiaoling, sitting beside Su Xiaoxiao, inquired curiously, having caught every word. The trajectory without Guan Ren's existence was now altered due to his arrival. Is Guan Ren's situation similar to yours, group leader, in that he accidentally arrived in this world? The others gathered around, listening intently to their conversation, with Jiu Shu speculating. He and Ma Xiaoling had previously thought that Guan Ren's profession sounded familiar, but now, observing the atmosphere, it seemed dissimilar to that world. Yes, Guan Ren and I are both travelers from another world, Su Xiaoxiao replied, her gaze fixated on the ominous black coffin behind Guan Ren. Moments ago, the chat group had alerted her that the origins of that black coffin were terrifying. Though it was indiscernible, she was acutely aware to proceed with caution. Group leader, could you share a video of this world? Even if it doesn't include Guan Ren, we would still like to gain some understanding, Huang Rong suggested. As Guan Ren had significantly aided her, and she was quite curious about this world, even without information about Guan Ren. Yes, group leader, please share. We are eager to learn. On the side, Yatsuya Mitsuki and Poison Island Siko displayed expressions of anticipation, having discerned that the backdrop of this world likely related to them. Given that the language was the same, Su Xiaoxiao has uploaded a substantial video file titled Naruto. Everyone is invited to watch it at their leisure. The sheer volume of over 700 episodes astonished all, leaving them to wonder how long it would take to view it all without the convenience of a one-click mode. This is merely a fraction. There are more episodes yet to be released, depicting the growth and legacy of characters like Naruto. Has anyone completed watching it via the one-click mode? The characters, including Naruto, have become quite familiar to us. The art style appears drastically altered. Observing Naruto, who resembles a coffin bearer, and scanning for other characters, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the significant changes introduced. Is carrying a coffin the correct approach after all? Those who have already acquired a coffin began to ponder this notion upon witnessing the current appearances of the 12 young ninjas. On the stage, Naruto and Kankuro are ready to commence. Referee, are there any restrictions for this match? Kankuro inquired. Not out of desire, but because it was evident from Naruto's and Kankuro's appearances, as well as the other contestants from Konoha, that there was a connection. Without clarifying, how could they handle potential bias from the referee? There are no rules. Any means or methods are permissible. The match concludes upon one party's death or incapacitation. Surrender is, of course, allowed. Are there any further questions? With a cold tone, Kankuro felt a surge of fear under the scrutiny of those distinct eyes. He dared not ask more questions, though he initially considered inquiring about Kankuro's possible interference. And you? Kankuro turned to Naruto, who replied without hesitation, "No problem. Let us begin." Naruto dismissed the notion of having any issues with the seemingly playful Kankuro. All right, the first match, commence. Kankuro did not bother with any opposing signs. It was unnecessary to engage in such formalities before a life-and-death duel. Konoha and Suno were poised to clash, and etiquette was of little consequence. Naruto, you're too slow. On the stage, Naruto and Kankuro faced off. Naruto appeared relaxed while Kankuro exhibited signs of tension. Passing through such a rigorous second examination proved that Konoha's ninjas were formidable, and he would not underestimate the seemingly carefree individual before him. The audience, once lively, fell into a hushed anticipation, eager for the duel to commence. The battles between ninjas remain a novelty for most. Little kitty, if you don't make a move soon, you'll lose your chance. Naruto's taunt shattered the silence, his voice oozing with amusement and condescension. Kankuro retorted coldly, "Stop boasting. Is Konoha filled with mere loudmouths like you?" His tone remained calm, yet his eyes flickered with sharp intensity, ready to strike. Clearly, Naruto's words irked him, but they did not cloud his judgment. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have acted swiftly. However, observing Naruto's stance before the match, he and Temari had concluded that this individual was likely the most challenging opponent among the group. Even if Naruto appeared vulnerable and could be easily dispatched, Kankuro's instincts screamed caution. This individual was feigning weakness. Is that so? Since you won't attack, I won't hold back. With that declaration, Naruto dashed forward like the wind, charging directly at Kankuro without any apparent strategy. Kankuro, taken aback by Naruto's sudden advance, found himself questioning whether Naruto was truly strong or merely a fool. This approach lacked any semblance of strategy, merely charging in headlong. Was he underestimating him? As Kankuro maneuvered his crow puppet, he meticulously guarded against every potential attack angle, the chakra strings dancing between his fingers as the puppet adjusted its position. Speed was commendable, yet it was insufficient. Boom. Naruto's voice resonated from behind Kankuro, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Ah, I've been waiting for this moment. Black's secret technique, poison smoke bomb. Kankuro, unfazed by the blow, activated his mechanism, releasing a cloud of poison that enveloped the area. Wind release, great breakthrough. In mere moments, Naruto formed seals, unleashing a gust that dispersed the toxic mist. He would not allow it to obstruct his vision, even though he was not afraid. Maintaining good combat habits was essential. Now, with rapid movements, Naruto struck twice, causing Kankuro to deduce that the original body must be present. The crow puppet unleashed a volley of poison needles toward Naruto. Bang, bang, bang. Huh, you can't hit me. Kankuro timed his attack perfectly, exploiting the brief moment when Naruto's energy waned. However, Naruto merely turned slightly, using the coffin on his back to block the incoming needles. Is that so? Black's secret technique, main body 6 blades. I shall see just how resilient your coffin is. Impressed by the two puppets that shielded him, Naruto expressed genuine surprise. Unsure if they were indeed clones, but their identical appearance suggested they were. Humph, whether it's a clone or not, you'll have to test it. Kankuro stated as the two crow clones, armed with 12 curved blades resembling rib bones, lunged at Naruto. The speed was astonishing, and together they covered a significant area. Naruto skillfully evaded the onslaught, yet it seemed he would soon succumb to the blades. This isn't right. Naruto's behavior is uncharacteristic. Sakura noted as she observed Naruto dodging attacks with little opportunity to retaliate. Naruto, hurry up and take down that ugly brute. Have you not eaten today? Ino shouted from the stands, her focus solely on Kankuro's grotesque appearance, believing he should not linger on the stage for so long. Well, it seems I can't play with you any longer. My companions are getting anxious. While evading Kankuro's assault, Naruto lamented, but little kitty, you're quite skilled. Perhaps we shall have another chance to battle. Stop boasting. You'll soon find there's no escaping. Despite Naruto's swift speed and reactions, Kankuro had not exhausted his options. Calculating the right moment. Black Ant. Boom. Just as Naruto was forced to retreat from the twin crows, another puppet suddenly emerged from the ground, ensnaring him and drawing him into its body. Clang. Naruto was ensnared, the coffin he carried clattering to the ground. Black's secret technique. Double release. Black's secret technique. Blade of the limbs. Arrogant, chatty brat, this ends now? Kankuro seized the opportunity, extending the poison blades from the crow's limbs and plunging them into the body of the black ant. Boom. Kankuro's attention was fixated on the black ant when suddenly the coffin lid flew up, startling him. Ah, is it over? I was nearly asleep. As he watched Naruto slowly rise, still bleary-eyed, Kanjiro felt a chill run down his spine. Was this coffin truly capable of resurrecting the dead? It wasn't he that Kanjiro was overly imaginative. He simply could not bring himself to accept that the Naruto he had been battling all along was merely a shadow clone. Oh dear, Big Cat, how are you feeling? Startled, perhaps? To make amends, here S.A. Rasengan. Come, let us have some fun, Big Cat. How could Naruto not be aware of the situation outside? The moment that clone was dispelled, he instantly absorbed everything that had transpired during that time. Kanjiro. Crow. Bang. Crack. Oh, it was blocked. Naruto observed as Kanjiro skillfully maneuvered his puppet to intercept the attack, only to be sent crashing to the ground alongside it. Unable to suppress his admiration, Naruto refrained from taking advantage of Kanjiro's vulnerable state. He picked up the iron chain and leisurely hoisted the coffin back onto his back. In that critical moment, it had been the clone's concern for the coffin's safety that had prompted it to release the seal. Naruto, you're too slow. Hurry up and finish him. Ino's voice rang out again, causing Naruto to feel a bit embarrassed. His uncle had once told him that a man could endure anything, but never let anyone say he was too slow, especially not a woman. 046, luck like that of the first emperor. Well, Big Cat, I cannot abide by someone calling me slow, so Rasengan, double finger blast. Naruto awkwardly rubbed his nose as he spoke, his hands gradually lowering. Soon, he had both hands poised, each summoning a Rasengan. Kanjiro, surrender. Kanjiro, still somewhat dazed by the scene before him, heard Shikamaru's anxious shout from the stands. He cast a bitter glance at the cracked crow before him, realizing he was in no better condition. After that collision, he had sustained severe internal injuries. Moving his arms was already a struggle. How terrifying was Naruto, truly? Had it not been for the special materials used in crafting this crow, he might have been in dire straits. Referee, I concede. Well, it's settled then. Upon hearing Kanjiro's concession, Naruto waved his hand, dispersing the Rasengan. He never intended to completely annihilate his opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to carry the coffin first. This wasn't a mission or a life-or-death battle. It was merely a competition. Since Kanjiro was so sensible, Naruto felt no need to continue fighting. In this final match, he had only wished to face Lee. First match, Naruto Uzumaki wins. Without hesitation, Guan Ren announced the result. Impressive, Naruto. Truly worthy of being the child of the fourth Hokage. Indeed, the Rasengan. The signature jutsu of the fourth Hokage. I never imagined Naruto had mastered it. Go, Naruto. Claim the championship. Amidst the cheers, Naruto exited the stage. Shikamaru noticed Kanjiro remained seated for an unusually long time and swiftly appeared on the arena. Kanjiro, what's wrong? Can't move? I'll help you. Ugh, Shikamaru. Call the medical team. Kanjiro's face was drenched in sweat from the pain, and he felt exasperated. Despite Shikamaru's concern being somewhat heartwarming, her approach was rather rough. Ultimately, before Shikamaru could speak, Guan Ren waved to the medical team on standby, who promptly came to carry Kanjiro away. Shikamaru began to tidy up the puppets, while other support personnel arrived to clean the battlefield. During this intermission, everyone was still discussing the recently concluded first match. Is this what chakra and ninjutsu truly are? Group leader, has Naruto become so much stronger because of the celestial coffin? Have we been using the coffin incorrectly? Ingzheng voiced his doubts, observing the state of the other participants, wondering if he should also carry a coffin upon returning. I don't know. Great First Emperor. You were the first among us to obtain the coffin. Forget it. We can ask Guan Ren about it after this is over. Xiao, this ninjutsu is truly fascinating. It seems quite enjoyable. Can we learn it? Sister Bao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the enthusiastic audience, equally excited for the next match to begin. Certainly. As long as Guan Ren uploads it to the group marketplace, everyone can learn. The chat group will resolve any differences in energy levels. Then I will ask him to upload some ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Sister Bao's eyes brightened. She didn't think ninjutsu was particularly powerful, but merely found it visually appealing and entertaining. While others might consider the appropriateness of the situation, Sister Bao was not one to care about such matters. She acted on impulse. Guan Ren, please upload some ninjutsu to the group. I want to learn and have some fun. What ninjutsu do you want to learn? Guan Ren, unfazed by Sister Bao's sudden request, had seen it all before. Under the immortal, I am invincible. Even the old master above the immortal would likely not be a match for this somewhat disheveled Sister Bao. Her strength and identity are both enigmas. Are there many ninjutsu? Ahem, Sister Bao, why don't you check the Naruto video in the group? There are countless ninjutsu. After watching, you can come back and tell Guan Ren what you want to learn. Upon hearing Sister Bao's question, Su Xiao realized she hadn't watched the video and promptly reminded her. It seemed none of the group members had considered whether Guan Ren could perform ninjutsu. After all, if he could serve as the chief examiner and referee, how could he not know it? Oh, alright, I'll go take a look. But that Rasengan seemed quite impressive. Ding. Guan Ren has uploaded the training method for the unmarked ninjutsu Rasengan, earning points. Ding. Guan Ren has uploaded the chakra refining method. Ding. Guan Ren has uploaded the three-body technique. Study these for now. When you find something you're interested in, let me know, and I'll upload it. Alright, Guan Ren, you're quite nice, and your coffin is very useful. Just that I need to dig a bigger hole when I'm burying. Ahem, Sister Bao, let us not disturb Guan Ren for now. He has more work to do. Su Xiao, noticing Sister Bao's growing enthusiasm, quickly interjected. The cleanup crew had already descended, and she knew Guan Ren needed to prepare for the next match. Oh, okay. I'll research this Rasengan. With ninjutsu to explore, Sister Bao felt it didn't matter whether she mentioned it. She simply found Guan Ren easy to talk to. Besides the Rasengan, everything else wasn't too expensive, just buying a portion to study. Great Emperor, how many points did you earn from selling those celestial materials? Looking at the extravagantly wealthy Ingzheng, even Jiushu couldn't help but be curious about the immense expenditure Ingzheng had made with his points recently. The first thing he did was secure Guan Ren's coffin at a lifetime 50 discount. Haha, not much. Oh, I can also get a 50 discount on these ninjutsu? Not bad. I thought it was only for the coffin. Ingzheng chuckled, but refrained from disclosing his exact point total. Jiushu, you can just check the celestial materials he has listed. Although the chat group usually buys at a higher price than the listed price, it won't be outrageous. The slight discount is to accommodate all group members. Our chat group is quite benevolent. You'll know once you take a look. You young folks are sharp. I've been curious for so long and hadn't realized this point. Thanks, Xiao. Is it really that expensive? Xiao, are you sure this chat group is benevolent? Jiushu, check the introduction before you speak. Great Emperor, your luck is something I envy. Oh, does it indeed contain 100 pounds of Daiyuo secret silver? A high-quality material for crafting immortal artifacts? Great Emperor, are you really willing to sell this? Immortal artifacts. After perusing the introduction, Jiushu couldn't help but feel envious. Yet he remained curious. Did Ingzheng truly sell this item so readily? One must recognize that with the advent of chat groups, the hope of immortality is no longer a distant dream. This object could prove quite useful in the future. What is there to hesitate about? In my possession, this item would not realize its full potential. As for what you mentioned, who knows how long it will be until then. If I don't sell it in my world, there isn't much of value, and without sufficient points, even if an opportunity for immortality arises, what difference does it make? Therefore, rather than holding on to something that serves no purpose, it is far better to exchange it for resources to grow stronger. Once I am powerful, I trust there will be opportunities for both celestial artifacts and elixirs. Strength is paramount. In response to Jiushu's inquiries, Ingzheng appeared quite nonchalant, fully aware that without power, even the most precious of treasures would be of no use. It was at this moment that Guan Ren, having overheard their discussion, realized that the item they referenced was not merely some mysterious iron. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. With this object, he could undoubtedly forge a more formidable coffin. Perhaps the black coffin or the character for burial in his mind would undergo some transformation as well. Furthermore, should he craft a coffin tailored for Naruto using such materials, Guan Ren could rest easy knowing that Naruto would be shielded from any further threats. However, it was rather expensive. His points were still significantly lacking, which meant he would need to craft more coffins. Ing Zheng's insights were astute. It was indeed a revelation for the monk, who had expected that after so long in cultivation, his mindset would be more refined. Once he embarks on the path of cultivation, Ing Zheng's progress will surely be rapid. The monk felt a pang of envy. Jushu then realized that this matter, which should have been easily comprehended, had been obscured by his fixation on immediate gains presented by such celestial materials. It was truly misguided. Perhaps it was merely a consequence of having experienced too much. Taoist Lin need not be so humble, for with such admiration directed towards him, it is hard to believe that he is merely ordinary. While the two engaged in mutual flattery, Naruto returned to the viewing platform only to be immediately surrounded. Naruto, when did you use your shadow clone? Upon Naruto's return, Sasuke inquired, unable to fathom how he had managed to employ a clone without detection, despite having been entirely focused on the match. Right, Naruto, when did you do that? We were genuinely worried, fearing you might falter. Was it when the opponent obscured our view with poisonous mist? No, Naruto must have been using clones from the very beginning. We just didn't realize when he did. Haha, Shikamaru, you truly are impressive. I didn't sleep well last night and was too tired this morning, so I went back to the coffin to rest. Naruto explained, revealing that he had employed clones even while at home. How could you have figured that out, Sasuke? You're impressive. Sasuke replied, genuinely envious of Naruto's shadow clone technique. However, he could only admire it from afar, knowing his chakra reserves did not compare, and utilizing such a technique would likely be futile, potentially leading to his demise more swiftly. The shadow clone technique was far more practical, suitable for the majority. In the arena, Guan Ren signaled for the match to continue, and the large screen began to roll once more. He had no intention of wasting time, having finally spotted a desirable item. He was eager to conclude the proceedings and secure it as soon as possible. The second match of the Chunin exam finals featured Rock Lee against Gaara. As Guan Ren's words fell, Gaara promptly descended, eager to take the stage. Haha, everyone, it's my turn now. Seeing this, Little Lee chuckled and, after bidding farewell to the crowd, leapt from the platform. Begin. With the competitors so decisive, Guan Ren had little more to say and declared the match underway. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this second bout would mark the final match of the exam, heralding the end of the third Hokage's era. Meanwhile, members of the chat group were evidently aware of this critical moment. Having watched videos of Little Lee, they were particularly invested. One could argue that he epitomized the true spirit of a common ninja, lacking prestigious lineage or unique bloodlines, yet through sheer determination, he had achieved greatness that surpassed even the most gifted. In a world where ninjutsu reigned supreme, he and Might Guy had thrust the oft-overlooked art of taijutsu into the limelight. Although the video contained few scenes of the duo, each instance revealed their indomitable will to rival the heavens. Hey, this time, Little Lee can't possibly suffer the same fate as before, can he? Isn't that obvious? Naruto has grown immensely stronger, and someone as dedicated as Little Lee will undoubtedly be even more formidable. In the footage, had his physical resilience been greater, avoiding that fleeting moment of vulnerability, he would not have been defeated. Anticipation swelled among the onlookers. In the arena, both competitors were ruthless in their own right. Following Guan Ren's announcement, they wasted no time and immediately launched their attacks, igniting fervor among the audience, with no intention of probing their opponent first. Little Lee, bearing a coffin on his back, moved with such speed that he was nearly invisible, only seen for brief moments as he countered Gaara's sand with decisive strikes. If Naruto's battle with Kankuro could be likened to a standard match between lower-ranked ninjas, this bout was undoubtedly of a higher caliber. Only those with exceptional strength could truly perceive the nuances of their movements. Yet, despite the average spectator's inability to comprehend the intricacies of the fight, it did nothing to dampen their enthusiasm. After all, battles between ninjas were inherently perplexing. The less one understood, the more awe-inspiring the spectacle became. Gaara stood motionless, arms crossed, while sand swirled around him, deftly intercepting Little Lee's advances. The excitement generated by this match far surpassed that of Naruto and Kankuro. Wow, this little panda really knows how to put on a show. Little Lee, stop playing around and take him down. I'm counting on you for the final showdown. Observing the fervent crowd, Naruto felt a twinge of jealousy, realizing he should have put on a show himself. Was it merely about creating an impressive spectacle? With his uncle absent, he had harbored some concern about causing a ruckus. But with his uncle present, he had no such worries. Gaara, you are a worthy adversary. But I shall take this seriously. My sole opponent in this exam is you. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, Little Lee paused, recognizing the strength inherent in Gaara. Yet, he also understood that his current state would not suffice to overcome him, though this was far from his limit. Naruto's challenge spurred Little Lee into action. He too yearned for an ultimate confrontation with Naruto. What? This guy? Upon hearing Little Lee's words, Gaara exhibited no reaction. While Temari in the stands could no longer contain herself, and Kankuro, having recovered from treatment, expressed a hint of concern. Although he had confidence in Gaara, a reputation built over years of fearsome prowess, he had never seen Gaara injured, regardless of the circumstances. Yet, the Leaf Village ninjas were undeniably peculiar, both in behavior and strength. Is Gaara going to be all right? He should be fine. Don't worry too much, Temari replied, unsure whether she was reassuring herself or Kankuro, who had sensed her unease. Unlike their apprehensions, Gaara remained calm, listening to Little Lee's words, watching him intently, refraining from launching any attacks, and licking his lips with keen interest as he awaited the next move. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shaoli unburdened himself of his heavy load. The moment it struck the ground, the resulting commotion caused even the most indifferent onlookers to pale in shock. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Under the astonished gazes of the spectators, Shaoli began to unshackle the iron chains that bound him. With a thunderous boom, as the coffin struck the ground, a cloud of dust enveloped the arena, sending tremors through the very earth. This single act astonished everyone present, including Naruto and his companions. Aye. Shaoli, aside from Naruto, whose pupils dilated in astonishment, left the others at a loss for words. They were all aware of the coffin's capabilities. Yet none had anticipated Shaoli would unleash such terrifying power. While they had trained to push their limits, they typically restrained themselves to about 50% of their maximum capacity to maintain normality in their lives. Shaoli's display exerted an immense pressure upon them, a disparity that felt insurmountable. The magnitude of the disturbance was something they could all estimate, having frequently adjusted their own weight in training. Each of them calculated their own limits, arriving at conclusions that were hard to accept. Following the Chunin exams, an unspoken resolve to intensify their training took root within all of the young warriors, especially Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. They had all heard Guan Ren's thoughts on the significance of the body, and they took these lessons to heart. Is this coffin truly that heavy? Zhang and his companions were equally taken aback. They had possessed the coffin for a week now, yet they had only ever accessed it through a chat group feature, moving it wherever they pleased without ever attempting to shoulder its weight. No, this must be a coffin designed for practitioners of physical arts, Zhang Sanfeng speculated. As a martial arts master, he understood the body as paramount importance. Some exceptional masters could even cultivate to the point of achieving extraordinary capabilities. How many functionalities can Guan Ren possibly incorporate into a coffin? Remember what he said upon joining our group? Someone prompted. All eyes turned to Huang Rong, renowned for her intelligence. When he joined, he mentioned custom tailoring, she noted. It had seemed at first that this was simply to craft coffins for the deceased. But now it appeared he could indeed create coffins tailored to each individual's unique physiology. This revelation ignited fervor in everyone's gaze. They had all experienced the common effects of a standard coffin, but what if one was meticulously designed for them? Once this matter concludes, I must enlist the Immortal's assistance to create one for myself, regardless of the cost, Zhang declared, his eyes brimming with determination. He had ample points, but was uncertain of the price for such a custom order. Perhaps the biggest concern lies in the materials. I recall that the Xian iron of the first emperor was also suggested by Guan Ren. He continued, all his coffins had been wooden. What if they were made from other materials? Indeed, that is worth inquiring about. However, as far as I know, there should be plenty of fine metals in the ninja world. Has Guan Ren never utilized those to craft coffins? Perhaps there are reasons for that, the group speculated. The more they learned about Guan Ren, the more questions arose. Yet, none of this pertained to Guan Ren or the two combatants engaged in battle, who were witnessing the commotion caused by Shaoli. Guan Ren's gaze reflected admiration. Shaoli was remarkably reminiscent of Kai. Kai, Shaoli is acting quite recklessly, isn't he? Kakashi chuckled. Rest assured, this child knows his limits. He listened to some valuable insights from Ren that night and values his body greatly. He won't let himself come to harm. Ren truly understands us the best. Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma were left speechless. Was this level still within the realm of endurance? Their disciples had long been aware that two prodigies existed among them, though one had exceeded their expectations in his displays. In the arena, Gaara's expression shifted from indifference to grave concern. This individual had just demonstrated such speed under immense weight. What would happen next? Hey, are you ready? I'm about to begin. Shaoli called out, returning Gaara's earlier challenge. Come on then, let me see how different you are now. With a resounding thud, Shaoli's words barely reached Naruto and the others when Gaara launched himself into the air, landing with a heavy thump. Ha ha ha, excellent. You are indeed different. Gaara exclaimed, rising as sand cascaded from him, revealing where Shaoli had struck. He was exhilarated. Shaoli had managed to injure him, and Gaara seemed to revel in the sensation of injury, his smile broadening. Come, let us continue. Shaoli responded, equally thrilled. Initially worried that Gaara might not withstand the blows, he was surprised by Gaara's formidable defense, prompting him to unleash his full potential. What's this speed? And this defense? The audience watched in awe as Shaoli showcased his prowess, executing consecutive aerial kicks, leaving Sasuke and the others in a state of disbelief. Not only was Shaoli's speed astonishing, but Gaara's defense was also far beyond their expectations. How is this possible? On the viewing platform, Temari wore a worried expression while Kankuro questioned his own understanding of reality. Was this truly Gaara, the one being kicked around like a ball in midair? Even the leading figure, Maki, felt a sense of foreboding. What if those carrying coffins were all such terrifying entities? As Shaoli suddenly paused after delivering another kick to Gaara, it seemed he found the encounter lacking in excitement. He could sense that, while his strikes were powerful, Gaara had not sustained any severe injuries. His defense was even more formidable than Naruto's. Yet, unlike Naruto, after such a prolonged battle, Shaoli could discern the distinctions. Though Naruto's defense was commendable, it was his endurance that was truly monstrous. In contrast, the opponent before him possessed an impenetrable defense. Shaoli realized that even at his current state, without opening the 8 gates, he would struggle to breach Gaara's defenses. Even if he managed to do so, the damage inflicted would be minimal. Gaara gradually rose, sand shedding from his skin as it continuously repaired itself, and his eyes glinted with a growing madness as he regarded Shaoli. Hey, you are indeed a worthy opponent. I pause only to ask if you possess any stronger techniques. Otherwise, this exchange is becoming rather dull. I assure you, my next move will undoubtedly shatter your defenses. If you lack any greater methods, then this shall be our conclusion. Ha ha ha, you are quite impressive. If you have something stronger, then let me witness it. Killing you would surely bring joy. Gaara's voice dripped with anticipation as he added, your blood must be exquisite. Not good. Teacher Maki, we must find a way to stop Gaara. Although Temari did not voice her concerns, her anxious expression spoke volumes. They all understood what was at stake. Kankuro was already trembling, as if he had foreseen a horrific event unfolding. Yet, Maki merely gazed solemnly at the arena, showing no signs of action. Here it begins. Despite some changes, what is meant to come will indeed arrive. Su Xiaoxiao watched the scene unfold, her excitement palpable. She had long awaited Guan Ren's live broadcast, and this moment was precisely what she had been anticipating. The conclusion of the third Hokage's era signified the end of an old age and the dawn of a new one. This plan for the collapse of Konoha was clear to all. Once Gaara unleashed his power, that plan would be set in motion. Some faces reflected anticipation, while others wore expressions of complexity. War seemed an inevitable theme across any world, regardless of the emotions swirling among the crowd. They could not affect the fierce battle unfolding on the stage. Shaoli sensed a sudden surge of formidable energy erupting from Gaara, his arms undergoing a transformation. Though the reasons eluded him, Shaoli was not one to dwell on such thoughts. He merely recognized that Gaara possessed other means, potentially even greater strength. Thus, he activated the 8th gate of the 8 gates of opening, the opening of the life gate. Remarkably, Shaoli bypassed the first gate and leaped directly to the swift opening of the third life gate, leaving Su Xiaoxiao utterly astonished. He opened the life gate directly. How many gates could this Shaoli possibly open now? This question intrigued not only her, but also Kakashi, who could directly inquire with Might Guy beside him. Shaoli could open the sixth gate, yet he would refrain from doing so. For him, the sixth gate remained too strenuous. He would not take such risks. Nor did he believe Gaara was a worthy opponent to push him to that limit. Guy's confidence was unwavering. Even amidst Gaara's peculiar energy, he remained steadfast in his conviction. Sandstorm Burial. Gaara had completed his transformation. Guan Ren merely cast a fleeting glance at Gaara's semi-tailed beast form before dismissing it entirely. Although Gaara was undeniably powerful in this state, sand consuming the arena, it appeared that the very sand around Guan Ren trembled in fear, unwilling to encroach upon him. Shaoli's speed had increased exponentially, evading Gaara's broad-range attacks with remarkable ease. Let us engage. Atop the high platform, the Wind Shadow moved to capture the third Hokage just as Gaara unleashed his attack. With a resounding command, the four companions released a barrage of smoke bombs. And signal flares erupted in the sky. Nirvana technique. 4 purple flames formation, activate. Everything progressed with impeccable precision, regardless of the audience or Orochimaru's side. Despite the brief duration of these actions, the elite Nin from Konoha remained unperturbed, calmly observing the unfolding events. Only the younger generation appeared somewhat bewildered. They knew this Nin exam would be extraordinary and anticipated something monumental. However, wasn't it supposed to be Orochimaru's move? Why was the Sand Village striking now? Don't be dazed. Naruto, go assist Shaoli. He must not be allowed to wreak havoc. Others, help evacuate the villagers. This area is ours to handle. The war has begun. Kakashi promptly took charge, arranging the response. He was also unaware of the Sand Village's intentions. Observing the distant smoke, it appeared that everything had been meticulously planned. Orochimaru, is this your confidence? Casting a glance at the duo within the 4 purple flames formation, the third Hokage remained composed, returning Kakashi's gaze with affirmation. The younger generation swiftly dispersed, with Naruto rushing to join Shaoli. Shaoli, lure him away from the village. Engaging here would result in catastrophic losses. Understood. The two exchanged a glance before launching their respective attacks on Gaara, then swiftly turning to escape. I'll kill you. Gaara's lips curled with saliva as he immediately pursued them. Gaara, Temari exclaimed with concern. That green-clad individual seemed utterly deranged. Coupled with Naruto, she dashed after them, while Kankuro gritted his teeth, trailing behind with his partially healed injuries. Maki also wished to follow, but was intercepted by Asuma with a swift movement. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. Your opponent is me. Orochimaru, how long do you intend to hold me captive? Release me. Let us engage in a proper duel, allowing me, as your mentor, to assess the current prowess of my once proud student. Observing Konoha mobilizing, Kakashi took command on site as the third Hokage suddenly spoke. His words left the Wind Shadow momentarily stunned, glancing at Guan Ren before shaking his head, discarding any unrealistic thoughts. Guan Ren would not resort to such elaborate measures. He would not still be idly preparing his coffin at this juncture. How can you be so certain that I am not the Wind Shadow, my dear teacher? Orochimaru ceased concealing his identity, shedding the Wind Shadow cloak to reveal his true form, yet the kunai at the third Hokage's throat remained steadfast. Since you are here, I presume the Wind Shadow has already fallen into your trap? I have slain the Wind Shadow. Are you so sure I would not do the same to you? Orochimaru did not respond directly, but posed a question that seemed far more intriguing than the mere act of killing the Wind Shadow. After all these years, I consider myself fairly acquainted with you. If your intention were to kill me, you would have acted long ago without concocting such an elaborate formation. You've remained this close to me. Are you reluctant to part ways? The third Hokage's words struck a chord with Orochimaru. A glimmer of moisture escaping his eye as he slowly relinquished his grip on the third Hokage, turning away unguarded. The third Hokage silently turned to observe Orochimaru's back, a fleeting complexity in his gaze, yet he refrained from taking action. In this moment, the two shared an unspoken understanding. This master and disciple. The sight left the onlookers with expressions of mixed emotions. Perhaps had things been different, they would not have arrived at this juncture. The third Hokage's transformation was evident. Even to the members of their chat group, the video they had viewed seemed dissimilar. There was no hatred or resentment in the third Hokage's eyes, only an unprecedented calmness. Teacher, it seems you have changed. Orochimaru turned to face the third Hokage, his emotions now composed, mirroring the serenity of his former mentor. At this moment, the essence of their relationship appeared to overlap. Indeed, in the twilight of my life, I have come to understand this. It seems you, my disciple, have advanced ahead of me. So, was Guan Ren's coffin prepared in advance for you? Indeed, I find it satisfactory. Guan Ren has always crafted splendid coffins. Alas, he did not prepare one for you. I had envisioned departing with you, my most cherished disciple. Teacher, did it not occur to you that Guan Ren has little faith in your ability to take me with you? That is not the case. Though I am aging, my capacity to ignite a battle remains intact. Perhaps he simply has a strained relationship with you. Cough, cough. This master and disciple hardly resemble individuals poised for a life-and-death duel. Observing the two conversing amiably in the arena, Ing Zheng and his entourage were nearly speechless. Could they not exhibit at least a modicum of respect for life? Everyone awaited their confrontation, yet they seemed engrossed in conversation. Meanwhile, from within the four purple flames formation, Jiraiya's expression shifted from complexity to a smile. Come forth. Do not keep others waiting too long. Let us, the master and disciple, descend and reminisce later. It is also an opportunity for the teacher to witness your growth over the years. Very well, then, prepare to be amazed. Forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. I must say, why not test the waters first before unleashing such a powerful technique? Observing Orochimaru, who chose to employ the impure world reincarnation right from the start, Su Xiaoxiao was once again taken aback. Group leader, both of them seem off. They do not appear to be preparing for a fight. Is this normal? She remarked. Indeed. It could be due to Guan Ren's influence. Orochimaru seems quite wary of him. Since our arrival, he has glanced at Guan Ren more than 3 times. Thus, it seems he wishes for a swift resolution, fearing unforeseen complications. Su Xiaoxiao pondered aloud, slowly piecing together the situation. Yet, it likely goes deeper. Both master and disciple are intimately familiar with each other's capabilities. Their cordial desire to evaluate the disciple's progress over the years naturally entails showcasing techniques mastered during their separation. This is hardly perplexing. However, wouldn't it be wiser to engage in a brief skirmish first to wear each other down? Orochimaru is still youthful. The third Hokage surely cannot endure for long, and he must be aware of this. Group leader. The issue is that they do not harbor such animosity toward each other at present. The third Hokage's previous declaration was quite clear. He is destined to die today, and he intends to take Orochimaru with him. Orochimaru, of course, has discerned the third's resolve. Whether he probes or not has become inconsequential. Rather than dwell on such thoughts, I suspect Orochimaru is more concerned about what hidden techniques his teacher might still possess. Zhang Sanfeng and Jiu Shu, 2 venerable figures, observe the unfolding events while explaining them to the newcomers in the group. It is indeed true that as long as there is a chat group, these two will invariably be among the first to appear. Shadow Shuriken Technique. The third Hokage, witnessing the technique Orochimaru deployed, felt astonished. But that was the extent of his reaction. Given the brilliance of this disciple, it is hardly surprising that he has developed this technique. However, the desecration of the spirits of our predecessors remains utterly inexcusable. Furthermore, with 2 already summoned, should a third emerge, even with his remaining skills, he may not withstand the onslaught. As his shurikens transformed from 1 to 2, then to 4, they swarmed towards the coffin conjured by Orochimaru. Not enough to stop it. Summoning technique. Sarutobi, what is happening? Old friend, there is no time for explanations. Transform into the adamantine staff. The third Hokage shed his Hokage cloak, revealing a black battle outfit that revived some semblance of his former glory as the might of the ninja world. Armed with the staff transformed from the Monkey King, he appeared vigorous and imposing. With a mighty swing, he enlarged the staff, forcefully striking back Orochimaru's third coffin. Is it just these 2 who have emerged? Quite sufficient. However, teacher, you seem rather unfazed by this technique. As my most prized disciple, whatever you create, I shall comprehend. Though I did not instruct you to desecrate the spirits of our forebears, Orochimaru, commence battle. Let us see what you can sever. Oh, teacher, you are too old-fashioned. Ninjutsu was invented for practical use, was it not? The second Hokage did not create this technique merely to be enshrined in a book of seals. As Orochimaru spoke, the 2 standing coffins opened, and the figures of the first and second Hokages emerged. Tobarama, I warned you against these forbidden techniques. As soon as they emerged, Hashirama chastised Tobarama. Despite Tobarama's techniques being classified as forbidden, it seemed that was of no consequence now. Brother, this is hardly the time for such discussions. Tobarama retorted, frustrated. I created one technique, and it was sealed away. I have yet to utilize it myself, and I am to blame? Ah, are you a monkey? So ancient now. It seems I have caused you trouble. Fortunately, Hashirama understood that discussing Tobarama's missteps was futile at this juncture. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze fell upon the third Hokage, a glint of realization dawning upon him regarding the impending events. The first Hokage, this trouble is indeed a product of my teachings. You taught this. If you cannot manage your disciples, it seems you are truly aging. Teacher, my apologies. Faced with the second Hokage's reproach, the third Hokage found himself at a loss for words. After all, his remarks were not unfounded. Compared to the second Hokage, he seemed to have faltered in his role as a mentor. Observing the second Hokage, who had always been restless, would he dare express discontent in the presence of the second? Thus, all he could muster was an apology, grateful that the troubles he had caused were his to resolve, sparing others from the burden. Ah, gentlemen, summoning you was not for a nostalgic reunion. Monkey, be cautious. As Orochimaru's words fell, the first Hokage was immediately ensnared and charged at the third Hokage alongside Tobarama. Boom. The first Hokage's attacks came first. A series of rapid kicks were effortlessly countered by the third Hokage. Subsequently, with a swift turn, he executed a sweeping kick, which the first Hokage evaded with a series of backflips, only for the second Hokage to arrive. With fists and feet flying, the third Hokage, having just dealt with the first Hokage's assault, found himself unable to react, forced into a defensive posture. Fortunately, as the second Hokage launched a jumping spinning kick, the third Hokage finally regained his composure, gripping the foot tightly and using his momentum to fling him away, sending him crashing into the oncoming first Hokage, halting their advance momentarily. Seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, the third Hokage quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With a roar, he unleashed a fire dragon toward the first and second Hokage. The fire dragon surged forth with fury. Water style, Water Barrier. In response to the raging inferno, the second Hokage rapidly formed his seals and spat forth a sizable wall of water, which effectively countered the fire dragon's assault. Not only that, but the water barrier extinguished the fire dragon entirely, while the third Hokage remained astonished. The man who had made a pact with the sea swiftly turned his palms outward and then pressed them together. Water style, Water Surge Wave. With a forceful blast, torrents of water surged forth, overwhelming the third Hokage before he could even process the ease with which his teacher had executed the technique. Reacting quickly, he formed his own seals and unleashed a torrent of dark sludge. Earth style, Earth Wall. The third Hokage summoned a towering earthen wall, standing atop it. Yet the onslaught was not over. The second Hokage was relentless. Waves of water surged forward, demolishing the earth wall into fragments. Just as the third Hokage landed, the first Hokage charged forward, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. Amid the flurry of strikes, the third Hokage was caught off guard and received a punch to the face, his expression contorted in shock. A subsequent spinning kick sent him flying far away, plunging into the water. Still reeling from the first Hokage's assault, the second Hokage seized the opportunity, grabbing the third Hokage by the neck and dragging him underwater. After struggling and choking on water, the third Hokage finally broke free, surfacing gasping for breath. Ah! Upon hearing this sound, the third Hokage felt a sense of dread and turned to see his worst fears materialize. Wood style, Birth of the World Tree. Boom. The third Hokage darted left and right, evading several attacks, yet was ultimately ensnared by rapidly growing branches that bound his legs, restricting his movement. In mere moments, he was securely tied. Monkey King. The third Hokage lamented internally. Facing two opponents was already daunting, and with Orochimaru lurking with malicious intent, the odds seemed insurmountable. Fortunately, Orochimaru had yet to make a move. Otherwise, battling three would be an even greater challenge. The Monkey King still possessed remarkable abilities, even amidst the second Hokage's interference. It successfully shattered the trees binding the third Hokage, freeing him from captivity. Having learned his lesson, the third Hokage dared not engage in unarmed combat again. The adamantine staff was versatile capable of both thickening and elongating, a coveted weapon for many. The saying an inch of length is an inch of strength is not mere banter. The third Hokage, having suffered significant losses in close combat against the first Hokage, is determined not to repeat the same mistakes. The current predicament, where two fists struggle against four hands, renders him even more cautious. With the Rui Bang in hand, he can attack from outside his opponent's range, maintaining a safe distance while applying pressure. Should anyone attempt to cast seals, he would swiftly retaliate with a strike. The third Hokage's strategy is undeniably admirable, aiming to force his adversaries into a position where they cannot engage him in close quarters. However, he overlooks the ever-watchful presence of Orochimaru. Observing the third's use of the Rui Bang, Orochimaru smirks and produces the Kusanagi sword, conveying a clear message: "Dare to poke at me, and I shall cut you down." Despite the formidable nature of the Rui Bang, it cannot withstand the sharp edge of the divine Kusanagi sword. Faced with this reality, the third Hokage resolves to eliminate Orochimaru, who wields the deadly blade. The Rui Bang suddenly elongates as he thrusts it towards Orochimaru, occasionally delivering strikes from above, seizing a fleeting opportunity while Orochimaru evades. He closes in. If he cannot defeat the first Hokage, he surely can best this serpent of a disciple. Indeed, within moments, Orochimaru is sent sprawling by a powerful kick. Just as the third contemplates a follow-up attack, the first and second Hokages seize the moment to engage him amidst his assault on Orochimaru. A flurry of blows sends the third flying once more. Fortunately, he manages to discreetly plant explosive tags on both opponents during the close encounter. Rising to his feet, he detonates the tags before Orochimaru can strike again. The explosion obliterates half of the first and second Hokage's forms. Yet, before the third can catch his breath, he notices their blasted bodies rapidly regenerating. Time is of the essence. He must deal with Orochimaru before they fully recover. Armed with the Rui Bang, he charges at Orochimaru, finally seizing the opportunity to confront this former pupil one-on-one. Regrettably, the third underestimates Orochimaru, realizing too late that despite being pushed back by the power of the Kusanagi sword, defeating him would not prove to be a simple task. Time cannot be wasted. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, he prepares to unleash his ultimate move, the Five Elements, Great Shuriken. But Orochimaru, well versed in the third's tactics, anticipates his next move the moment he disperses his clones. He directs the half-recovered first Hokage to attack, sending the third flying once again. When he regains his footing, it is too late. The second Hokage has recovered and joined Orochimaru. The first Hokage is also swiftly regaining his strength. The third, still catching his breath and stabilizing his chakra, is met with another massive blow from the first Hokage, leaving him bloodied. Fortunately, at the last second, the Rui Bang shields him from a final strike. "Teacher, you truly are careless." Distracted even amidst battle, Orochimaru taunts. Observing the third's plight, ignoring him, the third diligently focuses on adjusting his chakra. With a surge, the Rui Bang strikes out, smashing the surrounding wooden stakes, allowing him to leap to a relatively safe position and take a moment to recuperate. However, with the first and second Hokages acting without restriction, he cannot hope to subdue Orochimaru. It is time to employ that technique. If he continues to expend energy, he may find himself unable to muster any power at all. Summoning his clones back to guard him, the Monkey King reverts to his true form, standing protectively beside him. The third's expression grows grave as he begins to weave hand signs. This time, his movements are deliberate, indicating that this technique is not easily executed. As he completes the sequence, serpent, boar, horse, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, noon, serpent, the sealing technique is initiated. The dark arts technique envelopes his vision in shadows, yet he is reassured by the successful completion of the sealing process. Behind him materializes an ethereal figure, arms outstretched, a red bead clasped in its left hand, a knife clenched in its teeth, adorned with two red demonic horns and flowing hair. This is the Shinigami Spectre. Now, he merely needs to capture them one by one. With no sight of his attackers, the third is forced to endure their onslaught. However, this may prove beneficial, as the third directs his clones to act swiftly, using the incoming attacks to gauge their positions. As expected, after enduring several strikes, his clones manage to seize the first and second Hokages. "Got you," he exclaims. "Apologies." First and second Hokage. Without delay, as the clones capture them, The Shinigami exerts its power, the right hand piercing through the first and second Hokage's forms. With their souls grasped, the third pulls them outward and seals them away, inscribing numerous black runes from their bellies to their chests. With the second Hokage sealed, the dark arts technique is naturally dispelled. The third immediately scans for Orochimaru's presence and soon spots him to his left. Orochimaru, it's your turn. Ah, teacher. Orochimaru replies with a smirk. I didn't expect you to possess such skill. Observing the first and second Hokages fade from sight due to their sealing, Orochimaru's eyes fixate on the third. If you lacked any ability, how could you have been my teacher? It's your turn now. The third Hokage, realizing he has no time for further conversation, understands that his current state cannot endure for much longer. Teacher, after using that technique, you won't survive, will you? Do you know why I can remain so calm while conversing with you? Although I am unaware of your technique, the aura it exudes is reminiscent of that of Guan Ren. The moment I sensed it, I left the area. Farewell, teacher. Orochimaru, withdraw the formation and depart. Yes. Orochimaru commands his four subordinates, and in an instant, they vanish from sight. Witnessing this, everyone is left in bewilderment. What just transpired? The third Hokage had finally unleashed his power, yet Orochimaru merely left behind a clone and slipped away, dismantling it without a thought, leaving the third empty-handed. Was this an act of treachery? Guan Ren, equally perplexed, wonders if Orochimaru's departure was due to the fact that he had saved him. What could have frightened Orochimaru so profoundly? Did he flee at the mere whiff of danger? Ultimately, the third Hokage bears the brunt of this outcome. Yet he has no recourse. Observing the ninjas who had merely watched the skirmish with Orochimaru, now on the verge of defeat, the third is left with little motivation. Orochimaru has escaped unscathed. Capturing those few would yield little benefit, especially since those ninjas appear unable to seize him. Unless Guan Ren intervenes, no one else seems willing to take action. However, the third Hokage cannot afford to draw Guan Ren into conflict over such minor adversaries. That would be a tremendous waste. He has no debts of gratitude with Guan Ren that warrant such an expenditure. Let them go. He gestures, instructing the Leaf Village ninjas to cease their pursuit and allow Orochimaru and his group to depart. He then turns to Guan Ren. Ren, I trust you to watch over the village until the fifth Hokage assumes office. Understood. Guan Ren nods, aware that once the third's funeral concludes and Tsunade has yet to return, Jiraiya will surely seek her out. Hence, the third's request makes sense. It is not a significant task, and he readily accepts it, knowing that nothing untoward is likely to occur. Third Hokage, Lord Hokage, old man. Just as he finishes instructing Guan Ren, ninjas who have concluded their battles begin to arrive, including Jiraiya, who has heard the third's words. The implication of his statement is unmistakable. As the time has come, Kanran called out for the third Hokage. With that, the body of the third fell, and Jiraiya swiftly caught him before he hit the ground. Kanran observed keenly as the Shinigami claimed the third soul, witnessing the end of the matter. The Shinigami seized the third, who had lost his purpose. The moment the third employed the Shiki F gene, Kanran activated his own Waimei Moku T, perceiving everything with clarity. Jiraiya, let us not delay. Place the third into the coffin. The timing of the funeral is for you to decide, Kanran urged, having brought his own coffin here specifically for this moment. With his coffin at hand, the body would remain unspoiled regardless of any delay. Jiraiya, evidently aware of the peculiarities surrounding these coffins, offered no rebuttal and approached with the third's body, placing it inside. Done. Once the funeral is arranged, inform me where to lay him to rest. The Hokage building or the Sarutobi clan, Kanran said, closing the coffin lid, preparing to carry it away as it was not sealed. Anyone wishing to pay their respects could simply open it. Must we even learn this? He mused. Kanran, let us set it here for now. We will carry it over ourselves later. Are you going to see Naruto and the others? Jiraiya inquired, noticing Kanran's intent to leave. It was understandable, given that Naruto was a Jinchuriki, and the potential for chaos loomed if he were to lose control. I'm heading home, Kanran replied. The thought of visiting Naruto was out of the question. He could handle things as they were before, let alone now, especially with Lee capable of unleashing the 8 gates. Even if Gaara summoned Shikaku with his technique, it would be swiftly countered. Kanran had no inclination to concern himself with that troublesome boy. Home. Jiraiya was at a loss for words. Such a grave event had transpired, and with the third's passing, Kanran was not only dismissive of helping, but also intent on returning home. What else am I to do? Kanran countered. Kanren, given the circumstances, there are numerous matters awaiting resolution in Konoha. Once things stabilize outside, a meeting will be convened. Is it appropriate for you to simply return home? I am not a ninja. Why should I be involved? Kanren retorted. When has there ever been a village meeting that included an ordinary villager? Rest assured, the three elders are present. If you do not wish to engage, they will handle it well. After all, since the village's misfortune, the elders have yet to appear, likely contemplating how to manage the ensuing issues. It has been long enough. They must have devised a plan. The meeting will merely be a formality. I have no time to attend. Leaving now, Kanren declared, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to depart. Jiraiya stood there, still processing Kanren's words. Kakashi. Kanren claims he is no longer a ninja. What is going on? Jiraiya questioned, perplexed. Although he had been away from Konoha, he remembered that Kanren had achieved the rank of Jonin before his departure. Over the years, he had maintained contact with the third and had never heard mention of this. As for the forehead protector and other equipment, Kanren had never worn them. Jiraiya himself had not donned one either, finding it a normal occurrence without connecting the dots. Jiraiya-sama. He resigned from his ninja profession the night of the Nine-Tails attack 12 years ago and has remained at home ever since. Was the Nine-Tails incident due to Minato and Kushina? Kakashi asked, sensing an elaborate backstory. That is a lengthy tale for another time. This is not the moment to delve into it. Seeing Kakashi's inquiry, Jiraiya refrained from pursuing further questions, but couldn't shake the feeling that something clandestine was afoot. All right, you all go help with the aftermath, assess casualties and damages, then prepare for the meeting. Meanwhile, Kanren returned to the coffin shop, closing the live stream. He did not hurry, encountering lingering sand shinobi, whom he promptly dispatched. After all, this was business. The third had declared that regardless of how many perished, coffins must be ordered from him, irrespective of their village origin. Though the third was gone, Kanren was confident that none would dare dispute this arrangement, even in his leisurely pace. The reason for his slow departure was also due to inquiries from Su Xiaoxiao and others in the group chat, to which he responded while walking. Kanren, aren't you always the examiner and judge? Why do you claim you are no longer a ninja? Su Xiaoxiao asked. I resigned 12 years ago. Then what rank was Kanren back then? Yatsuki Misaki inquired. Elite Jonin. Misaki, your question is misguided. A ninja's rank does not equate to their strength in the ninja world. True, outside of the village leaders, even the strongest shinobi can only reach Elite Jonin. Are you invincible now, Kanren? Su Xiaoxiao teased. Indeed, Kanren replied. Invincible? I have been for quite some time, but alas, it came too late. Otherwise, Minato and Kushina would still be alive. As he read Su Xiaoxiao's question, Cameron's thoughts drifted back to that fateful night, the most arduous battle he had faced since arriving here. Despite his efforts, he could not alter the outcome for Minato and his family. Your Excellency, would it not be more effective if we carried our coffins like you? Ingzheng suggested. Not quite. My black coffin is unique and cannot be easily transported. Moreover, refrain from calling me Your Excellency. Simply address me by name like the others, Cameron replied. Your Excellency? If I were truly such, resurrecting Minato and Kushina would be a simple matter. The Sharingan I obtained has yet to evolve to the level of the Rinnegan. Despite continuously absorbing the energy of coffins to enhance my ocular power, I still lack the final touch. I have been in this state for 3 years, and I wonder how much longer it will take to reach that threshold. I cannot help but ponder why other transmigrators attain the Rinnegan with such ease. While I have not evolved from the Sharingan in over 15 years, I have buried the entire Uchiha clan, and with Hashirama's physique, I still cannot awaken it. I have considered whether I need the power of the 6 paths or the chakra of Indra and Azura, or perhaps that of the Otsutsuki clan. However, I feel those are unnecessary. The energy of my coffins surpasses their value. The main point is that the Sharingan has indeed been absorbing the coffin energy, and my ocular strength has steadily improved. This is the primary reason for my certainty. In comparison, what I most desire is for the Sharingan to evolve to the level of the Rinnegan, so that I may resurrect Minato and Kushina without resorting to other methods. Then why do all 12 ninja carry their coffins? They carry the reinforcement coffins, designed to enhance their physical abilities. I recently provided them. Kinrin, the Rasengan you gave me is so much fun. Are there other interesting techniques? I have enough points to afford them, Feng Baobao exclaimed. Have you mastered the Rasengan, Baobao? Su Xiaoxiao asked. Master? Is there a need to learn? It's something you can do right away. Feng Baobao replied. Misaki, Baobao's words left everyone who purchased the Rasengan in a state of disbelief, questioning whether they had learned the genuine technique. Not to mention others. Even Guan Ren felt a bit bewildered. He had struggled to learn the Rasengan in the past. If it truly required no learning, it was somewhat disheartening. Fortunately, he possessed the black coffin, allowing him to directly absorb others' insights, sparing him the embarrassment faced by others. Ding! Guan Ren has listed various ninjutsu and several forbidden techniques. Earning points. Ding! Guan Ren has made available the Uchiha bloodline, Senju bloodline, Uzumaki bloodline, and Hyuga. Guan Ren regained his focus, promptly listing everything he possessed regarding the ninja world, allowing them to indulge as they pleased. He had long sensed Su Xiaoxiao's keen interest in these items. It wasn't just Su Xiaoxiao who was intrigued. Others such as Jiu Shu and Ma Xiaoling were equally captivated. While they were not particularly interested in the chakra refinement techniques, they were quite fascinated by the various ninjutsu available. One practiced the family Ma family techniques, while the other adhered to the teachings of the Maoshan school. After learning about the situation in the ninja world, their curiosity for the diverse ninjutsu grew significantly. It was akin to the spells they cast using talismans, merely translated into hand seals. Naturally, hand seals were not foreign to them, as many techniques within their own systems also utilized corresponding hand gestures. Most importantly, the fire and lightning ninjutsu offered substantial assistance, proving exceptionally effective against malevolent entities. This was precisely why Su Xiaoxiao had been so covetous. With sinister forces rampant in her vicinity, lacking effective means for self-defense made survival exceedingly precarious. Among the various attributes, she prioritized lightning and fire. Although Jiu Shu and Ma Xiaoling had contributed numerous exorcism techniques to the marketplace for Guan Ren's functional coffin, the truth was, the cultivation of such techniques was far from simple. Otherwise, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng would not have remained novices after training under Jiu Shu for so long. Su Xiaoxiao had also delved into these techniques, but found them demanding in terms of requisite knowledge. In contrast, she believed that researching chakra and ninjutsu would yield quicker results, especially with the assistance of the chat group to address her cultivation challenges. If she could refine chakra, then chakra extraction would pose no issue. As for the ninjutsu, it sufficed to become familiar with the hand seals. Taking her time was inconsequential, as she could still unleash them eventually. This was not to say she abandoned the cultivation methods uploaded by Jiu Shu and the others. Rather, she intended to gradually explore them once she had acquired sufficient means of self-preservation. Given her current circumstances, she needed to invest her cautious time in the most efficient and rewarding pursuits. Now, witnessing Guan Ren finally offering such a plethora of valuable items, she was undoubtedly the most exhilarated. The group chat buzzed with renewed excitement. Su Xiaoxiao. Wow, so many ninjutsu, special bloodlines, and bloodline limits are all here. Su Xiaoxiao. Guan Ren. How did you acquire so much? Curiosity piqued. Su Xiaoxiao wondered how Guan Ren managed to procure all the renowned items from the ninja world. Aside from summoning beasts and tailed beasts, he seemed to have nearly everything. While obtaining ninjutsu was feasible for the strong, the sheer number of bloodlines was perplexing. Ingzheng. I just read the description. It states that these special bloodlines allow us to possess their traits without altering our own. Ingzheng. Does this mean if I purchase the Uchiha bloodline, I could awaken the Sharingan after fusion? Su Xiaoxiao. Precisely. Guan Ren has truly been generous this time. Lin Fengjiao. Ahem. You too. Kindly check the pricing first. The cost of the bloodlines is exorbitant. Ma Xiaoling. This is rather understandable, considering the special bloodlines confer extraordinary abilities. It would be unreasonable for them to be cheap. Yasaka Qian. I wonder, if Lord Guan Ren were to eliminate Danzo, could his Sharingan be listed? Dao Siko. If Ghost can be listed, then the Sharingan certainly can. However, Qian, your idea is somewhat chilling. Nie Xiaoqian. Shivers, Xiao Longnu. They likely won't list you. Nie Xiaoqian. So fret not. Yasaka Qian. Dao Siko. Zhang Sanfeng. If Long Girl remains silent, that's fine. But her comments are rather peculiar. By saying so, you've likely made Nie Xiaoqian even more fearful. Su Xiaoxiao. Please don't scare Sister Xiaoqian. She doesn't even have a body, and she can't utilize these wonderful items. It's already quite tragic. Xiao Longnu. As if you can afford any of this right now. Su Xiaoxiao, what is up with Xiao Longnu? Could it be she has awakened some extraordinary attribute? Typically, she is always silent. Xiao Longnu's sharp remarks struck down 4 individuals. Oh no, everyone but Guan Ren and Ingzheng. For those 2 alone could afford anything. Ingzheng. I'm torn. Should I purchase a special bloodline? I still wish to save my points, in case other great items come along. Zheng Ge directly inquired within the group. Although he had amassed some points, the options for exchange were limited compared to Su Xiaoxiao's. He had heard the others mention various schools, but regrettably, he was not the first emperor of the Qin era, which would have afforded him more opportunities. Su Xiaoxiao, buy it, great first emperor. The sooner you purchase, the sooner you enhance your strength. What good are points if they don't translate into power? Su Xiaoxiao, I've mentioned that our chat group has cross-dimensional capabilities. If you lack resources, you can obtain them from other worlds. For instance, I have plenty of sinister entities on my side. Su Xiaoxiao. However, if the cross-dimensional function activates when your strength is insufficient, you won't even be able to earn points, and by then, it will be too late for regrets. Zhang Sanfeng, Xiao Xiao has a point. If I had enough points, I too would purchase a share to try. Ing Zhang. Right, with cross-dimensional capabilities, how did I forget about this? In the Daqin world, despite Ing Zheng's decision to buy, he found himself conflicted once more when confronted with the bloodlines. Uchiha or Senju. He was momentarily unable to decide. As for the Hyuga bloodline, he could not deny his overwhelming desire for the Byakugan. Possessing such a keen sight in battle would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage. Yet, as Su Xiaoxiao pointed out, he needed to prioritize enhancing his strength to amass more points in the future. The combat potential of the Byakugan was well understood, and for now, Zheng Ge chose to defer consideration. However, once he had sufficient points, he would undoubtedly acquire it. Ing Zheng, Guan Ren. What do you think I should buy? Guan Ren, Senju, or Uzumaki? I'm uncertain whether the Uchiha bloodline requires some form of stimulation to awaken. If you can't activate it, the battle power boost will be limited. Guan Ren. Both Senju and Uzumaki can greatly enhance your physique, often regarded as immortal physique. Here, you're aware of their respective focuses, so consider them carefully. Su Xiaoxiao, great first emperor, go for Senju. Guan Ren is correct. The description states it won't alter your bloodline, but merely grants your body those traits. I too worry about needing some stimulation to awaken the Sharingan. Guan Ren. Su Xiaoxiao, you need not worry. The ghostly and sinister energies on your end can stimulate the awakening of the Sharingan, allowing for continuous growth without issue. Su Xiaoxiao, really? That is wonderful. I was thinking that if I obtained points, I wouldn't choose Uchiha after all. Guan Ren, proven effective. Su Xiaoxiao, Guan Ren. To what extent has your Sharingan evolved? Have you reached the Rinnegan? Guan Ren. Almost, but I've been stuck for 3 years. Su Xiaoxiao, first 12 years. And now 3 more. Guan Ren, just how old are you? Upon reading this message, Guan Ren did not respond immediately. He pondered the foolishness of the group leader's inquiry. Was he possibly harboring ulterior motives? 055. Were they not master and disciple? Regarding such ill-intentioned individuals, Guan Ren chose to ignore them and return to his coffin shop. Crow, go remind Kakashi to arrange for someone to retrieve the coffin. Do not forget the promised reward from before. After placing the black coffin back in his room, Guan Ren suddenly recalled the matter at hand. He could not allow them to default on their obligations. If he delayed further, the battlefield might already be cleared. This was a significant business opportunity. While he could overlook some feedback, the profits from this venture were indispensable, a substantial sum, indeed. The Chunin exams had concluded, leaving only a few years to amass wealth for that young Naruto. This period was crucial, and there were numerous other matters to attend to. He could not solely focus on earning money without leaving something for Naruto, should he ever return. What if he were to perish or meet an untimely end at the hands of another? Guan Ren did not wish to raise him only to end up supporting his offspring. Therefore, he hoped that the troublesome boy would live well and thrive for many more years. Uncle Guan Ren, would you like to have a meal? After the crow flew away, Xiang Lin emerged from her room, addressing Guan Ren. Let's wait for Naruto. He should be back soon. Thank you for your hard work, Xiang Lin. Upon glancing up, Guan Ren realized it was indeed lunchtime and caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, indicating that Xiang Lin had prepared the meal. That sounds wonderful. By the way, Xiang Lin, did the battle have any impact here? Not at all. However, the crow did venture out for a while. Ah, that's good to hear. Although he could ascertain from the shop that nothing untoward had occurred, Guan Ren felt compelled to ask, considering she was a girl. When he left, he had contemplated that if Orochimaru wished to avoid conflict with him, then an attack from his side was unlikely. Of course, there might be some reckless sand ninjas. Yet, with the crow around, he found little reason for concern. Xiang Lin, are there any aspects of your training that you do not understand? I have some time now to explain. Thank you, Uncle Guan Ren. I do have some confusion regarding two sealing techniques. I have attempted them numerous times, but have yet to succeed, despite following the scrolls precisely. Please elaborate. Certainly. They are the 8-trigram seal and the 5-element seal. Ah, those two. Do not worry about the 8-trigram seal for now. We will study that later. For the time being, focus on understanding the related knowledge of the 8 trigrams. As for the 5-element seal, I have modified it. It is entirely normal for you not to be able to utilize it since you lack metal attribute chakra. I will assist you in a few days. Are there any other uncertainties? No, I can comprehend everything else. As for more advanced techniques, my chakra is insufficient to execute them. Well then, practice your taijutsu for now. In a couple of days, once things settle down in Konoha, I will visit the Hyuga clan and gather some books for you. Thank you, Uncle Guan Ren. Do not mention it. Guan Ren was genuinely astonished by Xiang Lin's talent. Out of all the sealing techniques he had provided, she had only struggled with 2. Such aptitude was impressive, even if the rest were not exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, it was quite rare. Human beings often fear comparisons. Guan Ren had once attempted to teach Naruto sealing techniques, but ultimately abandoned the effort, deciding it best for him to focus on mastering Rasengan. Although Naruto could still learn wind release techniques. As he pondered, he continued to impart some foundational knowledge to Xiang Lin to help her build a strong base. Uncle, I'm back. At that moment, Naruto's voice echoed from outside the courtyard, followed closely by the entrance of 3 figures. Xiang Lin, is everything all right at home? After entering the courtyard, Naruto surveyed the area before inquiring of Xiang Lin. They had witnessed considerable destruction throughout the village during their journey and were somewhat concerned about her being alone in the coffin shop, which prompted their hasty return. Everything is fine. It has remained very quiet here. Naruto acknowledged the tranquility, though he had heard about the disturbances in Konoha. Throughout the ordeal, the coffin shop had remained undisturbed. That's a relief. Uncle, did you return early to prepare lunch? I hardly ate this morning, worrying I might need to use the restroom. And now I feel famished. I didn't cook. Xiang Lin prepared the meal. Wait a moment, Naruto. I'll bring out the dishes for us to eat. Xiang Lin, let's do this together. Thank you, Sakura. So, did you manage to catch that little panda? Guan Ren asked, observing Naruto and Sasuke as the 2 girls busied themselves. Uncle, what do you mean by that? Lee and I went out to capture it, and Sasuke and the others followed closely behind. How could we have failed? How do you know whether you captured it rather than simply eliminating it? Naruto questioned, somewhat puzzled. Hadn't his uncle previously taught him that decisiveness was crucial when dealing with enemies? Especially since that little panda housed a tailed beast within, much like himself. It was evidently not a trivial matter. Certainly, you must understand that it is a Jinchuriki from Sunagakure, just like you, sealed with a tailed beast. The village would never allow you to simply kill it without consequence. With the intellect of that Nara boy, it is not difficult to deduce these matters. You still have much to learn. Learn from Sasuke. Do not rush into battle blindly. Use your mind. It will make things far easier for you. Whatever. Sasuke hardly ever uses his brain. In response to Naruto's grumbling, Sasuke felt somewhat disheartened. It's not like I get many chances to use my brain when you keep eliminating everyone. Of course, Sasuke understood Guan Ren's intent. The tasks they had previously undertaken were likely tailored to accommodate Sakura and him, not particularly challenging. When faced with formidable adversaries, using one's intellect rather than brute force would undoubtedly yield more prudent outcomes. Time to eat. Sakura and Xiang Lin had already set the table with an abundance of food. Xiang Lin had prepared a generous meal, and during this period, both Sakura and Sasuke had grown accustomed to dining here. Even if they were not present, Naruto could easily finish the extra portions without waste. Uncle, is it true that the 3rd Hokage has passed away? At the dining table, Naruto hesitated before voicing his question. Indeed. Yet, I still do not comprehend. Were they not master and apprentice? Killing the 3rd was for his own good, Guan Ren replied. Naruto's confusion extended beyond this. He understood that Orochimaru had initiated the war, and Konoha had been prepared well in advance. After all, he had received prior information from Guan Ren the night the 2nd round concluded. Throughout their journey, Konoha, aside from the affected buildings, appeared to have sustained minimal losses. If one were compelled to identify a significant loss, it would perhaps be the death of the 3rd Hokage. Uncle, was Orochimaru's intention solely to kill the 3rd? Hearing Naruto's inquiry, Guan Ren was somewhat astonished and turned to gaze at him. When had his son begun to think critically and draw such conclusions? Did you come to this realization on your own? Not quite. Sakura analyzed it on the way back. Ah, indeed. I knew it was my child. I was wondering how he had suddenly become insightful. Upon learning that it was not Naruto's own deduction, Guan Ren glanced at Sakura. This girl, who had previously been rather unremarkable, seemed a bit different now. What else have you considered? Do share. Senpai, should I disclose everything I've contemplated during this time? Yes, please do. Guan Ren was even more astonished by Sakura's response. Her tone suggested she had contemplated quite a bit. Actually, I haven't thought too deeply. It's just regarding Xiang Lin's situation and some recent insights I've gathered, including your attitudes towards different people and matters, leading to certain speculations. Konoha may not be as righteous and noble as depicted in books or taught in school. Orochimaru, a rogue ninja, may not be as irredeemably evil as recorded. Perhaps there are other underlying reasons. As Sakura continued, she cast a glance at Sasuke before turning her gaze back to Guan Ren, her voice suddenly dropping a notch. The complexities surrounding Sasuke's family are likely more profound than they appear. Sakura paused at this point, intently observing Guan Ren, seemingly trying to glean something from his expression. What led you to these thoughts? Guan Ren's demeanor remained unchanged, yet internally he sensed that something about Sakura's perspective seemed off. I once heard a saying, one should ponder the reasons behind everything. If numerous whys can be connected, then you are nearing the truth of the matter. Conversely, if they cannot be linked, or if there are many inexplicable points, there must be secrets lurking in the background. He found this saying rather intriguing at the time, and whenever faced with a situation, he instinctively sought to contemplate further. Quite insightful. However, this saying feels strangely familiar. Hehe. That's because it was a lesson from your predecessor to Naruto. Sakura replied cheerfully. Naruto often speaks of you, and I noted your words in a little notebook. Upon hearing this explanation, Guan Ren felt a touch of embarrassment and shot a disdainful glance at Naruto. It was all due to this troublesome brat. If he weren't so difficult to teach, he wouldn't have had to expend so much effort. Now, rather than instilling knowledge, he had inadvertently created a conspiracy-theorizing girl. Truth be told, Guan Ren had shared those words with Naruto simply to prevent him from remaining so naively innocent. Excessive innocence can harm both oneself and others, usually leading to unfortunate outcomes. Have you seen any results? Over the years, Guan Ren believed he had made some progress. Naruto's character had undoubtedly changed for the better. However, Sakura's transformation was entirely unexpected. He had not anticipated that Naruto would share his words, nor that Sakura would take them to heart. Guan Ren speculated that perhaps Naruto's evolving strength and character played a role in this. He was well-liked and got along with everyone. Maybe it was due to the early revelation of his identity. Despite appearing somewhat dim-witted, he retained a sunny disposition, especially when this fool grinned. He bore a striking resemblance to Minato, which was quite infectious. Have you shared all your thoughts with them? Guan Ren glanced at Sasuke, noticing no change in his expression, suggesting he was already aware of the discussion. Perhaps Sakura had analyzed even more while speaking, prompting Sasuke's own reflections. In the future, be selective about what you share with different individuals. It's crucial to discern how much information is appropriate to disclose. After all, for some people, knowing too much can be detrimental. Their simple minds may not comprehend certain matters, which could lead to trouble. Yes, uncle is right. You must remember this, Sakura. Such matters should not be disclosed to others besides us. Nodding vigorously while listening, Guan Ren exchanged a knowing glance with Sakura. She slightly nodded in response, turning her gaze to Naruto. Indeed, the words of the predecessor were quite wise. This naive Naruto had no idea those words were meant for him. It seems that in the future, I must refrain from revealing too much to Naruto. This time, it was because the predecessor was present that he sought validation. But what if the predecessor were absent? His character would surely compel him to seek answers, and at that point, Sakura reminded herself that the world was chaotic and dark, and it was always wise to proceed with caution. Predecessor, Orochimaru's recent actions surely cannot be as simple as merely killing the third Hokage, can they? What do you think? This girl's intellect is quite impressive. Sakura's sudden question once again astonished Guan Ren with her cleverness. I pondered that if he merely wished to kill the third, there would be no need for such grand gestures. The individuals in the finals would suffice. Once he confirmed that the predecessor would not intervene, that formation should be unbreakable. Hence, if one were to assert that the Sand Village's involvement was merely to distract the Leaf's other ninjas, it would be illogical and far-fetched. I have long contemplated why he would go to such lengths, but from the onset of this war until now, I remain perplexed. The only conclusion I can reach is that he harbors ulterior motives that we are unaware of. Quite astute. Orochimaru indeed has intentions beyond simply eliminating the third. At that moment, Naruto posed a question, asking if they were not master and student. If you had been present at the scene, Sakura, you would have discerned even more. They are indeed master and student, and their bond is genuine. Moreover, Orochimaru has always been the third's most favored disciple. Thus, the implication is that Orochimaru's intent in killing the third is ultimately for the third's benefit. After Guan Ren articulated these few sentences, Sakura's eyes lit up as she instantly reached this conclusion. Although she was still unclear about how it could be for the third's good, she was certain there was a rationale, just one she had yet to grasp. 057. Only the strong are worthy of discussing peace. Clever. Guan Ren cast an appreciative glance at Sakura, while Naruto remained oblivious, and Sasuke listened intently without responding. Indeed, Orochimaru holds no animosity toward the third. He does not wish for the third to simply pass away peacefully. The customs of the leaf dictate that a Hokage must die in battle. Sakura found this reasoning utterly baffling. Although it is true that all previous Hokages have perished in battle, this justification seemed utterly unconvincing. Do you doubt it? The third has made some erroneous decisions, which Orochimaru is aware of, and as he grows older, he becomes increasingly muddled. Hence, Orochimaru orchestrated such a death for him. That night, he knew he would die and chose this method for himself. Thus, today unfolded as it did, dying gloriously in battle for the leaf. This is Orochimaru's final gift to his master. So that's how it is, but only someone as cold-hearted as Orochimaru could execute such a plan. Upon hearing Guan Ren's words, Sakura instinctively glanced at Karen, realizing that erroneous decisions likely included matters pertaining to the Uzumaki clan. I grasped that, but I still find it incomprehensible. Sasuke, why don't you try tomorrow? Go find Kakashi and tell him it's for his own good to send him to his death, and let us see how he reacts. Are you the fool, or am I? Sasuke retorted immediately to Naruto's suggestion, pointing out that Kakashi's situation could not be compared to the third's. Additionally, Guan Ren, after observing the three, continued, Orochimaru believes that the current leaf is far too complacent, which is where your misunderstanding lies. He seeks to remind you that war could erupt at any moment. Complacency renders one oblivious to danger. I am aware. You have mentioned to Naruto that one is born from hardship and perishes in comfort. But why the Sand Village? Are there no other villages suitable? The Sand Village is the most fitting. You should be able to understand that. Is it due to strength? Indeed. In the past, any village would suffice for the leaf. But now Orochimaru worries that the leaf may be obliterated in one fell swoop. Furthermore, the Sand Village is an ally of the leaf. Their direct assault on the leaf will undoubtedly heighten vigilance. Orochimaru wants to convey that treaties are nothing more than worthless paper. They can be torn up at any moment without prior notice. Survival of the fittest is a principle adhered to in any world, in any place. Uncle, isn't peace a good thing? Peace is certainly desirable, but only the strong are worthy of discussing peace. I recall you undertook a mission in the Land of Waves. Think carefully. Do the people of the Land of Waves dislike peace or not wish for it? They long for it more than anyone, yet they are weak. Their words carry no weight, let alone mere thoughts. Regarding Naruto's concerns, Guan Ren directly illustrated with an example from the Land of Waves, undoubtedly awakening him to the harsh realities they had personally witnessed. The people there, their hardships, were best known to them. It became clear that what the elder had once stated was true. Seeking peace through peace leads to its demise, while seeking peace through war ensures its survival. Weak nations must avoid close alliances. The strength of one's own fists is the ultimate truth. A single decisive blow can prevent countless retaliations. Naruto, you must earnestly reflect on the wisdom imparted to you by your predecessors. Should you have forgotten, I can lend you my recollections. I have noted every word you have uttered. Sakura grasped this concept as well, and even Sasuke cast a sidelong glance. When Sakura first approached, she had been quite intimidated by the elder, but how quickly things had changed. Now she could engage in conversation with him effortlessly, drawing parallels. Whereas Naruto seemed to have missed out on such discourse. Why was it that Naruto was so fortunate, yet not her? Elder, is Konoha truly so weak now? With a gaze of admiration from Guan Ren, Sakura posed her question once more. She had completely discarded the knowledge she had previously acquired. Feeling that the Ninja Academy taught nothing but misleading information, Sakura felt a twinge of frustration. Did the higher-ups not realize that erroneous information could lead to fatal misjudgments? What is your opinion? In the past, Konoha could easily boast multiple shadow-level powers, but what about now? Aside from the Hokage, who else have you heard of? It seems to be the case. One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, has become a rogue ninja, while Jiraiya and Tsunade have remained absent from the village, and you, Elder, are hardly known by anyone. Well, you are no longer a ninja. Thus, the only visible shadow-level figure is the Hokage. But is there truly no one else lurking in the shadows? There is. Danzo is also shadow-level. However, this man, who incessantly proclaims that everything is for Konoha, is merely a parasite draining the village's vitality. The current state of Konoha is largely attributed to him. Moreover, he is of little use during the recent village crisis. Did he or his root take any action? This is not the first time. On the night of the Nine-Tails attack, he did not emerge to fight. Not only did he abstain, but he also sent people to intercept the Uchiha clan, who were prepared to act. This revelation left Sakura utterly bewildered. Could Danzo be an undercover agent sent to Konoha by some other force? So, such events transpired in the past? No wonder the elder harbored such disdain for Danzo. Had he intervened, well, perhaps it would have changed the outcome. Indeed, Konoha is weak, with only an aging Hokage. The greatest issue lies in the fact that another shadow-level figure is consistently causing turmoil within the village. If this continues, without external threats, Konoha may very well self-destruct. It is no wonder Tsunade would agree to join forces with Orochimaru to attack Konoha. Such rich prey, and the guardians are so feeble. Who wouldn't want to take a bite? Sakura comprehended the depth of Guan Ren's words to Naruto, realizing how profound they were. The elder's brilliance shone through. Such intricate truths could be distilled into simple phrases, far superior to the teachings of those school instructors. It was perplexing that such a powerful figure had been sidelined in Konoha, and Sakura began to speculate that perhaps the fates of the once formidable ninjas of Konoha were not so bright after all. Otherwise, they would either still be alive or not relegated to obscurity like Guan Ren, whose actions went unheard. The powers that be fear the strong, viewing them as threats to their stability. Thus it all makes sense. Orochimaru's arrival and the third Hokage's calm acceptance of death could indeed be seen as a grand gesture. 058, I will assist you in eliminating him. In light of this, the once feared elder seemed less intimidating. One could sense his genuine concern for Konoha. Sakura forced herself not to dwell on the past. The third Hokage had perished, and his death was a heroic sacrifice for Konoha. This conclusion was chosen by Orochimaru. But it was also the third's own decision, and a collective choice made by Guan Ren and the other ninjas of Konoha. Beyond that, further contemplation was futile. All that pertained to the third Hokage had been sealed away with his recent battle. Though Sakura remained curious about many aspects, she compelled herself to refrain from asking more, instead uttering a simple statement. Sakura, you're not confused, are you? No matter what, Orochimaru is undoubtedly a villain, a most egregious one. Your thoughts are perilous. It seemed that aside from combat-related teachings, Naruto's absorption of knowledge from Guan Ren was lacking. Upon hearing Sakura's words, he, despite not fully grasping the previous conversation, felt assured in his belief. Naruto, today I will teach you another phrase. Remember it well. Sakura did not respond to Naruto's remark. She understood his nature well. Without experiencing certain events, his character could not be altered merely through words. Engaging him in such discussions was futile, and one might even find themselves swayed by his infuriating sincerity, despite knowing it was not the best choice. Sakura remained silent, but Guan Ren spoke up, expressing his unease about Naruto's behavior today. He had not felt this way before. Perhaps it was due to the contrast with others? This foolish boy. How can Guan Ren feel at ease? Uncle, you say it, and I will certainly remember. Observing Naruto's earnest expression and resolute promise, Sakura felt a sense of exasperation. Yes, Naruto, you do indeed remember every single word the elder has said with utmost clarity, but mere recollection is insufficient. Never define a person purely in terms of good or bad. What you perceive as good may not be truly virtuous, and what you see as evil may not be genuinely malevolent. Use your heart to feel. You claim Orochimaru is a villain, a great villain. I understand, but that is merely your perception of him. In the land of Rice, he established a village named Otogakure. This village shelters orphans whom the world has cast aside. For them, he is a savior. While you may see him as a villain, have you considered what he means to the children he has taken in? To them, Orochimaru is akin to a rebirth of parental figures. They would not hesitate to die for him. Thus, can he truly be considered a villain in their eyes? Furthermore, for the ordinary folk near Otogekyure, the presence of this village has spared them from numerous bandit raids. To them, Orochimaru is not a villain, but rather a harbinger of peace and stability. Can you still simply rely on your feelings to categorize him as good or evil? Guan Ren paused after this lengthy discourse, observing Naruto's furrowed brow, before taking a sip of tea and continuing. Let us set aside others and speak of myself. In your eyes, Naruto, am I a good person or a bad person? That goes without saying. Uncle, you are undoubtedly a great person. Those who dislike you simply do not understand you, Naruto replied without hesitation. Yet, I have taken many lives. To the families of those I have killed, I am a most heinous criminal. Naruto, this is not a matter of understanding or misunderstanding. It is merely a difference in perspective. To you, I am your uncle, your kin, hence regardless of others' opinions, you perceive me as good. But remember, your perspective only represents yourself. It does not speak for anyone else. We cannot impose our beliefs upon others. After Guan Ren's statement, Naruto did not retort, appearing contemplative. Sakura also refrained from further questions, and the three quietly finished their meal. They then called upon Karui and ventured to a nearby training ground to practice. Meanwhile, Guan Ren continued to craft coffins, finding solace in the tranquility of the process. Focus and tranquility. Perhaps these are the greatest benefits bestowed upon him from his previous life in this profession. Ren, what are you doing again? It seems like every time I come here, you are engaged in crafting coffins. At 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Jiraiya arrived at the coffin shop with a group of people, observing Ren, who remained unperturbed and engrossed in his own affairs, neglecting to greet Jiraiya and his companions. Coffins are in the shed. Move them yourselves. Jiraiya waved his hand, signaling the others to assist in the task while he stayed behind. Ren, I need to discuss something. Jiraiya looked at Guan Ren, who appeared to have collected himself, shedding the earlier melancholy and reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Speak. Ren paused his work and turned to Jiraiya. The old man's funeral is scheduled for 3 days from now. After it's over, I intend to find Tsunade and would like to bring Naruto along. Oh, you can go seek him out yourself. Aren't you going with me? Don't you want to know why? Jiraiya regarded Ren with some confusion, wondering if he truly had adopted such a carefree attitude, ignoring everything. You want to take him along? Fearing that Tsunade might not come, hoping to leverage the sentiments of Minato and Kushina. But do you really want me there? Cough cough, what I meant to say is, during my absence from the village, I would like to ask you to keep an eye on things. I worry that the old man's demise might incite thoughts among the other villages. You know, and I'm concerned about Danzo as well. I wonder if he might engage in some underhanded actions. After being momentarily taken aback, Jiraiya chose to express his true feelings. In the current Konoha, after his departure, the only one capable of maintaining order was Guan Ren, which he found rather disheartening. Jiraiya intended to gradually lead Ren back to the village. Otherwise, he certainly could not remain there indefinitely, and when Tsunade sought someone reliable, none would be available. What if I help you deal with him? Cough cough, just keep an eye on him. As long as he doesn't make any moves, there's no need to go that far. The old man has just passed. Losing another elder advisor would have too great an impact. How about I capture him and make him kneel in my courtyard until you return? Cough cough cough, no. That's not going to work. If he decides to act out, how would I know? Do you expect me to monitor him 24 hours a day? Do you think that's feasible? Ren retorted directly, realizing that Jiraiya was, indeed, just as foolish as Naruto. Ren, how about returning to being a ninja? Not interested. Konoha needs you. More than ever. Why do you keep running off whenever you have the chance? Cough cough, that was for gathering materials, wasn't it? I just had a burst of inspiration, but then the third Hokage summoned me back. Once I finish writing, I'll send it to you first, I assure you. You will like it. Not interested. Send it to Kakashi instead. He would be thrilled. Haha, he is indeed my loyal reader. Ren, are you truly not considering returning to being a ninja? Jiraiya persisted in trying to persuade Ren. As he stated, the current state of affairs necessitated the presence of a skilled individual like Ren. The more capable hands Konoha had, the more stability it would possess. Over these 3 days, Jiraiya had observed a significant backlog of tasks, particularly those of a challenging nature, which remained unaddressed. I believe maintaining my current state is preferable. Jiraiya, I understand your intentions. But do you know why Danzo has refrained from taking action all these years? If I return to being a ninja, he will become reckless. You wouldn't want Tsunade to face constant interference from Danzo after assuming office, would you? Lord Jiraiya, we have finished moving over there. All right, let's head back. Ren, we'll need to wait for the funds. The portion from Sunagakure must wait until Tsunade is in office to negotiate. Understood. Jiraiya acknowledged and departed. He had been quite busy lately and had not taken the time to understand Ren's reasons for stepping away from being a ninja. Now, upon hearing Ren's words, he speculated internally but did not press the matter further. If what Ren said were true, then perhaps this was indeed the better course compared to undertaking missions. Jiraiya perceived that among the elders of Konoha who were contemporaries of the third Hokage, they would undoubtedly pose greater complications. 3 days later, a gentle rain fell from the sky as Ren attended the third Hokage's funeral, with the entire village of Konoha engulfed in sorrow. In this poignant scene, Orochimaru's scheme had undoubtedly succeeded. The third Hokage had indeed become a revered and beloved figure. Uncle, tomorrow I shall set out with the perverse sage to search for the fifth Hokage. Is there anything I should be mindful of? On their return journey, Naruto shared his thoughts with Ren, eager to hear any advice. Just follow him, observe more, and speak less. Glancing at Naruto, Ren thought that this fellow would likely refrain from uttering foolish remarks as he had before, lest he provoke Tsunade's wrath again. However, he wondered whether the Akatsuki would still intervene. The following morning, Naruto rose early, packed his belongings, and set out with the coffin on his back. It seemed he had not prepared much luggage. Everything was simply stuffed into the coffin. Naruto felt significant pressure from others, particularly from Lee, which prompted him to carry the coffin. Even on a mission, he intended to continue his training. Just as Naruto departed, Konoha found itself unexpectedly confronted by two uninvited guests. Before long, a battle erupted near the Nanga River, not far from the coffin shop. Caw, caw, caw. Crows flapped their wings incessantly, cawing at Ren. Stop cawing and let them fight for a while. Ren was acutely aware of the commotion from the battle. Although he knew that a fight involving 1 against 7 would not truly endanger Kakashi and the others. Moreover, who was fighting whom remained uncertain. If Guy were to join in, the outcome would be. Indeed, the battle on the river escalated quickly, and Kakashi soon found himself incapacitated, collapsing to the ground at a critical moment, prompting the proud azure beast of Konoha to make its entrance. Kakashi, you are far too weak. You are no longer my match. My friend, heed my words. You must strive harder, or you will fall too far behind me and Ren. Could you lend me a hand first? Upon seeing Guy's arrival, Kakashi felt a wave of relief, yet he chose to disregard Guy's admonitions. Strive harder? Am I to continue being challenged by you after improving my abilities? I feel quite content with the current situation. If things become unmanageable, there's always Guy. And if not, there's Ren, right? I refuse to believe these two would watch me perish. Guy, let me handle this. Be cautious, especially of his eyes. Kurenai took on the task of looking after Kakashi, warning Might Guy. Feeling somewhat helpless, she lamented her own lack of prowess as a Jinjutsu master when faced with the Sharingan. In a short span, Kakashi, who also possessed the Sharingan, was severely wounded. 1 against 7. Were they truly that formidable? Haha, worry not. When it comes to the Sharingan, no one has more experience than I do. I shall engage. Meanwhile, Kisame quickly assisted the fallen 1 against 7, observing the blood at the corners of his mouth and eyes with concern. Mr. Itachi, are you all right? Kisame, he is formidable. We may have to retreat. That beast. To receive such praise from you, Mr. Itachi, I shall go and confront him. Kisame recognized that the speed at which Might Guy had appeared was certainly extraordinary, and judging by the injuries inflicted on 1 against 7, it was evident that the force was substantial. Indeed, he was a master of taijutsu, and Kisame was intrigued. Kisame, we did not come to engage in battle with them. If this drags on, it may lead to complications. It's fine, Mr. Itachi. I believe the only ones Konoha can send are these individuals. I will be fine shortly. Haha, there are plenty of Konoha's people. How would you, a mere shark, know? Asuma also arrived, immediately hearing the words of Kisame, and without hesitation, countered him sharply, positioning himself between the two parties while locking his gaze onto Kisame. Clearly, he had set his sights on the man with the shark-like visage. The third Hokage had just departed. Despite his personal disdain, he could not disregard the fact that the man was his father. He would rather choose death than betray the Leaf Village, and hearing Kisame belittle Konoha was intolerable. He fixed his stare on Kisame, silently vowing to give the man a lesson. In the midst of this confrontation, The one known as 1 against 7 realized that the longer they lingered, the more adversaries would arrive, putting them at a significant disadvantage, especially with Mike Guy, who exuded an unsettling aura akin to that of a ferocious beast. A single misstep could lead to being pounced upon and devoured. Where was he? At such proximity. He should have sensed their presence long ago, yet so much time had passed, and the man had still not shown up. Was it possible he had forgotten their initial agreement? Akai, go. I will hold off the shark-faced one. The rest is up to you. No problem. I'm on it. Just then, as 1 against 7 hesitated, a raspy voice broke the tension. Following the sound, Guan Ren appeared, a raven landing gracefully on a nearby tree. Ren, what brings you here? Ren, he is Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi interjected, having heard Guan Ren's command to cease hostilities. Though uncertain of the reasons, the intentions of such a dangerous individual visiting Konoha warranted clarity. I know, I brought him here. Follow me. With a glance towards 1 against 7. He gestured for him to follow and turned back the way he had come. 1 against 7 silently trailed behind Guan Ren. Itachi, stay here and wait for me. I will return shortly. I thought you weren't coming. After a prolonged silence within the coffin shop, Guan Ren finally broke the stillness. Speak. I cannot locate his whereabouts. He is elusive. That eye appears and vanishes without a trace, making it difficult for me to follow him openly. As for the outer path demonic statue, I have no information on its whereabouts. I am unsure where Pain has placed it. In other words, over the past 5 years, you have not gathered any useful information. Indeed, I visited the Land of Water, and there were indeed signs of his activities, but in the vast Land of Water, particularly in the Mist Village, no one seems to know of his existence. After the death of Yakura, he has not resurfaced there either, and I have searched near the bridge you mentioned. No success. What about the surrounding areas of the Land of Iron? I haven't had the opportunity to go there, although we aren't strictly bound to a specific location. Venturing there recklessly could raise suspicions. So who exactly is he? 1 against 7 inquired, looking at Guan Ren. That individual had been the object of Guan Ren's search, and 1 against 7 was curious about the nature of their grievances. However, he yearned to uncover the true identity of that man, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, which was utterly implausible. Uchiha Obito, what is your intention in seeking him? To break his legs and make him kneel in atonement. Did he wrong you? He is the mastermind behind the Night of the Nine Tails. Your clan has been shouldering the blame for years because of him. Had it not been for that incident, Danzo might not have been so eager to eradicate your clan. Realization dawned on 1 against 7. It became clear that the Uchiha clan's distrust stemmed from this very individual. He is formidable. Merely possessing peculiar ocular abilities. After all these years, he has not dared to return to Konoha, which should indicate that he is not as powerful as you presume. Thank you for the information regarding Sasuke. I must take my leave. I will continue to keep an eye on your matters. 1 against 7 expressed his gratitude, recognizing that he had not fulfilled the request made of him. Yet the other had still divulged valuable information. As for Sasuke, he had already gathered intel and received assistance from him. That is a matter between him and me. There is no need to pursue him. I will personally visit the Land of Iron. If he is not there, then he has truly vanished from sight, making your vigilance futile. Oh, by the way, someone is plotting to kill you. I do not know who. Understood. Kisame, we depart. Oh, he has come, Itachi. Are we just letting them go? Asuma felt a twinge of dissatisfaction watching the two depart, but alone, he could not detain them. Mike Guy had lost his will to intervene after Guan Ren spoke. Kakashi's condition was poor, and there was no need to mention Yugao. Charging in would be tantamount to delivering oneself into danger. Let us head to the coffin shop and inquire with Ren, Kakashi suggested. Pondering if 1 against 7 had shown restraint or if he was not as weak as initially perceived. Despite being ensnared in Tsukuyami, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Itachi, who is that individual? Guan Ren, a rather terrifying figure. Terrifying? Indeed, no one knows the extent of his abilities. In Konoha, he is the one person you must not provoke. I suspect that even the leader would not stand a chance against him. Itachi, what about the Fourth's legacy? Are we not going to investigate? There is no need. The leader's purpose in sending us here has already been fulfilled. We shall return. Fulfilled? Kisame felt perplexed, unaware that their mission had reached its conclusion. Was Itachi given another directive? It seemed far too simple for such a brief encounter to suffice. Yes, the leader's intent in sending us was not to seek information on the Fourth's legacy, but rather to observe that individual, Guan Ren. Indeed, even if we were to gather information about the legacy, It is not yet the opportune moment for action. Before our departure, the organization received a commission. Someone sought our assistance in eliminating him, which is why we undertook this journey. Itachi, but we have not completed that task. Indeed, the cost of fulfilling that task is something the organization cannot bear. This journey was merely to relay that message to him. What? This was personally assigned to me by Pain. Do not question me. I merely know he is formidable, but I do not understand the reasons behind it. Is that so? It appears the leader is acquainted with this person. Such a masterful individual has eluded my ears until now. Konoha conceals its secrets well. Kisame did not question 1 against 7's words. In matters such as these, deceit would be easily uncovered. 1 against 7 could not possibly be unaware of details he was privy to. It is not a matter of Konoha. He is not a ninja. Or rather, he is not a ninja of Konoha. Many years ago, for certain reasons, he renounced his ninja status. Let us go, if you wish to know. You may inquire during the meeting with the leader. I too am curious how they know one another. Inquire? What a foolish endeavor. I may be honest, but I am not foolish. Such matters undoubtedly involve significant implications. It would be best to tread cautiously. Should any secrets be involved, I fear for my own safety. Ren, why did you let them go? Could you have detained them? Do you wish to ask Kakashi what powers the Sharingan truly possesses? Unless Akai opens the 8 gates. Do not even think about it. Of course, even if Akai could easily subdue them, I would not permit him to do so. 1 against 7 is my ally, as well as the 3rd Hokage's. What? Is that so surprising? He was originally placed as an undercover agent in that organization by the 3rd Hokage. Otherwise, Kakashi and Yugao would have perished before you even arrived. Guan Ren did not withhold this information, stating it plainly. Kakashi and Yugao, upon reflection, could not refute his words. Both understood that 1 against 7 indeed possessed the capability to eliminate them within a short span of time. Sand Village's current situation. Is that faction very powerful and dangerous? The conversation shifted from the matter of 1 against 7 to the enigmatic Akatsuki organization, which was a revelation for them. It was their first exposure to an entity composed entirely of rogue ninjas, each at least of the rank of Shadow, numbering no less than 10 members. Notably, Orochimaru had once been affiliated with this group. The leader of this organization possessed the power to effortlessly obliterate any major ninja village. Take Konoha, for instance. With a mere gesture, this individual could reduce it to ruins. The terms all shadow level, no fewer than 10, and rogue ninjas, though seemingly innocuous when mentioned in isolation, formed a formidable force when united. The presence of such a terrifying leader raised questions about how this organization had come to be. While Guan Ren refrained from explicitly stating how fearsome this organization was, the implication was clear: no other force could rival it, not even the major ninja villages themselves. The news of Akatsuki's strength left them all astounded, particularly Asuma. So that shark-faced individual is also at the shadow level? He inquired. Indeed he is, and he claims to be a human-tailed beast, with chakra levels comparable to that of the tailed beasts. Do you still believe you could subdue him? What implications did this 1 against 7 scenario hold? Asuma's shock was palpable, but Kakashi remained indifferent. Understanding that a leader capable of annihilating a village would naturally attract members with extreme capabilities. Guan Ren had mentioned that he was the one who brought this 1 against 7 back, which piqued Kakashi's curiosity far more than any other detail. It's nothing particularly special. I was aware he was going undercover to gather intelligence for me. Unfortunately, even after several years, he has uncovered little. However, he did mention that someone had hired their organization to kill me, and that Akatsuki's goal is to collect the tailed beasts. The notion of someone plotting to kill Guan Ren elicited only a dismissive reaction from Kakashi. Let them try. Even that so-called leader of the organization, who can allegedly wipe out a village, has not fazed Guan Ren, who remains unfazed when speaking of him. This indicates that Guan Ren is at least untroubled by the prospect of an attack. He is confident in his ability to confront it. Over the years, Guy had increasingly become a formidable force, often expressing his ignorance regarding Guan Ren's true strength. Kakashi, on the other hand, found it hard to be concerned about such matters. Naruto, however, was in a different situation. Although Guan Ren was present, he could not remain by Naruto's side indefinitely. Over the years, Kakashi had come to understand Guan Ren's approach to Naruto's training. He would not babysit Naruto. If Naruto wished to grow, he must venture out into the world. Otherwise, he would forever remain a fledgling bird, sheltered beneath Guan Ren's wing. This time, When Naruto expressed his desire to venture out, Guan Ren did not stop him. It was evident that such opportunities would present themselves frequently in the future. If others learned of this and chose to act while Naruto was away, the chances of an ambush would be considerable, especially during missions with Kakashi. The weight of this realization caused Kakashi's head to throb. The pressure was immense. He truly needed to enhance his own abilities. Kakashi, your future missions could prove perilous. Guy exclaimed, concern etched on his face. I told you not to wallow in despair. Well, tomorrow, you shall train with me. Kakashi, though reluctant, did not refuse this time. However, given his current weakened state, he needed several days to recuperate. Otherwise, he would struggle even with basic self-care, let alone training. No problem. As long as you commit to serious training, taking time to recover is perfectly fine, Guy replied, his enthusiasm evident. As they deliberated, the major ninja villages were not idle either. In the 3 days that followed, Orochimaru and the forces of Tsunagakure invaded Konoha, and the news of the third Hokage's demise spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. This revelation undoubtedly stirred the long-dormant ninja realm back to life, particularly among the more powerful villages. Currently, only a few villages like Kumogakure and Iwagakure remained active. Tsunagakure, on the other hand, faced devastation far worse than Konoha's losses. While Konoha had only lost a Hokage, the fate of their Kazekage was still unknown. The casualties from Konoha's ranks included many elite shinobi, and they had been well prepared, choosing not to interfere in the conflict between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Elsewhere, preparations had been underway since the finals began. Apart from those who attended the event, the rest had already been notified to evacuate. Thus, when the plan was executed, Konoha swiftly mounted a counteroffensive. Initially, only a portion of their ninja engaged with the invaders. But as time progressed, more and more Konoha ninjas joined the fray. It was then that the attackers began to recognize the unfolding disaster, but it was too late. Under Konoha's siege, very few managed to escape, with most surrendering. Those who resisted met with fatal consequences, as they had perished before the third Hokage. At that moment, Tsunagakure was still investigating the whereabouts of their Kazekage. It was evident that once Konoha's newly appointed Hokage took office, accountability would be demanded from them. The looming consequences of defeat, the reparations, and the return of captured goods weighed heavily on their minds, compounded by the fact that the feudal lord of the Wind Country was utterly indifferent to their plight. Need resources? Did I instruct you to attack Konoha? Figure it out yourselves, was the feudal lord's attitude, remaining blissfully unaware of Tsunagakure's operations. Why would the feudal lord continue to fund the ninja villages? Simply put, they served as his own military force. Yet, if this force became insubordinate and developed its own ambitions, it was no wonder that the feudal lord would disregard Tsunagakure. It was clear that the reparations for this defeat would have to be extracted from the various clans within Tsunagakure, a fact that they were all too aware of. If they could not produce the required resources, their village might cease to exist, rendering all their efforts futile. However, despite the dire situation, they were still scheming on how to profit from their village, while simultaneously indulging in delusions. No one considered that if others dared to attack Konoha, they would have no qualms about targeting Tsunagakure as well. Perhaps some had thought of this, but it was subconsciously overlooked, as the prevailing notion was that Tsunagakure is so impoverished, who would bother to attack such a desolate village? Konoha's wealth was undeniable. There was no force in the ninja world that did not covet it. Just the land alone, if captured, could yield a vastly increased annual harvest. While Tsunagakure was nothing but barren sand, likely unwanted even as a gift. With these thoughts in mind, they remained focused on their schemes, oblivious to the fact that others were indeed eyeing them. In Kumogakure, the Raikage convened with all the village's upper echelons to deliberate on this very matter. Everyone, let us share our thoughts on the matter at hand. Lord Raikage, do we even need to discuss it? We should dispatch our forces and conquer Konoha. If Orochimaru and the insignificant Tsunagakure can breach their defenses, there is no reason why we, the Hidden Cloud, cannot do the same. That is unwise. Although Konoha has lost its third Hokage, they have not suffered any significant casualties this time. Their losses are nearly negligible. Rushing in would not be the most prudent course of action. Indeed, the Hokage has fallen, yet their deterrent power seems diminished. Are you suggesting that you suspect Konoha has spies among us? Let us refrain from such divisive remarks. As the atmosphere grew tense, Raikage pounded the table, redirecting the conversation. Lord Raikage, in my opinion, rather than assaulting Konoha, we should focus our efforts on Sunagakure. The land of wind is impoverished. What gain would there be in conquering it? We might not even recoup our expenses from this endeavor. Exactly. We should strike at Konoha, a land of abundance, rather than waste our time with Sunagakure. What are you thinking? Have you forgotten? Even without the third Hokage, Konoha still possesses a formidable individual who can invade our village single-handedly. If we attack Konoha, he may not intervene, but should he come for our village, who among you would stand in his way? That person is not even a ninja. He has not taken action in the past. Why would he do so now? You speak as if he was not a ninja when he invaded our village. What do you think motivated him? How could I know? That fellow is quite unpredictable. Who can fathom his thoughts? Precisely. Since you cannot comprehend his motives, are you suggesting we gamble our village's safety to test whether he will act? Why take such a risky bet? I must ask, what are you truly thinking? Enough. Let us cease this quarrel. Both sides present valid points. However, why do we not consider attacking Iwagakure instead? Seeing that the arguments had not escalated into further conflict, the Raikage secretary, Mabui, interjected. This notion sparked a glimmer of interest in Raikage's eyes, yet he remained silent, eager to hear Mabui's subsequent thoughts. Attacking Iwagakure sounds simple, yet it is not so easily done. Why not? While we contemplate attacking Konoha, Iwagakure will also be occupied. Once they are distracted, how much strength will remain in their village? At that moment, we could invade without incurring any costs, seizing everything in sight. By the time they realize what has transpired and rush back, we may have already retreated. Retreat to do what? To engage them in battle. We are not afraid of them. It would be the perfect opportunity to avenge past grievances. Indeed, let us target Iwagakure. I have been suppressing this urge for years. Mabui's plan quickly garnered widespread agreement, with many acknowledging the soundness of her analysis. Moreover, compared to Sunagakure, Iwagakure is significantly wealthier, and we have long-standing enmity. If not them, who else shall we target? But wait. If they return, we must flee. We cannot allow them to reclaim what we have seized. And as for vengeance, by plundering their resources, they will be stunted for years, while we can bolster our own village and possibly even seize from Sunagakure as well. Mabui, are we not attacking Iwagakure? What does Sunagakure have to do with this? We aim to conquer Iwagakure, but do you believe that if we remain inactive, Inoki would feel secure leading his army against Konoha? Mabui, are you suggesting we draw the tiger from its mountain lair? Indeed. All we require is for Lord Raikage to make an appearance in Sunagakure with a few trusted subordinates, creating the illusion of an impending attack. Through intimidation and persuasion, we can achieve our goals. If we can coax some resources from Sunagakure, even better. If they refuse to yield, it matters not. The mere sight of Lord Raikage in Sunagakure will assure Inoki that it is safe for him to mobilize his forces. At that point, we will seize the opportunity to strike. Bravo, Mabui. Your brilliance is evident. It seems you are too talented to be merely a secretary. Raikage clapped enthusiastically, clearly pleased with Mabui's strategic foresight. Lord Raikage, even if you flatter me, I cannot allow you to become complacent. Serving as your secretary does not preclude me from contributing ideas. In fact, others may not manage your affairs as effectively. Ahem, I am generally quite disciplined. Does anyone oppose Mabui's plan? If not, we shall begin preparations immediately, ensuring we make no significant noise, just enough to attract Inoki's spy's attention. When I appear in Sunagakure, he will only believe we are preparing to attack there. Once ready, we shall act swiftly. Time is of the essence. Should Konoha appoint a new Hokage, Inoki will hesitate to take action. Understood, Lord Raikage. In the hidden cloud, after the meeting concluded, preparations commenced with great urgency. As anticipated, Inoki was closely monitoring the movements of the hidden cloud, awaiting news from their end. Finally, the long-awaited news reached Inoki. The hidden cloud's ninja had been making frequent movements. Their intentions unknown. Just 2 days later, reports from Sunagakure confirmed that the fourth Raikage had appeared with his confidants, coercing Sunagakure into submission under threat of annihilation. These two pieces of information relieved Inoki's concerns. He immediately signaled his well-prepared forces to march towards Konoha. Almost instantaneously, spies from the hidden cloud, lurking in Iwagakure, dispatched the news. Simultaneously, Jiraiya, who had found Tsunade with Naruto in the bustling streets, received the alarming information, his expression grave. Jiraiya, what has occurred? Tsunade, you suggested I wait for your deliberation, but time is not on our side. I have just received news. The hidden cloud has made an appearance in Sunagakure. coercing them into submission, while Inoki, having received this information, is marching his forces towards Konoha. Konoha is in peril. I must return. Tsunade, I understand you harbor resentment towards the past misdeeds of the old man, but Konoha is the legacy of the first Hokage, your grandfather. Will you truly stand by and watch as it is devoured by other villages? Isn't that brat supposed to have his uncle take over? Hokage, you should let him assume that role. Tsunade hesitated but ultimately pointed at Naruto. I too wish for him to take the mantle of Hokage. I have thought so even while the old man was still alive. However, it is impossible. He will not accept that position. Before I came to find you, I sought him out, and he does not even wish to reclaim his identity as a ninja, let alone become Hokage. Jiraiya sighed, feeling helpless. Can it be that Tsunade has truly abandoned Konoha? This was something Jiraiya found hard to believe. Even Orochimaru, after all these years of defection, still held Konoha dear. Let alone Tsunade. Yet, some issues lingered in her heart like an unresolved knot, unbreakable. Perverted sage, let us return. Naruto, who had been quietly observing and adhering to Gaara's advice to speak less and observe more, suddenly spoke up, urging Jiraiya to head back to the village. She does not wish to become Hokage. I can see that. She simply lacks the resolve. Then let it be. She may continue to wrestle with her thoughts. When Konoha falls, she will regret her indecision. Of course, if we can hold out, perverted sage, please support me for 2 more years. By then, I will surely break through to the next level, and I shall take on the role of Hokage. Naruto, were you not saying you did not wish to become Hokage? If memory serves, when we left the village, you expressed disinterest in the position of Hokage. I do not wish to be any Hokage. However, my uncle is right. If I dislike the village as it is, I shall transform it into what I desire. My mother once harbored dreams of becoming Hokage, but ultimately relinquished her aspirations due to her identity as a Jinchuriki, compounded by my father's decisions. My father did achieve the position of Hokage, yet his life was cut short before he could shape the hidden leaf into his vision. I do not aspire to be Hokage myself, but I yearn to inherit my mother's dreams and fulfill my father's unfinished ambitions, reshaping the leaf into my own ideal. I cannot fathom why she hesitates. She clearly does not reject it so vehemently. I surmise it is the current state of the leaf that dissuades her. Hence I shall endeavor to alter it all. Let us return. As long as I wish to be Hokage, the leaf shall not fall. If necessary, I will implore my uncle to intervene and obliterate the invading stone village, and any others who dare to encroach shall be vanquished. Once I have transformed the leaf, we shall revisit her and show her the village she yearns for, albeit not through her own hands. Naruto's words struck a deep chord within Tsunade, particularly the part about inheriting his mother's dreams and his father's unfinished business. If only Rope Tree were here, would he wish for his sister to carry on his dreams? Tsunade could not help but reflect on the memories of Rope Tree, sensing that her brother would indeed hope for that. But, little brat, what does the leaf look like in your eyes? Tsunade suddenly turned to Naruto, her inquiry earnest. This impudent child seems different somehow. There should be no oppression, no scheming. Everyone united in purpose. For now, this is all I can envision. As I think of more, I shall act accordingly. Anything that obstructs shall be suppressed. I am Hokage, and I shall have the final say. Naruto responded swiftly, for this had been occupying his thoughts for some time, and he answered without an ounce of hesitation. Although he did not grasp many of the matters discussed by Guan Ren and the others, he understood one thing. The leaf had reached its current state primarily due to the machinations of ambitious individuals. He contemplated that if he were Hokage, he would never allow such ambitions to fester. Any who dared to harbor thoughts of dissent would be swiftly dealt with, making them face reality. No oppression, no scheming. Naruto's response left Tsunade momentarily speechless, for this desire mirrored her grandfather's original intent in founding the leaf. Yet, over the years, her grandfather failed to realize it, and subsequent Hokages also fell short, straying further from that path. Tsunade questioned whether such seemingly simple words were truly so difficult to enact. If the first Hokage could not achieve it, why should he think he could? Hey, if you ask about other matters, I genuinely do not know how to respond. But about this question, my uncle just happened to mention it. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, none of these issues will pose a problem. Her uncle remarked that the first Hokage could have accomplished it. He was simply too benevolent, turning a blind eye to many matters as long as they did not disrupt the stability of the leaf. The second Hokage, being inherently intellectual, admired those with ulterior motives, and did not concern himself overly with such matters. Nevertheless, during the tenures of the first and second Hokages, the leaf fared relatively well. It was not until the third Hokage assumed office, whose initial intentions were for the good of the leaf, yet he lacked the strength. He simultaneously feared that the leaf might grow too powerful for him to control while desiring its prosperity, leading to many misguided decisions. As for my father, my uncle said he possessed both strength and talent, but his time in office was too brief. During his term, he nearly resolved the issues with the Uchiha clan. Hence, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, everything else becomes inconsequential. But what about after you die? Once I am dead, why should I concern myself with anything? Even if I wished to intervene, it would be futile. I should focus on managing my affairs while I am still alive. Naruto maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, articulating his point quite logically. Manage the present. As for death, once it arrives, it is of no consequence to the world. You insolent brat, you speak so confidently. Yet what of your own strength? Well done, Naruto. You speak so eloquently. Why did you not say this sooner? You've left me parched. Jiraiya observed Tsunade's transformation, maintaining a facade of composure while internally applauding Naruto profusely. Indeed, I, Jiraiya, am still as astute and charismatic as ever. I knew bringing Naruto along would yield results. Unabashedly claiming the credit for himself, Jiraiya then regarded the two with utmost seriousness. One cannot dispute that Naruto's earlier statements resonated with Jiraiya, yet he found himself questioning whether Kanren's method of guiding Naruto was truly wise. If Naruto were to genuinely become Hokage, would the ninja world remain tranquil? Jiraiya harbored doubts. Preoccupied with this concern and entirely overlooking Naruto's intentions. This mirrored his earlier actions when he sought out Kanren in the leaf. Tsunade clearly understood that when Naruto spoke of strength, he meant ensuring that their village would not be vulnerable to foreign invaders, as many would covet a piece of it. Moreover, he never implied that increased strength meant aspiring to dominate the ninja world or tyrannize the leaf. Everything Naruto articulated was merely a means of self-preservation. He did not desire supremacy, but if someone foolishly provoked him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Nor did he wish for enhanced strength to allow for unilateral decisions in the leaf. Rather, he sought to eliminate the undercurrent of schemes that led to tragedies such as this. Of course, such ideas are commendable, but one must possess the ability to realize them. It is easy to speak of strength, and Tsunade was curious to gauge the capacity of this impudent child before her. What? You wish to spar with me? What is this? Are you afraid? Not afraid, just wondering why. Afraid? Nonsense. Although Naruto recognized that the striking woman before him was the last of the legendary three Sannin, he also understood, like Jiraiya, that she was unlike Orochimaru and would not attempt to kill him. Besides, when facing Orochimaru, if it came to that, he would not shy away from engaging, let alone with Tsunade, who bore no malice. It is merely about, what need is there for a reason? I simply wish to ascertain the prowess of this boastful little brat. Fear not, I shall only use one finger. What? Come, I wish to see what the so-called Sannin are truly capable of. Having previously encountered Orochimaru, where he could not engage due to his teammates, Naruto felt stifled by the opponent's underhanded techniques. Moreover, with Sasuke and Sakura present, Naruto had to consider their safety should a fight ensue, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. But now, as he faced the fabled Sannin once more, and she boldly claimed she could defeat him with a mere finger, the very notion infuriated Naruto. Oh, quite the bold claim. And you encountered Orochimaru, lamenting the lack of a chance to fight. Thus, if you can withstand my single finger, I shall accompany you back to become Hokage. Whether or not you become Hokage is your concern. Even if you refuse to fight, I still desire a match, as I too wish to witness what the legendary Sannin truly entails. You little brat, follow me. Observing Naruto's defiance, Tsunade felt a surge of irritation. This headstrong boy could not discern that she was merely seeking an excuse to return. Why could he not simply agree with her? He was infuriatingly obstinate. She must show him a lesson. Tsunade turned and strode out of the courtyard, signaling for Naruto to follow. Jiraiya, witnessing the inexplicable turn of events, felt a sense of confusion as Shizune held onto her plush toy, unsure of how to proceed. It's all right, let us go take a look together. Jiraiya chuckled, having clearly heard Tsunade's earlier words. Her declaration indicated that regardless of the outcome of this battle, she would return to Konoha to assume the role of the fifth Hokage. Thus, Shizun's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Not to mention, Tsunade would never truly harm a child. And Naruto's strength was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Naruto was the child of Kushina, creating a significant bond between him and Tsunade. Why else would Jiraiya choose to bring him along? Cough, cough. Tsunade, are you worried about this kid too? Jiraiya asked, trying to clarify. Don't worry. I won't harm him. I know my limits, she replied. No, I meant let us move to that hill over there. It's too confined here. Jiraiya pointed towards the distant hill, realizing Tsunade had misunderstood him. He had a better understanding of Naruto's capabilities, and should a fight break out here, the inn would likely be destroyed, leaving Jiraiya to foot the bill, while the combatants would not feel the pinch. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? Tsunade said, glancing at the hill and furrowing her brow. To her, it seemed trivial to deal with a mere child, even if it required just a finger, surely. It wouldn't take long to resolve. Cough, cough. Naruto's strength might surprise you, Jiraiya explained, aware of Naruto's true abilities, though he had never personally tested them. However, given that he had been taught by Kakashi, Jiraiya had no doubt about Naruto's prowess. Let us head over there, Tsunade decided. Aware that if things escalated and the place was destroyed, she certainly lacked the funds to compensate. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto also realized the situation. Glancing around the garden-style inn, if it were to be ruined, his wallet wouldn't cover the damages, especially since he intended to save money to support his uncle. Thankfully, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, he might have found himself in trouble again. Let us go. Tsunade agreed with Naruto, primarily trusting Jiraiya. She no longer insisted on fighting in the courtyard. If this kid was not weak, she would exert a little effort, given his overconfidence. Resolutely, Tsunade turned and raced towards the distant hill. On the flat ground at the base of the hill, Tsunade and Naruto faced each other, while Jiraiya and Shizun observed from the side. You little brat, make your move. Otherwise, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tsunade crossed her arms. Watching Naruto, regardless of what Jiraiya said about Naruto, as a senior, she would not strike first. Alright, Naruto was not one to hold back. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Brothers, the target is right ahead, charge. A multitude of shadow clones appeared as Naruto pointed at Tsunade, directing them. Naturally, not all clones were sent forward. He still had a grand move to prepare. Multiple shadow clones? Kid, to use such a technique against someone of my caliber? It seems your intellect is lacking, Tsunade remarked, unfazed by the swarming figures, taking the opportunity to tease him. While she could easily defeat them with a mere finger, she still regarded it as a form of teaching for Naruto. Charge, brothers. There's milk to be had, Naruto exclaimed, rallying his clones with enthusiasm. Given their numbers, the potential for ample rewards was evident. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Hearing the call, Naruto's forehead broke into a cold sweat, sensing an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Tsunade's expression darkened significantly as she observed all the Naruto clones, her eyes glinting with cold determination. Originally, she had intended to play around, but now she vowed to teach that brat a lesson. Oh no, why did Naruto use shadow clones? And why do they have such character? Jiraiya and Shizun exchanged stunned glances. Jiraiya realized the gravity of the situation and felt a wave of dread wash over him as Tsunade's icy gaze fell upon him. In an instant, he felt a shiver. He had forgotten that before departing, Kakashi had specifically warned him to keep Naruto from using the multiple shadow clone jutsu if he were to engage in battle. Is that it? So this is the reason. But it's not my fault, Tsunade. It truly has nothing to do with me. I've only known this kid for a few days. Jiraiya fervently prayed internally, hoping to avoid being implicated in Naruto's mess or suffering a lighter consequence. Boom. With a deafening crash, Tsunade unleashed her power, and despite only using a finger, she exerted significant force. The ground trembled, and Naruto's clones disintegrated in droves. That brat's insolence before his demise has stirred a tempest within me, Naruto thought, swallowing hard as he barely mustered the will to continue the fight. You're done for today, you little brat. Tsunade's fury reached its peak as she glared at Naruto, her teeth clenched. Without waiting for him, she charged forward, fists raised. Witnessing Tsunade's rapid approach, Naruto felt a surge of indignation at the lack of martial decorum, but dared not slacken his pace. He hastily unleashed his pre-prepared jutsu. Quick, help me. Super large Rasengan shuriken. What on earth? Tsunade gasped, noticing the colossal shuriken flying toward her, infused with an overwhelming amount of chakra and fierce momentum. Instinctively, She altered her trajectory mid-charge. This maneuver left Naruto momentarily stunned by her agility. Boom. The explosive sounds echoed as Naruto's jutsu missed its mark. But no one had time to ponder the outcome, including Naruto himself. He frantically focused on creating more Razengans, hurling them at Tsunade one after another, aided by the remaining clones. Although he acknowledged the tactic was somewhat underhanded, he felt he had no choice. He knew he couldn't outrun Tsunade's recent burst of speed. Suddenly, Naruto hesitated, his expression slackening. You little brat. I didn't dare to take that last attack head-on, but this one? You're far from ready. Tsunade remained unaffected by the Rasengan, effortlessly dispelling it with a mere finger. This was a scene Naruto had never encountered since learning the technique. Unbeknownst to him, had Tsunade not remembered to limit herself to just one finger, she could have easily shattered it with her fist. Her physical prowess was formidable enough to achieve that. Might Guy could do the same, but Naruto had never had the opportunity to spar with him, which explained his surprise. Since Naruto had yet to master Sage Mode, Tsunade was able to handle him with such ease. The audacious lad. Did no one teach you that one must not be distracted during a battle? Boom. Bang. The great ball of spiraling chakra. Tsunade appeared before Naruto, having just flicked him away with a finger. But the figure that flew into the air instantaneously transformed into a puff of white smoke. The remaining figures around also exploded into clouds of smoke, encircling Tsunade within a 5-meter radius. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from beneath the ground, and as the earth churned, Tsunade felt a formidable surge of chakra pulsating behind her. There was no time to turn around. Bang. You are not trustworthy. Naruto, observing Tsunade's peculiar sideways bending posture, looked at her with disbelief, only to be sent flying by a single punch. Clap, clap, clap. You rascal, I didn't use much force in that punch. Get up quickly. You've won. Won? But why do I feel no joy at all? Hiss, not much force. How violent she is. As Naruto felt the pain coursing through his body, he began to doubt whether it was truly appropriate for this tempestuous woman to become Hokage. Lying on the ground, Naruto pondered deeply. Especially since his clone had severely offended her. If she were to become Hokage, it would be unlikely that he could enjoy a peaceful life thereafter. Naruto, are you alright? Jiraiya approached with a sympathetic air to check on Naruto's condition. Given the power of Tsunade's punch, he was perhaps the most qualified to comment. Aside from some pain, I'm fine. Naruto replied. Perverted sage, what do you think about us changing Hokage? I just feel she is not quite fit for it. Naruto remained on the ground, subtly suggesting his thoughts to Jiraiya while using him to shield his view. Oh, do you have a more suitable candidate in mind? Jiraiya inquired, a knowing smile on his face as he could easily sense Naruto's intentions. My uncle, Ren. He would indeed be very suitable, but he is unwilling. Leave it to me. I am confident I can persuade him. As long as it's not her as Hokage, anyone will do. If not, you can step up for a few years until I'm ready to take over. Haha, Naruto, being Hokage is not as simple as you think. If you truly want to become one, it would be best to learn diligently from Tsunade. As for Ren, no one can persuade him. Alright, you're fine. So get up. I understand your thoughts. As someone who has been through it, I can responsibly tell you that you will get used to it. You're still young. You can endure it. Besides, having you around will mean I'll get fewer beatings in the future. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. Naruto, you are truly a good kid. Kid, next time you speak, keep your voice down. With such a loud voice, it's hard for me to pretend I didn't hear. Huh. Cough, cough. Did I say something? I didn't say anything at all. Upon hearing Tsunade's voice so near, Naruto sprang up, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, having been caught red-handed for his remarks. This is bad. Another reason to dread the future, and Naruto felt as if the sky had suddenly darkened. Are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. Naruto patted his chest, still feeling pain, but he certainly couldn't admit it. About your uncle, if he could be Hokage, he must possess remarkable strength. Jiraiya, you should mention this to her. Uncle? What about him? Naruto seemed momentarily confused, but Jiraiya, understanding Tsunade's inquiry, spoke up. Tsunade, you seem to have forgotten. He is the child that Minato found, Guan Ren. Weren't you quite curious about him back then? That lad, Guan Ren, is his uncle? Then he is Naruto. Oh, I haven't mentioned it yet? He is the child of Minato and Kushina, and for these years, he has been raised by Guan Ren, hence calling him uncle. Bang. Ah, that feels good, balanced. Watching Jiraiya get knocked away, Naruto suddenly felt no pain in his heart anymore, seeing Jiraiya's landing. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it's not the fear of being beaten that troubles him, but rather being singled out. As long as they're a companion, Naruto felt he could endure another punch. Ahem, Tsunade, I forgot to mention, Jiraiya said awkwardly, initially planning to share his thoughts. But upon receiving the sudden news that the ninja world might be on the brink of chaos again, he had momentarily forgotten. No, I feel like I've mentioned this before, and I also mentioned that I had looked for Guan Ren before coming here. Tsunade definitely sensed that this was yet another excuse for her to beat him. She knew her instincts were correct, that she must have thought Naruto was the one taught by Jiraiya. Feeling frustrated herself, she had already beaten him. Further explanation would likely lead to more punishment. Even though she had spoken of Guan Ren as Naruto's uncle, she had not had the chance to explain Naruto's background. What is the current situation with that lad? Let us talk while we walk. I worry that if we return late, Konoha might face troubles. That lad should be quite formidable now. With him around, what could possibly go wrong? Though Tsunade spoke with assurance, she still signaled Shizune to return to the inn and gather their belongings, uncertain of Guan Ren's situation and whether he could handle Inoki. Take your time, Shizune. Packing will take a moment. Earlier you mentioned he no longer wished to be a ninja. Did the old man's actions disgust him that much? Although Jiraiya hadn't yet responded, Tsunade already had her own speculations, especially with the third Hokage and Danzo involved. Such matters were all too common. Well, I only found out after returning to Konoha, and it was all because of Naruto. Perverted sage. Are you saying my uncle doesn't want to be a ninja because of me? Why? Naruto, don't rush. Listen to me carefully. On the night of your birth, the Nine Tails were unleashed. I want to go into details, but after Minato sealed the beast within you, Danzo sought to control you. I understand. Guan Ren wouldn't comply. That old dog must have used his status to pressure him. Given that lad's character, does the ninja world really think he'd be intimidated? Ridiculous. As Jiraiya spoke, Tsunade was already piecing things together in her mind. She knew both Danzo and Guan Ren well, especially Danzo's disgusting tactics. Indeed, after Guan Ren discarded his ninja status, he directly threatened Danzo, stating that if he dared to lay a finger on you, he wouldn't care about Minato's legacy. Humph, your disciple is just like you. If only he had been a bit more forceful, that old dog wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Even in death, he seeks to restrict Guan Ren. Truly, he is a reflection of your teachings. Ahem, let us not be so harsh. Minato was quite exceptional. Exceptional? You ought to reflect. Your father, was he truly exceptional? If not for his obstinacy, Guan Ren might have dealt with that old man Danzo long ago. Konoha wouldn't have fallen to this state. Tsunade Jiraiya's tone grew serious. Regardless, Minato was still the father of a hero. Questioning Naruto like this wasn't appropriate. Perverted sage. There's no need for that. I've never regarded him as exceptional. If he were truly exceptional, he wouldn't have left behind so many unresolved issues for others to tackle. He should have resolved them while he was still here. I've mentioned that I will inherit his unfinished business, but I've never claimed I'd do so in his way. I also believe he shouldn't have left any restrictions for my uncle. That old dog Danzo. I can see it clearly. Back then, my uncle was incredibly restrained, practically wishing to eliminate him on the spot. Naruto vividly remembered the events from 6 years ago, which shaped his disapproval of Minato's actions. Naruto, has something else occurred? Did that old man stir up trouble again? Konoha is not weak. Just look at this lad. He is nothing like Minato, Tsunade said with a hint of pride, glancing at Jiraiya, her meaning unmistakable. Jiraiya felt a twinge of embarrassment, having just praised his own disciple, only to discover that even the disciple's son did not share the same sentiment. What could he possibly say? However, he could not reproach Naruto, as the latter had not returned for many years. Tsunade-sama, we can leave. At that moment, Shizune emerged, dragging a suitcase, thus alleviating Jiraiya's awkwardness. There was little to pack, for she and Tsunade always needed to be prepared for a hasty departure. Most of their belongings remained untouched. Only those necessary for the day were kept outside. Otherwise, it would be rather inconvenient to flee. Well, let's go. With everything in order and nothing more to discuss, Jiraiya settled the bill, and the four of them, along with a pig, set off on their journey back to Konoha. They moved with urgency, for intelligence indicated that war might soon erupt. Konoha, too, had received the news. Jiraiya had gone in search of Tsunade, and the absence of both left Konoha in a state of confusion. The ranks were in disarray, unsure of how to proceed. Given the current situation, Danzo would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to grasp power. However, Due to the presence of Guan Ren, no one dared to heed his call, and even the remaining two advisors seemed to have unconsciously forgotten about him during their meeting. In the Hokage Tower's conference room, Tsurugi Konoharu and Mito Gatine presided over the assembly. Everyone, Jiraiya has gone in search of the fifth Hokage, but we have yet to hear any news. Given the current circumstances, what should we do? According to the urgent reports from scouts along the way, the enemy was advancing rapidly, well prepared to reach the borders of Konoha within a day and a half. Furthermore, Suna had sent out distress signals. What actions should we take? Konoharu laid out the situation. And truthfully, it did not bode well. Representatives from various clans and ninjas engaged in fervent discussion, recognizing the gravity of their predicament. Any misstep could lead to Konoha's downfall, which would spell disaster for all. Ahem, if I may say a few words. Kakuzu cleared his throat, rising to address his colleagues with calm resolve. In reality, the situation is not nearly as dire as we perceive. First, let's set aside Suna's distress call. Considering the recent events, they have already violated our treaty. Even if the treaty were still in effect, our current predicament renders it understandable to disregard it. Regarding the Iwagakure forces, the intelligence suggests that their rapid march consists of elite troops. Thus, we need not confront them head-on, but rather dispatch ninjas to engage them at the borders. I trust that regardless of whether Jiraiya finds the fifth Hokage, he will receive word and hasten to the borders. I believe we need not worry, for we have a significant safeguard. Although Guan Ren is no longer a ninja, we must not forget he remains within the village. The Iwagakure cannot penetrate our village. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Might Guy were well aware of this fact. The third Hokage had anticipated the current scenario and had entrusted Guan Ren to keep an eye on Konoha until the fifth Hokage's ascension. If it weren't for the concern that the ninja world might perceive us as lacking the courage to fight, which would impact our village's mission quota, my suggestion would be to shut our gates and allow them to approach Konoha. In due time, others will deal with them. Upon hearing Kakuzu's words, many attendees' eyes brightened. Indeed, if Guan Ren could intervene. Kakashi, Guy, in this situation, can you persuade Guan Ren to engage the Iwagakure forces? Mito Gatine inquired urgently. While other ninjas might be unaware, they were acutely aware of Guan Ren's prowess. If he chose to act, everything could indeed be resolved. Unlikely, he might act when the enemy approaches the village, but he would never venture out to meet them. Kakashi promptly dismissed the notion. He understood that it was already a considerable feat for Guan Ren to agree to protect Konoha, especially considering the current circumstances where certain individuals remained inactive. Thus, Guan Ren would not be inclined to fight for such people. Moreover, he had never explicitly agreed to the third Hokage's expectations. Those two advisors, we need not have Guan Ren personally involved in battle. Asuma and I can head to the front lines and surely intercept the Iwagakure forces. Might Guy's assertion caused Kakashi to glance at him, intrigued to ascertain whether he was jesting. However, he soon realized that Guy's demeanor was serious, albeit lacking a sense of urgency. It seemed that he believed he could handle Inoki without resorting to his ultimate techniques. But why drag me into this? You're capable, so why call on me? Just as Kakashi was about to voice his thoughts, suddenly, boom, the communication toad from Myobo Kuzan appeared. Was there important intelligence from Jiraiya? As the white smoke dissipated, a toad materialized on the table before them. Few present were unfamiliar with these toads. During times of war, Jiraiya frequently dispatched them for communication. Everyone. Jiraiya reports that he has located the fifth Hokage, and they are now redirecting towards the borders of Konoha. You are to swiftly mobilize personnel to provide support at the borders. They found her. Wonderful. Now we need not worry. Quickly, Kakuzu Hayashi. You two are in charge of assembling personnel at the fastest pace possible, with Might Guy and Kakashi leading the way to rendezvous with the fifth Hokage. Konoharu exclaimed with delight. The toad's message had arrived just in time. Had it been impossible, they would have resorted to Guy's suggestion, hoping it would hold true. Excellent. We need not mobilize too many. First, Hayashi, can you spare some of the Hyuga clan to accompany us? Of course. Very well, then it is settled. All Jounin, except for those who must remain, will follow Kakashi and Guy as the vanguard, heading to support at the earliest possible speed. The subsequent forces will be assembled swiftly by Hayashi and me, and they will set off. Everyone, I entrust this to you. Kakuzu spoke rapidly, then bowed deeply to all present, for now was not the time to discuss positions. Cooperation was essential. I will gather the clansmen immediately. Kakashi, prepare yourselves. The Hyuga will undoubtedly catch up with you before your departure. Understood. Observing this scene, Whether Kakashi, Kakuzu, or Hayashi, they all felt a surge of emotion. Konoha was not weak. Indeed, Konoha was not weak. Even though it may appear that there are few top-tier experts at present in warfare, unless one encounters a figure like the first Hokage or Madara, the battle often hinges upon the vitality of the lower and mid-tier forces. Even the formidable third Raikage was not spared from being dragged down by a Wagakure. What Konoha has been lacking is that spirit of once facing four opponents single-handedly. It is uncertain when Konoha lost this spirit, leading them to appear feeble over the years. Once they reclaim this spirit, the true horror of Konoha will be unveiled. Its geographical position is inherently superior, with abundant resources. While other ninja villages take considerable time to recover after a battle, Konoha can rebound swiftly. Inoki has lamented more than once that Konoha is a place teeming with talent and brilliance. Otherwise, they would not be so envious. Everyone desires a piece of Konoha's bounty. Now that Tsunade and Jiraiya have returned, and war seems imminent, the lost vigor of all is seemingly being rediscovered. In such a Konoha, everyone believes it shall never experience defeat. It has been demonstrated that the colossal entity known as Konoha, when devoid of disruptive elements, is undeniably formidable. The journey from this meeting to the assembly of the vanguard took less than 20 minutes. There was no room for idle chatter. Kakashi and Might Guy led the charge, swiftly exiting the gates of Konoha, racing towards the border. Even as they departed, the vanguard had left, yet the subsequent troops continued to gather in a steady stream. With the Wagakure intent on making a move, Riku's thoughts leaned towards inflicting considerable pain upon them, demanding reparations without exception. After all, the current fifth Hokage is Tsunade, who is distinctly different from the third. Perhaps it is precisely this that ignites such fervor among the ranks. Otherwise, what is the point in conflict? What strategies exist? Even if victory is achieved, what tangible benefits arise from it? To think that the lives of their own villagers were sacrificed for a hollow triumph holds no value. Under such circumstances, only a fool would willingly engage in battle, and over time, the initial spirit would inevitably dissipate. From the upper echelon's perspective, Konoha seems to lack nothing. After enduring a decade of conflict, they finally emerged victorious, yet without any rewards. Such lofty ideals. Yet, no one contemplates the countless lives lost throughout those years of warfare. Waves upon waves of warriors were thrust into the relentless maw of battle, many never to return. Those who survived from the onset of the war to its conclusion are truly few in number. And yet, in the aftermath, no reparations were provided. How could this not chill the hearts of all? Why does the Sun Clan hesitate? Why do the various clans refuse to cooperate? The answer lies in this very reason. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that they are neither afraid nor unwilling to fight, but rather seek meaning in their endeavors. On Konoha's front, all anxieties have been alleviated. The Sun Clan and Riku are actively mobilizing, with each family sending representatives to join the ranks. They are acutely aware that remaining passive is the correct course of action, especially with an unseen adversary lurking in the shadows. However, there is no cause for concern. Since the onset of the crisis, that individual has yet to make an appearance, which speaks volumes about the extent of Riku's deterrent power. The remaining challenges are manageable. Once they rendezvous with Tsunade, all elders and advisors will be relegated to the past. Konoha is essentially assured stability, whereas Sunagakure faces a different fate. The Raikage, accompanied by a select few trusted subordinates, suddenly appeared, pressuring them to submit and demanding half of their annual earnings. This ultimatum was akin to a death knell for Sunagakure, exacerbating their already dire circumstances. While some wished to refuse, the vastness of Sunagakure, under the weight of the Raikage's presence, left them without a single capable opponent. A bold suggestion to seek aid from Konoha surprisingly garnered unanimous approval. It was then that he realized they were all equally shameless, and any lingering sense of shame evaporated in an instant. Unfortunately, the plea for assistance seemed futile. The Raikage granted them a mere 2 days to contemplate their fate. And even if Konoha were willing to set aside past grievances to assist, time was not on their side. As the deadline imposed by the Raikage approached, just as he re-emerged to pressure Sunagakure once more, a voice, aged and commanding, pierced the air. Raikage, there is no need for such theatrics. Should you refuse to depart, I fear you may find even the currently vulnerable Wagakure beyond your grasp. It was Chiyo? Ah, so it is you. Sunagakure is indeed pitiable, relying on you, old woman. For a lifetime. How much longer do you believe you can sustain them? The Raikage smirked. You may wish to test me. In my lifetime, I have faced countless shadow-level opponents. Though I am aged now, would you care to witness my mastery of the puppet technique? The Raikage's brow furrowed. This ancient matriarch was indeed a formidable opponent, and what troubled him more than her puppetry was her mastery of toxins, which she chose to withhold from discussion, leaving the Raikage somewhat apprehensive. Yet, how had she emerged after years of seclusion? Raikage, do you truly believe that I am unaware of your forces lurking within my territory? Your Cloud Village's army is, if my deductions are accurate, stationed not far from Awagakure. Quite the cunning plan, Chiyo praised, standing tall despite her frail appearance. Confronting the Raikage and his entourage alone, a stark contrast to the incompetent individuals behind her. I have heard tales of an elder brother. Where is he? Oh, he has his own matters to attend to. It is rare for the Raikage to remember us old-timers. Just then, as they reached a stalemate, a scout from the Raikage hurriedly approached, whispering urgent news, causing the Raikage's expression to shift. I wish for you and your brother to take care of yourselves and to sustain Sunagakure for a few more years. Thank you, Raikage, for your concern. This old frame of mine is not ready to perish just yet. However, I advise you, Konoha is not easily subdued. Certain individuals may soon encounter insurmountable obstacles. With that, the Raikage cast a lingering glance at Chiyo before departing with his retinue. Was there a hint of dissatisfaction? Perhaps, but it was not overwhelming. Their initial objective had never been Sunagakure. Naruto, I too can utilize the 8 gates. Notify everyone to convene. Observing the Raikage's retreat, Chiyo gazed at her villagers with a heavy heart. Even the typically straightforward Cloud Village had resorted to cunning, while Sunagakure, with its multitude, failed to perceive the obvious. During their internal strife, they demonstrated remarkable cunning, yet all of it was directed towards their own kin. Meanwhile, having exited Sunagakure, the Raikage's entourage remained somewhat disgruntled. Raikage, why not strike directly? Indeed, Raikage, that old hag is no match for you. We could easily overpower her and continue to coerce Sunagakure. His trusted subordinates, perplexed, were aware that in Cloud Village, once the Shadow made a decision, no one would dare question it. The Cloud Villagers were known for their directness, revering strength. Yet they harbored doubts in their hearts that they dared not voice. Chiyo is not so easily dispatched. Her mastery of the puppet technique is unparalleled. Should you allow her to stall us, none of you would survive. In comparison to her puppetry, her poison techniques are far more insidious. If we push her too far, even if we survive, we would certainly never reach Iwagakure. That elusive Zuki must be scheming behind the scenes. Do you truly believe that old woman fears us? She has fought on the battlefield since the Second Great Ninja War. Despite her age, she is not to be trifled with. Sunagakure may be regrettably lost, having miscalculated Chiyo's emergence, but she was merely a supplementary force. Capturing her would be beneficial, yet failing to do so would not be catastrophic. Did we not agree beforehand that our purpose here was solely to ensure that Inoki, that old fool, could depart the village without concern? Our primary objective has already been fulfilled. That old hag is indeed formidable. Some of the Raikage's closest aides, hearing his words, could scarcely believe it. Chiyo's current appearance was deceptively unassuming. Do not underestimate any shadow-level warrior who has survived on the battlefield for a lifetime. Yes, Raikage. Have we prepared the thunder-sending technique? It is ready, Raikage. Good. After transporting us, return immediately to the village and instruct Mabui to employ all available means to ascertain the true situation in Konoha. Especially that individual, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade, who among them will ultimately ascend to the position of Hokage. Furthermore, remain vigilant regarding the movements of that old Kudenoki, and relay any pertinent information to us promptly. Understood, Lord Raikage. Now, let us proceed immediately to the Hidden Stone Village. At the border of the Land of Fire, adjacent to the Land of Grass, Jiraiya and Tsunade had already arrived. Observing the eerie calm beyond the border, both felt a twinge of complexity within. It had been quite some time since their last visit, and it seemed that every occasion they returned was amidst the chaos of war. Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade. Yes. What is it? Have you detected any signs of the Hidden Stone Village ninja? None. Keep the scouts vigilant. We must not be careless during this period, as the enemy may arrive at any moment. Yes. Jiraiya, you're certain that your intel is reliable? Tsunade gazed at Jiraiya, harboring a hint of skepticism. Logically, their speed should have been comparable to that of the forces from the Hidden Stone Village. Yet, despite their extended time here, there was still no sight of them, which seemed rather abnormal. If it were merely a handful of individuals, one could argue they were adept at stealth, eluding detection by the Leaf Village. However, would Inoki dare to approach the Leaf with only a few men? It was not that Tsunade underestimated him, but such maneuvers required a certain level of cunning that few possessed. The intelligence should not have been flawed. Report. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya. We have spotted the forces from the Hidden Stone Village. However, their behavior appears rather peculiar, as if they are not in a hurry. Not in a hurry? Boom. Jiraiya, why are you still here? The forces from the Hidden Stone have already engaged with Kakashi and his reinforcements. Hurry and provide support. What? The message from the communication toad startled both Jiraiya and Tsunade, for they had just been informed of the Hidden Stone forces. How could they have suddenly crossed the border into the Land of Fire? What of the previous intelligence? Yet, the communication toad would not deceive them, nor would the messenger. Combining these strange actions, it became clear that the Hidden Stone had somehow evaded detection at the border and had quietly infiltrated the Land of Fire. It must be the Land of Grass. Enough talk. We must rush to assist Kakashi at once, or we may face dire consequences. Seeing Jiraiya still taking the time to analyze the situation, Tsunade retorted with irritation before addressing the communication toad. Lead the way. Yes. The communication toad quickly complied, leaping onto Tsunade's shoulder. Yamato, you and Naruto follow closely behind. Jiraiya, hurry. Tsunade urged, concerned that the old Kudanoki was not to be trifled with. She feared for Kakashi and his team. I would like to inquire, is Kakashi-sensei leading alone, or are there others accompanying him? Naruto, channeling chakra, kept pace with Tsunade and asked the communication toad. Also, Might Guy is with him. They are leading a vanguard team composed entirely of elite jounin. Oh, so the thick-browed teacher is present too. In that case, we need not worry excessively. Naruto, you refer to Might Guy as the thick-browed teacher? Yes. My uncle speaks highly of his strength. I understand, but for the sake of the Hidden Stone, it would not be worth his sacrifice. We must move faster. Can you keep up, Naruto? Huh. Oh, I can keep up, but why would the thick-browed teacher sacrifice himself? What Kurenai referred to must be Guy's 8 Gates technique. When activated, it indeed grants him the strength to contend with Inoki. However, should the 8th gate be unleashed, Might Guy would surely meet his demise. Tsunade was quite knowledgeable about the 8 gates, having witnessed Might Guy's explosive prowess during the Third Great Ninja War, which had left the ninja world in shock. No. My uncle said that the current thick-browed teacher does not need to open the 8th gate. There isn't a single Kaga-level ninja from any village who could match him. Are you certain you Haven team misheard? Of course, I can also perform the 8 gates technique. How could I possibly mishear? The physical prowess of the thick-browed teacher, even at the 7th gate, would be sufficient to sweep through the ninja world. In response to Tsunade's inquiries, Naruto asserted confidently, unveiling a secret known only to Kurenai and Might Guy, that he too could perform the 8 gates technique. What? You can also perform the 8 gates technique? Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished that Kurenai had allowed Naruto to train in such a perilous art. Enough, Jiraiya. Kurenai is far more reliable than you. Naruto, how many gates can you currently open? Honestly, I've barely trained and can only manage to open the 1st gate. The 1st gate? At your tender age, you claim to have hardly trained? Tsunade's swift pace faltered momentarily, nearly causing her to stumble, as she questioned her own understanding of the present era's advancements. Yes, as far as I know. Lee managed to reach the 6th gate in merely a year. Now that is truly frightening. Thick-browed? Who is this? To reach the level of being able to open the 6th gate in just a year, how had she not heard of such a remarkable individual? Thick-browed refers to Lee. He is Might Guy's disciple and is only a year older than I am. My uncle praises him as a genius in taijutsu. Guy's disciple. Just a year older than you? I had planned to battle him at the CHNIN exams, but alas, that incident occurred. Those two little brats still think they can battle at their peak. They are far from it. Keep striving, kid. Though Tsunade spoke casually. She held a deep admiration for Lee. It seemed that the younger generation of Konoha was quite impressive. She had initially thought that upon assuming the role of Hokage, it would merely entail dealing with trivial matters, with few capable individuals at her disposal. Yet, it appeared that at least the new generation was quite commendable. Simultaneously, her concerns for Kakashi and his team on the battlefield lessened. With Might Guy to handle Inoki and Kakashi alongside the elite jounin of Konoha, there was no cause for alarm. Tsunade held confidence in this regard. After all, among jounin, Konoha's prowess should not be inferior to that of any other village. Moreover, despite her years away from the village, she still trusted Kakashi's capabilities. After all, he had been a jounin since the Third Great Ninja War, and given his talent, it would not surprise her if he had attained the rank of Kage over the years. If, after all this time, he were unable to handle any opponents below the Kage level, Tsunade would indeed begin to question his abilities. Tsunade, why has your pace slowed? Did you not hear Naruto? With Might Guy present, there is no need to rush. I was merely concerned that he might open the 8th gate to combat Inoki. It's not worth it. After all, they are my assets. I cannot afford to lose my life over an old man. Hey, Tsunade Baba, was that the hidden grass village we just passed? Huh. What did you call me? Sundara Baba. Naruto turned to look at Tsunade, who appeared quite youthful, yet despite her youthful appearance, her actual age was significantly advanced, a fact that Naruto could not comprehend. Nevertheless, the truth remained unchanged. The violent woman, Tsunade, had been mentioned by Naruto's uncle, who noted that among the legendary Sannin, only the perverse sage of the 6 paths seemed somewhat normal. The other 2 were rather peculiar. Your mother calls me sister, and you refer to me as grandmother? I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Tsunade's voice was laced with menace, causing Naruto's heart to leap in trepidation. Then what should I call you? He stammered. Tsunade's brow furrowed in irritation, feeling a striking resemblance to Kushina. So foolish. Call me Aunt. What were you asking about the grass village? Oh, it was nothing. Naruto thought to himself, regretting not disclosing that he had remembered the location. If the war were to occur in the grass village, he still harbored a grudge against Kinomoto. Guan Ren had once said, seizing the opportunity meant striking hard. Tsunade shot Naruto a glance, but did not pursue the matter further. Jiraiya, what is the situation with that grass village? The Earth village must have had their assistance to evade border surveillance. I'm not sure, but I suspect they harbor some resentment from previous events. Previous events? Yes, during the Nin exams, Naruto saved a young girl from the Uzumaki clan. Jiraiya recounted events from the Nin exams. Though he had not been present, he had heard about it afterward. That grass village truly deserves punishment. Were you intending to destroy that village just now? Not exactly. I merely wished to teach them a lesson. The rest will be left for Kinomoto. Is that child currently in Konoha? With my uncle, she hasn't joined Konoha. Kinomoto said that the Uzumaki clan has a deathbed oath, never to return to Konoha. Had it not been for my uncle stating that she wasn't a Konoha ninja, she wouldn't have stayed. Upon hearing this, Tsunade lost her composure and snapped a sturdy branch beneath her foot. She was aware of the situation. At that time, Mito had still been alive, pleading with the 3rd Hokage for assistance, which had proven futile. The Uzumaki clan undoubtedly had reasons to resent Konoha. Upon returning, take me to see her. Certainly. We'll find an excuse to eradicate that grass village too. Tsunade's voice was icy. The Uzumaki clan had suffered in such a small village. If she could endure this, how could she justify Mito's kindness? Tsunade had been raised by Mito and Hashirama, and after Hashirama's death, Mito was her sole guardian. Although she had never vocalized her feelings for Mito and the Uzumaki, she could not tolerate such injustices. Had Naruto not mentioned waiting for Kinomoto to take revenge, Tsunade might have already turned back to confront the matter. It was also prudent to act while she had not yet officially assumed the role of Hokage, as once she did, she would have to consider the repercussions of her actions. Despite her indifference, she was still wary of public opinion. As they approached the battlefield, Tsunade and her party remained silent, observing the fierce combat. Might Guy was engaged with Inoki, while Kakashi led a contingent of Jonin. Although they were outnumbered, they seemed to have the upper hand. However, a decisive victory was not feasible just yet, and they were not in a hurry. Kakashi, with his wealth of battle experience, remained composed, aware that the IWA ninja would soon falter, especially since they were not far from Konoha. Even if IWA had reinforcements, they would first have to cross the border. Konoha's situation was different. As long as they could hold out until the next wave of reinforcements arrived, they would surely be able to overwhelm the IWA ninjas. Kakashi commanded his Konoha ninjas to avoid direct confrontations, focusing on evasive maneuvers and seizing opportunities to strike back, all while maintaining a relaxed demeanor. However, Inoki was far from tranquil. He had initially believed that leading a group of Jonin would be an easy task, but unexpectedly, a robust and peculiar man had charged at him. The more they fought, the more alarmed Inoki became. This man's taijutsu was extraordinarily formidable, capable of shattering his ninjutsu with sheer physical prowess. Additionally, He seemed to grow stronger with each exchange. Just when Inoki thought he had reached his limit, the man would form a seal and become exponentially more powerful. In a bid to swiftly conclude the battle, Inoki even resorted to using his signature dust release technique. But it was futile. The man was simply too fast. Despite exhausting all his tactics, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed as his opponent kept powering up. Cautiously defending himself, he was still struck by a powerful kick, leaving him injured. At this stage, Inoki realized he could not defeat this adversary, and he was oblivious to the broader battlefield situation out of fear of losing focus. However, it was evident that no reinforcements had arrived, which spoke volumes about their predicament. Inoki had never anticipated that following the third Hokage's demise, a mere group of jonin from Konoha could thwart him so effectively. Moreover, an ordinary jonin, whose name he had not even heard before, had managed to bring him to this juncture. He was the one at a disadvantage. If this stalemate continued, the situation would become dire, as Konoha's reinforcements could arrive at any moment, leaving Inoki and his men at risk of being completely annihilated. Boom. Inoki, you old fool. Your end is nigh. Tsunade suddenly burst onto the scene, kicking the already battered Inoki away. In an instant, his injuries worsened, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. Lady Tsunade. Bah. It's not Lady Tsunade, it's Hokage-sama, the fifth Hokage. Yes, Hokage-sama has arrived. Brothers, follow me and slay these IWA thieves. Kill. Kakashi interjected. Damn it. I'm the commander here. Is anyone listening to my orders? Jiraiya and Naruto. Go assist them. Capture as many as possible alive, and if not, eliminate them all. Summoning jutsu. Lady Tsunade. Slugs, disperse among everyone. Treat any injuries immediately. Quiet. Keep an eye out. If anyone is gravely injured, step in. Don't let our comrades die. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The slugs acted swiftly, dividing into smaller forms and appearing on every Konoha ninja. As they noticed the slugs on their bodies, the jonin became invigorated, reminiscent of the days of the great ninja wars. With the slugs present, they could fight without holding back. It's the slug, Lady Tsunade's summoned beast. Brothers, what are we afraid of? Kill. In an instant, the arrival of Tsunade and the slugs significantly boosted the morale of Konoha's forces. This spectacle ignited a fire within Naruto. It was at this moment he began to grasp the esteemed position of the Sannin in the hearts of Konoha's ninjas. He also understood, perhaps for the first time, why Tsunade was the Hokage. Compared to her, the perverse sage seemed utterly inferior. Both being Sannin, just look at Tsunade's popularity. The perverse sage could hardly compete. You little brat, what kind of look is that? Jiraiya noticed the disdain in Naruto's eyes and immediately felt displeased. He and Naruto were quite similar and understood what the boy was thinking. Is this tolerable? If so, then today, let us remind these fools what it means to be a member of the legendary Sannin. Summoning jutsu. Jiraiya, Naruto, who summoned me? Frog Elder, hurry over here. We're about to engage. Oh, a battle? Alright, I'm coming. Alright, let us go. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. In the face of overwhelming numbers, I, Uzumaki Naruto. Fear nothing. Toad Sage, let us charge together. Kid, brace yourself. Boom. Kakashi-sensei, here I come. Let us attack. Kakashi mused. Jiraiya, it's clearly my summoning. Yet this brat steals the spotlight. Am I to be outshone by a mere child? No way. I refuse to be outdone. Summoning technique. Ah, I see. It's Naruto who summoned you, Jiraiya. I was wondering why you called for me. Toad Sage, enough with the banter. Let us proceed. We cannot allow Naruto to claim all the glory. Lord Jiraiya has arrived. Brothers, no need to wait for reinforcements. The Hokage is our greatest support. Attack. Kakashi doesn't understand a thing. Kakashi grumbled. Damn it, don't let me find out who said that. If I had known Tsunade and Jiraiya were coming, would I have arranged things differently? If I hadn't would you all still be standing here without casualties? Now that Tsunade is back, why should the blame fall on me? Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, thought, these guys really are something else. They have no regard for their own humanity. But despite the complaints, Kakashi felt a sense of joy within. It had been years since he witnessed such fervor among the Leaf Ninjas. Let us fight. No need to conserve chakra. With the toads here, recovery will be swift. Besides, this battle is practically guaranteed victory. If we hold back, we'll miss out on all the kills. Chidori, Kakashi exclaimed. Damn it, you're stealing my kills. The heads are claimed by whoever gets them first. Kakashi maintained his calm demeanor, his Sharingan scanning the battlefield. lightning sparking in his hand, ready to strike. 071, surrender or die. Everyone be cautious. Kakashi is after kills. Damn it, everyone stay alert. He has always been a headhunter on the battlefield. Who can deny it? This brat earned his J-Nin title by snatching kills. I was once a victim too. Enough of this slander. You think I can't kill you all? The other ninjas, on guard, made Kakashi feel slightly embarrassed. The audacity of claiming that his J-Nin status was earned through theft was too much for him to bear. Unable to tolerate it, he formed hand signs and unleashed Chidori, taking down an enemy, then provocatively gazed at the others. Guy? Hokage-sama, your taijutsu is indeed formidable. Well, I'm just average. You're impressive. Let us work together and swiftly take down this old man. Is the Leaf Village just anyone's playground? Yes, Hokage-sama. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Guy complied, instantly dashing towards Inoki with a kick. Just as Inoki dodged Guy's attack, Tsunade followed up with a punch that cracked his arm. Retreat, hurry. Utilizing Tsunade's punch, Inoki distanced himself, still unsteady, urgently calling out to the rock ninjas. Trying to flee? Guy, intercept him. Tsunade, that's unnecessary. Capture these ninjas. As for that old man, let him go. Why should I? Jiraiya, don't think you can use the third Hokage's tactics on me. I am the Hokage, and my rules are the rules of the leaf. If we let him go after he aimed for the leaf, 1T, everyone dare to meddle with us? Tsunade, listen. I just received news that the Rock Village is under heavy attack from the Cloud Village. If he returns, he'll be furious and heavily impacted. We can use this incident to teach them a lesson. If we kill him now, they might not care about these ninjas' lives. Tsunade was resolute in capturing Inoki, unwilling to simply execute him. But Jiraiya blocked her path, quickly explaining, Guy, hurry and stop that old man. I'll be right there. Yes, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya, if you obstruct me again, don't blame me for being harsh. The leaf doesn't lack resources, it lacks spirit. Today, that old man either surrenders or dies. He is the last remnant of the old generation. Continuing to fight is a good thing. Step aside. Tsunade directed Guy, having witnessed his speed. He could certainly hold Inoki back. She then fixed her icy gaze on Jiraiya, exuding an aura that warned him not to continue obstructing her. This is exhilarating. Brothers, this is the true leaf. Let us kill. It's been so long since I felt this thrill. Long live the fifth Hokage. Observing the leaf ninja's spirited state, Jiraiya silently stepped aside, allowing Tsunade to advance. Perhaps she was right. The leaf had been too quiet for too long and needed this to reignite its vigor. Indeed, with a new Hokage, the leaf should embrace a fresh spirit. Inoki, surrender or die. As Tsunade surged towards Inoki, who was already being blocked by Guy, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and followed quickly. With Naruto and his myriad of clones aiding, his presence was scarcely needed. Once the decision was made, the sooner it ended, the better. Thus, faced with the trio's relentless assault, Inoki, after several failed attempts to escape and sustaining grievous injuries, had no choice but to surrender. Having no other options, he desperately used Dust Release twice, yet could not evade capture. Though the others hesitated to confront him directly, they evaded swiftly. Inoki could not land a blow, and every time he targeted one, he was attacked from two other directions. He realized that the new Hokage of the Leaf was unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi. If he did not surrender, she truly would kill everyone. With the shadow surrendering, the rock ninjas followed suit, not wishing to perish. When the Leaf's reinforcements arrived, the battlefield was already cleared, herding back captives numbering more than 3 times their own ranks. Wasn't this supposed to be reinforcements? Earlier, we received word that the rock ninjas had breached our defenses, and we rushed over, only to find when the leading figures were finally revealed, he understood. Indeed, Hirazashi personally led the squadron to support. Such a thing would never have happened under normal circumstances, particularly during the Third S tenure. Hirazashi, you're here too. The captives will be your responsibility. My comrades have just fought hard. Allow them to rest. Understood. Also, send some to inform the Grass Village to have their shadow come to the Leaf within 3 days. If they fail to provide an explanation, we shall erase the Grass Village from the ninja world. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hirazashi replied brightly, not questioning why. He felt incredibly relieved. The Grass Village was insignificant. Its destruction mattered little. He was glad that Tsunade was indeed Tsunade, not timid like the third. She was a Hokage who dared to act and face challenges head-on. Casting a glance at the captured Inoki, battered and worn, Hirazashi understood that Tsunade had indeed harbored intentions of killing him. Hokage-sama, allow me to lead the team to the grass village. I worry that others may not take our stance seriously. Agreed. If they do not regard us with the necessary respect, a lesson may be in order. Hirazashi, you have my thanks. Not a bother. That fiery ant can go whenever she pleases. There's no need for her to be so indecisive and unmanly. Upon noticing Naruto's hesitation, Tsunade immediately understood his intentions and remarked, fine. Instantly, Naruto's spirits soared as he resolutely joined the ranks of the Sunagakure. Tsunade, should I follow discreetly? After all, Naruto doesn't need to. That kid is quite capable, and with Sunagakure present, Konoha isn't far, especially after the recent events. There should be no issues. Moreover, I refuse to believe that Kurenai left no means behind. As you previously mentioned, that kid has certainly been around. Tsunade, recalling Kurenai's past demeanor, declined Jiraiya's suggestion. 2 days later, in Konoha, Tsunade led the returning ninjas amidst the eager anticipation of countless villagers and shinobi. Victory! Fifth Hokage-sama! Fifth Hokage-sama! The crowd erupted in cheers upon seeing the captives from Iwagakure, along with several from Kusagakure. Tsunade had just returned, bringing with her a resounding triumph. Lifting the spirits of the ordinary citizens from the shadows cast by the death of the third Hokage. They now had a younger, more formidable Hokage. On the way back, she had even captured the invading forces from Iwagakure alongside those from Tsushigakure, injecting a potent dose of hope into the hearts of the villagers. Tsunade's reputation soared even before her official inauguration. The Konoha shinobi, especially after receiving word of the events, were equally exhilarated. Tsunade's decisiveness and assertiveness made it clear to all that the timid Konoha of yore was gone forever. With this accomplishment, any faction contemplating a challenge in the future would have to reconsider, as such a feat of capturing a village leader was rare in the shinobi world. Hokage-sama, the inauguration ceremony is fully prepared. Would you like to proceed with the succession now or at another time? Kakashi approached Tsunade, noting the villagers' high spirits. He had long anticipated this moment and prepared everything accordingly. No rush. Let us do it tomorrow. I have a few matters to attend to, and these individuals need to be organized first. Very well, we shall handle the arrangements. Kakashi replied. Iwagakure must have received the news by now. They'll undoubtedly send someone soon. Thank you for your hard work. Naruto, take me to Kurenai. What do you mean by Lead the way. Naruto was uncertain about Tsunade's intentions in seeking out his uncle, but did not dare to refuse her, fearing a possible reprimand. He had heard Jiraiya speak of her temper, which was notoriously fierce. Hurry up, brat. Okay, we're going. Naruto nodded vigorously and hurriedly led the way to the coffin shop. Upon arrival, he discovered that Sasuke and Sakura were also present. Sasuke, Sakura, what are you doing here? Naruto, you're back. Kakashi-sensei went on a mission, and we've been training here for the past few days. Naruto, who is this elder? Oh, Sakura, Sasuke, come here. Let me introduce you. This is the 5th Hokage of Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. The 5th Hokage? Hokage-sama. Both responded quickly, bowing deeply. Astonished that the beautiful woman Naruto had brought back held such an esteemed position. Moreover, she seemed remarkably youthful. Indeed, the Sannin were quite exceptional. However, they only dared to think these thoughts internally, never expressing them outwardly. Tsunade, in turn, merely acknowledged their greetings with a slight nod. Her gaze fixed on the somewhat restrained Karen. Kurenai, you rascal. After such a long absence, you still refuse to come out and greet me? Observing Karen's unease, Tsunade refrained from commenting, her eyes drifting toward the room, fully aware that Kurenai was inside. He has been like this for 2 days, seemingly in meditation. I called for him, but didn't wake him, so I brought Sasuke and Sakura. After Tsunade spoke, the room remained silent, prompting Karen to explain, meditating? I'm not sure, but he hasn't come out since the night before last. Initially, I could go in and saw him seated on the black coffin, but he didn't respond when I called. Even by nightfall, he remained in that position. I grew concerned and fetched Sasuke and Sakura. Since this morning, we haven't even been able to enter the room. Indeed, Hokage-sama, Karen's account is accurate. We could enter before, but no matter how we called him, there was no response. This morning, we noticed he still hadn't awakened, and when we attempted to enter, the door wouldn't budge. Sasuke added, perhaps he has reached a critical point in his meditation, and the black coffin is preventing us from disturbing him. Naruto, has this sort of thing happened before? Sakura continued, addressing Tsunade and then turning to Naruto for confirmation regarding Kurenai's previous experiences. Never. As far as I recall, my uncle has never meditated like this. But I've always been unaware of his limits. He usually just crafts coffins, claiming that the process itself is a form of training. This is a first for me as well, but there's no need to worry. With the black coffin present, nothing adverse will occur. If you can't enter, your speculation is likely correct. It must be due to the black coffin. I've told you before, it is quite extraordinary and possesses its own consciousness. I'll take a look. Despite the unprecedented nature of the situation, Naruto exhibited no signs of concern. After explaining, he confidently approached Kurenai's door. Naruto, you can enter? Of course. Don't forget the bond one share with the black coffin. It will surely allow me in. Just as Naruto spoke, his confidence faltered, for he found himself unable to open the door. Cough, cough. Black coffin, open the door and let me in. Don't worry. I won't disturb my uncle's meditation. Naruto felt embarrassed, having not anticipated that the black coffin would be so unyielding after his bold declaration. He pushed against the door once more, but it remained immovable, as if welded shut. Naruto, give it up. We won't laugh at you. We just need to confirm that your uncle is all right. Not laughing. You all look like you're about to burst into laughter. Naruto silently scoffed, contemplating whether the black coffin's unusual resistance was due to the significance of his uncle's meditation. Step aside. Let me give it a try. Aunt. Perhaps we should let it be. This meditation of my uncle's may be crucial. Otherwise, the black coffin wouldn't act this way. Disturbing him could be detrimental to his practice or to you, and that wouldn't be good. Naruto implored, shaking his head in concern. Tsunade, however, seemed undeterred by his warnings, as if she intended to force her way through the door. Chapter 72, The Sealed Courtyard. Brat, are you implying that this black coffin can harm me? Tsunade regarded Naruto with skepticism. She had seen Kurenai's black coffin before. Indeed, it was somewhat mystical, and she had previously attempted countless methods to inflict even the slightest damage upon it, all to no avail. Yet, it had never shown any inclination to attack others. Now, Naruto suggested that it could actively harm people, leaving Tsunade incredulous. Aunt, I'm serious. I can feel that the black coffin possesses its own consciousness. This sensation has become most pronounced over the past 2 years. If you attempt to forcefully breach the door, it will undoubtedly retaliate. Let us wait a little longer. After all, tomorrow you are to hold the Hokage succession ceremony. If any unforeseen circumstances arise now, it would be quite unfortunate. Indeed, Hokage-sama, we shall wait. Since Naruto has emphasized that we are nearing a critical moment, it may not be long before it concludes. Upon hearing this, Sakura joined in the persuasion, firmly believing in Naruto's words. Many have witnessed the marvel of the black coffin. Even those coffins merely tainted by its aura possess such significant effects. One can only imagine the abilities inherent to it. Tsunade, Naruto is right. I can sense the immense, terrifying energy within Guan Ren's room. Were it not for this door's obstruction, this area, or even Konoha itself, would be affected. It is best not to open this door. This energy is more fearsome than natural energy. Absorbing even a small amount of natural energy is hazardous. Who knows what consequences could arise from this even more advanced and terrifying energy? After remaining silent for a while, Jiraiya finally spoke. Since arriving at the coffin shop, his gaze had not strayed from Guan Ren's room. Such a terrifying magnitude of energy, even the sage of the Great Toad, fully imbued with natural energy, would not possess. Something is amiss. Where's our crow? Naruto, the crow is inside as well. It seems to be undergoing some changes. What? This is bad. The crow is about to become stronger, making it even more unwise to provoke it. Naruto, is the crow truly powerful? Very powerful? I have always seen it bullied since childhood, so I am unaware of its true strength. Naruto appeared genuinely distressed at the mention of this. It seems you are the one who provoked it to be bullied. We have been here for quite some time, and although the crow may seem aloof, it has never bullied us. Sakura could hardly believe Naruto's words. They were well acquainted with the crow that had been in the yard. Over time, they had even attempted to greet it, but it would merely glance at them without any further reaction. As for Naruto's claims of being bullied, they had never seen it attack anyone unprovoked. It was undoubtedly Naruto's mischievous nature in childhood that had led to such instances. Rather than calling it a crow, it would be more fitting to regard it as a predecessor. Naruto, you mentioned that it has never actively trained, so what about this time? Finally, Sasuke spoke up. To be honest, why does he come here daily? It is because Guan Ren is strong. No matter what training-related question you pose, he can provide answers. Sasuke even contemplated the unimaginable benefits of being accepted as Guan Ren's disciple. Unfortunately, he understood that this was impossible. Guan Ren had no intentions in that regard. Moreover, his system is something Naruto cannot even cultivate. It is already quite fortunate for him to receive guidance on ninjutsu training. Sasuke pondered how Guan Ren, who had hardly trained, could be so strong. With Naruto mentioning a critical period for training, once that training concludes, to what extent will his strength reach? Suddenly, as they contemplated, the entire courtyard was illuminated with a brilliant light, and dark golden runes appeared, emanating waves of brilliance, seemingly resisting something. What is happening? This is a seal. It must be the handiwork of Uncle Guan Ren. I never expected that the entire courtyard would be sealed by him. Moreover, what kind of seal is this? The power contained within it is far more terrifying than the seals my uncle crafted for the Uzumaki clan. Xiang Lin exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the densely packed seals throughout the courtyard, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses. Forget about everything else. Let us comprehend this first. Even a little understanding will greatly benefit our own sealing techniques. Quickly, retreat from the courtyard and out of the seal's range. Jiraiya, sensing the terrifying energy within the seal, hastily urged them. He was concerned about what might happen to those within the courtyard if these seals could not withstand the pressure and collapsed. This little brat. Has his sealing technique become so abnormal? Outside the courtyard, Tsunade gazed at the multitude of illuminated runes, her jaw dropping in disbelief. She recalled how, when Kushina taught Guan Ren the sealing techniques, he had been utterly clueless. Now, upon their next encounter, she had not even seen him yet, but had already witnessed his formidable sealing prowess. No, this courtyard, the wood used in this house, would release. Without a doubt, it is would release. Tsunade's eyes gleamed with excitement as she touched the necklace around her neck. This aura is all too familiar to her. Constructing a house with wood release, this young man. Guan Ren, what? Tsunade, are you sure you are not mistaken? This kid can use wood release. It cannot be wrong. Although it differs slightly from my grandfather's vibrant wood release. It is undoubtedly wood release. It is wood. Wood. Naruto, do you know? Yes, my uncle mentioned it. This wood is called wood, produced through a certain technique. The coffins given to everyone were also made from this type of wood. Wood can absorb the coffin's aura, which is also referred to as chi, detrimental to the living. These seals may have been inscribed by my uncle to prevent the harm caused by chi. Chi, coffin aura. So, I said that even on such a hot day, as long as I carry the coffin, I never feel the heat. This is the reason. Yes, the energy within my uncle is all of this type. For others, even absorbing a little would have grave consequences. Only my uncle, due to the black coffin, remains unaffected. It is likely not solely due to the black coffin. Guan Ren's physique may not be ordinary. Tsunade had a different perspective on Naruto's words. If it were solely due to the black coffin, then others should also be able to absorb some of that coffin aura, especially those possessing Guan Ren's coffins. Yet Naruto still cannot do so. It is likely not merely because of the black coffin. After all, if we consider the black coffin's transformation, aside from Guan Ren, Naruto has had the most prolonged exposure to it, yet he is unable to do so. A special physique? That is quite plausible. This kid is rather peculiar. It seems he can utilize any ninjutsu, all infused with that energy. Back when he was a nin, he nearly caught me off guard. Jiraiya stroked his chin, reminiscing about past experiences, fully agreeing with Tsunade's assertions. Whether it be chi or coffin aura, he speculated that they should be a form of natural energy, albeit seemingly more unique and advanced. Except for the Great Toad Sage and the other two major sanctuaries, Jiraiya had never heard of anyone else capable of absorbing such pure natural energy. However, Guan Ren differs from them. They underwent a gradual transformation over eons. As for Guan Ren, since he began training, his body has been infused with such energy. If one were to claim he lacks a special physique, Jiraiya would not believe it. Uncle, not only can he master all ninjutsu, but he also possesses the Sharingan of Sasuke's clan, which I have seen before, though I was unaware at that time. Furthermore, I suspect that his dark pupils may also possess abilities akin to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Naruto's revelations caused all present to be deeply moved. They understood that since Naruto had said so, it was likely close to the truth. If this is the case, then Guan Ren may be far more formidable than anyone has imagined. Sasuke, has your eye evolved during this time? It has already reached 3 tomo. You are correct. Coffin aura indeed has significant effects on the Sharingan. At this rate, I feel it will not be long before this pair of eyes undergoes another transformation. Naruto's inquiry made Sasuke aware of his intent. If his own progress was rapid, how much more so must Guan Ren's eyes have evolved over the years? Sasuke genuinely felt grateful towards Naruto. Although he often felt a sense of discord with him, this gratitude was sincere. If it weren't for Naruto, I would never have met Guan Ren, nor would I have the opportunities one have now. During this time, Sasuke has learned a great deal from Guan Ren, particularly the truth behind the Uchiha clan massacre. His feelings towards Konoha are quite complex. Just like Sakura, he has absorbed many of Guan Ren's philosophies through Naruto. Although he does not contemplate as deeply as Sakura, he understands that certain matters cannot be blamed on Konoha, but rather on specific individuals. Especially after encountering Guan Ren and observing his distinctive approach to life, Sasuke finds him remarkably open-minded. To achieve such a state, one must possess formidable strength. Sasuke had never considered what kind of person he wanted to become. He had only harbored thoughts of revenge. However, now, he aspires to emulate Guan Ren's essence, extraordinary strength, independent of any village, free to act as he pleases without fear of reproach. Of course, this freedom does not equate to recklessness. Guan Ren appears unrestrained. Yet he adheres to his own principles, a fact Sasuke is well aware of. A further metamorphosis is on the horizon. It means you will soon attain the level of a shadow. Can that rascal Guan Ren truly possess such capabilities? How astonishing! Tsunade was taken aback by Sasuke's words, fully aware of what it means for the three-tomo Sharingan to undergo evolution. It seems that Naruto is also progressing rapidly, having just returned. Konoha is poised to welcome 2 more shadows, making Tsunade feel that perhaps the situation is not as dire as she once thought. As for Guan Ren, whether he is a ninja is inconsequential to Tsunade. She believes that if there is ever a task for him, he would not refuse. The 3rd Hokage may be immovable, but she is Tsunade. She is confident in this, or else would she dare to openly declare her intent to eliminate Noki? It is merely the confidence she gained after hearing Jiraiya speak of Guan Ren's prowess. This assurance allows her to feel that even if she were to eliminate Noki, she need not fear other villages using it as an excuse to attack Konoha. If that were to happen, Tsunade would not shy away from leading Konoha into a 4th great ninja war, confronting the entire ninja world and overpowering all major ninja villages. Especially with Naruto and Sasuke's advancements, they are swiftly approaching the level of shadows, further bolstering her confidence. Hey, what is your name? You're in the same team as those 2, right? They're close to becoming shadows. What about you? Suddenly called out, Sakura felt a bit bewildered, unaware that Sasuke had made such rapid progress during this time. How long has it been? Just over a month? A month ago, he was barely at the Nin level, and now he is on the verge of becoming a shadow? Everyone seems to have impressive bloodlines. Sakura felt a bitter sense of disparity. Despite her diligent efforts, the gap only seems to widen. If I were to gauge my combat ability, I would say I'm at most Nin level. I don't know any ninjutsu, but I feel confident I can manage as a Nin. As she spoke, Sakura initially lacked certainty, but her tone grew more assured as she continued. The ordinary body is the strongest. This was something Guan Ren had told her after a training session that had left her feeling disheartened. Although she still did not fully understand, she believed that since it was said by Guan Ren, it must be correct. Sakura recalled Guan Ren's words. Having a special bloodline is not necessarily an advantage. If you cannot break through the limitations of your bloodline, your growth will also be restricted. The ordinary body is different. It is inherently unremarkable, capable of accepting everything. And anything is possible as long as you work hard enough. If you can fully develop it, there are no limits to worry about. Just look at Mike Guy and Lee. They are also of ordinary body, yet they are certainly not inferior. You are intelligent. What you need to do now is familiarize yourself with your own body while continuously honing it. Pay attention to the changes at each stage. Once you are thoroughly acquainted, one day, even without techniques, you will effortlessly create the moves that suit you best. Initially, Sakura thought Guan Ren was unwilling to guide her, but upon hearing these words, she realized that having fewer techniques is not a disadvantage. What suits her is the best. Guan Ren wanted her to establish a solid foundation while encouraging her to observe and reflect. Her advantage might be that she is more observant than Naruto and Sasuke, able to notice things that others might miss. She can think beyond appearances and delve into deeper truths. Indeed, while her current progress cannot match that of the 2, her foundation must not lag behind. What does a special bloodline or a bloodline limit matter? Sakura believes that as long as her body develops sufficiently, she can shatter all barriers. During this period, she has not been without gains. Sakura is adept at observation and contemplation, especially after Guan Ren's reminders. She has realized that she possesses two personalities. In her inner Sakura state, even without any techniques, her punches are terrifyingly powerful. She has been contemplating how to switch freely between the two states. While she cannot yet do so, she has begun to see a glimmer of hope. Nin? Are you still uncertain about that? Let us have a match. What? You want me to fight you? Sakura was momentarily stunned by Tsunade's sudden request. After all, you are the Hokage. While your strength is uncertain, you are at least a shadow level, and here I am, just a lowly genin with Nin level combat ability. How can I possibly fight the Hokage? Sakura wondered if Tsunade was joking. Tsunade, you're not joking, are you? This is not the time for jokes. Even Jiraiya was skeptical, unsure of Tsunade's intentions. He glanced at Sakura several times, only to find an ordinary girl without any remarkable traits. You know nothing. Stay out of this, Tsunade replied, her tone dismissive towards Jiraiya. After all these years, she was genuinely exhausted. Did he really not understand Guan Ren? If this girl were truly ordinary, would Guan Ren pay her such attention? Moreover, allowing her to come here freely, Guan Ren is not the type to compromise everything just because of Naruto. If this girl were unworthy, Guan Ren would only offer her a few opportunities, never allowing her to invade his personal space. From Naruto's words, Tsunade has discerned that Guan Ren holds this girl in high regard, which is quite exceptional. That rascal Guan Ren, along with Jiraiya, usually exhibits disdain, preferring to remain silent. All right, Hokage, I appreciate your willingness. Seeing Tsunade's determination, Sakura no longer doubted whether she had misheard. Her intelligence made her realize that Tsunade, as Hokage or even as a regular ninja, would never bully the weak. Thus, all her concerns were unwarranted. Instead, she should seize this opportunity to test the fruits of her recent efforts. Moreover, witnessing Tsunade's strength as a female ninja, her position as Hokage speaks volumes. The fact that Tsunade has reached this level, despite her background, is truly admirable. The two took their positions, capturing the attention of everyone present. Given the uncertainty surrounding Guan Ren, observing this match would be quite intriguing. Come. Tsunade stood casually, arms crossed, addressing Sakura. Naruto, how strong is the Hokage compared to Orochimaru? Meanwhile, Sasuke leaned closer to Naruto, inquiring about Tsunade's capabilities. Strong, very strong. I've fought her and was defeated by just a single finger. I feel that she is indeed the strongest among the three legendary ninjas. As for the perverted sage, let's set that aside. He is exceedingly weak. In my opinion, she surpasses Orochimaru. Naruto's serious nonsense is merely a reflection of his perspective. It's not that he is wrong, it's just that he sees it that way. Orochimaru possesses a formidable presence, yet that is primarily attributed to his status as a rogue ninja. Naruto has never fought him, and coupled with Orochimaru's demeanor towards Tsunade, it makes Naruto perceive him as not so intimidating. Regarding Jiraiya, there is no need to elaborate. Naruto has never witnessed him fighting earnestly. During the confrontation with the Hidden Stone Village, Naruto was preoccupied, and Jiraiya easily dealt with those adversaries, whose abilities were considerably inferior to his own, without needing any complex techniques. Naruto, having observed, found it rather unremarkable. Didn't Kakashi handle them as well? Only Tsunade stands out. Not only has she fought Naruto, but she also did so with just a finger. Moreover, she effortlessly subdued the old man from the Hidden Stone Village in collaboration with Guy. To Naruto, it is evident that the formidable Tsunade is the strongest, while the perverted sage likely ranks at the very bottom among the three legendary ninjas. Jiraiya's evident fear of Tsunade is unmistakable, and although Naruto shares that fear, it does not cloud his judgment. What did you just say? That I should settle for being at the bottom? I am undoubtedly the strongest among the three legendary ninjas. Naruto's declaration was overheard by Jiraiya, who was nearby, and he immediately took offense. Perhaps he once was at the bottom, but after all these years, Jiraiya is confident that he is certainly not the weakest. Oh, would you dare to fight Lady Tsunade? Ahem, good men should not engage in battles with women. Haven't you learned this lesson? I have. My uncle says that any man who utters such words harbors a fear of that woman, fundamentally lacking the courage to engage. Is that what you learned from your uncle? Hearing Naruto's explanation left Jiraiya in disbelief, pondering whether he should gift Tsunade a few volumes of Paradise of Affection. Is there a problem with that? If there is, it's a significant issue. No wonder that kid has remained single all these years. Please, as if you're not single yourself. Naruto, your tongue. I recall that the kid speaks very little, so this should not be something he learned from him. Jiraiya's inner turmoil was profound. Why does this scene feel so familiar? My uncle says I inherited this trait from my mother. How so? No wonder it feels so familiar. It must be from the little firecracker. Yet, why do you appear so proud? Jiraiya was baffled. Could Naruto genuinely believe he was saying something commendable? This boy seems to love comparing himself. Ugh, how could he even think to compare himself to me? He is even less effective than Orochimaru. Yes, it should be compared with Orochimaru. TSK. Clearly, he doesn't understand. The perverted sage, it seems my earlier judgment was indeed correct. You are the one at the bottom among the 3 legendary ninjas. With that brain of yours, it's hardly surprising that you would rank at the bottom. Jiraiya was utterly petrified. Having just criticized Naruto internally, he never expected to be mocked in return. My uncle says that the power of my words sometimes exceeds that of ninjutsu, encouraging me to continue and strive for excellence. After all, the torment of the mind far surpasses the agony of the body. My uncle mentioned that very few techniques can harm an enemy's spirit, and I can achieve that with merely my words. Shouldn't I be proud of this? Ignoring the petrified Jiraiya, Naruto continued to articulate his reasons for pride. Doesn't Kenrin worry about you getting beaten up outside? Not at all. I'm far from it. My uncle said that my mother single-handedly offended the entire Hidden Leaf village with just her words, and she emerged unscathed. I believe I am no less than her. Naruto's confidence made Jiraiya question his own existence. Was Kushina truly that courageous? How come he didn't know? If memory serves, she mostly offended the entire ninja academy and then proceeded to beat up everyone, including Minato. Jiraiya remained unaware that his understanding was limited to events from his time in the village. Once on the battlefield, Kushina single-handedly took on the entire Hidden Leaf for Kanrin. Without exaggeration, this is why Kanrin claimed that Naruto inherited this trait. Initially believing that Kushina was merely temperamental, he was astonished by her verbal prowess as well. Of course, she wouldn't teach at her if she could fight. Bang! Just as they were conversing, an unexpected thud resonated from Tsunade and Sakura's side. Turning to look, they saw the 2 parting ways, specifically Sakura being sent back as soon as she approached, while Tsunade remained firmly in place. However, Tsunade's expression seemed somewhat surprised as she observed Sakura, her interest evidently heightened compared to before. Again, Sakura nodded slightly, gazing at Tsunade with utmost seriousness. Lady Hokage, you need not merely push me away. I am willing to endure minor injuries. If minor injuries are insufficient, I am fine with heavier wounds. Her declaration left all who heard it utterly confounded. Who would voluntarily seek to be injured? Naruto was especially perplexed after just a few days apart. It felt as though Sakura had transformed into a different person. Sasuke, has Sakura gone and messed up her head during training? Just watch. Compared to the others, Sasuke seemed to have recalled something, reflecting on Sakura's training during this period. Her demeanor seemed quite off at times. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Lady Hokage, you are the finest medical ninja. Minor injuries are nothing you cannot heal with ease. However, since this is a practical exercise, I wish to witness my progress during this time. Only then can I demonstrate my true capabilities. All right. Tsunade, seeing Sakura's unwavering determination, was uncertain of her intentions but nodded in agreement. Bang bang bang. The battle resumed. Frankly, there was little spectacle in their confrontation. As Sakura had stated, she lacked ninjutsu, relying solely on her fists for each attack. Although her speed and strength were commendable, she was facing Tsunade. Despite her clarity of mind and continuous adjustments to her attack strategy, it was futile against Tsunade, who seemed tireless and only grew stronger with each exchange. After watching for a while, Jiraiya finally sensed something amiss. This young girl's strength was increasing. It appeared each punch was significantly more powerful than the last. She seemed to be refining her technique. Indeed, her method of exerting force was peculiar. And her speed, although her acceleration was not rapid, it was still impressive. Most importantly, this girl, so young, possesses such remarkable control over her chakra. Jiraiya observed clearly. Although Sakura did not unleash ninjutsu each time she struck, she skillfully channeled chakra into her fists at the moment of impact. Her legs also exhibited chakra enhancement as she shifted between stances. What a clever girl. Tsunade's occasional counterattacks were initially slow to respond, But as time passed, without her deliberately increasing her speed, Sakura adapted to the rhythm. Although she could not evade the attacks, she was already capable of promptly channeling chakra to the impacted areas for defense. This is concerning. Naruto, Sasuke, you two must be cautious with your teammate in the future. Jiraiya spoke seriously as he observed. What do you mean, perverted sage? Why should we be wary of Sakura? Naruto asked, confused, while Sasuke remained silent. Your teammate exhibits a certain madness. No, rather a ferocity akin to Tsunade's own. The latent violent potential within her is certainly on par with Tsunade's. Once her strength escalates, should you both be careless, you might easily find yourselves incapacitated. Moreover, with her tenacity, I believe that even if she starts late, her prowess will inevitably rise. She possesses remarkable intelligence, and it seems Tsunade is intentionally guiding her. However, merely relying on this without verbal instruction, she has astonishingly managed to learn some of Tsunade's techniques in a remarkably short span. What a terrifying aptitude. Naruto, do you not recall the might of Tsunade's fists? As Jiraiya's analysis reached his ears, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Sakura, who was visibly battered. She appeared quite disheveled, yet the light in her eyes radiated an unprecedented fighting spirit. This was a side of Sakura Naruto had never witnessed before, her determination to battle. What had transpired in the past few days? The thought of Sakura transforming into someone like Tsunade filled him with trepidation, especially since she often playfully struck him. While it might not have caused significant harm, it certainly stung. If she were to evolve into Tsunade and deliver a punch, it would undoubtedly be far more painful. Wait, look at her, Jiraiya began, but before he could finish, Sakura, having been sent flying by a punch, suddenly let out a shout, leaving everyone bewildered. It's here. That state. What are you saying, Sasuke? Upon hearing Sasuke's sudden interjection, Naruto noticed that Sasuke had activated his Sharingan to scrutinize Sakura. He felt as if he had missed much during his absence. When I heard her earlier request, I suspected she was trying to force herself into this very state. This state? Sasuke continued. After you left, we nearly practiced taijutsu with Lee and Ino every day. During one of those sessions, Sakura, who was exhausted, suddenly transformed. As if she were a different person, her speed and strength multiplied, and since then, she has sought to regain that state each time. She has even gone to the extent of exhausting herself, pushing her limits in training. You wouldn't believe it, but in that state, she could spar with Lee without opening the 8 gates, and he would occasionally be sent flying. With every subsequent entry into that state, Lee, without releasing his physical restraints, found himself unable to match her. Each time I observed with my Sharingan, my progress paled in comparison to hers. As Guan Ren Senpai mentioned, Sakura is exceptionally intelligent. But in that state, she appears to be inherently attuned to taijutsu. It's truly frightening. Again, as Sasuke spoke, Sakura's voice rang out once more, fierce and brimming with combativeness. The last vestiges of her feminine softness seemed to vanish, replaced by an unyielding resolve as she charged toward Tsunade, her speed now at least doubled. With a clash, the two exchanged blows, but this time, Sakura did not falter. Tsunade, who had not amplified her strength, was actually pushed back 3 steps. Is this truly a Chunin? Naruto gasped in astonishment, noting the vast disparity in their prowess. Yet Sakura seemed unperturbed by the audience's awe, relentlessly attacking Tsunade with tireless vigor, rather than evading Tsunade's strikes. She absorbed them, showing no sign of retreat. Her fists and arms were nearly incapacitated, yet she appeared impervious to pain. Even with her hands rendered useless, her legs remained. In that state, surrender seemed an alien concept. Throughout, her expression grew increasingly fierce and resolute, instilling fear in her onlookers, including Sasuke, who had previously witnessed such prowess. That lecherous sage. Naruto suddenly realized the truth in Jiraiya's earlier words. He must be cautious of Sakura in the future. He vowed that, aside from within the confines of a dream, he had never pushed himself to such extremes. This was no longer the gentle Sakura he once knew, albeit a bit clever. Enough, Tsunade. It's time to cease. Further combat could jeopardize her foundation, Jiraiya urged, alarmed by Tsunade's demeanor. They had been engaged in battle for some time, and Sakura's condition was deteriorating. I am aware, no need for your concern, Tsunade replied, blocking another of Sakura's kicks, this time deflecting the force without retaliating. She casually grasped Sakura's foot and tossed her aside, inquiring, are you conscious in this state? Can you withdraw? As Sakura regained her footing, A hint of confusion crossed her face. So you are aware? Excellent. We shall end it here. Should we continue, despite my healing, you will require a period of recuperation. Surely, you do not wish to squander that time? Withdraw? Why should I withdraw? I haven't finished fighting. Sakura retorted defiantly, her voice reflecting two distinct personas. Do remember your words. It should have been like this from the start, otherwise, how could you struggle against that blonde over there? Fear not. The words flowed from Sakura. Yet it was evident to all that two voices were conversing. One was domineering and assertive, an intriguing duality of personalities. I find this truly fascinating. I never anticipated you could converse with her. Sakura, would you consider becoming my apprentice? What? Tsunade's proposal took everyone aback, even Jiraiya, who had not seen this coming. He had merely thought she admired Sakura's capabilities. Never did he expect such an offer to arise so suddenly. Before Sakura could articulate a response, Guan Ren's voice interjected. You should accept her offer. She is the most suitable teacher for you. Sakura stood momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Not by the surprise, but by the realization that despite Guan Ren's lack of formal teaching, he had always been there to assist with any inquiries. Do you refuse? Tsunade noted Sakura's indecision, her brow furrowing in displeasure. Being Tsunade, renowned throughout the ninja world and the fifth Hokage, she never imagined her chosen disciple would hesitate. No, Lady Hokage, it's just, agree to her. She is indeed the most fitting mentor for you. Guan Ren interjected once more, leaning against the gate, having appeared without notice. I had initially intended to recommend you as her disciple upon her return. Your state aligns perfectly with her immense strength. Although, with more practice, you might uncover it on your own. Having a mentor makes all the difference. Hey, you little brat. Why should my return and the recruitment of a disciple require your approval? Tsunade grumbled, glancing at Guan Ren. You've grown. Aside from that, you hardly seem to have changed. Oh, by the way, can you finally put that cursed coffin down? It was the first time she had seen him without his coffin, a revelation that left her startled. There exists a certain distance. If I take another step forward, it will automatically emerge. That decrepit coffin truly remains steadfast by your side. Tsunade's tone was laced with disdain. Yet curiously, the others sensed a hint of envy in her demeanor. What could be the reason for this? I have returned. Will you not assist me? No. You have returned, which means I can also depart from Konoha. What? You insolent brat. If you refuse to help me, I shall not pressure you. But what is this about you leaving Konoha? Guan Ren's words came as a shock. Not only Tsunade, but everyone else found it hard to accept. The coffin I promised you is yet to be crafted. Go gather some materials and make it. Whatever materials you need, I shall procure them. If Konoha lacks them, I will issue a mission for the ninjas to collect them. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's interest was piqued. Yet she still did not wish to let Guan Ren depart so easily, fearing he might not return once he left. Despite his presence in Konoha, no one could stop him if he chose to go, even though Tsunade had just returned. There was an unsettling feeling that this time Guan Ren's departure heralded a future where he would not linger in Konoha for long. Some materials could be gathered, while others required my personal search. If not, then I shall forego the coffin. Tsunade spoke, aware that Guan Ren's coffin possessed unique abilities. The first to recognize this was not Naruto, but Tsunade herself. Initially, she had insisted on Guan Ren's assistance to forge one, but at that time, Guan Ren's skills were lacking, and he was short on materials. Before he could complete it, Tsunade had left the village. Otherwise, the coffin she had intended for Might Guy would have been crafted by Guan Ren for her. After Tsunade's departure, considering that Might Guy also walked the path of taijutsu, it seemed fitting for him to possess it, and ultimately, that coffin fell into Might Guy's hands. As for the notion of a custom-made creation, it was merely a self-delusion perpetuated by Guy. Then I must take my leave. Why is it that you feel compelled to leave? Tsunade was perplexed. She had just given up on the coffin, yet this young man still intended to depart. Had he made promises to others? I must take my leave, even if it's just for a while. Before Naruto starts a family, he will not be absent for long, Guan Ren stated, aware of the concerns swirling in the minds of those present, fearing he might leave without returning. Naruto was on the verge of tears. If Guan Ren truly left, he would be left utterly alone. Therefore, prior to his departure, there were certain matters Guan Ren needed to address, not solely for himself, but also for others. He could not remain in Konoha indefinitely. In the past, when Naruto was still young, Danzo required oversight, and Guan Ren genuinely could not leave. Now that Tsunade had returned, with her temperament, it was unlikely she would allow Danzo to act recklessly. Enough, enough. You Sakura, right? Guan Ren smirked. Since you have spoken, would you like to take me as your master? The group was at a loss for words, as he seemed resolute in his decision to depart. Fortunately, he had assured them he would not leave for good, a promise that held weight in his words. Sensing the silence, Tsunade broke it, expressing her discomfort with the atmosphere of impending farewell, even though Guan Ren had yet to leave. Willingly, the disciple bows to the teacher. Sakura, upon hearing this, composed herself and bowed to Tsunade. Guan Ren had declared her the most fitting mentor, and she would not disregard that. If it were not for Guan Ren, she would not have hesitated. Such an opportunity was beyond the reach of many. How could she be so foolish as to let it slip away? Ahem, Naruto, why not let me take you on as a disciple as well? Seeing this scene, Jiraiya turned and inquired of Naruto. With Tsunade accepting a disciple, he too felt a stirring desire to recruit another promising pupil. No, I cannot master other ninjutsu. Otherwise, I would have learned them by now. I can perform the Rasengan. But what can you teach me? Summoning techniques or Sage Mode? I am already proficient in summoning, as far as I know. I can learn Sage Mode simply by going to Mount Mayaboku. I had refrained from learning earlier due to my insufficient strength, but now I intend to find time to study. Naruto's retort left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. Indeed, what could he teach this young man? Though he possessed other ninjutsu, Naruto had previously stated that mastering the Rasengan was sufficient. He had no need to learn additional techniques. Given that time, it would be better spent honing his physical abilities. The only thing left to impart would be Sage Mode, yet even that was merely half-formed knowledge. Even if Naruto wished to learn, it would be the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, who would instruct him, not Jiraiya. Naruto, aside from ninjutsu, I can share other insights and wisdom with you. Jiraiya, reconsidering, thought that if he could not teach ninjutsu, his life experiences might still be of value. Tsunade interjected, Enough, Jiraiya. You are enough. Naruto's character is quite admirable now. Do not attempt to mold him into your likeness. You are Minato's mentor, yet you wish to take Naruto as your disciple as well? What is that about? This time, Tsunade spoke before Naruto could respond, revealing Jiraiya's persistent eccentricity. Brat, they say you've been training diligently these past few days. What's the matter? Have you made a breakthrough in strength? Are you planning to continue this conversation? You never invited us in, after all. Would you care? Guan Ren glanced at Tsunade, remarking, If you adhere so strictly to etiquette, waiting for an invitation to enter, you would not be Tsunade. After his retort, without awaiting a response, he turned and walked towards the courtyard, with the others following suit. Guan Ren, speak. The commotion you caused was quite significant. Was it due to the coffin or your strength? Tsunade inquired, intrigued. If it was because of the black coffin, there was little to discuss. However, if it pertained to Guan Ren himself, that would be worth delving into. Guan Ren's prowess was already shrouded in mystery. What level would he reach with a further breakthrough? What reactions might the black coffin elicit? I have made a slight advance in my strength. A slight advance? Yes. Do you have a system to categorize the shadow level? Indeed. Please share. I too find the shadow level too vague, with disparities that are far too vast. Tsunade stated, admitting that despite her time at the shadow level, she remained oblivious to the specifics of strength. She was keen to discover how Guan Ren would classify her. This question piqued not only Tsunade's interest, but that of everyone present. None were disinterested. Sakura had even taken out her notebook, eager to record Guan Ren's insights. Under their expectant gazes, Guan Ren began to articulate his thoughts. I categorized the shadow level into 3 tiers: initial, intermediate, and advanced. Above advanced shadow level is the super shadow, and beyond that, I have established a separate realm, the 5 absolutes. Above the 5 absolutes lies the 6 paths, which corresponds to the realm of the Sage of 6 Paths. By the way, the 5 absolutes could also be referred to as the quasi-6 paths realm, essentially rendering one nearly invincible below the 6 paths level. This classification is indeed more detailed, but which tier do I belong to in your categorization? Advanced shadow level. Just advanced? What about Jiraiya? Clearly, Tsunade was dissatisfied with this result and pressed for clarification regarding Jiraiya. That level is roughly the same for the other shadows. However, if Jiraiya enters Sage Mode, he would ascend to the Super Shadow level. If you unleashed your full potential, you could also touch the threshold of the Super Shadow realm, with 1 foot firmly in it. Is that so? What about Guy? Presently, in the 7th gate state, he can enter the 5 absolutes. If all 8 gates are opened, he could defeat anyone in the 6 paths level. Gasp. That fellow is truly that formidable. Ha ha. Does this mean that even without considering you, Konoha possesses an expert who can effortlessly enter the 5 absolutes and 6 paths levels? Moreover, such a powerhouse exists. Tsunade, you rejoice too soon. The 8th gate of Might Guy cannot be opened, for doing so would cost him his life. Upon hearing of Guy's strength, Tsunade was instantly exhilarated, momentarily disregarding her dissatisfaction with her own abilities. Thankfully, Jiraiya's timely reminder helped to temper her excitement. It matters not. If the 8th gate remains closed, he can freely open the 7th gate. No wonder that old man Noki couldn't contend with Guy. It seems that a guy who can open the 7th gate is far superior to him. What of my grandfather Kurenai? Is he not also of the 5 Kage level? Indeed, the first Hokage was of that caliber, but the second was lacking. I understand. My great-uncle pales in comparison to grandfather. Who would have imagined that Guy has unknowingly ascended to the same level as grandfather? Tsunade felt a surge of joy, coupled with an increasing dissatisfaction towards the 3rd Hokage of Ur. The crowd was equally astonished. While they all knew of Might Guy's prowess, none realized he was this formidable. Just how strong must Kurenai be if Guy himself lacks confidence against him? The thought was unfathomable, implying that Kurenai must at least be at the Sage of 6 Paths level, and likely has traversed quite far along that path. Are there others in the ninja world of the same caliber, or even at Sage of 6 Paths level? Tsunade suddenly posed this question, despite Guy's presence. Other entities should not be underestimated. It is prudent to guard against such beings. She would not want Konoha to fall under their scrutiny. In 3 to 4 years, there will indeed be more at the Sage of 6 Paths level. Thus, you few should diligently strive to enhance your abilities during this time. After Kurenai spoke, he glanced at Naruto and Sakura, as he wished to avoid having to intervene personally. If these 3 could manage the situation without complications, that would be ideal. Of course, how could one possibly miss such a battle of that caliber? Sasuke, would you agree? Indeed. Sasuke nodded slightly, wholeheartedly agreeing with Naruto's sentiment. He could not bear the thought of merely spectating. Moreover, Kurenai had informed him that his body could not withstand a 1 against 7 scenario. Sasuke was determined that the man must possess sufficient strength to eliminate him before succumbing to illness. In truth, Kurenai's coffin would be beneficial to the opponent. He had mentioned this before, but the 1 against 7 had declined, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. Kurenai's words and subtle reminders, though not overtly articulated, were understood by the seasoned Tsunade and Jiraiya. How could they not grasp the implications? Would the ninja world face another upheaval in 3 to 4 years? Konoha must prepare in advance. Jiraiya observed that Kurenai seemed to possess prophetic abilities akin to those of the great sage of the 6 paths compared to Kurenai, who possessed an array of extraordinary capabilities. He was no longer curious about the source of such abilities. After all, the more Kurenai acquired, the safer Konoha would be. He would not harm the village. Kurenai, what was that breakthrough you just experienced? Tsunade returned to this subject, her curiosity piqued. It was merely a minor breakthrough. Even if I explained it to you, it would not make sense, Kurenai replied. He wished not to elaborate further, acknowledging that his prior advancement stemmed from certain advantages he had gained. His training methods had always diverged from the norm. However, this time the disturbance had been somewhat pronounced. Certain matters were challenging to elucidate, such as the secret of the word burial in his mind, or how he could derive benefits from the coffins. Explaining these would be quite the ordeal. This recent feedback, Kurenai speculated, might be attributed to the individuals from the chat group utilizing the coffins after such a long time. The feedback had finally arrived. Moreover, a considerable number of lives had been lost during the CHNIN exams, and the culmination of these factors had contributed to this breakthrough. Undoubtedly, the influence of other worlds played a significant role. Otherwise, the mere events of the CHNIN exams would not suffice to elevate Kurenai's strength. The black coffin had certainly garnered some benefits as well, though Kurenai was currently unaware of the specifics. He only knew that the feedback he received from the black coffin was unprecedented. This reinforced his belief that the black coffin desired more worlds to utilize its coffins. Kurenai could not open the black coffin and was oblivious to the secrets entombed within, yet he could sense that something was being nurtured inside. He speculated that the reason the black coffin compelled him to sell coffins across various worlds was tied to this mystery. What exactly could the black coffin gain from those worlds? Remember to attend my succession ceremony tomorrow. Kurenai's words left Tsunade somewhat exasperated. After so many years, he still spoke in a manner that irked her. Nonetheless, she refrained from retorting and simply reminded Kurenai not to forget the ceremony. Had it been anyone else, she would have certainly sent them flying. Come on, Sakura, follow me. I have something for you to learn. Tsunade departed, taking Sakura with her. And Jiraiya did not linger either. He found that he could not engage in meaningful conversation with Kurenai. Uncle, are you really leaving Konoha? Yes. When will you depart? After the succession ceremony. Take me with you. I want to see. No. Why not? What about Karen? Kurenai's response rendered Naruto silent. Karen rarely ventured out, and if he followed Kurenai, she would be left alone and uncared for. What if someone bullied her? Previously, when Naruto accompanied Hisashi to the grass village, he learned much about Karen's past life there. The more he discovered, the angrier he became. Had it not been for Hisashi's intervention, he would have annihilated the grass village on the spot. Although they were in Konoha and within a coffin shop, where most would not dare to act recklessly, especially under Tsunade's protection, Naruto did not forget about Danzo, who thrived on trouble. If he learned that Kurenai was absent from Konoha, he might plot something, putting Karen in danger. Uncle, where do you plan to go? Just wandering about. All right. No more questions. Hurry and prepare dinner. It's almost time. Oh. With Kurenai's silence, Naruto had no choice but to comply. Contemplating that if he were to learn of Kurenai's destination, he might encounter him on future missions. However, Kurenai was unwilling to disclose even this much. Naruto also considered what would happen to Karen if he went on a mission. Should he bring her along? This seemed like a good idea. It would allow Karen to gain some combat experience. Keeping her by his side would also alleviate concerns about Danzo's potential schemes. Yet he needed to discuss this matter with Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. After all, Team 7 was not comprised solely of himself, and he was capable of considering such matters. Sasuke, why are you just standing there? Come help. The following day, the succession ceremony for the 5th Hokage of Konoha proceeded as scheduled, bustling with activity. And Kurenai was present. From the outskirts of the crowd, he observed Tsunade on the high platform, amid the villagers' cheers. After the ceremony concluded, Tsunade found herself inundated with tasks, far beyond what she had anticipated. She had hoped for a moment to share a drink with Kurenai and glean more about his insights. However, she was preoccupied with resolving issues stemming from Sunagakure and managing a multitude of prisoners from Awagakure. News had reached Konoha that Awagakure had been thoroughly plundered by Kumogakure, making it impossible for them to meet Konoha's ransom demands. Tsunade was currently distressed over this situation. Similarly, the news spread throughout the ninja world that Noki had led a raid on Konoha but had failed to penetrate the village, resulting in his forces being completely vanquished. This revelation reached many factions within the ninja world, causing their intentions towards Konoha to retract instantaneously. At present, even amidst constant upheaval, Konoha's foundation was not something ordinary forces could challenge. When Tsunade finally managed to conclude her duties and sought out Kurenai, she discovered he had already departed the village. His whereabouts unknown. 079, Tsunade summons the Raikage. This fellow certainly runs fast. Someone, bring me Naruto. Yes, Lord Hokage. Tsunade's intention in seeking Naruto was to inquire about the whereabouts of Guan Ren, but alas, she was destined to be disappointed. Naruto was currently absent from the village, and Team 7 was exceedingly busy. Not just Team 7, but the entirety of Konoha. All ninjas had become engrossed in their tasks, with very few remaining in the village. Guan Ren had departed without even bidding farewell to Naruto, and the others were even less likely to be informed. Raikage, a message from Konoha. The ninjas from Kumogakure, freshly victorious, came to report to the Raikage's office. Bring it forth. The Raikage's expression suddenly turned grave. He understood that if this message were of trivial nature, it would not be delivered by an intelligence officer. At the very least, it would have been compiled and conveyed through Mabui before reaching him. Indeed, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, is truly that woman. Upon seeing this message, the Raikage did not display much change in expression. He had formally interacted with Tsunade, a woman whose physical prowess surpassed his own. The Raikage held a certain wariness toward her, and he was not surprised that she had ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage. What? That individual has left Konoha? Is this news accurate? The Raikage was astonished. After all these years, aside from during the Third Great Ninja War, that person had only left the village once. What could be the reason for this departure? The Raikage considered this matter of utmost importance and inquired further from the intelligence officer. Lord Raikage, no one knows about his departure from Konoha. We only heard it from Naruto Uzumaki. That fellow has not been in high spirits lately. This information is likely accurate. The intelligence officer responded, and the Raikage fell into silence. contemplating the implications of this revelation. If this information indeed stemmed from Naruto, then it was likely as the officer had surmised. Someone, Lord Raikage. Yes, immediately relay the following. While on missions, if anyone encounters an individual carrying a coffin, they must not provoke him. Should he make any requests, we shall do our utmost to accommodate them. Understood. After careful deliberation, the Raikage issued these orders, wishing to avoid a repeat of that madman's visit to Kumogakure. Following this, he consolidated the recent information, secretly relieved that Inoki, that old fool, would likely be left seething upon his return to the village from Konoha. Foolishness. Konoha is not so easily provoked. Of course, the Raikage was aware that Tsunade would not simply eliminate Inoki. Setting aside Konoha's long-standing principles, the act of killing Inoki would not align with Konoha's interests. Not only would it yield no benefits, but it would also incite the wrath of the entire Iwagakure. Despite the recent setbacks faced by Iwagakure, they had not yet reached a critical point. Even if the Raikage harbored animosity toward that old man, he would not resort to murder. Previously, the Raikage would have acted without hesitation, but after years in leadership, he came to understand the reasoning behind his father's decisions. If he desired to leave, no matter how many Iwagakure ninjas there were, he would not perish. However, should he choose to depart, Kumogakure would suffer significant losses, even facing the threat of annihilation. Thus, he opted to continue fighting, buying time for his people to retreat. Having served as Raikage for many years, the fourth Raikage understood his father's thoughts well. He knew that Inoki was also aware of this. It was precisely for this reason that the old man orchestrated the downfall of the third Raikage. Lord Raikage, speak. Our spy in Konoha has been discovered by the Hokage. She relayed a message, inviting you to visit Konoha. Did she mention any specific matters? No, she only conveyed that message and did not trouble our personnel. It seems as if she was unaware of the situation. Had she not intended for us to relay this message, she might not have appeared at all. Very well. You may leave. Is there anything else? Ahem, Lord Raikage, will you be going to Konoha? The spy cautiously inquired, fearful of repercussions, as nearly everyone in the village was well aware of the Raikage's temperament. Get out of here. I need to discuss this matter with everyone before making a decision. The Raikage, lost in thought, reflexively uttered these words. He lifted his foot, intending to kick the spy, but his focus remained on Konoha's affairs. The spy, well aware of his temperament, was prepared. As soon as he attempted to kick, she swiftly evaded, disappearing from his sight. Forget it. My boy, you have heard as well. What are your thoughts on this matter? Lord Raikage, do you already have a decision in mind? Mabui refrained from answering, as she understood her superior too well. Merely observing the Raikage's expression indicated that he had likely arrived at a conclusion. Well, since Tsunade has invited me, I believe I shall pay her a visit. Setting aside our debts to her, her strength is not to be underestimated. I would not be ignorant like that old fool Inoki. That woman, had she not lacked a stroke of luck, her strength rivals my own. Mabui, I trust you comprehend what this signifies? The Raikage spoke, nostalgia etched upon his face. As his thoughts wandered back to the time when he had tested his strength against Tsunade, it was a terrifying memory. He could not fathom how a woman could cultivate such extraordinary power. Lord Raikage, I shall inform everyone to convene immediately. Mabui contemplated for a moment before hurrying to relay the message, turning to leave. As a woman herself, she was no weakling, especially in Kumogakure, where she understood the challenges of keeping pace with men. Moreover, Tsunade was vying against the strongest men of her village. Truth be told, if one set aside their allegiances, Mabui held genuine admiration for such a formidable individual. She too was puzzled by Tsunade's summons for the Raikage to visit Konoha. Yet she was certain that Konoha would not act against the Raikage in plain sight. Safety was not a concern. As for Tsunade's intentions, Mabui speculated that the Raikage might possess some knowledge, given their previous encounters. 080. The method to revive the fourth Hokage and his wife. Several days passed. Konoha, Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, how is it? Have our spies uncovered any information regarding Guan Ren? To report, we have only tracked the general direction of that individual's movements. His precise location remains elusive. He is exceptionally skilled at concealing himself. My apologies. The spy appeared troubled. Ordinarily, Guan Ren's distinct characteristics should have made him easy to locate. Yet, had he not possessed such obvious traits, they likely would not have any information at all. Very well, inform me directly of his direction. Tsunade rubbed her temples, exasperated at the excessive caution displayed by her subordinates. Was she truly so fearsome that they could not distinguish right from wrong? Her decision to investigate Guan Ren was merely a trial. She understood that with his strength, if he desired concealment, they would be incapable of even discerning his general direction. The land of demons. The land of demons? What on earth is that rascal doing in such a cursed place? We do not know. We only know he is headed towards the land of demons. He is likely still there. Yet our intelligence officers have received no reports of any unusual activities in that region. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Aunt, I might understand the purpose of Uncle's visit there. What? Naruto, you actually know? Naruto's sudden remark left everyone in the office somewhat astonished. After all, those who frequent this place over time have come to realize that while this guy possesses formidable strength, his intellect seems rather lacking. It's ironic that he rambles on about grand philosophies all day, constantly mentioning Uncle, as if everything is dictated by Guan Ren, merely something he has memorized without ever truly thinking for himself. Everyone is aware of Naruto's dependence on Guan Ren. His words leave no room for doubt in Naruto's mind. Thus, his sudden display of critical thinking is indeed surprising. Speak, and during work hours, call me Hokage. How many times must I teach you this? Tsunade turned to Naruto. And today was particularly rare, with everyone present, the 12 ninja, their respective instructors, along with Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Hisashi. The Hokage's office had never been this lively since her tenure began. Well, you were the one who told me to call you Aunt. Otherwise, I should have called you Grandma, considering your age. Naruto stammered. Ahem, I apologize. Naruto has been running a high fever lately, and his mind seems a bit muddled. Sasuke, who had been muttering, was oblivious to Tsunade's murderous glare. Others noticed it, but each shrank back, trying to minimize their presence, too afraid to speak. Tsunade, despite her relatively short time in office, had made an indelible impression on the 12 ninja within this brief period. Her strength was unfathomable. Her decisiveness unwavering. She was not one to be trifled with. Most importantly, this Hokage had a penchant for making judgments based on her personal preferences. Once displeased, she would not hesitate to unleash her wrath. She never cared who you were. In just over a month, even Jiraiya had been on the receiving end of her fists multiple times. None of you will receive any mercy. The memory of Jiraiya being repeatedly slammed against the wall haunted them, making them even more reluctant to speak. They couldn't bear it, especially with their fragile physiques. Only Naruto, the fool, seemed unperturbed, and perhaps Sakura and Sasuke were somewhat less intimidated. Sakura, having become Tsunade's apprentice at Guan Ren's suggestion, recognized that while her ideal mentor was Guan Ren, he was unlikely to take her on as a student. However, she was wise enough to know that Tsunade, having been recommended by Guan Ren, was undoubtedly a sound choice. Despite her busy schedule, every moment of free time was snatched away by Tsunade for training, providing her with ample opportunity to understand her teacher's temperament. As for Sasuke, he was a fearless individual, respecting the strength of others but only genuinely submitting to that cold, coffin-carrying man. Sasuke aspired to embody such demeanor, striving to remain unfazed in any situation. He understood that Guan Ren's indifference stemmed from both his personality and his strength, allowing him to remain unconcerned. While Sasuke felt his own strength was lacking, he resolved to cultivate his composure from this moment forth. When Sakura called out, Sasuke quickly intervened, firmly restraining Naruto to prevent him from continuing his chatter. Though not particularly afraid of Tsunade, he wanted to avoid being needlessly dragged into trouble, especially since he currently lacked the ability to resist. Naruto, in his foolishness, had truly exasperated Sasuke, as he recalled the painful aftermath of a previous incident. Since the formation of Team 7, Kakashi had yet to fully assess the true strength of the team. After attending to the backlog of tasks in Konoha, he sought Tsunade's assistance in evaluating them. Coincidentally, Tsunade was overwhelmed by a mountain of paperwork that day. Upon hearing about this opportunity, Kakashi was taken aback by her enthusiasm. However, the ensuing events made him question whether the trio had inadvertently crossed Tsunade. No, rather, it was Naruto's incessant chatter that had offended her. Thankfully, after venting her frustration, Tsunade joyfully accepted Sakura as her disciple, alleviating Kakashi's concerns. That moment left an indelible psychological mark on Sasuke, who, despite maintaining a calm facade in front of Tsunade, felt a twinge of apprehension. Ahem, allow me to address this matter. Sasuke and I are well aware that Naruto may not know as much as we do. Sakura cleared her throat, attempting to ease the tension, and spoke clearly to everyone. Based on what Naruto said and the clues left by our predecessors, I suspect that our mentor has ventured to the land of demons in search of a way to resurrect the fourth couple. What? Sakura, are you certain? Her revelation sent shockwaves through the room, leaving everyone, including Tsunade, in stunned silence. The idea of resurrection was truly astonishing. Although Orochimaru had managed to bring back the first and second Hokage, they were merely a product of forbidden techniques, their states of being clearly abnormal. If Guan Ren had been in Konoha for so long, he should have been aware of such techniques. If he genuinely sought to use such a method, he would have consulted Orochimaru, regardless of whether he could master it himself. Considering the current information and Sakura's statement, if it were indeed true, they were all astute enough to recognize that Guan Ren must possess alternative methods to resurrect the fourth and his wife. What are you saying, Sakura? This is merely your speculation, right? As everyone awaited Sakura's explanation, Naruto suddenly broke free from Sasuke's grasp and shouted, "Aunt, let's go find Uncle, shall we? If not, please assign us a mission to the land of demons. I must find Uncle as soon as possible." Tsunade, eyeing the excited Naruto, called out sternly, but at that moment, Naruto was too exhilarated to heed her words. Instead, he turned to Tsunade, expressing, even if Sakura's thoughts are speculative, giving Guan Ren's acknowledgement of her intelligence. "I take her words seriously. Calm down. Explain why you're so agitated." Tsunade sighed, feeling a headache coming on. This troublesome child was a handful, and she pondered how Guan Ren had managed him for so many years. Beating him might work. He has a unique constitution, and a good thrashing will have him back on his feet by the next day. However, if I don't, he'll be incessantly shouting, which is quite bothersome. "Aunt, Uncle is leaving, completely, never to return. We must go find him. I want him to take me with him. Please give me a mission, or I will go on my own." "Brat, are you not pleased with the resurrection of Kushina and the others? What leads you to such a conclusion?" Tsunade felt her temper rising, her temples throbbing, her fists tightening and loosening in frustration. Truly, she longed to deliver a reprimanding blow to this insufferable child. The esteemed Hokage possesses a keen sense of focus. Indeed, despite the relentless busyness of his counterpart, it is all in pursuit of resurrecting Naruto's parents, is it not? Yet, why does it seem you appear somewhat discontent? Your filial piety, is it truly beneficial? Although everyone maintains a facade of calm at this moment, their internal dialogues are anything but subdued. The uncle resurrecting my parents merely wishes to abandon me, substituting them for my company. He is undoubtedly preparing to depart. Is this not a simple truth that eludes your understanding? What manner of gaze is this directed at me? Naruto, it is rather unusual for you to exhibit such contemplative behavior. Shikamaru, repeat that. Cough, cough. I said nothing. Faced with Naruto's fierce countenance, Shikamaru promptly conceded, gently slapping his own mouth. Cough, cough. Naruto does engage his intellect, let there be no doubt, albeit infrequently, primarily during battles. Sakura, you need not voice that. After enduring the astonished gazes of the group and Shikamaru and Sakura's teasing, Naruto finally regained his composure, recalling that Guan Ren had previously mentioned his impending departure. He had long been psychologically prepared for this. Composed, are we? Yes, much improved. Sakura, please continue. You quiet down. Elaborate on what you mentioned earlier regarding the clues left by Guan Ren. Tsunade, observing Naruto's newfound calmness, permitted Sakura to proceed after offering a warning. Well, there isn't much to it. After our senior's departure, we discovered some items in Naruto's previous mentor's room. They appear to be records of some kind. The script used by our senior is unfamiliar to us, but I can discern a few details. I speculate that the senior intended to seek the Rinnegan, an object believed to possess the power of resurrection. Then, this is where I find myself perplexed. Underworld, Pure Land, Reincarnation. Our senior seemed to have mentioned the land of ghosts, emphasizing the character for ghost, leading me to believe that he ventured there to validate certain thoughts within himself. Should that fail, he would likely proceed to the land of wind in search of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. What? Sakura, you discerned so much, yet you previously claimed it was incomprehensible. Are you deceiving us? Hearing Sakura unveil such significant information left Naruto in utter disarray. Goodness, did you not assert your inability to comprehend? He had felt slightly reassured, believing he was not alone in his confusion. Turning to Sasuke, he found him stoically indifferent, devoid of any emotional change, which only heightened Naruto's unease. Sasuke, be honest with me. Are you aware of what Sakura just articulated? I have no knowledge. Is that the truth? Naruto's skepticism intensified. Why do you seem so nonchalant if you are oblivious? Humph. Sasuke averted his gaze, unwilling to engage with Naruto, fearing the contagion of his lackluster intellect. Sakura is not an ordinary individual. Our senior has praised her, a privilege I have never received. Her agility of thought enables her to comprehend things, which is entirely reasonable. Is it not? After all, if Kakashi had been a proper teacher, Sakura would have learned even more swiftly, witnessing her rapid growth when directly guided by our senior. Sasuke felt an overwhelming envy. He sometimes questioned whether his intellect had been dulled by prolonged interaction with Naruto. The land of ghosts, you say? How does everyone perceive this? Cough, cough. Esteemed Hokage, we truly struggle to grasp Kanren's intentions. Perhaps you could assign a mission for the children to investigate? Yes, Hokage-sama. Given the accumulation of tasks has been largely addressed, there is little left to attend to. I concur with Shikaku's proposal. Oh, come now, you two old schemers. Each offering a word. The tasks are completed, and I yearn for some respite. Is that so? Kakashi, this is disastrous. Kakashi's internal grievances were abruptly interrupted by Tsunade's voice, causing his heart to plummet. His anticipated vacation was likely slipping away. 082, Land of Ghosts. Kinren, you shall lead Team 7 to the Land of Ghosts to seek Kinren. Even if he remains elusive, it is imperative to uncover the mysteries surrounding the Land of Ghosts. Since Kinren has ventured there, it undoubtedly harbors secrets unknown to us. As Kakashi had anticipated, he was merely a laborer, summoned wherever needed. He understood that anyone could undertake the journey to the Land of Ghosts. Yet the primary reason rested upon Naruto being in his team. With Naruto among them, no one was more suited for the task, especially since Sasuke and Sakura seemed to have formed a good rapport with Kinren. Did they not exhibit an unmistakable glimmer of anticipation in their eyes? After a month of relentless toil, who wouldn't desire a moment of reprieve? They had previously expressed their grievances regarding prior missions. What of those complaints now? Indeed. However, Hokage-sama, when shall we depart? If there are no pressing matters, let it be now. Kakashi, this is sheer exploitation. During the tenure of the third Hokage, I doubt I ever experienced such fatigue. Kakashi's lips twitched as he contemplated a departure in a day or two for a brief rest. Hokage-sama, we have no pressing matters and can accompany Team 7 on this mission, yes? Oh, my good brother. It seems Guy is indeed reliable. You wish to join? Tsunade regarded my Guy with some hesitation. With Kakashi departing, could she afford to send Guy along as well? If Raikage returned in a few days, would she have anyone left to rely upon? Nevertheless, she concluded that summoning the Raikage was not for rivalry. After all, this was Konoha. Go ahead, but leave the others behind. It is prudent to retain some personnel in the village for any urgent situations that may arise. Thus, Tsunade ultimately decreed, sensing from Kinren's actions that the shinobi world might not be as tranquil as it appeared. Yes, thank you, Hokage-sama. All right, Kakashi, my dear disciples, let us embark. Guy remained ever so exuberant, oblivious to the morose expressions surrounding him. Even Niji's Byakugan flickered slightly. The relentless pace had proven exhausting, even for his fervent spirit. Kakashi appeared lethargic, lacking any semblance of vigor, let alone the others. In truth, Kakashi was not neglectful of his responsibilities. When it came to missions, he was quite diligent. However, he understood that if Kinren truly wished to remain hidden, no number of people could locate him. Furthermore, Kinren's methods were notoriously incomprehensible. Ultimately, dwelling on it would yield no benefit. Tsunade had issued her orders, and they had to comply. Shikaku, Ino, do you believe that the dynamics of the shinobi world will shift with Kinren's intervention? After Kakashi and Guy departed with their respective teams, Tsunade surveyed her now sparsely populated office and posed this inquiry. Hokage-sama, regardless of any changes, Konoha should remain stable, correct? After some consideration, Shikaku responded. With Tsunade and Jiraiya present, along with might Guy capable of rivaling any Kage and the enigmatic Kinren, should he choose to depart. It would only be after resurrecting the fourth Hokage. At that point, Konoha's formidable strength would include the fourth. Shikaku struggled to imagine what upheaval could impact such a Konoha. Presently, the main forces of Awagakure were still detained within Konoha, making it improbable for any other village to entertain disruptive thoughts. As Kakashi and his companions departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, Guan Ren traversed the haunted lands of the Land of Ghosts. Observing his surroundings, everything appeared similar to other regions. However, Guan Ren was acutely aware of the distinct nature of this place. The connection with the black coffin allowed him to sense its vibrant energy as it absorbed certain elements from the air. This land was shrouded in a malevolent aura even during the daytime, prompting concern for his safety. Be cautious, Guan Daoyu. He was warned. For regions steeped in such ominous energy often harbored formidable spirits. Jiushu, aren't you adept at dealing with spirits? You should manage well here, shouldn't you? One companion inquired. Not quite, he replied. In our current state, we cannot engage in battle. However, I trust Guan Daoyu will be fine. That coffin of his always elicits a profound sense of unease in me, keeping malevolent spirits at bay. Indeed, after Guan Ren emerged, Su Xiaoxiao insisted on him broadcasting a live stream. Whenever others had a moment, they would join the stream to witness the diverse customs and landscapes of the ninja world. Xiaoxiao, don't forget about my family's techniques. I am quite capable of handling ordinary spirits as well. Another chimed in. Haha, yes. And let's not overlook Sister Shaoling. She is formidable too. Jiushu, the energy of this land of ghosts seems rather different from what we usually encounter, remarked Ma Shaoling, who had just arrived but quickly sensed the unusual atmosphere. Indeed, it is somewhat distinct, though I cannot ascertain the specifics until Guan Daoyu experiences it firsthand, Jiushu acknowledged. Is it truly that bizarre? Can Guan Ren manage it? Su Xiaoxiao's concern grew as she listened to their conversation. Though Guan Ren was typically reserved, she felt a kinship with him as a fellow traveler and wished for his safety. Group leader, you're being overly anxious. Guan brother has declared himself invincible in this world. I believe his character means he speaks without embellishment, Ing Zheng said with a slight smile, surveying the surroundings with unshakable confidence in Guan Ren. Are you certain, Guan Ren? Will there be no issues? Someone pressed. Not at all. If anything arises, the black coffin will handle it. Guan Ren replied calmly, sensing the coffin's increasing vitality. If all remained well, that would be fortunate. Yet should a true threat emerge, the restless coffin would not hesitate to act. Is the coffin truly capable of resolving matters on its own? How enviable. Su Xiaoxiao mused, her thoughts drifting to a chat group where she shared her observations. Look at that. The coffin may not converse, but its abilities are truly extraordinary. As the group approached Guan Ren, they exhibited utmost reverence. Respected sir, the priestess requests your presence. Priestess? Ziyuan? How does she know you are here and sent for you? Su Xiaoxiao inquired. Prophecy, Guan Ren responded slowly, intrigued by the seemingly miraculous nature of their divination. He had not revealed his whereabouts and had never previously visited the land of ghosts. Yet they seemed to know of his arrival. What role did he play in their prophecies? Lead the way, Guan Ren commanded, and the group fell silent, waiting patiently until he spoke again, at which point they bowed and guided him onward. Prophecy? This world possesses such a skill? Su Xiaoxiao questioned. Why wasn't it mentioned in the video you shared? The situation is rather complicated. Let us follow along for now, she replied, uncertain of how to explain the intricacies of the various versions of the Naruto universe. Indeed, we must observe this so-called prophecy technique. Curiosity was palpable among the group, as this seemed akin to foreseeing the future. If it could be learned, who wouldn't covet such a skill? After all, it represented the finest means to attract fortune and evade misfortune. Sir, please enter. The priestess awaits you inside, but we cannot accompany you. They informed him after a brief journey. The structure ahead, though not excessively opulent, grew increasingly grand as they approached. The guide halted before a palace, its entrance ajar. Before they could examine their surroundings, the sound of light footsteps emerged from within, growing nearer. Respected coffin master, you have finally arrived. Ziyuan exclaimed. Indeed, mother was correct. You possess knowledge of everything. Please, follow me. Only you can resolve the matters of the land of ghosts. As Ziyuan turned to lead the way, Guan Ren felt a twinge of confusion. He sensed that while he had just spoken with her, it felt as though she were not genuinely addressing him, which was puzzling. Nevertheless, having come this far, he would follow and seek clarity. In this vast ninja world, there was no place Guan Ren could not tread. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how he had once relied on the protection of Minato and Kushina, now long absent. He felt a profound sense of nostalgia, realizing that the mysterious boy once regarded as an anomaly had matured. Yet, the two who had always safeguarded him were no longer present. Guan Ren had not forgotten them, nor would he ever. He understood that reviving them was not beyond his means. However, he did not wish to resurrect them so simply. Despite her more restrained demeanor, he knew Kushina retained a fiery temperament. Should she become truly displeased, She would not hold back. Such a character could be formidable if she were strong enough. Yet if she fell short, it would be a different story altogether. Guan Ren was uncertain when he would depart the ninja world, but he sensed an impending change, linked to the elusive connection with the Black Coffin. He believed this journey had brought him here under its guidance. For his initial intention had been to visit the ancient ruins of the Wind Country. There he hoped to see Minato once more, even if only the version of him from the past, which would suffice for Guan Ren. In the Land of Lightning, at the Cloud Village, Reikage, your orders regarding that peculiar individual indicate he has entered the Land of Ghosts. Additionally, the Fire Country has dispatched 2 teams led by Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy from the Leaf Village. Their trajectory suggests they are also headed to the Land of Ghosts. Mabu-e, enough. Summon Killer Bee. We shall depart for the Land of Ghosts together. The rest shall remain in the village. Reikage, do you truly intend to go in person and bring Killer Bee along? Is it wise to send him out now? Mabu-e, without me. Anyone else would be ineffective. As for Killer Bee, he is safest by my side. This combination cannot be easily subdued. Moreover, I do not seek conflict. I merely wish to understand the reasons behind that individual's visit to the Land of Ghosts, especially considering the recent events in our village that warranted sending out 2 elite teams. This situation is clearly unusual, and I cannot rest until I ascertain the truth. Restless. As always, Reikage, Mabu-e remarked, uncertain, as he had always perceived the Reikage's temperament to be rather volatile. Moreover, if there is no intention to engage in combat, what purpose does bringing Killer Bee serve? It is evident that they are aware their opponents would not take any drastic actions against them, and wish to summon Killer Bee to recreate their previous encounters. Of course, Mabu-e understands that although the Reikage may think this way, the intention is not solely for conflict. After all these years, the true strength of that peculiar individual remains a mystery to everyone, and the Reikage journey this time is likely to be an attempt at gauging his power. Despite her reluctance to concede, she must acknowledge the significance of Guan Ren's existence. It is indeed valuable to acquire some information about him. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to bring Killer Bee here. All right, I will tidy up and set off shortly. The village is in your hands, but remain vigilant of Inoki. By the way, Mabu-e, discreetly spread the news of my and Killer Bee's departure to the Land of Demons. I do not care about others, but it is imperative that Inoki knows. Understood. Indeed, Inoki's party has already been released by Konoha. It is not that Tsunade was unwilling to take action. Rather, she gleaned some information from Guan Ren, considering it prudent to keep the old man and the Earth Village alive, as they might prove useful in the future. Furthermore, with the Lord of the Land of Earth personally bringing sufficient resources and enlisting the aid of the Lord of the Land of Fire to plead on their behalf, Tsunade found it reasonable to relent. Otherwise, the Earth Village would have been stripped bare by the Cloud Village, leaving them with nothing to offer, which was a source of great frustration for her. She had even contemplated simply eliminating them all to end the matter. This is precisely why the Reikage is wary of Inoki during his excursion. He understands that the old man would not shy away from seizing any opportunity to retaliate against them. As the Reikage finished his instructions, he allowed Mabu-e to depart and sat in silence, lost in thought, before eventually preparing for departure. Not long after they set off, it was unclear what methods Mabu-e employed, but the news swiftly reached the Earth Village. Lord Tsuchikage, we have just received word that Konoha has dispatched elite forces to the Land of Earth. Additionally, the Reikage and Killer Bee of the Cloud Village have also commenced their journey, with the same destination of the Land of Demons. Is this information accurate? Confirmed as accurate. Which individuals from Konoha have been dispatched? Inoki pondered, unable to comprehend what significance the Land of Demons held that warranted such a grand mobilization from Konoha and the Reikage personally leading the charge, especially with Killer Bee in tow. It is worth noting that over the years, the Reikage had ceased to include Killer Bee in his endeavors, as he had rapidly improved his strength, ensuring Killer Bee remained well protected and rarely exposed to the outside world. What could have prompted this change? The elite Jonin Kakashi Hitaki and the elite Jonin Might Guy are each leading their teams. Notably, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is among Kakashi's team. Could this be related? Might Guy recalled the green-clad man, and Inoki felt a pang of discomfort, finally grasping the reason behind the Reikage's personal involvement. Following the previous battle, Might Guy had suddenly transformed from an obscure Jonin in Konoha to a figure of considerable importance among the major factions. It is no small feat to contend with a seasoned Kage like Inoki and emerge with the upper hand, Such accomplishments are beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Most strikingly, this formidable figure remains merely an unremarkable jonin in Konoha. Konoha certainly knows how to hide their treasures. As Might Guy departed, Inoki understood why Konoha's Hokage had not joined. No one knew better than him the extent of Might Guy's prowess. Lord Tsuchikage, should we seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Cloud Village in retaliation for our previous grievances? What do you mean surprise attack? Aside from the Raikage and Killer Bee, their main forces are all stationed in the village. Can you breach their defenses in such a short time? Summon Old Z and invite Han. We shall embark for the land of demons. Lord Tsuchikage, shouldn't we take more personnel? What good would that do? Ensure the village is well guarded. It cannot withstand another round of devastation. Inoki bellowed, his temper flaring at the thought. It infuriated him that other villages were thriving while they, a group of elite ninjas, were being relentlessly pursued by Konoha's shinobi, whose numbers were significantly fewer. If his thoughts were to reach the Earth ninjas, they would undoubtedly feel greatly wronged. What options did they have? Konoha's warriors were a bunch of lunatics, recklessly charging at them with explosive tags, as if they were prepared for mutual destruction. How can one fight against that? Their initial intent was merely to take advantage of the situation. Yet rumors had spread that Konoha had been timid in recent years, which was far from the truth. They were fierce and fearless. Following his decision, Inoki, accompanied by Old Z and Han, set off for the land of demons. In contrast to the Raikage and Killer Bee's swift journey, their party moved at a more leisurely pace. Inoki remained preoccupied with thoughts, uncertain if this was yet another ploy. The sudden mobilization of 3 of the 5 great ninja villages, all featuring prominent figures, left other factions perplexed regarding what secrets the land of demons held and what the ensuing situation might entail. Soon after, the Sand Village also stirred. The long-retired Chiyo and Ibiz resurfaced, accompanied by Gaara and his siblings, heading towards the land of demons. Despite being looked down upon by the entire ninja world, the Sand Village still held its place among the 5 great hidden villages. With 3 others already en route, their absence would suggest cowardice. It is crucial to note that numerous hidden villages were eyeing the positions held by these 5. Some aspired to become the 6th, while others aimed to usurp one of the 5. The Sand Village had no choice but to join, even though they were still grappling with their own issues. They could only set those aside and investigate the situation in the land of demons. The commotion grew increasingly pronounced, capturing the attention of the entire ninja world. With an ever-growing number of participants, in the Mist Village, the magnitude of the disturbance made it impossible to remain oblivious, despite their typically isolated information channels. Similarly, the 5th Mizukage, May Tarum, departed with her trusted aides, AO and CHJR, marking the only great village not to bring along a Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, the 3 Tails currently lacked a host, and the 6 Tails was nowhere to be found, leaving them with no options. However, May Tarum held confidence in her abilities. Even without a Jinchuriki, she believed she could make a significant impact regardless of what unfolded. Thus, the 5 great ninja villages, along with various other factions and smaller hidden villages, found themselves embroiled in the unfolding events, resulting in a chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere throughout the ninja world. Even Kaguya, who had been lurking in the shadows, was taken aback, unable to comprehend what was transpiring. Under his instigation, the Akatsuki organization also convened for a special meeting. Leader, is there a new objective for this meeting? Zetsu. Pain gestured for Black Zetsu to explain the situation, as he too pondered the mysteries surrounding the land of demons. Everyone, this meeting is convened to discuss the happenings in the land of demons, as significant figures from the 5 great ninja villages and various factions in the ninja world are converging there. Additionally, with the exception of the Mist Village, the other 4 great villages have brought their Jinchuriki along. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to deliberate on whether we should become involved in this matter. Involve ourselves? We must. How can we miss out on such a lively affair? Leader, with so many tailed beasts gathered, it presents the perfect opportunity for us to strike and capture them all in one fell swoop. Right, Brother Scorpion. This is our chance to showcase our artistry to the fullest. As soon as Zetsu finished speaking, the fearless Deidara eagerly expressed his desire to participate, eager to display his art, while simultaneously capturing the tailed beasts heading to the land of demons. Certainly, regarding this statement, everyone except for Faden merely cast a sympathetic glance at him. Even Scorpion, that similarly deranged artist, was rarely silent. To capture them all in one fell swoop? Is that not a jest? Have they not observed the current lineup over there? They may be powerful, but those individuals are mere clay figurines, are they not? Who from Konoha has gone? Did that person accompany them? The expression of 1 against 7 remained unchanged as he posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Everyone understood who that individual was in 1 against 7. After all, there are not many beings that can instill fear in 1 against 7. 085, Lord Guan. Lord Guan have gone. It was him who first arrived in the land of demons, gradually stirring the subsequent commotion. I propose we remain inactive and refrain from mingling in the chaos. Upon hearing Ju's words, 1 against 7 turned to Pain to express his thoughts. I say, 1 against 7, are you truly terrified of that fellow? I find it hard to believe he possesses the strength you claim. Deidara was the first to dissent. How could he miss the chance to revel and seek the spotlight? Moreover, he felt 1 against 7 was exaggerating. Perhaps the opponent was not as formidable as suggested. Merely a figment of 1 against 7's own fears. I merely offer my counsel. Whether to go or not is entirely up to you. 1 against 7 did not even lift his eyelids, responding coolly, if one does not court death, one will not die. Some individuals will never comprehend what true terror is without confronting it. What do the others think? Pain made no move. Yet everyone felt the weight of his gaze upon them, accompanied by an immense internal pressure. The members of the Akatsuki organization could not discern Pain's true thoughts, and silence enveloped them, including the previously boisterous Deidara. He harbored no disdain for 1 against 7. On the contrary, he admired his prowess. Before joining the Akatsuki, he had been effortlessly subdued by 1 against 7. Such a strong individual was so afraid of someone virtually unknown and not particularly renowned. It only bred resentment within him. Yet, he was not devoid of intellect. Someone who could instill such trepidation in 1 against 7 must possess some capabilities. He genuinely wished to observe and ascertain whether the individual was indeed that formidable. Others, to varying degrees, shared similar sentiments, despite some vocal dissent. They had to concede that aside from Pain, none present dared claim they could defeat 1 against 7. Pain, we are not yet prepared. Ultimately, it was Conan who spoke up. Although Pain had previously stated he would personally intervene if faced with that individual, for some reason, every time she contemplated this matter, she felt an unsettling sensation. Yet, this was indeed a prime opportunity. Leader, since that is the case, let us proceed. At the very least, we must uncover the underlying reasons in the land of demons. Observing from the shadows suffices. There is no need for a direct confrontation. If the time is right, we can decide whether to act. Upon hearing Pain's words, Kakuzu comprehended that Pain indeed leaned towards making the journey. He just could not discern whether it was due to that individual or the tailed beasts. His statement was merely a way to preemptively silence those two fools. One who genuinely believed his immortality rendered him invulnerable, yet understood nothing, and the other who, despite having minimal abilities, was excessively arrogant. Not to mention, the current lineup over there. If they all mobilized, it would not be an easy feat to subdue them. Kakuzu, seasoned in the ways of the world, was not so foolish. Let us go. I will lead the way with Kakuzu. All right. Kakuzu genuinely wished to strike down the foolish Phaeton, yet Pain seemed to anticipate Phaeton's words, responding immediately after he spoke, leaving Kakuzu no opportunity to interject. Then it is settled. We shall immediately set forth towards the land of demons. I will also depart as soon as this meeting concludes. Ju, before we arrive, do your utmost to gather information. Understood. Meeting adjourned. Mr. Itachi, your words are not taken seriously by those individuals. It matters not. Such biases and arrogance are inherent to human nature. Speaking of which, don't you also doubt Kisame? I trust Mr. Itachi, but I wish to encounter that rare beast from last time. Kisame had been preoccupied with the missed chance to battle Might Guy, eagerly anticipating another opportunity to clash with him. You are no match for him. Precisely why I wish to test my mettle. Mr. Itachi, let us depart. Let us go. Itachi believed he had already provided ample warning. After years of partnership, he understood that Kisame was there to monitor him. But so what? Meanwhile, Nagato pondered. Are we really going? He is terrifying. I have a persistent feeling of unease. Yes, it is time to see him again. Conan, do not worry. He harbors no malice towards us, does he? That does not necessarily imply goodwill. Conan insisted. Rest assured, everything will be fine. The shifting tides of the ninja world were unclear to Guan Ren, who followed the female priest into the underground palace. Statues loomed, and the walls were etched with writings and patterns. This place chronicled the origins of the wraiths and the sacrifices made by generations of priestesses in their resistance. Originally, my fate would have mirrored this, ultimately becoming a mere illustration etched into history. The arrival of Lord Quan changed everything. My mother, with her last strength, witnessed that Lord Quan would thoroughly resolve the troubles of the land of demons. I have dealt with the wraiths. What about you? Me? I shall return to being an ordinary person. The future land of demons will no longer require a priestess, and the tragedies of the past will cease with me. As the emissary, please feel free to act as you see fit. I will not perish. Guan Ren was not worried. The legendary powers of the priestesses were significantly intertwined with the wraiths here, a relationship of mutual existence and opposition. Emissary, indeed, you are Lord Quan's representative and envoy. Goodness. So the one always referred to as Lord Quan is not Guan Ren. It seems I am merely the envoy of the black coffin in others' eyes. Haha, Guan Ren. You did not think they were addressing you all along, did you? How unexpected. Guan Ren maintained his composure while Su Xiao, unfazed, burst into laughter. Emissary, please ask your friends to temper their exuberance. This is not the outside world. Can you see? I cannot see or hear, but I can sense. Zixuan softly explained, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Her sudden remark had led them to believe she could see. It is all right. After our arrival, everything has been quite tranquil here. I can also feel their fear. I implore the emissary to summon Lord Quan. May I first conduct some research? At most 3 days. I will resolve everything. Certainly, emissary, feel free. It is Zixuan who has grown anxious. Then, emissary, you may proceed. Zixuan will not intrude. Thank you. Zixuan departed, leaving Guan Ren and his companions within the underground palace. He was not concerned about what Guan Ren and the others might do. After all, based on the prophecies left by the previous priestess, should Lord Quan wish to annihilate the land of demons, it would be a straightforward task. 086. Do not bully Uncle Snake. Guan Ren, why do you not act directly? What are you researching? Su Xiao inquired, puzzled about Guan Ren's intentions and what warranted research here. Do you recall how the wraiths came to be? It seems it was a method of battle from long ago. Back then, they summoned various monsters from the outside world to fight. Indeed, the outside world. Are we not quite similar? So from where exactly did they come from in the outside world, and why were they not accepted by the Pure Lands? If I recall correctly, these beings originally had physical forms. Upon death, their bodies were sealed, transforming them into their current state. Thus, did the Pure Lands exist before the Six Paths, or were they created by him? If these entities existed prior, why did they not ascend to the Pure Land after their demise? Are they not native to this realm? If they were conjured by the Six Realms, what purpose would that serve? They should have the ability to guide these entities to their rightful place. Why do they refrain from doing so? Furthermore, the current state of these beings does not equate to eternal existence. Given enough time, they too will fade away. How long can the souls of ninjas endure after death? Can their presence in the Pure Land be guaranteed indefinitely? Never mind. I shan't inquire further. You may proceed as you wish, and I shall simply observe. Su Xiao, realizing her innocent question had elicited such a multitude of responses from Guan Ren, felt a pang of pity for herself. Were these matters comprehensible to a novice like her? Uncle Gio, can spirits from your realm exist indefinitely? Absolutely not, as far as I am aware. Without engagement in the path of cultivation or an existence within a unique environment, they will gradually dissipate with the passage of time. The conditions in the underworld are indeed peculiar. From what little evidence we have, it appears that even there, permanence is not assured, though the rate of decay is relatively negligible. Uncle Gio, is there a way to connect with the underworld from here? What do you think about sending some of these entities down? No. Please do not put me in such a predicament. Upon hearing Guan Ren's suggestion, Uncle Gio hurriedly retreated a few steps, shaking his head. What a jest. How could he explain sending these unknown entities below? Who knows what kind of unforeseen consequences might arise? Though he had connections below, Uncle Gio preferred to exercise caution. Should anything escalate, the ancestor of their Maoshan sect might not be able to protect him. Guan Ren, what is your plan? Was it not said that these entities are quite fierce? Why have they remained so quiet since our arrival? Su Xiao was perplexed. She recalled the theatrical version where this fellow was quite boisterous. It is because of the black coffin. Upon our arrival, it was eager to act, but I have been soothing it. Why? It could devour all the specters here at once, rendering my research futile. Did it truly consume everything in one go? Indeed, It seemed quite thrilled. As Guan Ren entered the underground palace, he felt the black coffin tremble repeatedly, signaling him. The character for burial in his mind flickered incessantly, as though the coffin were conveying some message to him. What do you plan to do now? Su Xiaoxiao understood that Guan Ren wished to study the specters. But given their current state of fear, how could he capture them? Patience, we shall await someone. Await whom? A professional. I am not well versed in research or data analysis. I understand now. You are waiting for Orochimaru. Su Xiaoxiao realized that Guan Ren intended to wait for Orochimaru, the most adept in this realm within the ninja world. However, why would Orochimaru come to the land of ghosts? He is quite wary of you, evident from the previous plans that led to the collapse of Konoha. His fear of you allowed him to escape unscathed from Konoha. It seems unjust for the third Hokage. While these thoughts may be superfluous, the crux lies in how Guan Ren could be so certain that Orochimaru would arrive. Had there been prior communication? Do you believe I would deliberately expose my whereabouts without reason? That individual has begun to acknowledge his vulnerabilities due to me and is paying close attention. Guan Ren was confident that Orochimaru was aware of his movements and would inevitably come. After all, having remained in Konoha for so many years without venturing elsewhere, his sudden departure would surely attract attention. As for who would come, the likelihood of Orochimaru making an appearance was high. How intriguing. I find Uncle Snake to be quite contradictory. He fears you yet is intrigued by you. Whenever you engage in something, he seems eager to join. Guan Ren, could you perhaps refrain from being too harsh on him? Guan Ren. Guan Ren was taken aback, wondering when he had ever bullied Orochimaru. If he truly wished to confront him, would Orochimaru still be at ease today? Furthermore, to be candid, Guan Ren held a certain admiration for someone like Orochimaru. Over the years in the ninja world, he had primarily observed everything from a distance. Due to Minato and Kushina, he inevitably developed some affection for Konoha. However, the actions of Konoha post their demise revealed to him the darkness within the world. After their untimely deaths, Guan Ren chose not to dwell on such matters. Ensuring Konoha's continued existence was already a testament to his regard for Minato. For many years, he led his own life without extending particular assistance to Konoha. The few he aided were driven by personal sentiment rather than allegiance to Konoha. Orochimaru, Inoki, Raikage, each pursued their own ambitions. There was no right or wrong in their choices. Even the scheming Kurizetsu, intent on resurrecting the self-transcendent Uchiha Obito, did not concern him. The world was vast. And beyond the ninja world lay the domain ruled by the Otsutsuki clan. What wondrous vistas might exist across so many planets? Most individuals possess a limited understanding of the world, which leads to various peculiar choices and actions. If Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito were aware of the wonders outside, would they still choose to toil within the confines of the ninja world? Why are you silent? What could I possibly say? When have I ever bullied him? If he is not bullied, then why does he fear you so much? He is a serpent, sensitive to threats, particularly from formidable beings. He is quite perceptive. Guan Ren was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated encountering a compatriot here, nor did he expect to relive familiar experiences from his past life through Su Xiaoxiao. Of course, one must acknowledge that Orochimaru's charisma as a villain is unparalleled. Guan Ren had assumed that his admirers were predominantly mature individuals, yet it was surprising to find someone as innocent as Su Xiaoxiao drawn to him. 087, a promise. So you plan to wait here until his arrival? Not at all. He will act. As Guan Ren spoke, the iron chains on his body retracted automatically to the black coffin, which quietly floated beside him, emanating a chilling aura that gradually enveloped the entire space. Uncle Gio, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others had never witnessed such a scene, even though the underground palace was brightly lit by Ziyuan's candles due to their arrival. The eerie spectacle still sent shivers down their spines. Uncle Gio and Ma Xiaoling remained the most composed, having encountered such occurrences far too often. What a pure and potent aura of darkness. No, it is more than mere darkness. There is another presence, one that is quite domineering. Uncle Gio and Ma Xiaoling stared intently at the black coffin, as though attempting to unravel its mysteries. Unfortunately, the nature of the coffin was beyond their comprehension. They understood that with Guan Ren present, they were unlikely to be threatened, which allowed them to act with some degree of boldness. Imperial aura. What? The Emperor Qin? Are you certain? Absolutely. I would not misinterpret. The first emperor was confident, especially after acquiring Guan Ren's coffin. Although his exposure to it was brief, he naturally emitted such an aura. However, The terror emanating from the black coffin far surpassed his own, which is why he had hesitated to confirm his findings initially. Seeing the first emperor so resolute, the others believed him, recognizing that he would not jest about such matters, which led them to draw connections to the black coffin's contents. Otherwise, could it be that the coffin itself possessed such an aura? If that were the case, it would be even more astonishing and fearsome. Guan Ren. Su Xiaoxiao felt slightly dazed, increasingly envious of him. The disparity between them was becoming increasingly apparent. It is indeed the imperial aura. However, what lies within, I cannot say. As I have never opened it, my strength is insufficient. However, I do not believe that any sovereign lies within. Rather, it seems inherent to the black coffin itself. The crowd, upon hearing this, was momentarily at a loss for words. On one hand, this notion seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, Guan Ren has long been in the company of the black coffin, making him undoubtedly its most familiar companion. The myriad of the coffin's extraordinary characteristics might be known to them only in the most superficial manner. The various functionalities of all the coffins I have crafted are indeed a result of the black coffin's influence. It provided me with the methods of creation, and once constructed, they must undergo a period of saturation with its essence to manifest those capabilities. Of course, it is worth noting that my own inadequacies in strength may also play a role. Otherwise, I believe that creations made by those methods would inherently possess those functions. This old companion of mine has always possessed its own consciousness. Guan Ren gently caressed the black coffin, his movements remarkably delicate. The black coffin had been his steadfast companion, and it was only recently that he confirmed its sentience. Previously, it had merely been a conjecture, an indistinct feeling. He had even entertained the thought that a powerful being might be entombed within. What he sensed might have been the emanations from a formidable presence contained within. Recently, he had finally come to ascertain that the black coffin possessed its own consciousness, independent of any entity residing within. Nevertheless, he remained exceedingly curious about the true nature of what lay inside the black coffin. With a hum, as if responding to Guan Ren, the black coffin trembled slightly, causing ripples to cascade through the surrounding space, as if any more significant motion could shatter the very fabric of existence. Old friend, do it yourself. Just leave me a portion. I still have use for it. Ching tapped the black coffin lightly, and Guan Ren settled cross-legged on the ground, doing nothing but observing in silence. Waves of dark energy surged forth from the black coffin, enveloping the entire space, plunging the subterranean palace into an abyss of darkness where nothing could be discerned. Soon, however, haunting and desperate howls echoed from all directions. I can't see anything. Guan Ren, are you still there? I am still here. What is it doing? Guan Ren's presence indicated that the live broadcast continued, yet the formidable power of the black coffin consumed the stream without resistance, rendering them all sightless. The black coffin was far more enigmatic and potent than this chat group. This thought surged in the minds of everyone present, save for Su Xiaoxiao and Guan Ren. Su Xiaoxiao had been forewarned by the chat group, thus she was aware of this fact long ago. Guan Ren, on the other hand, oscillated between confidence in the black coffin and his own inquiries stemming from Su Xiaoxiao's naive musings. It's hungry, it's an insatiable glutton. The crowd fell silent. Only Guan Ren dared to voice such thoughts about this terrifying entity, addressing it as if it were a mischievous child. Eating? Xiao, don't ask. It must be those eerie entities, the so-called wraiths. Guan Ren, my friend, I believe it is replenishing its strength, since these are beneficial to it. Have you considered that the spirits we collect and sell in the chat group might also suffice? A sudden realization struck Guan Ren like a thunderclap, illuminating his mind. Indeed, why had he not thought to procure one for experimentation? Had he considered this sooner? No, it was highly probable that it would be effective, otherwise. What purpose would the black coffin have to join this chat group, if not to harness the essence of death from myriad realms? Thank you, Ninth Uncle. If this truly works, I shall gladly perform a task for you. Whenever you request it, I shall not refuse. Haha, my friend, you are too courteous. Such trivial matters would not take long for you to deduce. A promise is a promise. I shall uphold it. Very well, I shall accept your generous offer. After some polite exchanges, Ninth Uncle acquiesced, fully aware that Guan Ren sought to repay his karmic debt, something practitioners of the path are most wary of, forming ties without resolution. When one's cultivation is low, it may not matter much, but as one's power grows, the significance magnifies. Thus, he could not truly decline, otherwise. Should Guan Ren's prowess ascend, and he find himself entangled in unresolved karma, ninth uncle could become an obstacle and a transgressor on Guan Ren's path. Damn, how could I have missed that? It was a promise from an immortal. The first emperor's mind erupted with frustration, regret flooding in. What a splendid opportunity he had squandered. He excelled at assessing gains and losses, swiftly realizing that his ignorance of such matters had rendered his oversight forgivable. Yet, could he accept this? Absolutely not. This was not the first emperor's nature. Having failed to seize this moment, he resolved to expand his knowledge to prevent a repeat of such an error. He would not allow such a situation to recur. Thus, he intended to seek assistance from ninth uncle and others to acquire the tomes of a world. He, Ingzheng, the first emperor, must catch up and rectify every deficit. Guan Ren, how much longer? Although Su Xiaoxiao envied ninth uncle and Guan Ren, lamenting her own lack of advantages, she was easily satisfied. Were she not of such disposition, the chat group would likely have fled long ago under the weight of her grievances. It won't be long. Indeed, shortly after Guan Ren uttered those words, everyone's vision returned. The underground palace retained its original form. Even the flickering candlelight continued to dance with a warm glow. The only exception was the black energy cage that had formed before Guan Ren, imprisoning around 10 peculiar entities. These beings, dark and resembling tentacles, appeared drained of energy, emitting faint, almost imperceptible whimpers. Is this the wraith? It is indeed corporeal. Ninth uncle observed with curiosity, and upon seeing these entities, he suddenly found his own spirits far more charming. Guan Ren, have the others been consumed? Yes, had I not intended to keep these few for Orochimaru's research. None would remain. What an appetite! Su Xiaoxiao murmured, astonished that the powerful black coffin could devour such things. Under the influence of the black coffin's power, these entities would merely transform into the purest energy for absorption, rather than being consumed outright. Guan Ren, while bemused by Su Xiaoxiao's unusual focus, felt compelled to clarify. He had witnessed the entire process. Didn't you notice how the women present shifted in color upon hearing your remarks? Yet, you are not wrong. My old companion indeed has a diverse palette. It simply prefers energies imbued with deathly attributes, not to suggest that it cannot consume others, like those from our chat group. So timid? Guan Ren found himself momentarily speechless. He had merely jested with Su Xiaoxiao, unaware of her response. Suddenly, the live stream abruptly ended, and all figures vanished in an instant. He could confirm it was not he who had closed it. Rather, the chat group had fled in fright at his words. Guan Ren was not mistaken. Indeed, upon hearing his comments, the chat group reflexively shut down the broadcast. They were quite disturbed, and the group now buzzed with activity. Members feigning ignorance while fully aware of the situation. There was no choice. They dared not offend the black coffin. Although the chat group displayed some shortcomings, it was not something they could afford to antagonize. After all, they still depended on it. I was only joking. Guan Ren sought to clarify within the live stream. He could not allow this little entity to be truly frightened. While he was somewhat expendable, the black coffin required this little thing. The black coffin is essential. Its strength directly correlates with his own. Strengthening oneself is as simple as that. In this bizarre world of resurrection, Su Xiaoxiao finds herself in an awkward situation within her room. Why are you so timid in the chat group, even more so than I am? Host, you know nothing. You have no idea how terrifying Guan Ren's words can be. That mysterious entity is incredibly obedient to him. As soon as Guan Ren finished speaking, it seemed eager to act. If it weren't for its need for me, our chat group would likely have ceased to exist moments ago. It hasn't made a move. So why do you react as if it has? If it truly acted, would we have had time to escape? This isn't cowardice. It's merely a strategy for survival. What should we do then? We can't just stop Guan Ren from going live forever, can we? Host, I must convey a serious matter to you. What is it? We have been careless. It has already locked onto us without our knowledge. This means that even if we wish to flee, we cannot. Especially if it decides to strike. Are you saying that it has locked onto you from countless worlds away? Host, it's not just me. It's us. You and I are one. Well, it's fine. Guan Ren is not a bad person. He wouldn't harm me. We are from the same hometown. And our people cherish peace. Stop going in circles. Really, everything will be fine. The black coffin probably just needs our assistance and fears that you might run away. As long as you stay put, we will be safe. Trust me. Chat group? Forget it. Since we can't escape anyway, let's cheerfully accept the situation. Who knows? With its aid, we might continuously break through our limitations. Didn't you say it is quite advanced? When it acted earlier, did you not sense anything different? Nothing at all. I felt utterly void, completely cut off from perception. However, Guan Ren was right. The aura of the sovereign indeed belongs to it. All right. I should not have harbored any expectations. The chat group remains utterly useless. Feeling fatigued, the chat group no longer wished to explain anything. It had gradually grown accustomed to this dynamic. Su Xiaoxiao, though a bit naive and constantly teasing it, brought a sense of satisfaction and relief. The chat group recognized that encountering the black coffin was an inevitability, not something that could be avoided by merely switching hosts. Even if a different host were chosen, Guan Ren would likely still join the group. What if the new host is an ambitious fool? Just like what happened before, they might not even realize how they perished. Although Su Xiaoxiao is somewhat foolish and loves to tease herself, she possesses self-awareness and is quite endearing. Initially, the chat group feared she would be outmaneuvered by a more ambitious newcomer. However, reflecting on it now, Guan Ren's presence might not be entirely detrimental. At least the black coffin can suppress everything. As Su Xiaoxiao remarked, although Guan Ren appears indifferent, he doesn't seem malevolent. Contemplating this, the little host still holds some significance. Su Xiaoxiao, everyone, it's all right now. If you want to return, let Guan Ren host another live stream. Guan Ren, not now. It would be dull for you to come over at this time. Su Xiaoxiao, remember to go live when Uncle Snake arrives. Guan Ren paid no further attention to the chat group's messages, busying himself with the changes at hand. He couldn't discern whether his newfound strength was enhancing the black coffin's abilities or if the coffin's enhancement was the source of his own strength. Regardless, the black coffin now digests things at a much faster rate, providing prompt feedback. It's gone. What has gone, my lord? The wraiths and those demonic presences have completely vanished. I can sense nothing. The coffin master has already acted. Mother, you were right. Our fate has finally been shattered here in Ziyuan. As she spoke, 2 lines of tears streamed down her exquisite face. She was still a child, once mischievous. But even in her mischief, she was aware of her mission, a fate she could not escape. Once believing her life would be short-lived, she anticipated that with the demons growing increasingly active, she would likely not live to see her mother's age. She was only half convinced by the prophecy of the monk. Yet she no longer feared death. For the sake of her people in the land of the dead, she was willing to accept her fate. Yet, who truly desires death, especially at such a blossoming age? Miko, is what you say true? Yes, truly. Go inform everyone to celebrate. The threat that has bound us for so long is finally gone. I will check the underground palace. All right, Miko. Wonderful. Upon arriving at the underground palace, Ziyuan found Guan Ren meditating atop the black coffin, surrounded by swirling dark energy that intertwined with the coffin's emanations. Seeing this scene, Ziyuan paused, hesitant to intrude, and cautiously sensed the surroundings again, confirming the absence of the wraith's presence. She quietly withdrew. Unbeknownst to her, she had reached the limits of her position. Any further advance would render her immobile, should she attempt to resist violently. My lord. Miko. My lord. Ziyuan emerged once more, only to find the entrance crowded with eager onlookers, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Even though they had received the earlier announcement, they remained apprehensive of its authenticity. Everyone. The demons have been completely eradicated, not sealed, but utterly annihilated. You need not worry any longer. Oh, splendid. Thank you, Miko. Truly, you are our savior. No, it is not I. Even if I were to sacrifice my life, I could only reseal them. The one who truly helped us eliminate the demons remains in the underground palace, cultivating. Guard team, I command you to secure the entrance. No one is to disturb the master, understood? Yes, we pledge to fulfill our duty. Others, prepare for the sacrificial ceremony. Today is a monumental day for our land of the dead, a day of celebration. Yes, Miko. 3 days swiftly passed, and the land of the dead was adorned with festive decorations. In the central palace square, a grand altar rose high. Various delicacies and fruits were meticulously arranged. While Ziyuan donned ceremonial garb, her beautiful visage adorned with vibrant patterns. Leading the populace, they danced rhythmically around the altar, uttering incomprehensible syllables in joyous unison. Meanwhile, numerous factions had gathered in silence, some arriving early, others later. Regardless of their arrival time, they chose to conceal themselves, for the atmosphere in the land of the dead was remarkably unusual. Previous visits had never elicited such exuberance. Laughter and joy echoed everywhere. They sought information. attempting to discern the reasons behind the changes in the land of the dead and the whereabouts of Guan Ren. Ultimately, they learned only that the demons that had long plagued and tormented the realm had been vanquished, which explained the jubilance. As for news about Guan Ren, not a whisper could be found. Brother, weren't we supposed to seek that person? When Guan Ren was mentioned, Karabi, usually flamboyant, fell into seriousness, abandoning his usual bravado. He couldn't fathom why, after setting out to find Guan Ren, they had spent 2 days here without any sign of their elder brother's intent to search. We must seek him, but there is no need to force it. Knowing he is here suffices. How do you know? Did you not see the people from Konoha? They're over there in that direction. Many have come. The sentiments of the various factions resonated with those of the Raikage. The number of arrivals was indeed overwhelming. Some understood the reasons behind their presence, while others merely followed the trend. Lord Mizukage, did they come here merely to participate in the grand sacrificial ceremony of the Land of Demons? No, throughout all these years. Have you ever witnessed the 5 great shinobi villages showing any concern for the Land of Demons? Those monstrous beings are certainly capable of lending assistance. They simply find it bothersome and are reluctant to take action. Their arrival this time must have ulterior motives, although we remain in the dark. Let us remain patient. It should not be long before the truth reveals itself. In another direction, at Sunagakure, Kankuro posed the same question. Unfortunately, Chio and the others were equally unaware of the specifics. Over at Awagakure, Anoki observed the bustling festivities of the Land of Demons with mounting irritation. Anoki, is this all you brought us to see? Calm down, old man. Look around and see how many forces have gathered. Do you truly believe they all came for this ceremony? There is something amiss, but what could be the true intention of Konoha and Kyomobikure? Even 3 of the 5 great powers are baffled, let alone the smaller factions. With so many forces converging, it was inevitable that Cheyenne and her companions would take notice. Yet, they found themselves powerless. If these entities truly desired to act, the Land of Demons would have no means of resisting. Fortunately, these visitors have not caused any disturbances thus far. It is eerily harmonious for so many factions in the shinobi world to coexist peacefully. After a day filled with anxiety, and having confirmed that these forces displayed no unusual behavior, Cheyenne resolved to disregard everything and proceed with the sacrificial ceremony. The leaders of those factions did not seek her out, indicating that they bore no ill will towards her or the Land of Demons. Where is Uncle? Kakashi, where are your dogs? Have they not found Uncle? Naruto and his companions, among the first to arrive in the Land of Demons, had set off early, albeit not the closest. They began searching for Kenjin upon arrival, yet had not found a trace of him. Just as they planned to consult Cheyenne for information, they noticed the arrival of other factions, and the numbers were increasing. Kakashi immediately shelved the idea of seeking Cheyenne, and their search for Kenjin shifted from overt to covert. 090, it must be Uncle. After all, they were uncertain of these newcomers' intentions. Despite having Guy with them, who instilled confidence, they still had to tread carefully. If a conflict were to erupt among so many, even Guy, formidable as he was, could not protect them all alone. Pakin and the others have tried their best. However, Kenjin is exceptionally strong. Don't you know that, Naruto? Neither you nor Ino could perceive even the slightest useful chakra. Indeed, Ino had also arrived. And although Tsunade's presence likely ensured her safety, Naruto brought her along. Considering her upbringing under the oppression of the grass shinobi and her limited travel experiences. After all, Kenjin had been the first elder to care for her, aside from her mother, over the years. Useless. Kakashi, for a moment, was at a loss as to whether Naruto's remark referred to him, to Naruto himself, or perhaps to his dogs. Naruto, don't fret. We can always wait until the ceremony concludes, and then discreetly inquire with that priestess. I understand, but Kakashi won't allow it. It's not that I won't allow it. We just must not let the other factions catch wind of it, understand? I don't understand. Fine, Sasuke interjected. Just don't rush. We will find our elder. Sasuke was somewhat apprehensive of Naruto, fearing he might catch his foolishness. How embarrassing. 2 teams formed. Naruto's side included Neji, while Lee accompanied Sasuke. The 4 exchanged glances, feeling a sense of camaraderie in their plight. Lord Mizukage, the Konoha folks are rather peculiar. Aoi, what have you discerned? The positions of Terumi Mei and Kakashi's group were quite distant, or rather, they were keeping their distance from all factions. With Aoi's presence, they chose to remain at a safe distance, observing from afar. Similarly, the Konoha group opted for the same strategy, with Neji monitoring all movements. Lord Mizukage, aside from Kakashi, the rest of the Konoha members are carrying a coffin. What? Aoi, are you certain? Are you speaking of a coffin, or are they merely carrying something? I am certain. It is indeed a coffin, strapped to their backs with thick iron chains. Upon receiving Aoi's confirmation, Terumi Mei's mind struggled to comprehend. How could this be? Has the atmosphere in Konoha become so absurd? The village hidden in mist had been disconnected for far too long. Had the shinobi world changed so drastically? Lord Mizukage, I cannot fathom the purpose of those coffins. Enough staring. Should we be discovered, it would not bode well. Those coffins are no ordinary ones. Otherwise, how could they possibly evade the Byakugan's penetrating gaze? After the matters in Konoha conclude, a visit is warranted. Ritual. In the ceremonial ground, Cheyenne uttered a syllable akin to a chant, prompting the citizens of the land of demons to prostrate themselves, echoing her incantation. Rise, ignite the flames, and send forth the spirits. As Cheyenne commanded, torches ignited from the hands of the populace and swiftly illuminated the entire altar, flames shooting skyward. The altar's height only amplified the flames, casting a brilliant light that illuminated much of the night sky. Suddenly, a hoarse cry pierced the heavens, causing discomfort to the ears of all present, who looked up in confusion. A crow. It's the crow. It has grown stronger once again. Naruto felt a surge of excitement. If the crow was present, Kinjin was likely nearby as well. However, as he contemplated the crow's newfound power, he felt a pang of discouragement. Originally far superior to him, the crow continued to grow stronger. What about him? Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, equally astonished. It had been some time since they last saw the crow, and its return heralded newfound strength. Even without seeing its form, the sound resonated from afar, almost injurious to the ears. Boom! Before anyone could discern the source of the sound, the sky erupted with a thunderous roar, followed by a violent gale that whipped the clouds into a frenzy. Dark clouds gathered, blocking out the sun, while arcs of lightning flickered within, accompanied by terrifying thunder. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves, seeking shelter. Cheyenne gazed at the sky for a moment, then announced to the citizens of the land of demons. Her voice jolted everyone from their trance. They believed this was the first response from the sacrificial rite, and were initially filled with excitement. Yet, upon hearing Cheyenne's words, they quickly acted, albeit with rising trepidation. In such a critical moment, how could they not be anxious? However, in the land of demons, Cheyenne's words were law, and they had no choice but to comply. Priestess. A group of guards rushed to protect Cheyenne, anxiously scanning their surroundings. It's all right, there's no need for alarm. Let us leave this place and maintain a safe distance. Yes, escort the priestess away. Wait, send someone to notify those guarding the entrance to evacuate to a safe distance. Understood. What is happening? The sudden turn of events and the unusual behavior of the land of demons citizens left the external forces bewildered. The astute had already begun retreating, recognizing the ominous pressure looming overhead. Anoki, do not speak. Retreat with us. The shinobi forces hesitated little, swiftly following suit. They had heard the legends of the priestess of the land of demons. Whether true or not, caution was always prudent. The oppressive sensation overwhelming the sky was undeniably intense, growing increasingly formidable. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that matters were far from simple. Uncle, it must be him. Naruto's intellect sharpened at this realization. In his view, the only one capable of stirring such commotion in the entire ninja world was his uncle, especially after hearing the crow's call at the onset. It was utterly terrifying. Sasuke and the others, of course, shared this conviction, though they were equally astonished. For so long, they had heard tales of Guan Ren's unparalleled strength. Yet none had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Although they had yet to see him, the spectacle and the pressure he exuded were overwhelming. Lee, did you see that? That is the man I swear to pursue for a lifetime, exclaimed a thrilled voice. Yes, incredible. I will chase after him forever. Yash, let's do this. Kakashi interjected. Chase? Chase what? How can we pursue someone when we don't even know where he is? Is this a level achievable by mere mortals? Yet, he pondered. He had indeed grown stronger. Suddenly, the ground erupted, and the palace began to crumble as a figure soared into the sky. What realm is this? As the figure halted, and all present beheld the scene, most were left dumbfounded. Guan Ren, seated cross-legged upon the black coffin, gazed perplexedly at the gathering storm clouds above. Transcending tribulation? Am I inadvertently cultivating immortality? Guan Ren mused, utterly bewildered. He felt no connection to such pursuits, lacking both techniques and spells. His strength was entirely reliant upon the black coffin, although a funerary scripture resided in his mind. Was that a technique? A sharp caw of a crow pierced the air, distinct from before, and this time everyone could sense the excitement within its tone. In a flash, black lightning tore through the clouds, leaving a trail behind. As a great bird sped towards Guan Ren, just as it approached, its form shrank, perching upon his shoulder. "Crow, you've grown stronger," Guan Ren remarked. "You should keep your distance. I'm uncertain about what is happening," the crow replied. "All right, just be careful." Although the crow's calls were few, Guan Ren interpreted them as multiple messages, the first inquiring about his state, realizing it could not rouse him from danger, and the second assuring him of its safety, as the forces above posed no threat. Reflecting on how the crow had pierced through the storm clouds upon arrival, Guan Ren felt that caution was sufficient. Even if danger loomed, the black coffin remained. There was little to fear. Thus, when he awoke to the sensation of being locked onto by an ominous force, Guan Ren found himself relatively unfazed. Still pondering, he opened a live stream and sent a message. "Uncle, I am experiencing a situation reminiscent of a legendary tribulation. Anyone available? Feel free to take a look. Lin Fingjiao, if you have time, could you assist in discerning its nature?" Su Xiao. Su Xiao, tribulation? Guan Ren, are you about to become an immortal? Ying Zheng, become immortal? Xiaolong. Su Xiao, uncle, are you there? Zhang Sanfeng, Xiao, don't rush. Lin Daoist is likely busy. Otherwise, he would respond immediately to such matters. Huang Rong, goodness, a tribulation for immortality? Are we truly on the verge of witnessing a celestial being in our group? Do it as Siko, how impressive. Ding. Group member Guan Ren has started a live stream. Come watch. As Guan Ren initiated the stream, everyone, save for Uncle, rushed in, greeted by the sight of the ominous clouds above him, which seemed poised to bring about annihilation. Except for Ying Zheng, Zhang Sanfeng, and Xiaolong, the others were taken aback by the abrupt transition. Goodness, it's truly a lightning tribulation. Guan Ren, what kind of tribulation is this? Is it the tribulation of ascension? It appears so terrifying that if struck, the world may very well be obliterated. Where's Uncle? Guan Ren ignored Su Xiao's inquiries. Had he known the situation, he wouldn't have called for Uncle at all. To his surprise, although Uncle was absent, everyone else had arrived. Perhaps he was occupied. He would surely come as soon as he could. Wait a moment. I don't even know when this phenomenon will erupt. Quickly inquire in the chat group to discern my situation. No need to ask. It would be futile. The black coffin knows nothing about you. Su Xiao's disdainful tone left everyone speechless, as they envied his fortune while he appeared so dismissive. Meanwhile, the chat group, having come to terms with the situation, adopted a more laid-back attitude. A few complaints wouldn't alter anything. As for Guan Ren's present condition, it shared his indifference, knowing that with the coffin present, things could hardly go awry. Is it still gathering? Guan Ren, can you endure? No need to worry. I'm not the one enduring. ISNT at your tribulation? Su Xiao exclaimed, startled. Can that coffin also undergo tribulation? I'm here. Apologies, my two troublesome disciples have caused a ruckus. I just dealt with a life-threatening situation. At that moment, Uncle S figure appeared, looking rather disheveled. The trouble this time was likely considerable. Guan Ren, my friend, you are indeed facing a lightning tribulation. However, I cannot ascertain its nature. Ordinarily, you should possess some intuitive sense. Do you not feel anything peculiar? Being locked onto, does that count? Uncle was at a loss for words. If your tribulation does not lock onto you, would it target me instead? What I mean is, don't you have a clear assessment of your own realm? Guan Ren pondered deeply. He truly had no clarity regarding his realm. Can you introspect? I can. Can you perceive your primordial spirit or golden core? No. That shouldn't be. Such a terrifying lightning tribulation could not possibly be merely a golden core tribulation. Uncle was filled with confusion. If the golden core tribulation were of this magnitude, what was the point of cultivation? It would be a certain death sentence. How far can your consciousness sense? After some thought, Uncle resumed his inquiry. During my last attempt, I could cover the entirety of Konoha. I've improved significantly since then. I estimate I'm at least 10 times stronger than before. Your situation is quite unique. Based on your description, with such a vast sensing range, you should have reached the primordial spirit stage. It's just unclear why you cannot sense your own true essence within. This lightning tribulation must at least be a transformation tribulation. Perhaps you have not undergone any tribulation until now, and everything has culminated in this one. Or it could be due to the world's rules. I've seen some records at the Maoshan Ancestral Temple regarding the complexities of heavenly rules. But I admit I don't fully grasp them. Are you confident in overcoming it? I am. It looks intimidating, but it doesn't pose a great threat to me. Then that's fine. Regardless, let us first navigate through it, and perhaps everything will become clear once you do. Uncle had no other recourse, suggesting they proceed with the tribulation and reassess the situation afterward. However, I'm uncertain when it will commence. I was in the midst of my cultivation and opened my eyes to find myself here. Let us observe the changes. It will reveal itself in due time. Thank you. Uncle, don't mention it. This is my first encounter with someone facing a tribulation, and it benefits us all. Uncle spoke truthfully. In this era of decline, he was unaware of anyone who could summon lightning tribulation, and he had certainly never heard of such a case. The records he possessed were limited to Maoshan's archives. Witnessing and experiencing it live was indeed a first for him. Guan Ren's initial intent to seek out Uncle stemmed from this very insight. Despite Uncle's seemingly low realm, he was a legitimate disciple of Maoshan, possessing vast knowledge. How else could he be called a master of the multiverse? What is happening? He seems to be saying something. Guan Ren's peculiar behavior left everyone feeling uneasy, save for Ziyuan. She had long been aware of the existence of others, though they were invisible to most. A fact Guan Ren had acknowledged. Lady Priestess, will our home be destroyed? She mused. Perhaps it would be for the best, if it truly were to perish. As long as he remains, we shall never suffer oppression. Ziyuan's tone was calm, devoid of regret or concern, which bewildered the gathered populace. Did she not care for them? Such a notion was inconceivable. Generations of priestesses had sacrificed too much for their people, bound to this land by destiny. With this understanding, the rest was simple. Homes could be rebuilt. If destruction came, so be it. As long as the people were safe, restoration would come in due time. Furthermore, it could likely yield the protection of an invincible guardian. What a bargain. Truly, it was the priestess who embodied wisdom beyond her years, echoing the essence of Lord Mithria. After conversing with Uncle Gio, Guan Ren suddenly recalled the matter of the wraiths. He needed to act before the storm descended, lest nothing remain. Orochimaru, come here. I have something intriguing for you. Orochimaru, that traitor is here? Deidara interjected. Chief, should I eliminate this wretch? Pain merely cast a fleeting glance at Deidara, remaining silent as he continued to observe Guan Ren. Deidara, have you located that fellow? No. Then what are you even saying? The others sighed in exasperation. If Orochimaru were so easily found, he would not have remained undetected thus far. Meanwhile, the aforementioned Orochimaru found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he was intrigued by Guan Ren's revelations, yet on the other, he was filled with trepidation. Guan Ren's abilities were exceedingly strange, and the commotion he had stirred was alarming, necessitating caution. Hurry, we have little time, don't compel me to act, Guan Ren exclaimed, suddenly gazing intently in a particular direction, sending a chill down Orochimaru's spine. How had things escalated to this point? He felt utterly constrained in Guan Ren's presence. Moreover, how could his voice resonate so widely with such a soft tone? My lord, it's not that I wish to evade you, but I simply cannot approach. Orochimaru lamented, reluctantly revealing himself. Shall I assist you? Do not. I am not deceiving you. Just observe. He raised his hand, summoning several snakes that swiftly slithered toward Guan Ren. However, mere meters into their journey, they were abruptly obliterated by a terrifying pressure. My lord, you see, while I could venture a bit further, I cannot reach you. Guan Ren understood. Orochimaru was indeed truthful. He instinctively turned to glance at the black cage suspended beneath the black coffin. Yes, they still live. It must be the coffin's power that remains unaffected. Corvid, deliver this to him. Caw. The Corvid cast a glance at the cage, calling out to Guan Ren, its crimson eyes gleaming with a hint of desire. That's all there is. Let him examine it first, and I shall procure better specimens later. Caw. The Corvid nodded slightly, flapping its wings and soaring from Guan Ren's shoulder. Its form suddenly expanding as it seized the black cage, transforming into a streak of darkness as it sped toward Orochimaru. Caw. Orochimaru felt a chill as the black raven fixed its gaze upon him, a sensation more unsettling than being scrutinized by a tailed beast. Fortunately, the raven did not harm him, merely placing the black cage down before returning to Guan Ren. Such energy. Orochimaru's gaze was riveted on the black cage. The contents within were of little concern compared to the energy Guan Ren had long wielded, which he had coveted for ages. He maneuvered several larger snakes closer to the cage, hoping to transport it away, but upon contact, they turned to a pallid hue, swiftly corroded down to mere skeletons, which crumbled into ash before dissipating into the air. "My lord, help. I cannot take it." Guan Ren, having observed Orochimaru's struggle, gently tapped the black coffin. He had no intention of retracting that small amount of negative energy. He had long been aware of Orochimaru's desire to study him. This would serve as a token of reward. Whether Orochimaru could derive anything from it was entirely up to him. "All right." Feeling a slight tremor from the coffin, Guan Ren addressed Orochimaru. Orochimaru remained uneasy, as Guan Ren had made no further movements beyond that initial tap. The same actions were repeated, yet this time, astonishingly, nothing transpired. "Study the contents thoroughly. Should the results please me, I shall grant you what you desire." "Ah, I thank you in advance, my lord." Orochimaru licked his lips, his determination for success burning bright. With that, he swiftly concealed himself, wary of the many eyes lurking in the shadows, unwilling to be robbed by those who might covet his findings. Now was the opportune moment to depart, yet Orochimaru lingered, having shifted his position to continue observing Guan Ren. He would not miss such a spectacle. Was it a manifestation of natural power, or something else? Orochimaru pondered, while those witnessing the scene exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and realization. So it was him, the bearer of the coffin. After years apart, the boy who once carried the coffin had become this formidable figure. The one most relieved was undoubtedly Yuki, who recalled Guan Ren, the enigma. After all, he had once been active on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War, though back then, he was not particularly strong. Their focus had been primarily on his bizarre attire. After the war, many had forgotten that Konoha possessed such an individual. Yet this encounter would be etched in their memories forever. Investigate. We must uncover everything Guan Ren has done in Konoha over the years. Such a powerful being cannot simply remain idle in Konoha without raising concerns. Moreover, with Guan Ren having ventured to the land of demons, he could easily make his way to their village. The motives behind Konoha's visit to the land of demons remained a mystery to them. What a formidable man. I recall hearing tales of him many years ago. Kagami May licked her lips, contemplating what Guan Ren might be thinking. Brother, he has grown even more terrifying. Of course, we have all grown stronger, but do you think he stands still? Though Raikage spoke these words, they brought him no comfort. While they had indeed become significantly stronger, Guan Ren's transformation was undeniably astonishing. Danzo. For some reason, Raikage suddenly thought of Danzo. It seemed now that Konoha would have to rely solely on itself.